Welcome to your Wednesday edition of The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. We're covering it all today: NBA, PGA Tour, NHL, and we're kicking it off with our baseball guys, DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and Gary Thorne, and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. We are price checking away, my friends. So, Matt, we're going to start with a pitcher at 8K or up that you're interested in. Zach Wheeler is your priciest option. He's facing the Cubs, who have been the worst offense against right-handed pitching since the beginning of June. So are you going to pay up?
Yeah, I think Wheeler is the best guy to pay up for on this slate. My real answer, though, is that I'm just not very excited about any of the pitchers priced above 8K. If I have to choose, it's Wheeler. I think he's just by far the best pitcher on the slate. There are a bunch of good ones, but everyone else has an average to somewhat difficult matchup. Wheeler's matchup is okay, but his talent level is just so much better than the rest of the guys. And his leash is also just pretty extreme. Wheeler goes deep into games kind of with the best of them. I don't think there's a pitcher in baseball right now who is able to get longer pitch counts than Wheeler does. So I do think he's worth paying up for, but I'm not really that excited about it because even though the Cubs have had a tough season, I think the park in Wrigley is a difficult one to pitch in right now, and the lineup is getting healthier. So it's an okay spot, and I'm tentatively going with Wheeler.
All right, Gary, and do you feel the same way as Matt? Like you're not really excited about any of these guys who are over 8K?
Yeah, it's not the deepest pitching slate in the world, that's for sure. Really, the biggest blow to this slate was the rain in New York yesterday, which knocked Corbin Burnes out of this slate, or we'd be having a fun conversation about Corbin Burnes at 10-5 versus Zach Wheeler at 10-3. And now that Burnes is gone, I think obviously Wheeler is the best play on the slate. You go back across his past 8 starts, he's got a 1.52 ERA. The FIP backs that up at 1.94, a 35% strikeout rate in that span of time. He checks every single box. As Matt mentioned, he works deep into games. But yeah, after that, there really isn't a ton of obvious top-end value on this slate. And you may find yourself dipping into some uncharted territory with a couple guys, maybe even under 5K. Like, there are definitely a couple options deep on this slate where you say, maybe I just take a chance, save some money and go that direction because there aren't a ton of appealing places to spend up.
All right, Paul, if you got to spend up on a pitcher who's over 8K, who's it going to be?
Well, you got to look for win probability here, Jesse. And so I don't think there's a bigger disparity between starters than what we see at Baltimore tonight. Hyunjin Ryu and Matt Harvey on the mound. Look, I know Ryu was not great in his last outing, but he's already beaten the O's twice in the last 3 weeks. His BABIP on the season is lower than any other year in his career at 269. His mound opponent, I said, is Harvey. He's had a dreadful campaign with a 7.34 ERA and a WHIP of 171. Those look like the softball stats of teams that I faced in industrial leagues some years ago. So I'm going to go with the big win probability and take Ryu at $8,300.
All right, Gary, and let's move on to hitters. The guy who's over 5K. Vlad Jr. is going to be facing Matt Harvey. So you into that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Blue Jays present a really nice stacking opportunity. There's a couple teams that, are in and out, the guys and teams we always look to stack. But I think the Giants are maybe in a sneaky nice spot here. We're talking specifically about guys above 5K. So I'll single out Brandon Crawford here, who is $5,200. He's been on absolute fire since the beginning of May. Against right-handed pitching in general, he's got a 165 WRC plus so far this season. He's going up against Johan Oviedo, who has just really been scuffling. Had 2 nice outings to begin his 2021 season, but for the year has a 5.56 expected ERA. Lefties are hitting 297 with a 393 OBP against this guy. So I think Crawford, Mike Yastrzemski, who's also $5,000, really nice plays. But the super appealing part about the Giants is they have a bunch of cheap left-handed bats like Alex Dickerson at 2,800 or even Lamont Wade, who's probably going to hit leadoff in this game at 3,400. So they present a nice mix of high upside guys with a high price tag, but also really nice value plays.
All right, Paul, if you're looking at a hitter over 5K, who are you targeting?
You can make a case for a number of Blue Jays tonight, so I'll leave it to the other guys. I don't want to sound like a Toronto homer. I'm going to go instead to Aaron Judge for $5,500 in this spot. There are a couple of basics that I turn to with power hitters in DFS, Jesse. If you add up the fact that he'll get the platoon advantage against a lefty starter, and he's matched lefties throughout his career, as everybody knows, 333 of the batting average, 433 the on base since 2019. Throw in the fact that he's a big-time power hitter who's streaking of late with 13 hits, including 4 bombs in his last 39 at-bats. I say he's a solid bet to have a big game score again tonight.
All right, Matt, are you going to come out here and make a case for a Blue Jays guy?
I think they're all great, and I think it's just I'll leave it to everyone else to know how obvious they are against Matt Harvey in Baltimore. I think it's a great spot for Toronto, and I'm not going to say too much about it because I think everyone knows that at this point. At the present time, and I guess the slate could always change. Last night the rain crept up on us with Jacob deGrom, and the slate dynamics can change a little bit throughout the day. But the way it stands right now, I don't think a lot of people will want to spend up for pitchers, and that'll make the Blue Jays very popular. So the team I'm looking to instead is the Dodgers, who are facing the Marlins. We don't know for sure who their starting pitcher is. I think the probable starter right now is David Hess, who just isn't very good, and the Marlins just don't have a lot of pitching depth. So it's a good spot for the Dodgers, and Max Muncy's expensive, Mookie Betts, Justin Turner, all really good hitters. They're priced over 5K, and I just think the ownership will be really low on those guys. So for GPPs, the way it stands right now, that's my favorite team to target.
All right, Paul, is there anyone that you're totally fading tonight? Like a name that really sticks out to you as someone that you do not want in your lineup?
I'll give you 2, Jesse. There's also a couple of go-tos that I use to eliminate high-priced guys that don't excite me in DFS. I fade Matt Olson, for instance, priced at $5,200. I'm always reluctant to roster a cold bat, and he's been mired in a slump that sees him with only 5 hits in his last 35 at-bats without a home run in that stretch. When a power hitter is in a streak like that, you don't need more info to prompt you to look the other way. I'll also ignore Jonathan Schoop, who is priced at $5,900. He has a poor head-to-head record against Kirk Gibson with 5 hits, but 9 strikeouts in only 22 at-bats. That tells me he's not seeing the ball out of Gibson's delivery, so I pivot away from him too.
Matt, someone you're just absolutely staying away from.
So there's a pitcher on this slate that I think a lot of people will gravitate towards because the team's been good and his ERA has been low, and I just don't want to play him, and that's Alex Wood. So the Cardinals have underachieved throughout the year. I think coming into the season, there was a lot of hype for them. And now I think we've gone the opposite direction where the Cardinals are now considered a very bad offense, which maybe should have been the take on them from people before the season started. But I think now they've become undervalued because they've struggled so much. And it's a lineup full of right-handed bats. So for Alex Wood as a left-handed pitcher, he should have a harder time with them than righties do. The Cardinals are one of the worst offenses in baseball against righties, but against lefties, they've been closer to average. They probably should be a bit above average with Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt. The best hitters on this team are right-handed. We'll see if Tyler O'Neill plays tonight. He was scratched last night with, I think it was an illness, but if he's in the lineup, even more reason not to have Alex Wood. I just think he'll be a very popular choice and maybe more so than he should be.
All right, Gary, and someone that you're fading, maybe someone who's popular that you think isn't a good choice?
I would just be fading the entire Yankees lineup tonight. I know they're coming off a huge game last night, but that was expected against Justice Sheffield. He has been absolutely terrible the past month. The exact inverse is the case for Yusei Kikuchi, who's been fantastic. Probably the best version of Kikuchi we have seen in the major leagues. His past 7 starts, he has a 1.87 ERA. Opponents have just a 252 WOBA off of him. And while Kikuchi isn't necessarily someone who I'm like, oh my God, you have to get this guy into your lineups because he's not a high strikeout upside pitcher, the things he does, they don't always translate to DFS for his own purposes, but they do tend to limit opponents. He's very good at mitigating barrels and opponent hard contact. In fact, in that same 7-start span, his ground ball rate is 60%. So he's done a really nice job of limiting opposing lineups. And while he tends to only score around 23 to 26 fantasy points in his best outings, which is fine when he's $7,500. It's not great when he's $9,300. That's enough for me to want to stay away from the Yankees, who I think might have an underwhelming performance against Kikuchi.
All right, guys, time to look at the DK Sportsbook. As we do, what is your favorite bet of the night in MLB, Matt?
So I'm sticking to the same theme. I think the Giants are just a bit overrated right now. I know that's going to hurt some Giants fans. They've had a great season so far. And I think the Cardinals might just be a bit underrated. So I'm not sure I think the Cardinals win this game, but they are pretty significant underdogs. I think plus 150 or 160 last I checked. And it just seems like this should be a closer line. I don't love Johan Oviedo, but I think the Cardinals are a better offensive team than the Giants are. Buster Posey's been dealing with an injury. Evan Longoria's been out of the lineup. Maybe when the Giants are healthy, they can get back to their winning ways and make a playoff push and hold off the Dodgers for the NL West. But I think right now this isn't a great team, and the Cardinals are just better than what they've played so far.
Darian, favorite bet of the night?
I know this one is screaming trap game. I understand that, but at a certain point, if it walks like a duck and quacks, it's probably a duck. Let's not overthink this. The Phillies money line minus 134. I don't know why it's this low, and that's why it feels like a trap. But the Cubs have lost 11 straight games. They look absolutely broken right now. And as we've talked about, Zach Wheeler is a bona fide stud. This guy would be the best pitcher in baseball, and he would be talked about as such if it were not for Jacob deGrom. So he's not even the best pitcher in his own division, but he's been phenomenal. The Phillies are 8-3 in Wheeler's last 11 starts because, of course, they are. He gives them a quality outing every single time he takes the mound. I really don't have any confidence in Alec Mills, and I don't have any confidence in the Cubs in general. So, yeah, they're going to have to win a game at some point. I guess you'll kind of have egg on your face if you hop on the Phillies bandwagon and that's the game the Cubs finally win. But I just don't understand why this line is as close as it is.
All right, Paul, what do you think? Favorite bet of the night?
I'm liking the over-under for the Battle of the Birds at Camden Yards, Jesse. I lean to the over because I expect it to look like BP while the O's have Harvey in the game. And I already mentioned that Rio will likely give the Jays at least 6 innings tonight, but I think he'll be touched for a couple of runs. And then they have to find a way to get 3 innings out of the bullpen, which means that they'll have to call the arson hotline in the Toronto dugout, and that will add a few runs late as well. So the over will crumble early.
All right, thanks, you three. Segment 1 in the books. Segment 2 is going to be all about the NBA Finals. Before we get there, though, here's Jason Sobel with his take on the John Deere Classic. Take a look.
Well, it's that time again. Let's talk a little PGA with our friend Jason Sobel from the Action Network. How are you, man? Been a little bit.
I'm doing great. I'm fired up to get back into this thing. John Deere Classic, the 5th major this week, Adam, right before we have the 4th major next week at the Open Championship.
There you go. So obviously on the heels of the Rocket Mortgage Classic and what was a fun time, certainly for Cam Davis going ahead and winning that event. We'll talk a little bit about him. As you said, John Deere Classic on the way in Illinois. And you look at the DK Sportsbook, Daniel Berger is the favorite at plus 1,100. Can he get it done?
Kenny, sure. I like Daniel Berger this week. He's been playing well. He was 7th in his last start at the U.S. Open. Granted, that was 3 weeks ago, and so hasn't been playing that much golf recently. I think he's trying to backload and try to wait for the FedEx Cup playoffs. And, of course, as I mentioned, the year's final major championship next week. But Berger's made 2 starts at this event. He's got a 5th-place finish. Obviously, he plays this one pretty well. He's the best player in the field. We saw it about 5 years ago, 6 years ago with Jordan Spieth, where he was the prohibitive favorite, even more so than Daniel Berger is this week, and came in and won this event pretty handily. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see the favorite go out and win this thing, but I'm probably bypassing Berger at that price.
All right. Well, I'm curious to know what you're going to do with Cam Davis. Again, coming off a victory at the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit, now comes in a week later, less than a week later, I guess, off the win, plus 3,000 odds to take this thing. Is that a favorable number for him? Do you not like it?
It's okay. I mean, it's the right number. I don't think it's a bad number by any means, but look, this is a guy who's been playing well, been sort of building up to this big crescendo in his career, 26 years old, from Australia. He's got a ton of talent, and he finally won last week. It's really hard to sit there and say, well, I think he's going to do it again. Look, it just doesn't happen that way. You just don't win your first event and then go out and just peel off a few others right on the back end of it. So I don't hate Cam Davis this week. I think it's probably a pretty good course for him, quite frankly. If he hadn't won last week, I might like him a little bit better this week. But coming off that win, coming off the high and everything that comes from winning your first PGA Tour event, at some point, I think he crashes. I like him for Thursday and Friday maybe, but on the weekend, at some point, that exhaustion is going to set in.
You're not alone here, but I find the logic of like not liking a guy as much coming off a victory versus coming off, falling short. So it's just such an interesting mindset when you look at odds.
Yeah, I certainly think that, you look at a guy like Troy Merritt, who lost in the playoff, a 5-hole playoff against Cam Davis, and he's playing this week as well. Look, maybe he's got a little more motivation. Maybe he's a little hungrier because he didn't win. Maybe he just didn't celebrate as much afterwards. That's not to say that Cam Davis celebrated too much, but you never know. I just feel like after the win, everyone go, okay, let's take a deep breath. Let's not have to work as hard at things this coming week. And so let's take, a week. And for some players, honestly, out of that almost frees them up a little bit. They're playing with house money, and some players tend to play better after their first win. So we'll see what happens with Davis this week.
That's how I am when we have a really good interview the following week.
We've had one.
Don't need to take it as seriously. I can just relax a little bit.
I was still waiting for that first one.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, we'll continue to be patient. Let's talk about Sung J M here, who is coming off a top 10 finish at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Now he is plus 1,600 odds here for this one. Is he someone that can, I don't know, kind of ride the momentum, I guess, coming off of where he was?
Yeah, certainly. And I like the momentum because one of the things I like looking at when players are playing back-to-back weeks is the final round ball striking numbers from just a few days earlier. And Sung J M's ball striking numbers were really good on the weekend at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. And I think that can bleed into this week as well. So I expect him to have a nice week. He's skipping the Open Championship in order to prep for the Olympics because, quite frankly, that's the most important event of his life. If he finishes in the top 3 at the Olympics, gets a medal, he gets to bypass 2 years of military service in South Korea. So really big event coming up for him at the Olympics. I don't know that he necessarily wants to peak for this one. He's just sort of trying to get there, trying to build up that momentum. So at plus 1,600, I'm staying away from Sung J M, but I certainly don't dislike him. I would say a top 10 this week is very, very possible, if not probable.
Who are some long shots that you're eyeing at TPC Deer Run?
Oh boy, there's so many of them. I mean, we're going to see a ton of them out of this week. I'm going to give you some just absolute names out of nowhere. Roger Sloan, who's played some decent golf. Wes Roach has played pretty well. Mito Pereira, remember this name. This guy's won 3 times on the Corn Ferry Tour this season, including each of his last 2 starts on that circuit just a few weeks ago, last month. And so became an in-season PGA Tour member, played for the first time as a member last week at the Rocket Mortgage, didn't make the cut, but there's a lot of stuff going on when you first become a member of the PGA Tour. I think there's a little more comfortability for him this week and maybe a little exhale, a little deep breath and be able to go out there and know that he can compete. And quite frankly, nothing against the John Deere Classic, but this is sort of a glorified Corn Ferry event. You take the top 10, 15, 20 players sort of off that entry list. And I think Pereira is going to find himself in the mix this week, a top 10, top 20 kind of play. I think he's a nice play this week.
How about some golfers you're looking to avoid this week?
There's not too many of them at the top. I can see kind of all these guys. Zach Johnson is a guy that a lot of people really like this week. And look, when a lot of people really like a guy, I sit there and go, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't fade him then. But I look at Zach and I look at what he's done this year, and there's not a whole lot of great stuff. The numbers are pretty good. The results aren't great, though. And so Zach Johnson's a guy that has just feasted at this event year after year. He loves this one. It's near and dear to his heart. So there is some motivational factor as well. But you look at the results, they're not great. I'm torn on Zach Johnson this week. He was originally my big fade of the week, but I do like listening to other people in the industry, and other people have said they like Zach Johnson. So take that for what it's worth.
All right, last one for you. This is the big one. You know what's coming. Who's going to win the John Deere Classic?
2 weeks ago, Kevin Streelman was a very trendy selection at the Travelers Championship. He had won that event 7 years earlier. He was runner-up last year. Shot an opening round 67. Okay, all systems go. Here we go. Kevin Streelman's going to be on the leaderboard. Shot a 72 in the second round, which is hardly terrible. It's not like he blew up and had a really bad round. 72 after that 67 was not enough to make the cut. So coming off of 4 consecutive top 20 finishes, Streelman has a miscut on his resume, and we sit there and you look at it and you say, okay, well, I'm sort of off Streelman now because he missed the cut. Really, a couple of putts drop, and he not only makes the cut, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd gotten into the mix on the weekend in Connecticut. So I don't think he's far from playing really good golf. I think he's got those Zach Johnson, Steve Stricker vibes The two guys were like the OGs at TPC Deer Run, and I think Kevin Streelman is due for a PGA Tour victory in his 40s coming up this week.
Jason, I still have that chip on my shoulder, still building to perfection when working with you, my friend. I look forward to it. Maybe next time around.
We'll get that thing off.
Jason Sobel, Action Network. Thanks, bud.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the sweat. Time to hit the hardwood with these ballers. DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey, and RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen. I want your favorite plays for Game 2 of the NBA Finals, aka NBA Best Bets. So, Jules, before we do that, the Sun State Game 1, we're going to look ahead, but what were some of your takeaways from the opener here?
Takeaways from the opener were, first of all, from Milwaukee, Giannis looked good. I don't think any of us thought Giannis was going to look that healthy. I think that we should have seen him playing in Game 1, because if we had the report right from a reputable guy like Chris Haynes, that if that series went to 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals, Giannis was going to get the green light to play in Game 7 on Monday, then yeah, he's going to play in Game 1 of the NBA Finals on Tuesday, unless the Bucks really wanted to take it cautious and because their backs aren't against the wall in a Game 7, kind of keep him on ice to start a series. But he was out there. He went up for an alley-oop on the first play of the game. He had the LeBron-esque chase down block. He was very clearly as healthy as you can be when playing basketball in July. So that was a takeaway. Another takeaway is, even with Middleton taking 26 shots and shooting nearly 50%, even with Brook Lopez giving you 17 points in 23 minutes, even with Bryn Forbes giving a little spark and Pat Connaughton both going 2 for 4 from 3 with the small ball lineup, the Suns still won by 13 with Devin Booker going 1 of 8 from downtown. Jay Crowder didn't make a shot. If Jay Crowder goes 2 of 10 in that game, now we're looking at an 18, 19-point game. The Suns, just the mismatch with Ayton, whether it's Lopez on the floor or Milwaukee goes small, advantage Ayton every time. And then just anytime Chris Paul and Devin Booker are on the floor together, that 2-guard lineup just is not something that Milwaukee is capable of stopping. So a lot of advantages for the Suns. Both teams have things that they can improve upon, but I think the Suns can improve upon it just as much as the Bucks can, which is scary.
You scared, Kenny?
I'm very scared about the Bucks. Yeah, look, I think that Julian is absolutely right there. The Bucks played a pretty solid game from all, really from all indications, right? When, you talk about the two guys that they needed to stepped up, and they still managed to lose by this much. And really, Julian hit on, the front court. And I think that that's a big thing here for the Bucks, because I expected, look, the Clippers, they lost Serge Ibaka, Ivica Zubac, whatever. He's like an average player. They didn't really have a way to stop DeAndre Ayton. So I figured, okay, well, you have Giannis, you have Brook Lopez, you have a guy like Bobby Portis who's ready to go to war every single night. Maybe the Bucks have a little more size. Maybe they can compete down low with DeAndre Ayton. Not only were they not able to stop him, but, they really just missed a lot of tip-ins. They missed a lot of shots around the rim, which lead me to another takeaway I had, which was Drew Holiday. Where was he on the offensive end? 4 for 14. He was the playmaker that Milwaukee needed. He managed to get 9 assists, grab 7 rebounds, pretty solid in those departments once again. But, missing some shots from close range, missing some floaters, of course, missing all 4 of his 3-point attempts. He needs to be better on offense. And I think that when you combine, a few missed floaters, you combine a few missed tip-ins, really, that the Bucks should have had, a few possessions where they had like 3 chances right around the rim, couldn't get it. That kind of gets you your 13 points right there. And that's really probably one of the big reasons why the Bucks lost this game. Everything else, the turnover battle was sort of normal. I think that that's what it comes down to, is can they play better in the front court? And I mean, I don't think they can.
Nick, anything to add?
These guys covered it pretty well, but I think the one point to really harp on, what's a little concerning for Milwaukee, and Julian, alluded to this. I think Giannis looked about as good as he could reasonably be expected to look in this game. I mean, 20 and 17 in a game that a lot of people didn't even think he would play in until an hour before tip-off. He finished as a +1 in his 35 minutes. It's a little concerning that it felt like Milwaukee played reasonably well. They finally broke through with the shooting. And still, this game, I don't think ever really dipped under 7 points in the second half after Phoenix made that initial run. It felt like Milwaukee was hitting a ton of shots, but they just could not get stops. And another thing that's a little concerning is it felt like Mike Budenholzer, who's been criticized for not making adjustments, he made virtually every adjustment he possibly could, and none of it mattered. Chris Paul was hitting shots over whoever was guarding him, whoever was switching on to him. They had no answers for Devin Booker in the mid range. Cam Payne was blowing by guys for easy layups. And like I think Julian said, what's concerning is that the Suns didn't even shoot the ball all that well from three. They had a great night from 2-point range. They had a great night getting to the line, being super efficient. They set a finals record. At one point, I think they were 25 of 25 at the free throw line, but they have a lot of room for improvement from beyond the arc. So if you're Milwaukee, you probably have to expect your shooting to regress. And there's a pretty good chance that the Suns shooting progresses in game two.
Well, so for game two, the Suns are favored again. They're a whopping minus 225 on the money line. Kenny, is that higher than you would expect after game one? Or like Nick just said, do you think that you're going to see improvement actually on the Suns shooting and whatnot?
It's kind of lower than I expect, to be honest. I mean, I didn't expect to be able to back the Suns in game two at a reasonable price. And I think that's what we have here. I mean, I think that you could take the Suns on the money line here and really it wouldn't break the bank too much. And I think that that's pretty surprising after the game that we saw in game one. And, again, we've touched on how well the Bucks played, but if you look at the second half of that game, and it felt like the Bucks played really well, right, in the second half. We talked about the adjustments from Mike Budenholzer, 50% from three. They got 17 points from Chris Middleton in that second half. But you look at the scoreline, and they were outscored by 5 points. I mean, the Bucks shot just about as well as you could have expected, nearly 50% from the field in the second half. And it wasn't enough. Their offensive rating in this game was still 104. I mean, it's just atrocious. They defended well, but the Suns, as Julian mentioned, a lot of upward mobility here with Devin Booker just 1 of 8 from 3. You had Jay Crowder, nothing for 4. I mean, who knows if he'll ever hit a 3 again, right? We're going back to the LA series, but Cam Payne as well. I mean, the walking, meme, the walking nail in the coffin that he is. I mean, he played really well as well. I just think that this team can get so much better, and they also seem to play a lot better with Dario Saric off the floor. I think a full game of no Saric maybe makes the Suns a little bit heavier of favorites. I'm really surprised at this line, and I'm definitely taking it.
All right. I mean, Nick, is minus 225 lower than you expected?
I think it's about right based on what we saw in game one. I thought maybe there'd be a little bit more generosity toward the Bucks looking toward game two. Maybe you assume Giannis is a little healthier. Obviously, you have more time with this line. You don't really have the questionable status, I guess, of Giannis coming into game two. But I think Phoenix has just proved in a lot of ways that they're the better team. I think it's very possible that Milwaukee made it to the finals because they ran into a very much banged up Nets team in round two. They ran into a Hawks team that was without Trae Young for a couple games in the next round and just really isn't all that good overall. And now they're finally running into a team that is complete, that has guys who are just almost impossible to defend one-on-one in Booker and Paul, and has a really nice young big man now in DeAndre Ayton, on top of having a really strong cast of role players. The McCall Bridges, the Cam Paynes, Cam Johnson had a couple of threes in the first half of this game. Like, Phoenix just has so many guys who can impact the game. And it just felt like with Drew Holiday once again struggling and having another just horrific offensive game in these playoffs, the Bucks ran out of options really quick. And especially with Giannis resting for about 10 more minutes than he normally would in the playoffs in a game of this magnitude when healthy, it felt like it had to be Chris Middleton. And when he struggled a little bit down the stretch, he had I think when the Bucks cut it down to 7, Middleton immediately had a turnover and then lost Devin Booker, who hit a 3 on the other end, and then had another turnover in a 3-possession sequence. That basically sunk the Bucks. But at that time, Middleton was really their only source of offense. And on the other end, it just felt like it was coming so much easier for the Suns.
All right, Jules, what do you think? Minus 225 lower or higher than you expected?
Yeah, it feels right. I think the perception was maybe that this would be like 6.5, and to kind of move a little bit from where it was. But if you remember, I mean, this was around 5.5 the entire time that we were expecting Giannis to be doubtful and sit. And it dipped to 4.5 when Giannis was ruled in and be starting. So it kind of, in some ways, did move a point, even though we were looking at 5.5 leading all the way up. With the rosters as constructed, this was 4.5. So it did move a point, I guess, if you want to make that argument. And I think the 1 point move is justified. I think the Suns are in a great spot in game two to keep rolling. I think we all made the argument that the Suns can get better than the Bucks can get, at least in game two of this series. So yeah, I think that it's priced appropriately. If there's value anywhere, it's the Suns. I won't be playing it on the money line. I'll lay the 5.5. Or if you want to, get a little more creative, you can do like a double result. Suns win game 2 and win the series, minus 140. That's not bad. If they're minus 3 whatever in the series and they're going to win game 2 to go up 2-0, they're probably going to finish it off. So you can find some different ways to get value. Of course, you got to wait for your payout for the series to be over, but yeah.
All right, well, the props on how long this series will go does seem to favor a 6-game series, minus 137. Nick, does that seem right to you, or do you like another number?
Man, after what we saw last night, Giannis needs to look a lot better. Obviously, I think based on the expectations going into last night, he looked fine, but they need more from him. Health-wise, obviously, he needs to be a little bit more aggressive for me to feel better about Milwaukee's chances to extend this to 6. I think it sounds like we're all in agreement that they're in big trouble heading into game 2 tomorrow. The series is pretty likely to be 0-2 heading back to Milwaukee for game 3 on Sunday. And then, Milwaukee's in essentially a must-win situation for game 3. And that one to me would probably also be a toss-up. So, on the DK Sportsbook, you can get Suns in 5 at plus 275. I don't hate that. But Suns in 6 at plus 425, pretty solid value as well. I think Suns in 5 or Suns in 6 is where I'm leaning right now.
Jules, where are you leaning?
Yeah, so I mean the prop, I guess, is over 5.5 games at minus 137. So just will this go to 6 or 7 to cash you? I would lean yes. Like as bad as that was last night, like the Bucks should still be able to get a couple of games here and make this a series. But if we're all so confident in the Suns, I think maybe a way to just bet the series is Suns minus a game and a half at minus 160-ish, minus 167. So you get the Suns in 4, 5, or 6 games. Only way you don't win it is if it goes to 7 or Milwaukee comes all the way back. I think that's my favorite series bet over just betting on the amount of games in the series.
All right, Kenny, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I would take the over 5.5 games at minus 137. I think it's a pretty good price on the Bucks to win a couple. Look, here's the thing about the Phoenix Suns. We did just gloat, right? We did just wax poetic about how good this team is. But it's easy to forget because of the last 2 games, right? How bad this team was against the Clippers. I know the Clippers are a much better team. They have a much better coach than the Milwaukee Bucks, but they fell victim to just kind of falling into that lull, right? They went up 1-0 with Devin Booker, just leading the way. He had a great game. That was the big reason they won game 1. And then game 2, they got lucky with those missed free throws. They managed to hold on. And then with the 2-0 lead, they just kind of sat back and they lost game 3. They played a terrible game 4, one of the worst games we've seen from both teams, it really all postseason. And then they managed to pull it out here. Game 5, in game 6, they really just played a great game. So the last 2 games, game 6 and game 1 of this NBA Finals, they've been great. But before that, leading up to that point, they were pretty bad. So I think that they could fall into the same sort of lull. I mean, it's very easy to see, another bad night for Chris Paul on the horizon, or like a GOAT night for Giannis. So I think that the Bucks here will probably get a couple games in this series. They could even get one on the road. And I think that the over 5.5 is a pretty decent bet. I'm not ready to say Suns in 4 like everyone in Phoenix. I'm ready for what are they going to do when the Suns lose a game? Are they going to start doing this in the crowd? We saw a lot of these, but I don't know.
All right, well, after dropping game 1, the Bucks are now plus 270 to win the series. Before this segment started, Kenny, I heard you say you were thinking about taking the Bucks before game 1, and now you are out on that. Am I right?
Yeah, I'm out. Look, I did want this price. I did think about, but look, I mean, the Bucks played really well in game 1 and still lost. And I think that, my main thinking with this series was, okay, the Bucks play good defense. They should be able to, to hold this, a lethal offense at bay. They did that. But again, their offensive struggles are just still present. Like all postseason long, this team has struggled to score the basketball. Shooting this well from 3 and still not winning, I just don't think that they're going to be able to get across the finish line. I'm willing to admit that I was wrong coming into this series, and I thought the Bucks had enough shooting here to kind of outlast the Suns, who don't have great shooting, but it just hasn't been the case. And I think DeAndre Ayton should have a real good stranglehold on this series, and maybe even a Finals MVP. So I think that the Suns here win in probably 6 games.
Jules, what do you think?
Well, as tempting as it is now that Kenny is like calling the series over after game 1 for Kenny to mush this, I can't put my money on the Bucks at this point. I think the Suns have too many advantages, like we pointed out, and the advantages are with their best players too, with Aiton's matchup, with Booker and Paul. So the fact that the spot that they want to go with the ball is to all their best players here, and then just let the perimeter shooters shoot. Jay Crowder can't do any worse than 0 for 9 or whatever he was, so things can only get better. Like, I think you just got to get creative with different ways to keep backing the Suns here for the series. The Chris Paul -130 Finals MVP. The Suns to win Game 2 and win the series. The Suns minus a game and a half. Whatever you're most comfortable with. Find ways to cut the series price down on Phoenix rather than chase a big number on Milwaukee.
All right, Nick, you agree with the guys?
Yeah, we're going to go 3 for 3 here. Like I said before, last night just kind of reiterated to me that I think the Suns are just flat out the better team. And when you factor in, Giannis not playing for a week and being a little bit rusty, that just, kind of tilts things in favor of Phoenix even more. It feels like the Bucks, they're kind of out of adjustments already. It's not like, other than Drew Holiday playing better, I guess, the rest of the series, I don't know what it feels like could go a lot more right relative to last night. It's just so devastating to have that shooting game that you've been waiting for to hit 16 threes and still lose by double digits. It almost would have been better like if Giannis didn't play last night and the Bucks had a horrible shooting night and you lose by 30 and you're like, all right, well, we're bringing Giannis back. We can shoot better. It's like so much went right for the Bucks to still lose handily. It is really, really difficult. So no, I got to stick with Phoenix right now. I know there's not a ton of value there. Like Julian said, you got to get a little bit creative. But it's just starting to feel, even though we're only one game in, and granted, if Milwaukee comes back and wins tomorrow night, all this completely flips and we'll be talking completely differently on the show. But it's starting to feel like, destiny is being fulfilled and Chris Paul is finally going to get this ring.
And the Kardashian curse will finally be broken. I'm just kidding because Kendall is not a Kardashian. She's a Jenner. All right. Thanks, fellas. Turning our attention to Game 5 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. After this quick break, the sweat. We'll be right back. A big hello to our hockey dudes here to talk about their top plays for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals. They are DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. All right, Jeff, the Lightning can wrap things up in Game 5 at home. They're plus 120 on the puck line. Is it too risky to lay that -1.5 tonight?
No, I really don't feel like it is. I feel like when you're looking at the money lines and stuff tonight, I mean, this is where I'm looking, especially. I know we mentioned in the last show, you can take the -1 on the alternate puck line. It's sitting around -150 or so, but I would rather just take the plus money here at -1.5. I really do feel like if we get in a late, game scenario here in the third period and Tampa is just searching for like that extra goal, they're going to get it. And then you're probably going to have an extended empty net period possibility too, if it's a 1-goal lead. So there's too many factors here for me not to like this. I just like the traditional money line there at plus 120 for sure.
AJ, you feel like this isn't a risky move at all?
I do feel like there's a little bit of risk. Jeff may have convinced me though, but I'll stick with what I was originally going to say is that I just don't think it's enough value at plus 125 to give up a whole goal and a half. I think for this one, I just don't like any of the lines here. I'm going to ultimately avoid any of the game bets in this one. But if you really want to get in on the action, the one I probably like the most, I think, is the 60-minute line and taking the Lightning at -140. You're not giving up a ton of juice in that. You get them just outright to win. It's way better than the straight money line at minus 235 here. And I just don't see this game going to overtime. So I like giving up the juice a little bit because that goal and a half just scares me when you're not getting a ton of value out of it.
All right, AJ, what's your favorite Canadians player prop?
Look, I'm sure everybody is just sick and tired of me continuing to prop up Cole Caulfield, who did get 2 assists in game 4, just for the record here. But I would consider riding Josh Anderson like at this point. Look, there's no way he's going to get taken off that second line after what he did in game 4. You can get a share of him at over half a goal at plus 425 on the DK Sportsbook tonight. There isn't a points prop on him right now that I saw. If that becomes available, I would definitely snag that as well. So Josh Anderson, if you for some reason don't want to stick with Cole Caulfield player props.
All right, Jeff, what do you think? Favorite Canadians player prop?
Yeah, no, I like the Josh Anderson call as well, actually. That was definitely a player I had circled. And I mean, look, this is a player who's getting a bump up in line, playing alongside Nick Suzuki. It's a big deal. I mean, Suzuki's been the Montreal Canadiens' best player, in this series. And if we are just looking at the score a point props, I mean, Suzuki himself, actually still offers pretty good value there at minus 118. I mean, this has been almost a point per game player of late. So Josh Anderson sitting at plus 165 to score a point. I like taking both those players. I mean, you figure if that line gets a goal, both guys could figure in. But I do agree with what AJ said, and this was kind of going to be my point too. Like, you're just getting better value with the Josh Anderson props because I haven't really adjusted to the fact that now he's playing on the second line or first line actually with Suzuki. So I definitely like attacking there too.
All right, Jeff. How about your favorite Lightning player prop? Where are you going to go on this side?
All right, yeah, this side I'm going to get a little more aggressive because I feel like obviously if I think the Lightning are going to win and potentially win by a couple goals, I mean I'm expecting them to score some goals. So you look at their top 6, who can we get like the best kind of price on, and I'm looking at Andre Poulot. I mean at plus 220 to score a goal. I think this is a very fair price. It's the player who plays alongside Nikita Kucherov, who I'm expecting to have a massive night as well. He gets power play time as well. He's been a timely goal scorer for Tampa's entire career. So I look at the props, and again, I mean, Stamkos under 1 plus 200 point plus 140. I think with Pulot, at plus 220, you're getting like really, really good value there for a player who, if everything goes to plan and you think Tampa's going to win this game, then he should have a good shot at scoring a goal tonight. So that's where I'm going.
AJ, where are you going?
I'm still waiting for Paul to get us those matching PJs, Jeff, here, because we're on the same page here. Pulot for me as well. I like him to grab a point at minus 105. You're getting essentially even money, and that feels like the best option for me. He's got 4 points in this series so far, and like Jeff, I'm expecting that top line to really come out strong. To that end, I also look at Braden Point at over half a goal tonight at plus 125. I think that's tremendous value for a guy that, look, he's still 6 goals clear of the next closest player in the postseason with 14 goals, and that's despite his current 5-game goal drought. If you're looking for somewhere to go, just like a long shot, look at Ross Colton in this one. He's the guy that is currently filling that second line Killorn role. Sounds like Killorn is out. They technically, like John Cooper was like, oh, he's doubtful, but we're not going to have any lineup changes. So I don't know why you said doubtful and not just out, but whatever. Ross Colton played in that second line spot in game 4. You can get him to score a goal in the DK Sportsbook at plus 425. So he's my long shot guy tonight.
All right, well, you can also play this game in DFS in a captain's showdown. So who are you going to be using in that captain spot for game 5, AJ? If you want Vasilevsky, he's going to cost you $16,200, but do you kind of have to go with him?
Well, so I think there's really 2 options here. The one that I like the most is Andre Pulot tonight in the captain spot because he comes in at just 11.7, and that gives you way more roster flexibility if you want to utilize, Vasilevsky, Kucherov, or Point in those other spots. The one caveat to that I'll say is I do like Ross Colton tonight. If you put him in a flex spot, I'm not going my Tyler Johnson call in a captain. Don't captain Ross Colton tonight. That's not the suggestion. But in the flex spot, he'll cost you just $2,200. And that gives you enough flexibility that if you want to pay up for Vasilevsky or Kucherov or Braden Point, you really can. So I think either for me, it's Poulat for the flexibility, or using Ross Colton in a flex spot to give you that other flexibility for your captain.
All right, Jeff, who are you going to captain?
Yeah, no, I definitely think Poulat is a guy you could consider captaining tonight. Obviously, if I'd like him to score a goal, I mean, that's going to have some serious potential for DFS. But I feel like it's just a spot where you roster Nikita Kucherov in the captain spot and you keep it simple. And AJ brought up a good value play to do it. Barclay Goodrow is still there at 2,800. He's on like a 4-game point streak. He's playing over 14 minutes a night for 2,800. So there are cheap Tampa players you can use to get up to Kucherov and even Vasilevsky if you want. But look, Nikita Kucherov, 22 of his 32 points in these playoffs have come at home. He has been an absolute monster at home. He's been good at bouncing back from pointless games as well. I'm expecting him to do both those things tonight. And I think that for a captain spot, again, if you're going to pay up, that's who I would put there 100%.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate the time. As always, one more block to go here on The Sweat, getting John Deere picks. The Sweat will return. Saving the best for last, folks. A big welcome to RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS writer of the year, Len Hochberg. Time for some PGA Tour chaser fade. So, Len, please agree or disagree with these statements on the John Deere Classic. So, Daniel Berger is the favorite when it comes to odds for the John Deere. He also has the top salary on the board in DFS at a whopping 11,100. Chaser fade, Len, that he's the man to beat this week.
Well, I was surprised to see that 11-1 was the top price. Daniel Berger, clearly the class of the field, the only one in the top 25 in the field. I thought 11-1 was very generous for people who want to back Daniel Berger. I mean, we often see the top guy in a field at 11-7, 11-8, 11-6. So in this field, I would have expected him to creep even higher. I think that he is a very good candidate to chase. I don't know if he'll win the tournament, but since he's only 11-1, I don't know if he has to win at 11-1 to make him a good chase candidate. I think he's a go.
All right, well, there are 3 golfers in that 10K range, including last week's winner, Cam Davis. So chase or fade that the winner is going to come from someone in this group.
Well, if you're asking me if the winner is going to come, and I think you just did, you take these 3 guys or the field, I guess I would have to take the field. Sung J M, he's the top guy in the 10s. He's had a decent year, good, okay, really hasn't contended all that much, and he's been on the periphery. Brian Harman, I think, would be the best play of this trio, along with Cam Davis, the third guy. Brian Harman has won this tournament before, is having really a terrific year, maybe his second best year ever on tour. But if the question is, will the winner come from this group? I'd say no. There's too many options elsewhere.
Okay, Len, talk to me about value. Where are you finding it in this tournament for DFS?
Okay, well, let's start at 89, not super value, but I do like Patton Kizzire. I liked him last week. I liked him a lot more last week when he was $1,500 cheaper at $7,400. He was okay. He came on strong on Sunday, and he ended up with the top 25. Really one of the elite putters on tour and a really good greens in regulation guy this year at $89. He could certainly be on the final page of the first page of the leaderboard on Sunday. Moving down, Bo Hostler, $7,800. Really, he's had a terrible year, but lately he's made a late push to get into the top 125. He's had top 25s in his last 3 starts, really improving his iron play, really getting better greens and regulations, tee to green. $7,800 could be a real value. And lastly, at $6,900, the Canadian Roger Sloan. He's made 4 of his last 5 cuts. He was top 25 last week. That gives him 6 top 25s on the season. Another good greens and regulation guy. He's around 30th on tour, which was very surprising for me to see. And he's played this tournament well. He was 10th when they last played it 2 years ago, and he played it one other time in 2015. He tied for 18th.
Is there anyone that you're absolutely fading this week, Len, that other people might be hot on?
Well, I don't know if other people are hot on. I guess Cam Davis is the flavor of the month, the flavor of the week, coming off of his big breakthrough win last week. I was actually surprised to see him in the 10,000s. I realize this is a weak field, and I realize that his price will go up with recency bias and stuff, but I was really surprised to see him in the 10s. I'm never big on getting a guy to go low 2 weeks in a row, especially a guy who's just come off a life-altering victory, his first victory on tour. I think there'll be a little bit of regression from Cam Davis, at least in the near term.
All right, finally, Len, we like to get your pick for the winner of the John Deere Classic. So who do you think it's going to be?
Yeah, the John Deere Classic, it's so wide open. There's only 5 guys in the top 50 in the field. We often see, back in the early 2000s, 2010s, we saw Stricker, we saw Zach Johnson, we saw a little bit of chalk, if you will. I think it's been a little bit, different since then. Dylan Fratelli 2 years ago. But I'm going to go kind of chalky, $9,900. Russell Henley, he's played great his last 2 times out. He was leading the U.S. Open for much of the week. He was in the mix at the Travelers. He faded on Sunday in both tournaments, ended up just with top 20s. When we last saw him on Sunday at the John Deere, he shot 61. He can go super low. He's 4th on tour in strokes gained approach. He's an okay putter. He's even 18th in scrambling. He's really trending in the right direction, and you can avoid the 5-figure guys. Russell Henley at 9,900.
Thank you, Len. Appreciate the time as always. And that's going to do it, folks. That is a show. Thank you for tuning into The Sweat. But things are just getting started here on the Dream Stream. We have a full slate of Ben Sims coming your way starting at noon. Bears at Seahawks. Emerson and Jeff will kick off the action. The Sweat will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Emerson is going to be your host. So make sure you tune in and be nice to him, even though he's not me. All right. Enjoy the rest of your day and make sure you tune in for Madden.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have an urgent and lovely news story to share with you, and I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Wild Weather Wednesday is no more. It's dead. We have battled and fought. I have put everything on the line for you, DK Sim fam, because I know you share the passionate, disgruntled hate for Wild Weather Wednesday. I didn't eat for an entire year. I camped out outside the DK studios in downtown Boston. I said, I'm picketing. I'm not going in that building ever again until you get rid of Triple Dub. And today, we are victorious. I love you, DK Sim fam. Jeff Frowick, it's good to have you here today, man. Hey,
is our Independence Day.
Dude, I've been fighting and fighting. I said, DK Sim fam, I got you. I'm a man of the people. And we have won. The war has been won. We lost many, many battles. But like the Phoenix, we rise up from the ashes. They think we're down. L-O freaking L. You can't keep us down. We're an army. And we just won the war. It's good to see you, man.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. I don't know what to say. I mean, I do have a couple things to say now that I think about it. First of all, smash the like.
Yes.
If we don't get 200 likes in this game, I'm going to go back and advocate for Wild Weather Wednesday coming back. So first of all, smash the like.
I will take your likes out, buddy.
I don't ever want to hear in the chat how we don't listen to your thing, to your suggestions. Because Emerson has literally been bringing this up every meeting. So, again, slow clap. Anyway,
feels good. It feels good.
Those are my two requests for the day.
Yep.
I'm only here for one sim, so
you and me both, man. You and me both, because we got a company to carry.
Us. I mean, this is like the most expensive sim in DraftKings history, anyways. So.
Oh man. All right. I am. This is a great day. This is an absolute great day. I'm going to take the dogs to get a little health checkup here at 1:40. So we got to make sure we're out of here on time. TP on the ones and twos. Producer Tara Lynn here today. Yeah. She's back at work after celebrating the 4th of July for like 2 straight weeks. No one has known where she has been. We have been looking for her, but we have found her. We got Bert on the ops team hanging with us. We got DC, new to the behind the scenes family here. Also a new member of the ops team. So he'll be doing that thing we like and adding up scores manually and accurately. We will make sure your lineups look as pretty as they should, but that's totally up to you. You guys are the ones who built your lineups. Jeff, did you get one in by any chance?
Actually.
Oh,
I did.
What do you got?
I put Tariq Cohen in the captain spot today because I was feeling frisky.
Oh.
Usually I put my boy Madden Mitch in the captain, but I flexed him and Wilson. And I got Metcalf, Montgomery, and Dorsett. So went cheap in the captain spot. We'll see if it pays off. Probably won't. It's cool though.
I also went super, super cheap in the We Did It, We Won the War contest. I went with Mr. Montgomery. Yeah, real dumb move on my part.
I mean, if you're talking about winning wars, I mean, this is Captain David Montgomery. I mean, it's very official sounding, war-like name. So.
And then I'm hopping on the Russ bus with Mr. Wilson. I got Mitch in there, and I'll tell you why. I decided to add Mitch in there in a second. I got DK Metcalf. I got Jacksonville Jaguars legend Allen Robinson. And then because weather is no longer a thing here on just Wednesdays, just regular old Wednesdays now, I said, I'll throw a kicker in there. Yo, Eddie P, Eddie Money. Take me home tonight. Yeah, that's right. $3,800.
Wow.
I want you to get after it inside that lineup, Eddie.
Honestly, who hit the dislike button? There's no Wild Weather Wednesday anymore. Emerson just, basically went to the well for you guys. Let's go. Let's get these. I'm not kidding. I'm going to advocate the next meeting we have. I'm going to say bring it back. 200 likes.
Hey, I want you to chill, okay? This is a day of celebration. None of these empty, none of these empty, weak Canadian threats, okay? You guys are supposed to be friendly up in that neck of the woods.
True,
Why don't you chill out?
I don't even remember this happened tomorrow, so don't worry about it.
It's so true. Dude, that is what's crazy. You want to talk about wild here on a Wednesday is they put the two dudes with the worst long-term memories on these Sims together. And they're like, especially when we're on shows together, like one of the producers will type something in Slack and be like, hey, bring this up from like yesterday. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, no, remind Jeff. I'm like, he's not going to know.
Yeah. Ask Jeff. Good idea. Great.
Uh-huh.
It took us 3 golf shows just to get me to be able to share my screen. So
it's great. There is Mitch on the scramble. He's already got a couple carries, 19 yards. 1st and 10 coming up from the 40. Seattle opened up this game. If you're just tuning in, Seattle opened this game and I believe went 3 and out. They ended up punting the football. I can't exactly remember, shocker, because we were riding this natural high of finally Wild Weather Wednesday being eliminated. We do it because we love you. You're damn right, Hawk. I went in the big wig's office, slamming my fist on the desk, fighting for you, DK Sim fam. Marco says it's not the same without the wild weather. You're right, Marco. It's better. There he is. There is my captain.
wow, we both rostered Chicago Bears running backs. It's actually kind of weird. Didn't even plan it.
Oh, the chat. You guys are on one today. Welcome home.
Yeah, we got some golf action tomorrow. Scotty Too Hottie says he took 3rd in the Moose Open last week.
Oh.
Congrats, buddy. It's a very prestigious event.
Is this becoming a weekly thing, you and your golf contest for the DK Sim fam?
It's back up. Dollar to enter. There's still a bunch of spots. I started late this week because, I don't know, last couple days have been just hectic, but it's still open. There's a ton of spots. Oh, get in there, guys. Moose Open, John Deere Classic. What else are you going to watch this weekend? NHL is ending. Get in there. Get in there.
Well, wait. What do you mean it's ending? What do you mean? You think the Lightning end this thing tonight at home?
Oh, yeah. No, this thing's over tonight.
Me too. It was fun, though. It was fun seeing, the sweethearts of the hockey world to have.
Montreal
got there. Lasted.
Montreal won their Stanley Cup by getting a win in Game 4. So, yeah, this one's over, in my opinion, at least.
Mitchie getting a big old sack.
I'm gonna miss Mitch
here comes Eddie P. Here comes Eddie P. Yeah. Well, why are you gonna miss him?
Well, he's not gonna be in the sim. He's the backup quarterback for Buffalo when we update the game to 2022.
Yeah, that's true. He had a good run. The previous version of Madden that we had here when we first launched the Dream Stream, that guy was almost a lock to run for like 150 yards every sim.
He was real good. That's where he got his name. That's where Mad Mitch sort of was born. But he's pretty solid in this new game too. He just fumbles more.
Yeah, Jeremy Wright says Mitch would have fumbled there in the rain. It's true.
It's true. I mean, if you're just coming in, the big news is Emerson has
sacrificed everything I had.
I mean, I don't even know how to. Emerson abolished Wild Weather Wednesday. I mean, it's over. There's no more Wild Weather Wednesday. It's just Wednesday. What should we call Wednesday now instead? Like,
I don't know. DK Sim fam, you guys are the creative ones here. we'd love to take your amazing ideas and claim them as our own. So feel free to have at it. What would you like to call Wednesdays moving forward? Oh man, is that Chris Carson just going to work? 3 rushes now, 21 yards. Did you read the Scotty Too Hottie comment? I was watching in the shower. Watching in the shower to simulate the rain. Solomon, who definitely hates you, says this sucks. Bring back Weather Wednesday.
Totally normal Wednesday. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Regular weather Wednesday. Not so wet Wednesday. Emerson Day. Make it a national holiday every week.
Yeah. I like that one, Thomas. I really, really do. Now, the reason I said, okay, Mitch, you've earned a spot in my lineup is because he's officially off the market. I don't know if you saw this. I know you're typically pretty big into this news, but I know you just mentioned it's been a crazy few days with you with the new puppy, Pepper.
It's true.
But the now Buffalo Bills quarterback, he married his longtime lover, Hillary Gallagher, in Cleveland, Ohio. A big cathedral there. So good for him.
Yeah, good for her. Sticking with Mitch, even though he's been demoted to clipboard holder for a year. That's commitment.
She was, oh wow, okay. She's a private Pilates instructor.
A private.
Wow. Their wedding. Yeah. Their wedding looks absolutely beautiful, and we wish them nothing but the best. And yeah,
I got nothing but love for Mitch Trubisky. I always feel like he's an underrated guy who never really got a good shot because Matt Nagy is terrible at calling plays. But I guess we'll see. If Matt Nagy also ruins Justin Fields, I'll feel very vindicated. But I'll also feel sad because I think Justin Fields is a good quarterback too. So.
Well, in order to get to Justin Fields, you got to get to the Red Rocket first. That's
Right, okay.
That's the QB1.
Good
bud.
point.
5 of 7, Mitch Trubisky, 41 yards in that first quarter, guys. Russell Wilson just 1 for 2, 15 yards. And I believe it was Carlos Hyde there on that the one reception right before the quarter came to an end. It's good to have everybody here on this Wednesday. We'll have a full Let me see. Let me pull it up. We'll have a full 6-game slate here, and it looks like you'll have Kaufman for the next 3, and then Glash will bring you home at 8 and 10. And it's going to be Kenny, Zach, Christian, Tom, and Brandon in the color chair. So 5 different dudes coming up for the 5 remaining sims. 6 different dudes total. That includes you.
We should call it Rainbow Wednesday for the number of different analysts you're getting exposure to.
Absolutely. I am all about that. So Ravens at the Bengals will come up at 2, Steelers at the Chiefs at 4. That will be the early slate as we wrap it up. Looking at the standings, though, here as we are simulating this season.
Yeah, what are these teams at? Seattle's usually pretty dominant.
I don't know. I'm panicking. She just put it in. Terrell, here we go. Seahawks 10 and 4, Bears 7 and 7.
Okay, so the Bears aren't terrible. Seattle, yeah, just a really dominant sim team with Russell Wilson back there. Just like in real life, Russ just fixes all the mistakes. Your team can be crappy, and he can do Chris Carson 2-yard runs, and then Russ just fixes it all. So,
yeah, and then where does he rank? We could start talking like some fantasy rankings here. Have they had you and our other experts start putting together some rankings for next season?
And I mean, we're not quite there. We're just talking about props and stuff. But I mean, I'm certainly capable and ready and willing and able to do that. I have already talked myself into Russell Wilson being a decent value where he's dropping again. So, I mean, he wasn't terrible last year. I think he was like QB6 or something. But the Seahawks, even though I'm very anti Pete Carroll, I mean, they did get a new OC in this year. It seems like Russ is pretty happy with it. If Russ is happy, it's got to mean it's got to be a little bit of aggression going on. So, I mean, looking at ADPs, like Russ sitting around QB6, I don't think he's going to go any higher than that. I think you could even get him a lot lower. You know, I think guys like Jalen Hurts, Aaron Rodgers could even end up going in front of Russ in a lot of drafts. So I'm looking at Russ as a guy, like once he gets past like QB6, QB7, I want to snap him up. I mean, he's just really good. And even if it's not like a high, that's
Yeah, that made it, baby. That's Jason Myers, another former Jaguars legend, booting
he had a
home
good
the
year last year, actually.
I think I was around a 51-yarder. So that's 5 points for your lineup. Right now, this is a very wild weather Wednesday-esque score, though.
Yeah, these guys are playing shell-shocked, you know, like, we've been through so many wild weather Wednesdays in the past. We don't know how to play football anymore. Too bad.
But I remember looking back on...
Weather. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to go back to Russell Wilson.
Yes.
And I was just saying, I remember last season, first half of the season, we're talking like weeks 1 through 8. Like he was QB1. He was QB1 in fantasy football.
He was absolutely destroying the league.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you look, he was carrying a couple of my teams, but then he petered off and the rest of my team sucked. So, you know, that team ended up not being like so hot, but he was carrying a couple of my teams early in the year last year. Donut.
Wait, what was just happening?
Oh, she's about to pull my computer bag down. I don't know if she's gonna make it through this sim. Maybe we'll see. It's very touch and go here. She's been very good for the first quarter, but
how do you not have her in a crate?
Well, I mean, her crate is ready to go, just in case.
And is your wife just like, yeah, you're gonna keep her in there with you?
Oh no, my wife's not home. It's just me right now. So.
Oh wow! Good luck with everything, man.
Yeah, I know.
Weeks after that hot start last year, as Mitch on 3rd and 12, using his legs, which is better than his arm here in Madden, picks up a first down. Weeks 9 through 16, though, he fell all the way to the QB 12, as that offense was figured out by opposing defenses. Russ wasn't able to sustain that success that they had seen in the first part of the season. And I think that's when he started to grow, maybe frustrated a little bit. What did he say in the offseason? He wanted a little more protection, although with like his style of play, it's a little tough. It's tough to protect someone who wants to run around that much. And, that's part of his game.
Well, no, that's the thing, right? I think that's where he got frustrated. The offense cooled down a little bit. Pete Carroll said, we can't be getting into like 40, 30 shootouts, even though they were winning all the shootouts. So then they dialed back the offense a little bit. And I think Russ, I don't even know if it was an O-line issue. I mean, I know that's kind of what he addressed, but like, it felt like that was just an excuse to be like, I want to throw the ball more, right? So I don't know. I mean, like you said, Russ never gets hit that much anyways because he's mobile and he's good at escaping the pocket. But yeah, it was a weird year for the Seahawks. They looked so good on offense in the first 6 weeks, and they just switched styles, and they still ended up winning the division. But very weird. It was almost felt like 2 seasons for the Seahawks because they're so different in the second half last year.
True. Very, very true. Also very true that Anthony Miller on back-to-back plays gets a couple grabs. That last one will go down as a reception. And he gets the Bears down to the 4. It's 3-3. We're looking for our first touchdown of the day. Smack dab down the middle. Tariq Cohen. So he's got 2 carries for -1.
-1. Just what you want to see from your captain.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I thought he was your captain.
All right. Gonna run it again. He's back there though this time.
Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got?
Oh, it's the captain.
Baby. That's what I'm talking about. Montgomery. Bring it home.
Captain of the 43rd Airborne, David Montgomery. He's going to be an interesting fantasy play next year, too. Should get a lot of volume. The Bears did sign Damian Williams, which is kind of interesting. He's definitely a useful back. People forgot. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl with Damian Williams as their lead back, so. Could take a little bit of snaps from David Montgomery, but I'm still pretty bullish on Montgomery's chances next year to have a good year. Good pass catcher out of the backfield. Actually, both these RBs, Chris Carson and David Montgomery, going very similar in terms of ADP right now, around 17 to 20, both of them. So I think they're both good, like mid-round picks, for being honest.
We're at 10-3 now. 3 minutes to play here in the first half. That was his best year last year, wasn't it, as a pro?
Oh, yeah.
In 2020? It was more, wasn't it like back heavy? Remember he had a couple big games towards the end? Because like I said, I kept hanging on to him because Cohen got injured. Montgomery became the main dude there. And so all of us who had him, who took him, later in our fantasy drafts, were thinking, oh, this is excellent. This guy's going to start tearing it up for us. And wow, it took him forever to get going.
Yeah, it did, but he had a really good end of the year. Like you said, he had some 100-yard games. He had a bunch of he just got like some big carries. When the Bears defense was on, he was getting like a really high volume. So
yeah,
he had a really good end to the year for sure. He bumped his yards per carry average up. I think he was only 3.4 in his rookie year. He's 4.3 last year.
Okay.
He's a good pass catcher too. I mean, he's a versatile back. He's just not super explosive. Like he's not like a Saquon Barkley or something, but he's useful. And if he's going to get the volume, I mean, I can't see that offense being worse with Justin Fields. So, Russ, you had the first down.
Yeah, what are you doing, man? He finished as the RB4 in PPR leagues, and he closed that season out on a tear. So last year as a pro, north of 1,500 scrimmage yards, 10 touchdowns. So it was from weeks 12 to 17. Here's that late finish we were mentioning. He was the overall RB1. He averaged a ludicrous 25.7 points and racking up 8 touchdowns in those 6 games.
Yeah. I mean, he's only the RB18 this year. I mean, like here's some names that are going in front of David Montgomery. I mentioned Carson, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, J.K. Dobbins, Najee Harris, Antonio Gibson, Joe Mixon. Like, especially Dobbins and maybe even Mixon. Like, I don't, Montgomery's role seems more solidified. I mean, Mixon, they say they're going to give him a ton of carries, but their O-line stinks there. How much are they going to run the ball? And Mixon feels like he consistently underwhelms. So Montgomery feels like a pretty safe mid-round pick there. Austin Eckler, though, that's the guy you want in that range. Number 13, he's going to catch 1 million passes this year.
Man, that guy is jacked.
Man, his little pinball.
He missed a bunch of games last year, though, didn't he?
I think he did, and when he came back, he was very good. I think he missed about 4 in a row. I think it was more towards the beginning of the year, if I remember correct. Oh, did he catch it?
No.
No.
2nd and 10 coming up.
Yeah, like in a lot of ways, Eckler missing time last year probably kept his ADP down for this year. But I really like Austin Eckler. That's a player like with the way the RBs are this year. I don't even feel like you need to kind of grab someone in the first round. You can just draft Eckler and someone like Montgomery in the 2nd and 3rd round. You could be good to go. So
does Herbert have a sophomore slump, or does that dude just build off an incredible rookie campaign?
I don't think so. I really like the hire they made there with the coach and
Staley. Yeah, Brandon Staley's the new head coach there.
Yeah, Brandon Staley.
Only 38. Damn, good for him.
Yeah, he seems like very level-headed and just like, the complete opposite of who Detroit hired, basically. And I think it's going to work out well for them. I think Herbert does take, like, maybe even a small jump. I mean, they have good weapons still. They got Jared Cook in to replace Hunter Henry. They got Allen and Williams still, Eckler. I don't really see why you take a step back. He's got a great arm, too. I love watching him play. He looks very good when he plays.
We got a little, out at the 1.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it was a good
out
punt,
at the 1. Did you see it was a weak punt at first, buddy?
It was a weak decision. Punting from your opponent's 41. That's what I meant.
I don't know. It could work out for him. Oh, and of course it's Matt and Mitch.
Oh,
and he fumbles the football.
No.
It's recovered by the Seattle defense, and it's going to be housed for 6. Dude still fumbles. No more Wild Weather Wednesday, and he's still coughing up the football.
Yeah. Somebody forgot to tell the players, like, we turned the weather off in this game. This has basically played out as a Wild Weather Wednesday game. I guess we had one long field goal, so maybe not, but. Oh, Mitch. Hey, if you listen to my strategy of always taking the defense against the rushing quarterbacks, you're pretty happy right now. Yeah, T. Breezy did it. So did Ashley Edwards.
Yeah, look at everyone. Super, super stoked and fired up. Anyone who has that Seattle defense. I'm pretty stoked because we're almost at 100 likes, and we're not even at halftime yet. We have 9 seconds to go. Can we get 15 more likes right now in the next 9 seconds of game time? There's 371 people dialed in because word has gotten out that Wild Weather Wednesday is no more. So let's do it, baby.
Not only is Wild Weather Wednesday no more, the man you have to thank for it is sitting right in that host chair. His name is Emerson Lazio. So he threatened to leave. I'm just going to say it. He threatened to leave the company. They're like, "You're too valuable, Emerson. We'll remove it.
Yep.
Please stay." Here's a 10% salary increase.
Yeah, it ended up really working out, and I know. One of my best friends, Brendan Glasheen, I've heard from many of you in the chat. He has been trying to take credit for the elimination of Wild Weather Wednesday, and that's okay because all I care about is that man and all of my teammates here. I just want them to be happy.
Oh, so okay.
If he wants to take credit for that, that's fine. Have at it. I love him to death. Okay. So whatever.
Oh, okay. So there's a bit of a rivalry here.
No, oh God, there's no rivalry at all.
Okay.
But I think most people trust your word as well.
My word, which, again, I've stated that it was you who was really been advocating for it.
Yeah.
And look, you have been advocating to get rid of it since the beginning. Let's be honest. So, yeah, you deserve it.
It's 10-10 at halftime. And on the ground, let's see, Chris Carson, 9 for 42. Trubisky, 5 for 57, but he has that fumble that was just returned for Seattle's first and only touchdown of the day. Montgomery, 3 for 17 and a touchdown. Very valuable there in the captain spot. And then in the receptions department, it's Mr. Miller.
Yeah, it's Miller time.
Yeah, definitely has 5 catches, 40 yards. So he leads in both yards and receptions. DK Metcalf has 2 for 15. Really no one else after that. But where are you in the contest here?
I didn't get in that one because it was full. So
you literally always do this.
Make it bigger. Make it 200 people.
I know. I did it last minute. I said 100. I said, let's get people in. It's a big day. We're celebrating. So it's like a soft opening, of a club. You have the exclusive group. Tomorrow we'll be back. Tomorrow we will be back. 100%. Stats have been updated according to TP on the 1s and 2s. Again, shout out to Daniel and Bert on the ops team. Would not be here without those two. Producer Tara Lynn. So currently 31 out of 100. Russell Wilson.
How many points?
Russell Wilson. I have 30 points right now.
Yeah,
Russell Wilson, you want to talk about almost 0 points? He has less than 2 points right now.
It's a terrible half. This is like he's on pace for his worst sim ever.
It's like someone forgot to tell him there's no weather involved. It's a beautiful, sunny, northwest afternoon in Seattle. But current first place team in the big showdown, so almost 9,000 entries there. First place team has 49 points, and it's not a shocker. It's that Seahawks defense in the captain spot with almost 20 points.
Yeah. Definitely not a shocker considering they scored the only Seattle touchdown. David Montgomery scoring the Bears touchdown. This one is playing out like a Wild Weather Wednesday game, if we're being honest, but at least it's nice weather out, you know?
Yeah. It's beautiful. I see some familiar faces there near the top of the leaderboard. I think Ashley was just saying first in the contest, in the Emerson contest there. And she does have Russ. Russ is there in the captain spot, now up to 3 points there in the captain spot. Germs in there. The Guru. Captain Blood. Hey, I need to know what you thought about the match yesterday.
Oh yeah, no, the match. That was I thought it was kind of fun, man. I mean,
yeah.
I thought the course was really cool. Did you get to watch it?
Yeah, I watched most of it when I was at my night job there at Nesson.
Right.
That thing went on forever.
It was so long.
They need to find a way to shorten those up, speed it up, and then you're right. Bert is saying the course was gorgeous. It really was. It looked like the desk, like a whoa, DK,
God. Holy
DK Metcalf getting up, pulling it down, 64-yard touchdown, and there you go. Here comes some points for the Russ bus.
Yeah, man, DK Metcalf. I saw that. I'm like, well, he's covered. This can't be a completion, but.
That course yesterday was gorgeous. It looked like one of those wallpapers on like your desktop computer.
It's probably one of those courses, Emerson, don't you think, that it's funner to look at than actually play? Like, do you think that would be a fun course to play?
No, because even some of those guys were hitting great shots. That's one of those courses that's frustrating because, and I hate playing these type of courses. We're great visually, it's beautiful, but you're punished for good shots. Like, that's not fun. Like, you hit a good shot, but because it's on the side of a mountain, you can hit the left side of the fairway, it's going to roll right. Next thing you know, you're in a bear's den.
One bad bounce after a perfect shot, and instead of 600 yards down the fairway, like Aaron Rodgers, you're like 450 in the middle of the forest, like Bryson was. So, yeah, fun to walk, probably fun to play once. Definitely wouldn't want to play there more than once. It was crazy fun on TV to watch, though. You're right; it was way too long. We did 2 segments on it, like in between the sims yesterday, just covering it for betting and stuff. And like we could have done like 4 if we were being honest. Like, that's how long it went. So
yeah, I just was thinking, I don't know how much you can speed up events like this though, unless you want to just make it 9 holes.
Yeah, I feel like Phil was like really trying to drag it out too. Like every hole, Mickelson was like asking Bryson to like explain his process, trash talking.
Yeah. I mean, they're bringing on a bunch of random interviews, and it's like the same questions for a lot of them, and it's tough. It's tough to be in that chair and try to fill close to 5 hours. Just think, there still were 2 holes left. This thing could have been extended.
Oh, completely. What if they had gone to a playoff? Like, they may not even have finished. It's crazy, man. Way too long. They do have to speed it up a bit.
Ravens Nation 887 says, you guys don't know anything about golf. We're talking about the match yesterday, dude.
How dare you?
How? Don't you dare. Also, you should watch Get the Green. We have this golf show here on the Dream Stream, 3:00 on Mondays and Tuesdays. Chime in, ask questions, be part of the show. We like to interact. Ravens Nation says, bro, I played 18 holes yesterday. Hell yeah. What'd you shoot, dude? We're golf lovers, man. I already consider you a friend and a potato chip. And if you're ever in the New England area, let's go. Let's play. Up. That is all right.
There you go. I mean, he's in the New England area.
Dude, my doorbell just rang. It's still ringing.
What did you order? Oh, this is a nice play.
I'm sure it's my wife trying to sneak in more Amazon packages. I'm not going to get up and answer it, so I need them to stop ringing the doorbell.
Are you serious, dog? Lasheen come to confront you about taking credit for the Wild Weather Wednesday.
Oh my God, they're still ringing. It is still ringing.
Did your wife lock herself out?
Bro, all of a sudden the Seattle number 2 is calling me.
Uh-oh.
This is wild.
FBI.
That's a decline. Jeez. Oh my Lord. Hold on a second.
Go get it. Go get it. All right.
Hello.
I'm very interested.
Oh. Oh my God, it was Amazon. Don't you just ring once and leave it there?
That's what I thought.
All right, win-win. Everything's good, babe.
Get him, Winnie.
CJ, yeah. No grocery gate. I remember early on in these sims, yeah, we would have a lot of groceries delivered. And I'd have to go down there and pick up all that frozen ice cream if we order and get it off the stoop before it melted. Oh, bounce the cat. We have your couch, sir. A little Tara reference from last week where she had to, it was just Tara and I on a sim, and she had to get up and leave because she was having a couch delivered. And then the delivery dude, she asked politely and kindly. Sweet little Tara says, hey, can you help me bring this up? Guy says, no, get out of my face, lady. I'm out of here.
Unbelievable. I can't believe someone said no to Tara Lynn to help the couch up a couple stairs.
That was it. That's what I'm saying. Like, who?
Give me a break. Winnie agrees.
He definitely agrees. Freaking Nature says it's Deucey at the door.
He wants to show you his blades.
Yeah. I played blades, bro. Yeah, Ravens Nation. Did you know Kenny Ducey here on the Dream Stream? He plays with blades, man.
Blades.
Blades, blazer, laser, and blazer.
Yeah, that's really weird with the Amazon thing. The Amazon drivers in my area don't even ring the doorbell. They just like legitimately throw the package at my door and it's like there. So that is a very determined Amazon person you have.
Yeah, I respect it. I
kind of do. I wish mine would be more, like tell me. I just like go over there and like trip over them. I'm like, how long has this been sitting here?
Yeah, those are good people. We see a lot of same delivery drivers in our neighborhood all the time, chilling with them. It's on one of the hot days. I'll go up and grab my water, bring my water down.
Oh, I love the delivery drivers, man. I don't even know what I would have done without them the last 2 years. I have to leave my house. Sounds terrible. What's going on in this game?
Yeah,
Third
so
and
we got
10.
less than 2 minutes to play here in the third quarter. It's 17-10. And Mitch on 3rd and 10
Wow.
is
Just
going to take a sack. Oh, Bobby Wagner, the pride of Utah State there in Logan, Utah. And Seattle all of a sudden in good shape. Retease, did you know we will not be going shopping at Home Goods? The worst is when you walk into Home Goods with your roommate and say, okay, well, so what do we need here exactly? And she's like, I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. And you're like, oh my God, we're going to be here for an hour. I will say this, Home Goods has a really good snack section. You guys are into snacks.
well, that's good. Yeah, stores need more of that. You know, like places where you can go and eat. I mean, I'd go shopping way more if there were like stores that I could go in and like wait for people to eat and sit while they shopped. And by other people, I mean my wife.
Well, that's why IKEA's not the worst.
Yeah,
like, you know, Matt can go and get lost like in IKEA. Anyone can get lost like it. They need like a Survivor show. It's like Survivor IKEA. Just trying to survive a trip there. But I can just go sit and have some of the meatballs, catch up on the news of the day, read a newspaper. Same with Target, going to Target. Although I like walking around Target. Sam's Club, same thing. Cheap hot dogs. You got the ices, the slushies, good popcorn. 3rd and 1, first down here. Chris Carson up to 60 yards on 13 carries.
Yeah, Bears not putting up much of a fight here.
So, dude, Abby Rosal, that's just funny. You were like, yeah, they need more places where like you can like eat while you like shop or whatever. And she goes, like the mall? Just go to the mall, dude.
I guess.
Yeah.
Mall
7 of 10.
Mall food courts are the best, if we're being honest. They are.
Yeah. That's where all the Chick-fil-A's were originally, and then they started going out and doing their own thing.
I worked in a mall for a couple, not a year, maybe like a year, at some random job, and it was great just because, you know, you go into the food court every day. Amazing. Anyways.
Yeah. Chris Carson, so 13 carries, 60 yards. Trubisky's at 76, so 24 from the B word. Montgomery, 4 for 19, still has the only touchdown of the day for Chicago. Cohen, your captain, has 2 carries for -1 yard. Miller's still at 5 for 40 we're in the receptions department now. DK Metcalf, 3 for 79, has that long 64-yard touchdown. Hyde, 3 for 26. Ted Ginn has caught a couple balls for 25 yards. A-Rob, where you been? 1 for 6. Lockett, 1 for 5. Jimmy Graham, 1 for 7. Cohen, who was usually a PPR machine. This cannot be real. This is remarkable. Hold on a second. Oh!
This actually gives me a great idea.
Hello? Okay, thank you. It was Amazon again.
What, dude? What are you ordering?
All right.
How much Jacksonville Jaguars like merchandise do you need? I mean,
I'm actually starting to think I ordered some stuff for my father-in-law, and I'm thinking I may have accidentally sent it here instead of there.
oh no. Uh-oh. Rut-row.
What an experience.
I was just going to say, I had a great idea. I'm going to find like a bunch of small things on Amazon and just send them to your house and get them delivered over the period of like 10 days. Just keep this gag going.
All right. Well, we have entered the fourth quarter of play here.
I mean, I kind of want you to go down and get them and then show us what it is there, but you don't have to.
Wait a minute. I can tell you what I ordered my father-in-law. I got him a couple of the Yetis, the tumblers, because when we left Buffalo the other day, I like taking a coffee for the road because we have a gorgeous, long, exciting 7-hour drive back to New England. And he's like, "Oh, I just got this one. You can't take it." I said, "Come on, bro. I need this." And he goes, "Okay." And so I ordered him a couple on Amazon. But now I think we're going to have 2 extras here.
Now you're going to have all the... Okay. Son-in-law of the year.
Seattle knocking on the door again. Greg Olson, second catch, 24 yards.
Yeah, they're about to put this one to bed here with a touchdown. So you taking the dogs, you said, for a health check? They getting some shots or something?
Yeah, I think Winnie, no, Georgie, the little one, has a little booster she's got to receive.
Okay.
And then my mother-in-law thinks that Winnie has an ear infection. So Meg now thinks the dog has an ear infection.
Yes.
So now I'm going to have her tag along and just have the vet take a quick gander and confirm that she does not have an ear infection. Should be exciting stuff. I'll update everyone on my Instagram story.
It's pretty easy to tell when a dog has an ear infection because if you touch their ear, they whine. At least that's been my experience. I guess you do got to clean the old Springer Spaniel ears though pretty regularly.
Yes, that is something you need to definitely keep an eye on, man.
Yep.
As your girl grows up. Wow, Russ Wilson thought he was going to get out of there, and he didn't. He was sacked. There have been, and it feels like a bunch of sacks. Yeah, so Seattle has 4. Chicago now has 3. 7 sacks total. 4th and 4 coming up. Myers likely to trot out here and make this thing a 10-point game, a 2-score game. Freaking Nature says Steve Buchanan has a part-time gig as an Amazon driver. He also said earlier that next time we should invite the Amazon driver up.
3-man booth. Oh, don't ask him that question, Bert. You know the answer.
Oh, yeah. 1,000% Saxonville's return. Trevor Lawrence, he signed his deal the other day.
Right.
Close to $40 million. The Patriots here in New England giving Mac Jones, who was selected 14 picks later, just $15 million.
Poor Mac Jones. How will he get by?
But I won't be throwing the football anymore to N'Keal Harry.
Yeah, that was a little bit of news. Demanding a trade.
Well, through his agent too, and his agent's like, "We want this done before camp," which to me immediately I'm thinking, you just pissed off Bill Belichick. So you just secured like that September 6th release, the last possible day before the season, in which now it's going to be a pain in the ass for you to get in with another team, with rosters set. I'm sure one will find space for you.
Yeah.
Maybe give you an opportunity, former first-round pick in 2019.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like the greatest guy to piss off there in Belichick. So I mean, I'd like to see N'Keal Harry get on a different team and see what he's capable of, but I don't think that like the agent's release was so weird. It's like, well, N'Keal hasn't been getting the opportunity. It's like, A, he hasn't been on the field. B, he hasn't looked good. So I'm not sure if it's like blaming it all on the Patriots organization is just it's ludicrous. And I think everyone knows that. So.
Mr. Stroke over on Twitch, very passionate about these sims as Matt and Mitch scrambles again on 1st and 10. Says, too bad they paid Lawrence because Tebow is going to be MVP. I think the sportsbook had like an interesting prop about them hooking up for like a certain amount of touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, there was already there was some Tebow props and stuff. I mean, I'd take the over just based on Jacksonville's lack of depth at tight end. Like, there was some rumblings though that they might even be doing some goal line packages for Tebow, like as QB though, which I don't know. We'll see about that. I don't think that comes to fruition, but you never know.
Yeah, Congo Cab, I agree. Nobody's going to trade for Harry anyway. He's definitely getting cut.
Well, someone could trade for him. Like the Bears actually could use N'Keal Harry, if we're being dead honest. They don't have a good depth chart. It just you wouldn't get much for him. You're not
like if you're the Patriots though, and your mind is set, and this goes for any team in situations like this, do you say to yourself, all right, do you kind of wait towards the last minute and then kind of take what you can get? Because even if it's a 5th, 6th round pick, I mean, that's a 5th, 6th rounder you didn't have before, and then you're just cutting them and getting nothing. 4th and 2, they convert.
Oh. It's your boy. Oh,
they convert, yep. Hey, Rob. Third catch for him. He's got 29 yards. Bobby Wagner on the tackle. So Chicago likely out of it here when it comes to final score on the board, but not for your lineup. Oh, a fun fact here, as a fun fact for anyone who has rostered A-Rob. He's now up to 4 catches for 45 yards. But producer Terrelin saying today is Russ Wilson and is it Ciara's anniversary?
Sierra, I have no idea.
Ciara. I'm not. She's pretty popular in the music land.
That's what I've heard.
If it's not on Bravo, I don't know it. All right, Mad Mitch on the Seattle 11, and yeah, you knew this was going to happen. Okay, but this time he scores it. He scores it. Oh. And we're an Eddie P extra point away from making it a 3-point game.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago does have 3 timeouts, so they could get the ball back.
Hawk says, anyone else laugh like hell when people think Tebow will have any impact in a game?
I mean, I don't think he's going to be an every week impact player. That's ridiculous.
Dude, I don't know if he's on the team. The only way he really makes the team, what helps him is that is by far the weakest position on that team.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I mentioned it. I mean, I would take the overs on his props. His props are like 16 yards, like catch 1 pass and you hit the over. So basically you're just betting on him to make the team. I think he will. I think Urban Meyer wants to have him around. And Tebow can do other stuff. He could be the goal line QB for a play. He could do special teams. So
yeah, Trubisky, by the way, on that scramble, he hits the rushing bonus. If you don't see it in there now, just have some patience. Bert and DC will make sure all the scores are accurate and final here.
Mad
Once
Mitch,
this game goes final. Yeah, that's
even
him,
when
dude.
he plays bad, he plays good. You know.
Yeah, like right now, even without the rushing bonus, he's got 20.5 points.
Yep. Oh, yeah, we don't even have the bonus up there. He's got over 20 points. So there you go. We'll get on that, obviously. DK Metcalf, 90 receiving yards, so he's only 10 away from the bonus. Terrible game for Russ. This has to be one of his worst games ever. 10.4 points. Actually, his last game, he had less, 10.2 points. So, a couple stinkers in a row for Russ Bus. Wow, Seattle trying to lose this game, trying to push us to overtime, Emerson. I don't know if DK can afford us in overtime.
Well,
Taking up half their operating budget just by doing this sim together, so.
I may have to have the Amazon guy come back and pick me up and take us to the vet. Our appointment here is in about 30 minutes.
All right. We need a conversion here, Russ.
Third and 8. Pick it up, and he goes.
I tell you, man.
To his
Russell
security
Wilson.
blanket.
Russell Wilson never fails, never fails, never fails.
What's on the agenda the rest of the day? Just you chilling with Pepper?
Yeah, I got some work to get over, but I'm definitely taking Pepper out for a long jaunt in the neighborhood after this. She's been pretty good. She's going a little nuts here last quarter. I probably should have put her in her crate, but I'm a softie. Yeah, enjoying the rest of the day. So.
Must be says anybody who ever watched Tebow play knows that he will play red zone quarterback. Short yardage quarterback. I 100% anticipate if he's on that roster come week 1, them coming up with some packages for him.
That's why I think he's going to make the roster. Like, in all seriousness, I think Tebow will be on the roster because I think Urban Meyer, obviously he knows him from college. He knows what Tebow can do, and I think that he'll put together some kind of plays, packages, whatever. And I think, like I said, I think Tebow you could see him on special teams and things like that. So I think he'll stick around. I really do. I don't think he's going to be like super impactful, but I do think that there's always the possibility it turns into like the Taysom Hill of Jacksonville, which I don't think would be a great development, but could happen, I guess. Dude's 33. Forget sometimes, man.
Yeah. He is still quite large, though.
He's still a year younger than Taysom Hill. He's not.
Yo, Hawk, I love this. Jags, 10 wins. Loves the Lawrence love. So this is where we finished up, everybody.
This is it.
We got 20-17, so Seattle, one more win, and the Bears falling to 7-8. Wilson, 11-15, 159 yards, had one touchdown there. That was to DK Metcalf. Trubisky, 14 of 18, 128 yards through the air.
Man, the defense is Emerson. Just came to play in this game. 13 points for Seattle, 14 points for Chicago. Metcalf hit the bonus, too, with that last catch. 105 yards, 24.5 DK fantasy points.
And then we do know Trubisky hit the rushing bonus.
He did.
Ooh, Congo, not a fan of Tebow. Tebow's not that player anymore. Ain't no packages for him.
Okay.
I got some packages downstairs, that's for sure. Bounce the Cat, my dude, third in the LOTZIA. Says he beat Germ. Scores have not been final yet, not made final. So hang on there, big guy. Big cat. All right, meow. Again, DC and Burt adding up scores manually still. Good having you here today, Bounce. Even you, Mr. Stroke. Retees, did you know? Germ, CEH, CJ. All you cool cats and kittens, man. Some good energy today in the chat. I appreciate all of you spending some time with us. We will have a re-air of the sweat coming up here in just a moment. The next sim today is going to have Kaufman. Kaufman's going to be on the call for the next 3. Glash will bring you guys home at 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Koff will be joined by Christian for Ravens at the Bengals at 2. So hope all of you can hang out and spend some time with us here today. Charlie, congrats. Hard-earned 30 cents.
Kenny Ducey's bad take says this game would have been 9-3 with Wild Weather Wednesday.
Bingo.
Hey, and again, smash that like for Emerson, guys.
Ducey's bad takes. Love ya. Mean it. There's a Ducey Deuce account now. Randy said DST points not right. We're ripping through it now, man. We're going to make sure we're going to double check everything. Again, we've been saying it for about a year and a half. Everything's manual. Scores being added up manual. Just have a little bit of extra patience. I get it. I want it right too. I'm ready to punch Bert and DC in the face. DK Metcalf ended up hitting the receiving bonus too. 104 yards, had the touchdown. Miller, 5 for 40. I think that was all in like the first quarter maybe, or at least the first quarter and a half. Did nothing after that. A-Rod, 4 for 45. Hyde, 3 for 26. Olsen, 2 for 24. Cohen, only 2 grabs in this. Again, usually a PPR machine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a good sim for Cohen.
Someone was just asking, where's Rossi? He's not on today, but looking at the schedule, he's back for Bucks at the Jets tomorrow with Zach at 4 o'clock. So if you love yourself some Rossi, which I definitely do, I'll be tuning in then. I hope everyone has a great rest of your day. I'll be on the Sweat tomorrow, so I hope you're all tuned in live, 11 o'clock Eastern time. It was a good time spending some time with all of you.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Same here. I'll be back tomorrow night. This is my only one for the day. And long stroke, I don't know why you'd want to do that, but go for it. I do bruise easily. But, hey, have a good rest of your day, folks.
Emerson, all right, TP, Terrelin, DC, Bert, great team, man. Great being with all you guys. Much love and rest easy. Wild Weather Wednesday. Where did Jeff go? Is he bringing back Pepper? I guess he's out of here. All right, we'll wrap it up. Later, guys.
Welcome to your Wednesday edition of The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. We're covering it all today, NBA, PGA Tour, NHL, and we're kicking it off with our baseball guys, DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and Gary Thorne, and RotoWire's Paul Bruno. We are price checking away, my friends. So, Matt, we're going to start with a pitcher at 8K or up that you're interested in. Zach Wheeler is your priciest option. He's facing the Cubs, who have been the worst offense against right-handed pitching since the beginning of June. So are you going to pay up?
Yeah, I think Wheeler is the best guy to pay up for on this slate. My real answer, though, is that I'm just not very excited about any of the pitchers priced above 8K. If I have to choose, it's Wheeler. I think he's just by far the best pitcher on the slate. There are a bunch of good ones, but everyone else has an average to somewhat difficult matchup. Wheeler's matchup is okay, but his talent level is just so much better than the rest of the guys. And his leash is also just pretty extreme. Wheeler goes deep into games kind of with the best of them. I don't think there's a pitcher in baseball right now who is able to get longer pitch counts than Wheeler does. So I do think he's worth paying up for, but I'm not really that excited about it because even though the Cubs have had a tough season, I think the park in Wrigley is a difficult one to pitch in right now, and the lineup is getting healthier. So it's an okay spot, and I'm tentatively going with Wheeler.
All right, Gary, and do you feel the same way as Matt? Like you're not really excited about any of these guys who are over 8K?
Yeah, it's not the deepest pitching slate in the world, that's for sure. Really, the biggest blow to this slate was the rain in New York yesterday, which knocked Corbin Burns out of this slate, or we'd be having a fun conversation about Corbin Burns at 10-5 versus Zach Wheeler at 10-3. And now that Burns is gone, I think obviously Wheeler is the best play on the slate. You go back across his past 8 starts, he's got a 1.52 ERA. The FIP backs that up at 1.94, a 35% strikeout rate in that span of time. He checks every single box. As Matt mentioned, he works deep into games. But yeah, after that, there really isn't a ton of obvious top end value on this slate, and you may find yourself dipping into some uncharted territory with a couple guys, maybe even under 5K. Like, there are definitely a couple options deep on this slate where you say, maybe I just take a chance, save some money, and go that direction, because there aren't a ton of appealing places to spend up.
All right, Paul, if you got to spend up on a pitcher who's over 8K, who's it going to be?
Well, you got to look for win probability here, Jesse. And so I don't think there's a bigger disparity between starters than what we see at Baltimore tonight. Hyunjin Ryu and Matt Harvey on the mound. Look, I know Ryu was not great in his last outing, but he's already beaten the O's twice in the last 3 weeks. His BABIP on the season is lower than any other year in his career at 269. His mound opponent, I said, is Harvey. He's had a dreadful campaign with a 7.34 ERA and a WHIP of 171. Those look like the softball stats of teams that I faced in industrial leagues some years ago. So I'm going to go with the big win probability and take Ryu at $8,300.
All right, Garion, let's move on to hitters. The guy who's over 5K. Vlad Jr. is going to be facing Matt Harvey. So you into that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Blue Jays present a really nice stacking opportunity. There's a couple teams that, are in and out, the guys and teams we always look to stack. But I think the Giants are maybe in a sneaky nice spot here. We're talking specifically about guys above 5K. So I'll single out Brandon Crawford here, who is $5,200. He's been on absolute fire since the beginning of May. Against right-handed pitching in general, he's got a 165 WRC plus so far this season. He's going up against Johan Oviedo, who has just really been scuffling. Had 2 nice outings to begin his 2021 season, but for the year has a 5.56 expected ERA. Lefties are hitting 297 with a 393 OBP against this guy. So I think Crawford, Mike Yastrzemski, who's also $5,000, really nice plays. But the super appealing part about the Giants is they have a bunch of cheap left-handed bats like Alex Dickerson at 2,800, or even Lamont Wade, who's probably going to hit leadoff in this game at 3,400. So they present a nice mix of high upside guys with a high price tag, but also really nice value plays.
All right, Paul, if you're looking at a hitter over 5K, who are you targeting?
You can make a case for a number of Blue Jays tonight, so I'll leave it to the other guys. I don't want to sound like a Toronto homer. I'm going to go instead to Aaron Judge for $5,500 in this spot. There are a couple of basics that I turn to with power hitters in DFS, Jesse. If you add up the fact that he'll get the platoon advantage against a lefty starter, and he's matched lefties throughout his career, as everybody knows, 333 of the batting average, 433 the on base since 2019. Throw in the fact that he's a big-time power hitter who's streaking up late with 13 hits, including 4 bombs in his last 39 at-bats. I say he's a solid bet to have a big game score again tonight.
All right, Matt, are you going to come out here and make a case for a Blue Jays guy?
I think they're all great, and I think it's just I'll leave it to everyone else to know how obvious they are against Matt Harvey in Baltimore. I think it's a great spot for Toronto, and I'm not going to say too much about it because I think everyone knows that at this point. At the present time, and I guess the slate could always change. Last night the rain crept up on us with Jacob deGrom, and the slate dynamics can change a little bit throughout the day. But the way it stands right now, I don't think a lot of people will want to spend up for pitchers, and that'll make the Blue Jays very popular. So the team I'm looking to instead is the Dodgers, who are facing the Marlins. We don't know for sure who their starting pitcher is. I think the probable starter right now is David Hess, who just isn't very good, and the Marlins just don't have a lot of pitching depth. So it's a good spot for the Dodgers, and Max Muncy's expensive, Mookie Betts, Justin Turner, all really good hitters. They're priced over 5K, and I just think the ownership will be really low on those guys. So for GPPs, the way it stands right now, that's my favorite team to target.
All right, Paul, is there anyone that you're totally fading tonight? Like a name that really sticks out to you as someone that you do not want in your lineup?
I'll give you 2, Jesse. There's also a couple of go-tos that I use to eliminate high-priced guys that don't excite me in DFS. I fade Matt Olson, for instance, priced at $5,200. I'm always reluctant to roster a cold bat, and he's been mired in a slump that sees him with only 5 hits in his last 35 at-bats without a home run in that stretch. When a power hitter is in a streak like that, you don't need more info to prompt you to look the other way. I'll also ignore Jonathan Shoup, who is priced at $5,900. He has a poor head-to-head record against Kirk Gibson with 5 hits, but 9 strikeouts in only 22 at-bats. That tells me he's not seeing the ball out of Gibson's delivery, so I pivot away from him too.
Matt, someone you're just absolutely staying away from.
So there's a pitcher on this slate that I think a lot of people will gravitate towards because the team's been good and his ERA has been low, and I just don't want to play him, and that's Alex Wood. So the Cardinals have underachieved throughout the year. I think coming into the season, there was a lot of hype for them. And now I think we've gone the opposite direction where the Cardinals are now considered a very bad offense, which maybe should have been the take on them from people before the season started. But I think now they've become undervalued because they've struggled so much. And it's a lineup full of right-handed bats. So for Alex Wood as a left-handed pitcher, he should have a harder time with them than righties do. The Cardinals are one of the worst offenses in baseball against righties, but against lefties, they've been closer to average. They probably should be a bit above average with Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt. The best hitters on this team are right-handed. We'll see if Tyler O'Neill plays tonight. He was scratched last night with, I think it was an illness, but if he's in the lineup, even more reason not to have Alex Wood. I just think he'll be a very popular choice and maybe more so than he should be.
All right, Gary, and someone that you're fading, maybe someone who's popular that you think isn't a good choice?
I would just be fading the entire Yankees lineup tonight. I know they're coming off a huge game last night, but that was expected against Justice Sheffield. He has been absolutely terrible the past month. The exact inverse is the case for Yusei Kikuchi, who's been fantastic. Probably the best version of Kikuchi we have seen in the major leagues. His past 7 starts, he has a 1.87 ERA. Opponents have just a 252 WOBA off of him. And while Kikuchi isn't necessarily someone who I'm like, oh my God, you have to get this guy into your lineups because he's not a high strikeout upside pitcher, the things he does, they don't always translate to DFS for his own purposes, but they do tend to limit opponents. He's very good at mitigating barrels and opponent hard contact. In fact, in that same 7-start span, his ground ball rate is 60%. So he's done a really nice job of limiting opposing lineups. And while he tends to only score around 23 to 26 fantasy points in his best outings, which is fine when he's $7,500. It's not great when he's $9,300. That's enough for me to want to stay away from the Yankees, who I think might have an underwhelming performance against Kikuchi.
All right, guys, time to look at the DK Sportsbook. As we do, what is your favorite bet of the night in MLB, Matt?
So I'm sticking to the same theme. I think the Giants are just a bit overrated right now. I know that's going to hurt some Giants fans. They've had a great season so far. And I think the Cardinals might just be a bit underrated. So I'm not sure I think the Cardinals win this game, but they are pretty significant underdogs. I think plus 150 or 160 last I checked. And it just seems like this should be a closer line. I don't love Johan Oviedo, but I think the Cardinals are a better offensive team than the Giants are. Buster Posey's been dealing with an injury. Evan Longoria's been out of the lineup. Maybe when the Giants are healthy, they can get back to their winning ways and make a playoff push and hold off the Dodgers for the NL West. But I think right now this isn't a great team, and the Cardinals are just better than what they've played so far.
Gary, favorite bet of the night?
I know this one is screaming trap game. I understand that, but at a certain point, if it walks like a duck and quacks, it's probably a duck. Let's not overthink this. The Phillies money line minus 134. I don't know why it's this low, and that's why it feels like a trap. But the Cubs have lost 11 straight games. They look absolutely broken right now. And as we've talked about, Zach Wheeler is a bona fide stud. This guy would be the best pitcher in baseball, and he would be talked about as such if it were not for Jacob deGrom. So he's not even the best pitcher in his own division, but he's been phenomenal. The Phillies are 8-3 in Wheeler's last 11 starts because, of course, they are. He gives them a quality outing every single time he takes the mound. I really don't have any confidence in Alec Mills, and I don't have any confidence in the Cubs in general. So, yeah, they're going to have to win a game at some point. I guess you'll kind of have egg on your face if you hop on the Phillies bandwagon and that's the game the Cubs finally win. But I just don't understand why this line is as close as it is.
All right, Paul, what do you think? Favorite bet of the night?
I'm liking the over-under for the Battle of the Birds at Camden Yards, Jesse. I lean to the over because I expect it to look like BP while the O's have Harvey in the game. And I already mentioned that Rio will likely give the Jays at least 6 innings tonight, but I think he'll be touched for a couple of runs. And then they have to find a way to get 3 innings out of the bullpen, which means that they'll have to call the arson hotline in the Toronto dugout, and that will add a few runs late as well. So the over will crumble early.
All right, thanks, you three. Segment 1 in the book. Segment 2 is going to be all about the NBA Finals. Before we get there, though, here's Jason Sobel with his take on the John Deere Classic. Take a look.
Well, it's that time again. Let's talk a little PGA with our friend Jason Sobel from the Action Network. How are you, man? Been a little bit.
I'm doing great. I'm fired up to get back into this thing. John Deere Classic, the 5th major this week, Adam, right before we have the 4th major next week at the Open Championship.
There you go. So obviously on the heels of the Rocket Mortgage Classic and what was a fun time, certainly for Cam Davis going ahead and winning that event. We'll talk a little bit about him. As you said, John Deere Classic on the way in Illinois. And you look at the DK Sportsbook, Daniel Berger is the favorite at plus 1,100. Can he get it done?
Kenny, sure. I like Daniel Berger this week. He's been playing well. He was 7th in his last start at the U.S. Open. Granted, that was 3 weeks ago, and so hasn't been playing that much golf recently. I think he's trying to backload and try to wait for the FedEx Cup playoffs, and of course, as I mentioned, the year's final major championship next week. But Berger's made 2 starts at this event. He's got a 5th place finish. Obviously, he plays this one pretty well. He's the best player in the field. We saw it about 5 years ago, 6 years ago with Jordan Spieth, where he was the prohibitive favorite, even more so than Daniel Berger is this week, and came in and won this event pretty handily. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see the favorite go out and win this thing, but I'm probably bypassing Berger at that price.
All right. Well, I'm curious to know what you're going to do with Cam Davis. Again, coming off a victory at the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Detroit, now comes in a week later, less than a week later, I guess, off the win, plus 3,000 odds to take this thing. Is that a favorable number for him? Do you not like it?
It's okay. I mean, it's the right number. I don't think it's a bad number by any means, but look, this is a guy who's been playing well, been sort of building up to this big crescendo in his career, 26 years old, from Australia. He's got a ton of talent, and he finally won last week. It's really hard to sit there and say, well, I think he's going to do it again. Look, it just doesn't happen that way. You just don't win your first event and then go out and just peel off a few others right on the back end of it. So I don't hate Cam Davis this week. I think it's probably a pretty good course for him, quite frankly. If he hadn't won last week, I might like him a little bit better this week. But coming off that win, coming off the high and everything that comes from winning your first PGA Tour event, at some point, I think he crashes. I like him for Thursday and Friday maybe, but on the weekend, at some point, that exhaustion is going to set in.
You're not alone here, but I find the logic of like not liking a guy as much coming off a victory versus coming off, falling short. So it's just such an interesting mindset when you look at odds.
Yeah, I certainly think that, you look at a guy like Troy Merritt, who lost in the playoff, a 5-hole playoff against Cam Davis, and he's playing this week as well. Look, maybe he's got a little more motivation. Maybe he's a little hungrier because he didn't win. Maybe he just didn't celebrate as much afterwards. That's not to say that Cam Davis celebrated too much, but you never know. I just feel like after the win, everyone go, okay, let's take a deep breath. Let's not have to work as hard at things this coming week. And so let's take, a week. And for some players, honestly, Adam, that almost frees them up a little bit. They're playing with house money, and some players tend to play better after their first win. So we'll see what happens with Davis this week.
That's how I am when we have a really good interview the following week.
We've had one?
Don't need to take it as seriously. I can just relax a little bit.
I was still waiting for that first one.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, we'll continue to be patient. Let's talk about Sung J M here, who is coming off a top 10 finish at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Now he is plus 1,600 odds here for this one. Is he someone that can, kind of ride the momentum, I guess, coming off of where he was?
Yeah, certainly. And I like the momentum because one of the things I like looking at when players are playing back-to-back weeks is the final round ball striking numbers from just a few days earlier. And Sung J M's ball striking numbers were really good on the weekend at the Rocket Mortgage Classic. And I think that can bleed into this week as well. So I expect him to have a nice week. He's skipping the Open Championship in order to prep for the Olympics because, quite frankly, that's the most important event of his life. If he finishes in the top 3 at the Olympics, gets a medal, he gets to bypass 2 years of military service in South Korea. So really big event coming up for him at the Olympics. I don't know that he necessarily wants to peak for this one. He's just sort of trying to get there, trying to build up that momentum. So at plus 1,600, I'm staying away from Sung J M, but I certainly don't dislike him. I would say a top 10 this week is very, very possible, if not probable.
Who are some long shots that you're eyeing at TPC Deer Run?
Oh boy, there's so many of them. I mean, we're going to see a ton of them, Adam, this week. I'm going to give you some just absolute names out of nowhere. Roger Sloan, who's played some decent golf. Wes Roach has played pretty well. Mito Pereira, remember this name. This guy's won 3 times on the Corn Ferry Tour this season, including each of his last 2 starts on that circuit just a few weeks ago, last month. And so became an in-season PGA Tour member, played for the first time as a member last week at the Rocket Mortgage, didn't make the cut, but there's a lot of stuff going on when you first become a member of the PGA Tour. I think there's a little more comfortability for him this week, and maybe a little exhale, a little deep breath, and be able to go out there and know that he can compete. And quite frankly, nothing against the John Deere Classic, but this is sort of a glorified Corn Ferry event. You take the top 10, 15, 20 players sort of off that entry list. And I think Pereira is going to find himself in the mix this week, a top 10, top 20 kind of player. I think he's a nice play this week.
How about some golfers you're looking to avoid this week?
There's not too many of them at the top. I can see kind of all these guys. Zach Johnson is a guy that a lot of people really like this week. And look, when a lot of people really like a guy, I sit there and go, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't fade him then. But I look at Zach and I look at what he's done this year, and there's not a whole lot of great stuff. The numbers are pretty good. The results aren't great, though. And so Zach Johnson's a guy that has just feasted at this event year after year. He loves this one. It's near and dear to his heart. So there is some motivational factor as well. But you look at the results, they're not great. I'm torn on Zach Johnson this week. He was originally my big fade of the week, but I do like listening to other people in the industry, and other people have said they like Zach Johnson. So take that for what it's worth.
All right, last one for you. This is the big one. You know what's coming. Who's going to win the John Deere Classic?
2 weeks ago, Kevin Streelman was a very trendy selection at the Travelers Championship. He had won that event 7 years earlier. He was runner-up last year. Shot an opening round 67. Okay, all systems go. Here we go. Kevin Streelman's going to be on the leaderboard. Shot a 72 in the second round, which is hardly terrible. It's not like he blew up and had a really bad round. 72 after that 67 was not enough to make the cut. So coming off of 4 consecutive top 20 finishes, Streelman has a missed cut on his resume, and we sit there and you look at it and you say, okay, well, I'm sort of off Streelman now because he missed the cut. Really, a couple of putts drop, and he not only makes the cut, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd gotten into the mix on the weekend in Connecticut. So I don't think he's far from playing really good golf. I think he's got those Zach Johnson, Steve Stricker vibes. The two guys were like the OGs at TPC Deer Run. And I think Kevin Streelman is due for a PGA Tour victory in his 40s coming up this week.
Jason, I still have that chip on my shoulder, still building to perfection when working with you, my friend. I look forward to it. Maybe next time around.
We'll get that thing off.
Jason Sobel, Action Network. Thanks, bud.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the sweat. Time to hit the hardwood with these ballers. DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey, and RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen. I want your favorite plays for Game 2 of the NBA Finals, aka NBA Best Bets. So, Jules, before we do that, the Sun State Game 1, we're going to look ahead, but what were some of your takeaways from the opener here?
Takeaways from the opener were, first of all, from Milwaukee, Giannis looked good. I don't think any of us thought Giannis was going to look that healthy. I think that we should have seen him playing in Game 1, because if we had the report right from a reputable guy like Chris Haynes, that if that series went to 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals, Giannis was going to get the green light to play in Game 7 on Monday, then yeah, he's going to play in Game 1 of the NBA Finals on Tuesday, unless the Bucks really wanted to take it cautious and because their backs aren't against the wall in a Game 7, kind of keep him on ice to start a series. But he was out there. He went up for an alley-oop on the first play of the game. He had the LeBron-esque chase down block. He was very clearly as healthy as you can be when playing basketball in July. So that was a takeaway. Another takeaway is, even with Middleton taking 26 shots and shooting nearly 50%, even with Brook Lopez giving you 17 points in 23 minutes, even with Bryn Forbes giving a little spark and Pat Connaughton both going 2 for 4 from 3 with the small ball lineup, the Suns still won by 13 with Devin Booker going 1 of 8 from downtown. Jay Crowder didn't make a shot. If Jay Crowder goes 2 of 10 in that game, now we're looking at an 18, 19-point game. The Suns, just the mismatch with Ayton, whether it's Lopez on the floor or Milwaukee goes small, advantage Ayton every time. And then just anytime Chris Paul and Devin Booker are on the floor together, that 2-guard lineup just is not something that Milwaukee is capable of stopping. So a lot of advantages for the Suns. Both teams have things that they can improve upon, but I think the Suns can improve upon it just as much as the Bucks can, which is scary.
You scared, Kenny?
I'm very scared about the Bucks. Yeah, look, I think that Julian is absolutely right there. The Bucks played a pretty solid game from all really from all indications, right? When you talk about the two guys that they needed to step up, stepped up, and they still managed to lose by this much. And really, Julian hit on the front court, and I think that that's a big thing here for the Bucks because I expected look, the Clippers, they lost Serge Ibaka, Ivica Zubac, whatever. He's like an average player. They didn't really have a way to stop DeAndre Ayton. So I figured, okay, well, you have Giannis, you have Brook Lopez, you have a guy like Bobby Portis who's ready to go to war every single night. Maybe the Bucks have a little more size. Maybe they can compete down low with DeAndre Ayton. Not only were they not able to stop him, but they really just missed a lot of tip-ins. They missed a lot of shots around the rim, which lead me to another takeaway I had, which was Drew Holiday. Where was he on the offensive end? 4 for 14. He was the playmaker that Milwaukee needed. He managed to get 9 assists, grab 7 rebounds, pretty solid in those departments once again. But, missing some shots from close range, missing some floaters, of course, missing all 4 of his 3-point attempts. He needs to be better on offense. And I think that when you combine, a few missed floaters, you combine a few missed tip-ins, really, that the Bucks should have had, a few possessions where they had like 3 chances right around the rim, couldn't get it. That kind of gets you your 13 points right there. And that's really probably one of the big reasons why the Bucks lost this game. Everything else, the turnover battle was sort of normal. I think that that's what it comes down to is, can they play better in the front court? And I mean, I don't think they can.
Nick, anything to add?
These guys covered it pretty well, but I think the one point to really harp on what's a little concerning for Milwaukee, and Julian alluded to this, I think Giannis looked about as good as he could reasonably be expected to look in this game. I mean, 20 and 17 in a game that a lot of people didn't even think he would play in until an hour before tip-off. He finished as a +1 in his 35 minutes. It's a little concerning that it felt like Milwaukee played reasonably well. They finally broke through with the shooting. And still, this game, I don't think ever really dipped under 7 points in the second half after Phoenix made that initial run. It felt like Milwaukee was hitting a ton of shots, but they just could not get stops. And another thing that's a little concerning is it felt like Mike Budenholzer, who's been criticized for not making adjustments, he made virtually every adjustment he possibly could, and none of it mattered. Chris Paul was hitting shots over whoever was guarding him, whoever was switching on to him. They had no answers for Devin Booker in the mid-range. Cam Payne was blowing by guys for easy layups. And like I think Julian said, what's concerning is that the Suns didn't even shoot the ball all that well from 3. They had a great night from 2-point range. They had a great night getting to the line, being super efficient. They set a finals record. At one point, I think they were 25 of 25 at the free throw line, but they have a lot of room for improvement from beyond the arc. So if you're Milwaukee, you probably have to expect your shooting to regress. And there's a pretty good chance that the Suns shooting progresses in game 2.
Well, so for game 2, the Suns are favored again. They're a whopping -225 on the money line. Kenny, is that higher than you would expect after game 1? Or like Nick just said, do you think that you're going to see improvement actually on the Suns shooting and whatnot?
It's kind of lower than I expect, to be honest. I mean, I didn't expect to be able to back the Suns in game 2 at a reasonable price. And I think that's what we have here. I mean, I think that you could take the Suns on the money line here and really it wouldn't break the bank too much. And I think that that's pretty surprising after the game that we saw in game 1. And, again, we've touched on how well the Bucks played. But if you look at the second half of that game, and it felt like the Bucks played really well, right, in the second half. We talked about the adjustments from Mike Budenholzer, 50% from 3. They got 17 points from Chris Middleton in that second half. But you look at the score line, and they were outscored by 5 points. I mean, the Bucks shot just about as well as you could have expected, nearly 50% from the field in the second half. And it wasn't enough. Their offensive rating in this game was still 104. I mean, it's just atrocious. They defended well, but the Suns, as Julian mentioned, a lot of upward mobility here with Devin Booker just 1 of 8 from 3. You had Jay Crowder, nothing for 4. I mean, who knows if he'll ever hit a 3 again, right? We're going back to the LA series, but Cam Payne as well. I mean, the walking, meme, the walking nail in the coffin that he is. I mean, he played really well as well. I just think that this team can get so much better, and they also seem to play a lot better with Dario Saric off the floor. I think a full game of no Saric maybe makes the Suns a little bit heavier of favorites. I'm really surprised at this line, and I'm definitely taking it.
All right. I mean, Nick, is -225 lower than you expected?
I think it's about right based on what we saw in game 1. I thought maybe there'd be a little bit more generosity toward the Bucks looking toward game 2. Maybe you assume Giannis is a little healthier. Obviously, you have more time with this line. You don't really have the questionable status, I guess, of Giannis coming into game 2. But I think Phoenix has just proved in a lot of ways that they're the better team. I think it's very possible that, Milwaukee made it to the finals because they ran into a very much banged up Nets team in round 2. They ran into a Hawks team that was without Trae Young for a couple games in the next round and just really isn't all that good overall. And now they're finally running into a team that is complete, that has guys who are just almost impossible to defend one-on-one in Booker and Paul, and has a really nice young big man now in DeAndre Ayton, on top of having a really strong cast of role players. The Mikal Bridges, the campaigns, Cam Johnson had a couple of threes in the first half of this game. Like, Phoenix just has so many guys who can impact the game. And it just felt like with Drew Holiday once again struggling and having another just horrific offensive game in these playoffs, the Bucks ran out of options really quick. And especially with Giannis resting for about 10 more minutes than he normally would in the playoffs in a game of this magnitude when healthy, it felt like it had to be Chris Middleton. And when he struggled a little bit down the stretch, he had I think when the Bucks cut it down to 7, Middleton immediately had a turnover and then lost Devin Booker, who hit a 3 on the other end, and then had another turnover in a 3-possession sequence. That basically sunk the Bucks. But at that time, Middleton was really their only source of offense. And on the other end, it just felt like it was coming so much easier for the Suns.
All right, Jules, what do you think? Minus 225, lower or higher than you expected?
Yeah, it feels right. I think the perception was maybe that this would be like 6.5, and to kind of move a little bit from where it was. But if you remember, I mean, this was around 5.5 the entire time that we were expecting Giannis to be doubtful and sit. And it dipped to 4.5 when Giannis was ruled in and be starting. So it kind of, in some ways, did move a point, even though we were looking at 5.5 leading all the way up. With the rosters as constructed, this was 4.5. So it did move a point, I guess, if you want to make that argument. And I think the 1 point move is justified. I think the Suns are in a great spot in game 2 to keep rolling. I think we all made the argument that the Suns can get better than the Bucks can get, at least in game 2 of this series. So yeah, I think that it's priced appropriately. If there's value anywhere, it's the Suns. I won't be playing it on the money line. I'll lay the 5.5. Or if you want to, get a little more creative, you can do like a double result. Suns win game 2 and win the series, minus 140. That's not bad. If they're minus 3 whatever in the series and they're going to win game 2 to go up 2-0, they're probably going to finish it off. So you can find some different ways to get value. Of course, you got to wait for your payout for the series to be over. But yeah.
All right, well, the props on how long this series will go does seem to favor a 6-game series, minus 137. Nick, does that seem right to you, or do you like another number?
Man, after what we saw last night, Giannis needs to look a lot better. Obviously, I think based on the expectations going into last night, he looked fine, but they need more from him. Health-wise, obviously, he needs to be a little bit more aggressive for me to feel better about Milwaukee's chances to extend this to 6. I think it sounds like we're all in agreement that they're in big trouble heading into game 2 tomorrow. The series is pretty likely to be 0-2 heading back to Milwaukee for game 3 on Sunday. And then, Milwaukee's in essentially a must-win situation for game 3. And that one to me would probably also be a toss-up. So, on the DK Sportsbook, you can get Suns in 5 at plus 275. I don't hate that. But Suns in 6 at plus 425, pretty solid value as well. I think Suns in 5 or Suns in 6 is where I'm leaning right now.
Jules, where are you leaning?
Yeah, so I mean, the prop, I guess, is over 5.5 games at minus 137. So just will this go to 6 or 7 to cash you? I would lean yes. Like, as bad as that was last night, like, the Bucks should still be able to get a couple of games here and make this a series. But if we're all so confident in the Suns, I think maybe a way to just bet the series is Suns minus a game and a half at minus 160-ish, minus 167. So you get the Suns in 4, 5, or 6 games. Only way you don't win it is if it goes to 7 or Milwaukee comes all the way back. I think that's my favorite series bet over just betting on the amount of games in the series.
All right, Kenny, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I would take the over 5.5 games at minus 137. I think it's a pretty good price on the Bucks to win a couple. Look, here's the thing about the Phoenix Suns. We did just gloat, right? We did just wax poetic about how good this team is. But it's easy to forget because of the last 2 games, right? How bad this team was against the Clippers. I know the Clippers are a much better team. They have a much better coach than the Milwaukee Bucks, but they fell victim to just kind of falling into that lull, right? They went up 1-0 with Devin Booker, just leading the way. He had a great game. That was the big reason they won game 1. And then game 2, they got lucky with those missed free throws. They managed to hold on. And then with the 2-0 lead, they just kind of sat back and they lost game 3. They played a terrible game 4, one of the worst games we've seen from both teams, it really all postseason. And then they managed to pull it out here. Game 5, in game 6, they really just played a great game. So the last 2 games, game 6 and game 1 of this NBA Finals, they've been great. But before that, leading up to that point, they were pretty bad. So I think that they could fall into the same sort of lull. I mean, it's very easy to see, another bad night for Chris Paul on the horizon, or like a GOAT night for Giannis. So I think that the Bucks here will probably get a couple games in this series. They could even get one on the road. And I think that the over 5.5 is a pretty decent bet. I'm not ready to say Suns in 4 like everyone in Phoenix. I'm ready for what are they going to do when the Suns lose the game? Are they going to start doing this in the crowd? We saw a lot of these, but I don't know.
All right, well, after dropping game 1, the Bucks are now plus 270 to win the series. Before this segment started, Kenny, I heard you say you were thinking about taking the Bucks before game 1, and now you are out on that. Am I right?
Yeah, I'm out. Look, I did want this price. I did think about, but look, I mean, the Bucks played really well in game 1 and still lost. And I think that, my main thinking with this series was, okay, the Bucks play good defense. They should be able to, to hold this, a lethal offense at bay. They did that. But again, their offensive struggles are just still present. Like all postseason long, this team has struggled to score the basketball. Shooting this well from 3 and still not winning, I just don't think that they're going to be able to get across the finish line. I'm willing to admit that I was wrong coming into this series, and I thought the Bucks had enough shooting here to kind of outlast the Suns, who don't have great shooting, but it just hasn't been the case. And I think DeAndre Ayton should have a real good stranglehold on this series, and maybe even a Finals MVP. So I think that the Suns here win in probably 6 games.
Jules, what do you think?
Well, as tempting as it is now that Kenny is like calling the series over after game 1, for Kenny to mush this, I can't put my money on the Bucks at this point. I think the Suns have too many advantages, like we pointed out, and the advantages are with their best players too, with Ayton's matchup, with Booker and Paul. So the fact that the spot that they want to go with the ball is to all their best players here, and then just let the perimeter shooters shoot. Jay Crowder can't do any worse than 0 for 9 or whatever he was. So things can only get better. Like, I think you just got to get creative with different ways to keep backing the Suns here for the series. The Chris Paul minus 130 Finals MVP. The Suns to win game 2 and win the series. The Suns minus a game and a half. Whatever you're most comfortable with. Find ways to cut the series price down on Phoenix rather than chase a big number on Milwaukee.
All right, Nick, you agree with the guys?
Yeah, we're going to go 3 for 3 here. Like I said before, last night just kind of reiterated to me that I think the Suns are just flat out the better team. And when you factor in, Giannis not playing for a week and being a little bit rusty, that just, kind of tilts things in favor of Phoenix even more. It feels like the Bucks, they're kind of out of adjustments already. It's not like, other than Drew Holiday playing better, I guess, the rest of the series, I don't know what it feels like. Could go a lot more right relative to last night. It's just so devastating to have that shooting game that you've been waiting for, to hit 16 threes and still lose by double digits. It almost would have been better like if Giannis didn't play last night and the Bucks had a horrible shooting night and you lose by 30 and you're like, all right, well, we're bringing Giannis back. We can shoot better. It's like so much went right for the Bucks to still lose handily. It is really, really difficult. So no, I got to stick with Phoenix right now. I know there's not a ton of value there. Like Julian said, you got to get a little bit creative. But it's just starting to feel, even though we're only 1 game in, and granted, if Milwaukee comes back and wins tomorrow night, all this completely flips and we'll be talking completely differently on the show. But it's starting to feel like, destiny is being fulfilled and Chris Paul is finally going to get this ring.
And the Kardashian curse will finally be broken. I'm just kidding, because Kendall is not a Kardashian. She's a Jenner. All right. Thanks, fellas. Turning our attention to game 5 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. After this quick break, the sweat. We'll be right back. A big hello to our hockey dudes here to talk about their top plays for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals. They are DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. All right, Jeff, the Lightning can wrap things up in Game 5 at home. They're plus 120 on the puck line. Is it too risky to lay that minus 1.5 tonight?
No, I really don't feel like it is. I feel like when you're looking at the money lines and stuff tonight, I mean, this is where I'm looking, especially. I know we mentioned in the last show, you can take the -1 on the alternate puck line. It's sitting around minus 150 or so, but I would rather just take the plus money here at minus 1.5. I really do feel like if we get in a late, game scenario here in the third period and Tampa is just searching for like that extra goal, they're going to get it. And then you're probably going to have an extended empty net period possibility too, if it's a 1-goal lead. So there's too many factors here for me not to like this. I just like the traditional money line there at plus 120 for sure.
AJ, you feel like this isn't a risky move at all?
I do feel like there's a little bit of risk. Jeff may have convinced me though, but I'll stick with what I was originally going to say is that I just don't think it's enough value at plus 125 to give up a whole goal and a half. I think for this one, I just don't like any of the lines here. I'm going to ultimately avoid any of the game bets in this one. But if you really want to get in on the action, the one I would probably like the most, I think, is the 60-minute line and taking the Lightning at minus 140. You're not giving up a ton of juice in that. You get them just outright to win. It's way better than the straight money line at minus 235 here. And I just don't see this game going to overtime. So I like giving up the juice a little bit because that goal and a half just scares me when you're not getting a ton of value out of it.
All right, AJ, what's your favorite Canadiens player prop?
Look, I'm sure everybody is just sick and tired of me continuing to prop up Cole Caulfield, who did get 2 assists in Game 4, just for the record here. But I would consider riding Josh Anderson at this point. Look, there's no way he's going to get taken off that second line after what he did in Game 4. You can get a share of him at over half a goal at plus 425 on the DK Sportsbook tonight. There isn't a points prop on him right now that I saw. If that becomes available, I would definitely snag that as well. So Josh Anderson, if you for some reason don't want to stick with Cole Caulfield player props.
All right, Jeff, what do you think? Favorite Canadiens player prop?
Yeah, no, I like the Josh Anderson call as well, actually. That was definitely a player I had circled. And I mean, look, this is a player who's getting a bump up in line, playing alongside Nick Suzuki. It's a big deal. I mean, Suzuki's been the Montreal Canadiens' best player, in this series. And if we are just looking at the to score a point props, I mean, Suzuki himself, actually still offers pretty good value there at minus 118. I mean, this has been almost a point per game player of late. So Josh Anderson sitting at plus 165 to score a point. I like taking both those players. I mean, you figure if that line gets a goal, both guys could figure in. But I do agree with what AJ said, and this was kind of going to be my point too. Like, you're just getting better value with the Josh Anderson props because they haven't really adjusted to the fact that now he's playing on the second line or first line, actually, with Suzuki. So I definitely like attacking there too.
All right, Jeff, how about your favorite Lightning player prop? Where are you going to go on this side?
All right, yeah, this side I'm going to get a little more aggressive because I feel like obviously if I think the Lightning are going to win and potentially win by a couple goals, I mean, I'm expecting them to score some goals. So you look at their top 6, who can we get like the best kind of price on? And I'm looking at Andre Poulot, I mean, at plus 220 to score a goal. I think this is a very fair price. It's the player who plays alongside Nikita Kucherov, who I'm expecting to have a massive night as well. He gets power play time as well. He's been a timely goal scorer for Tampa his entire career. So I look at the props, and again, I mean, Stamkos under one plus 200 point plus 140. I think with Poulot, at plus 220, you're getting like really, really good value there for a player who, if everything goes to plan and you think Tampa's going to win this game, then he should have a good shot at scoring a goal tonight. So that's where I'm going.
AJ, where are you going?
I'm still waiting for Paul to get us those matching PJs, Jeff, here, because we're on the same page here. Poulot for me as well. I like him to grab a point at minus 105. You're getting essentially even money, and that feels like the best option for me. He's got 4 points in this series so far, and like Jeff, I'm expecting that top line to really come out strong. To that end, I also look at Braden Point at over half a goal tonight at plus 125. I think that's tremendous value for a guy that, look, he's still 6 goals clear of the next closest player in the postseason with 14 goals, and that's despite his current 5-game goal drought. If you're looking for somewhere to go, just like a long shot, look at Ross Colton in this one. He's the guy that is currently filling that second line Killorn role. Sounds like Killorn is out. They technically, like John Cooper was like, oh, he's doubtful, but we're not going to have any lineup changes. So I don't know why you said doubtful and not just out, but whatever. Ross Colton played in that second line spot in Game 4. You can get him to score a goal in the DK Sportsbook at plus 425. So he's my long shot guy tonight.
All right, well, you can also play this game in DFS in a captain's showdown. So who are you going to be using in that captain spot for Game 5, AJ? If you want Vasilevsky, he's going to cost you $16,200, but do you kind of have to go with him?
Well, so I think there's really two options here. The one that I like the most is Andre Palat tonight in the captain spot, because he comes in at just 11-7, and that gives you way more roster flexibility if you want to utilize, Vasilevsky, Kucherov, or Point in those other spots. The one caveat to that I'll say is I do like Ross Colton tonight. If you put him in a flex spot, I'm not going my Tyler Johnson call in a captain. Don't captain Ross Colton tonight. That's not the suggestion. But in the flex spot, he'll cost you just $2,200. And that gives you enough flexibility that if you want to pay up for Vasilevsky or Kucherov or Braden Point, you really can. So I think either for me, it's Palat for the flexibility, or using Ross Colton in a flex spot to give you that other flexibility for your captain.
All right, Jeff, who are you going to captain?
Yeah, no, I definitely think Palat is a guy you could consider captaining tonight. Obviously, if I'd like him to score a goal, I mean, that's going to have some serious potential for DFS. But I feel like it's just a spot where you roster Nikita Kucherov in the captain spot and you keep it simple. And AJ brought up a good value play to do it. Barclay Goodrow is still there at 2,800. He's on like a 4-game point streak. He's playing over 14 minutes a night for 2,800. So there are cheap Tampa players you can use to get up to Kucherov and even Vasilevsky if you want. But look, Nikita Kucherov, 22 of his 32 points in these playoffs has come at home. He has been an absolute monster at home. He's been good at bouncing back from pointless games as well. I'm expecting him to do both those things tonight. And I think that for a captain spot, again, if you're going to pay up, that's who I would put there 100%.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate the time. As always, one more block to go here on The Sweat, getting John Deere picks. The Sweat will return. Saving the best for last, folks. A big welcome to RotoWire senior golf writer and 2020 DFS writer of the year, Len Hochberg. Time for some PGA Tour chaser fade. So, Len, please agree or disagree with these statements on the John Deere Classic. So, Daniel Berger is the favorite when it comes to odds for the John Deere. He also has the top salary on the board in DFS at a whopping 11,100. Chase or fade, Len, that he's the man to beat this week.
Well, I was surprised to see that 11-1 was the top price. Daniel Berger, clearly the class of the field, the only one in the top 25 in the field. I thought 11-1 was very generous for people who want to back Daniel Berger. I mean, we often see the top guy in a field at 11-7, 11-8, 11-6. So in this field, I would have expected him to creep even higher. I think that he is a very good candidate to chase. I don't know if he'll win the tournament, but since he's only 11-1, I don't know if he has to win at 11-1 to make him a good chase candidate. I think he's a go.
All right. Well, there are 3 golfers in that 10K range, including last week's winner, Cam Davis. So chase or fade that the winner is going to come from someone in this group.
Well, if you're asking me if the winner is going to come, and I think you just did, you take these 3 guys or the field, I guess I would have to take the field. Sung J M, he's the top guy in the 10s. He's had a decent year, good, okay, really hasn't contended all that much, and he's been on the periphery. Brian Harman, I think, would be the best play of this trio, along with Cam Davis, the third guy. Brian Harman has won this tournament before, is having really a terrific year, maybe his second best year ever on tour. But if the question is, will the winner come from this group? I'd say no. There's too many options elsewhere.
Okay, Len, talk to me about value. Where are you finding it in this tournament for DFS?
Okay, well, let's start at 89, not super value, but I do like Patton Kizzire. I liked him last week. I liked him a lot more last week when he was $1,500 cheaper at $7,400. He was okay. He came on strong on Sunday, and he ended up with the top 25. Really one of the elite putters on tour and a really good greens in regulation guy this year at $89. He could certainly be on the final page of the first page of the leaderboard on Sunday. Moving down, Bo Hostler, $7,800. Really, he's had a terrible, terrible year, but lately he's made a late push to get into the top 125. He's had top 25s in his last 3 starts, really improving his iron play, really getting better greens and regulations, tee to green. $7,800 could be a real value. And lastly, at $6,900, the Canadian Roger Sloan. He's made 4 of his last 5 cuts. He was top 25 last week. That gives him 6 top 25s on the season. Another good greens and regulation guy. He's around 30th on tour, which was very surprising for me to see. And he's played this tournament well. He was 10th when they last played it 2 years ago, and he played it one other time in 2015. He tied for 18th.
Is there anyone that you're absolutely fading this week, Len, that other people might be hot on?
Well, I don't know if other people are hot on. I guess Cam Davis is the flavor of the month, the flavor of the week, coming off of his big breakthrough win last week. I was actually surprised to see him in the 10,000s. I realize this is a weak field, and I realize that his price will go up with recency bias and stuff, but I was really surprised to see him in the 10s. I'm never big on getting a guy to go low 2 weeks in a row, especially a guy who's just come off a life-altering victory, his first victory on tour. I think there'll be a little bit of regression from Cam Davis, at least in the near term.
All right, finally, Len, we like to get your pick for the winner of the John Deere Classic. So who do you think it's going to be?
Yeah, the John Deere Classic, it's so wide open. There's only 5 guys in the top 50 in the field. We often see, back in the early 2000s, 2010s, we saw Stricker, we saw Zach Johnson. We saw a little bit of chalk, if you will. I think it's been a little bit, different since then. Dylan Fratelli 2 years ago. But I'm going to go kind of chalky, $9,900. Russell Henley, he's played great his last 2 times out. He was leading the U.S. Open for much of the week. He was in the mix at the Travelers. He faded on Sunday in both tournaments, ended up just with top 20s. When we last saw him on Sunday at the John Deere, he shot 61. He can go super low. He's 4th on tour in strokes gained approach. He's an okay putter. He's even 18th in scrambling. He's really trending in the right direction, and you can avoid the 5-figure guys. Russell Henley at 9,900.
Thank you, Len. Appreciate the time as always. And that's going to do it, folks. That is a show. Thank you for tuning into the Sweat. But things are just getting started here on the Dream Stream. We have a full slate of Madden Sims coming your way starting at noon. Bears at Seahawks. Emerson and Jeff will kick off the action. The Sweat will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Emerson is going to be your host. So make sure you tune in and be nice to him, even though he's not me. All right. Enjoy the rest of your day and make sure you tune in for Madden.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the first not Wild Weather Wednesday. It's just a regular old boring Wednesday. That's right. You all out there in the Sim fam, you have spoken the weather out of existence, basically, is what happened. Christian DeAndrea in a pinch jumping in for Kenny Ducey, which is great on so many levels, and I will get into that. I am Adam Kaufman. Thanks for being with us. Christian, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. I'm doing better now that I was able to make a lot. I forgot it was Wild Weather Wednesday, and yet I will not be punished for it. We might have some offense in this game. Absolutely love seeing the weather go, even though it had its moments. There was probably more bad than good as a result of Wild Weather Wednesday. And DK SimFam, don't say we never listen to you. We just mostly don't listen to you, is all.
I'll tell you what, I guess this puts me in the minority. I was not anti-Wild Weather Wednesday. Now, I'm not going to say I loved it, I look forward to it, but it was just a day. It wasn't, I wasn't members of the chat, Emerson, who just outright stopped working on Wednesdays because he couldn't take it anymore. I am not one of those that get this the heck out of here, I can't stand it. I like the variables. I like the, the snow, I guess, didn't do much for me. The wind didn't do a ton for. I don't feel like the wind really impacted the Sims at all. But the rain, I enjoyed the rain. I kind of like the rain Sims. I like knowing that, tight ends were going to be busier. They're going to run the ball more. Quarterbacks might be fumbling all over the place. I don't know. It was a little bit different. It made one day a little bit different from the rest, and I was okay with it.
Every now and then I like the changeup, but those win games were just killers because if you had a bad quarterback in a win game, the game it ground down to a halt. It was just you'd see Drew Lock go back to pass, and then you'd see a pass go to absolutely nobody, to nowhere. Just brutal to watch. And I did like the rain games when you had a Mitch Trubisky out there fumbling 3-4 times. You kind of knew what you could get away with there, how to build your roster, but it just wasn't. It was so unpredictable that it made lineup building a coin flip. And again, occasionally that's fun and enjoyable. But when it became every Wednesday, and you knew you were just getting into something awful, and there would be those days where by the end of the sim, you and Kenny Ducey are just screaming about celebrities from Seattle. That's when things go poorly.
CEH, now what to complain about? Not to worry, Chad. I'm sure you will find something. We always do, right? We always do. Cincinnati and Baltimore here. Let's get into this a little bit, and I'll talk about why it's actually okay that Kenny's not here and some of the other things. I don't want that to be taken the wrong way. I absolutely love Kenny. I'm kidding. I love Kenny. Kenny was messaging a little bit earlier. He's great. Ownership in this one. See, it boils down to this, Christian DeAndrea. I called this when I created this contest, the Mad Matinee, the Kenny, tell me more about that terrible Red Sox offense free roll. That is because I was getting ready. I was waiting for basically the midway point of the season for us to work together again so we could revisit one of those things that he and I screamed at each other about much earlier in the year, which was him saying Xander Bogaerts stunk and the Red Sox don't have a good offense. And I was saying at the time, I wasn't even entertaining the Bogart stuff, because that was just asinine. Right. But I was making the case. And he's one of the best shortstops in all of baseball, maybe the best. I was making the case, though, that the Red Sox were a top 5 offense. And he about laughed me off the sim faster than John Ross could get to the end zone. 43-yard score.
Wow. That Baltimore D, gashed early by the former top 10 draft pick. First wideout drafted in his class, and arguably one of the worst top 10 picks the Bengals have ever had. Just not his fault. Due to injury. Hopefully he comes back strong for the Giants this year, but we'll see. I still think
he even makes the team.
Yeah. Sorry.
Look, Madden 22 is not a world I want to experience without John Ross being a factor. I mean, come on. We already had to lose our Laird and Savior Patrick Laird when we went from Madden 20 to 21. Now you're going to take away, Johnny 3 Sticks from me? I don't want that. I don't want any part of that. But anyway, so Kenny and I are just battling back and forth about the Red Sox. And I was saying, this is a top 5 offense. You need to put some respect on their names. And he just, who's their talent? Who do they have? Who other than JD Martinez? This is so stupid. Well, sure enough, the Red Sox have one of the top offenses in all of baseball halfway through the season. And I just wanted that to be acknowledged. And Kenny, I'm convinced this is what happened. He was on the sweat earlier today. I'm convinced Kenny saw the name of the free roll, ran for cover, and opted to no show, and he switched with you. And I'm glad that you are here. I'm glad that you are here because I always enjoy working with you, but I'm also glad that you're here because we have a streak to maintain. We have worked together the last, I don't know how many days now, every day this week. And I, in my sort of weird and complicated day that it's been, I was supposed to do the 2-4-6, and I ran into a childcare issue for the 6, which you are doing. And so I flipped with Glash. Glash, I know he hates to not have consecutive sims, but he was kind enough to switch with me. So now I have the 2-4-8. He is the 6-10. I'm sure he'll whine about it later, but he was very helpful to me in the moment. But it would have taken away the opportunity to work with you today. So you filling in for Kenny, non-factor. We get to just be together.
It's true. It's just the universe course corrected itself.
It really did.
And we had 2 Red Sox appreciators here. A couple members of the Alex Verdugo fan club on the board rather than Kenny and his immense hatred of anything fun and enjoyable.
Scotty Too Hottie in the Chat Kings conference room. I have Frozen playing on TV just so I can imagine the snow. Might have been snow in virtual Cincinnati on this Wild Weather Wednesday, at least what once was. So I appreciate that dedication on your part, Scotty.
I mean, this is going to be, a week 16, week 17 matchup between these two. So it's going to be a cold, blustery day on the Ohio River down there in southwestern Ohio, right across from Newport, Kentucky, where you can just go park your car at the Hofbrau House, have a couple brats, maybe a couple liters, walk over the bridge to Paul Brown Stadium. That's how I always did it. The nice thing was, too, when I was in the area living in Indianapolis, the Bengals were so bad. You could buy tickets on StubHub for $5, or, as I opted to do, just find a couple tickets on the ground, in the trash. It was a very, very bad Bengals team that I watched entirely too much of when I was living in Indianapolis, but it was very cheap, and it made the hour-and-a-half drive across state lines worthwhile.
Scotty says he watched the last sim in the shower, I guess just to have that rain effect. It's important. Got to have all that. Steeler YT says, wow, perfect sim to go on mute. Well, I guess you won't hear this then. Why don't you just leave?
Yeah.
You don't need to be here. I don't have any room for negativity in my life today, Christian. I don't. You don't want to hear us? That's fine. Everybody has their preferences. Go away. Come back for the 4. Unless I'm your problem, in which case you don't want to come back until the 6.
But if I'm the problem, then you don't want to come back for that one either. I mean, really, we're just ruining this poor man's or woman's entire broadcast.
That's true. Then you'd be stuck with me at the 8. So I guess the 10 is the safe zone tonight if you want to take most of the day for yourself.
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, go have a personal day. Get those grumpies out. Maybe
You've
go.
earned it.
Yeah. I mean, is there like a bounce house nearby? You can just bounce.
It just puts everybody in a good mood, doesn't it?
Trampoline park. That sounds great right now. Go play some slam ball, some buds.
See, now you've got my, the hamster on the wheel.
Yeah.
What is something, and a perfect answer I feel like would be a trampoline or a bounce house or, one of those types of sort of play parks or whatever you want to call them. But what would be something you just can't do in a bad mood? Like you are miserable beyond miserable if you're trying to do something like that. But like nobody is bouncing up and down on a trampoline with a scowl on their face unless they're trying to.
Yeah, like you're not you. Yeah, I think it's a Daniel Tosh gig where like he can't impossibly be sad on a jet ski. Bert behind the scenes knows that. Yeah, can't be sad on a jet ski. Entirely impossible. So yeah. I don't know what I feel like going to the dog park is always something that no matter what, like I'm gonna see some dogs and like just giggle stupidly to myself about them. That's always gonna happen.
That makes sense to me. Yeah. I'm just trying to picture somebody on a trampoline or in a bounce house being a jerk.
Just being furious, just throwing kids around.
I am having a terrible day.
I hate this.
Up and down,
I hate you.
and up and down. This is ridiculous. This is stupid. Just bouncing into walls, bouncing right back, trying to dodge people along the way. My God.
I feel like a trampoline, it's much easier to be sad on a trampoline because, I mean, we grew up coughing the golden era of trampolines before we had things like safety nets or like people even cared about it. It was back when a trip to the ER wasn't just a rite of passage as a child. It was pretty much an annual occasion.
Person,
so,
I had a trampoline, and when I say trampoline, I don't mean those giant outdoor ones that you're referring to that people obviously, whether you have them like strung in or I mean, I don't even think you could get them not self-contained or whatever anymore. But the little mini ones, you remember the little mini ones that probably have a diameter of like 3 feet. Like they're not
the ones that were the hotness when it came to like 80s fitness videos.
Exactly. I had one of those in my bedroom. Okay, and I did not have particularly high ceilings. I had very average height ceilings. And I had bunk beds, and I would, not the Kenny Ducey Emerson bunk beds. I had actual bunk beds, and I would like run into my room. I'd charge into my room, and try and propel myself from the trampoline to the top bunk. Now you got a picture. You've got like a 2-foot window between the top bunk and the ceiling. Like that is not. I mean that's like trying to achieve a Tom Cruise level stunt. Like this is. I mean it. Truly, like my parents let me get away with some pretty unsafe stuff looking back.
How many head-shaped dents were there in your ceiling? Oh my goodness, Mandrew's going up and getting that one. Holy moly, it's not a Wild Weather Wednesday, but the tight end still coming out to play. Going up and pulling that one down on 3rd and long. We got ourselves a tie ball game in Cincinnati.
Ashley Edwards, cough, I won the last sim, finally came in first in an Emerson contest. Yes! Good on you, Ashley. That's awesome. Congrats. Undercover boss Tom T. Pike bouncing on the trampoline. Mom, this sucks. Doesn't seem right. Does not seem right.
Dan Russell suggesting that we're taking this job for granted. Dan, how could we this job is the coolest job in the world. We get paid to sit here, talk about the Sims, talk about whatever else nonsense in our life. Well, of course, it's not going to be 1,000% play-by-play. This is a simulated football game between two teams. So, of course, we're going to bring in real-life stuff. And, of course, we're just going to talk about whatever pops into our heads because that's a winning formula. That's what works. That's what has been such an ingrained part of the DK Sim fam. So we understand your complaints and we appreciate them. But at the same time, we're not going to change because, A, we love this job and we wouldn't love it if we were strictly just calling Sims right down the line. That would be a lot less fun. And B, I feel like a lot of people out there are enjoying the free-flowing podcast-type banter that goes on 6 times per day during the off-season.
Seven all late first quarter. You know what I didn't get from you? And I want it. I got to have it. Your lineup.
Oh, that's right. Yes. My lineup is I did the thing. I captained CJ Uzomah because I'm still convinced he's going to be a top-tier NFL tight end. As long as he comes back from that torn ACL, he's going to be playing in an offense that's going to throw the hell out of the Bucs. They're going to be trailing a lot. Yes, they have a ton of great wideouts, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, guys who will get a lot of looks, but Uzomah going to be very important in that lineup. And I'm hoping he'll be very important today, even though it's not a Wild Weather Wednesday. Speaking of, there we go. 1 catch, 3 yards. Perfect. Lamar Jackson, of course, because you never fade Lamar. Johnny 5 Sticks, Joe Mixon, Mark Andrews, and Miles Boykin. Boykin at 3K was just too cheap to pass up for me. Koff, how about you? Where are you at?
So, as we reach the end of quarter number 1, the 7-all game, Cincy and Baltimore, here's what I decided to do. I decided to do what most did, which is this. Lamar Jackson, the captain. 60.6%. 60.6 in the captain spot out of 142 entries.
18K to get him in there.
It's ridiculous. It really is. You would think. We'll see. We've learned this lesson the hard way before, but you would think it's going to come down to which lineup has the best flex, because most people did captain Lamar. He is 95% owned overall, by the way. So either way, most people are going to have him in that projected winning lineup whenever we get there. But John Ross, along with Jackson, the Mandrews. So I've got a couple touchdowns to my credit here. Marquise Brown, and then a couple of goose eggs at the moment. A couple of cheaper goose eggs who combined for $9,200 in the flex. Willie Snead and Mr. Boykin.
Yeah.
See what they wind up doing.
Boykin's so cheap, and you need good punt plays in any Ravens game, because only 5% people faded Lamar, and that's not like 1 in 20 games he'll botch it, and even that seems a little bit optimistic, really. But that seems like a reasonable fade number. Yeah, there were some decent punt plays in this one. I'm surprised that J.K. Dobbins kind of made some sense for me, but you never know what you're going to get out of that Ravens backfield because they split time so effectively. Justin Tucker, always a solid play, because he's got that 60-yard range here in the Simverse and in the real world. And hopefully, okay, is that my guy right there, Uzama, or is that – no, that is Johnny Five Sticks there, the guy with the long touchdown pass. And unfortunately here, not enough, 1 yard short of sustaining this drive. The Ravens going to get the ball back here.
So to give a little respect where it's due, CRB 5669 is currently in front by a little bit less than a point, but nevertheless in first place in our Madden Matinee. The Kenny, tell me more about that terrible Red Sox offense and why you didn't show up today, free roll. And in first place without Lamar Jackson in the captain spot. So maybe, just maybe, I'll be wrong about this. Lamar is in the flex along with Joe Burrow, Gio Bernard, Bengals DST, and Boykin. John Ross, Johnny Three Sticks, is the captain in that lineup.
I mean, the man he's up there with, your Devin Funcheses and your Mad Mitches in terms of being able to come alive here in Sim. If we were putting together an all Sim Pro Bowl team, John Ross would be up there. And I feel like how Pro Football Reference makes sure that Mitch's Madden MVP or Nickelodeon MVP award is prominently displayed on his PFR reference page. I think we would have to do the same for guys like Funch, like Johnny Five Sticks, like Jeremy Sprinkle. Make sure people know that they are Simland All-Stars, even if they do very little in the real world.
I do want to bring some attention to this. Well, a couple of different things. One, smash that like button. North of 300 people watching along on the Dream Stream on YouTube. So hit that like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching on Twitch. Appreciate you as well. And Christian is always all up in the Twitch fam. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow. And of course, anywhere else that you're watching. Appreciate you there as well. Game Center, DK Playbook, DK Nation, wherever it is you're finding us, that's awesome. We prefer YouTube or Twitch only because we love to see you in the chat and interact with you. But if you're just out there listening and don't want to be distracted by the chat and the Sim fam, that's okay too. We're just glad you're here. Now, Dan Russell, if you're still listening, and I don't know if you are, but I hope you are. If you're still listening, you will notice the production crew has placed you in timeout. The reason for this, I'm just mentioning this. This has happened to others as well. I don't mean to single you out, Dan. I'm only bringing you up because you're the latest. You are all incredibly free and downright encouraged to speak your minds. You like The Sims? Awesome. You don't like The Sims? Well, that's too bad, but tell us. That's okay. We appreciate your feedback. We want your honesty. You don't like Christian? You don't like me? That's okay. Our feelings aren't going to get hurt. Our skin's thick enough to be able to interact with our audience. But you got to keep it clean. You start cursing and things like that, that's how you're going to get the timeout. And, people get warnings. Eventually they get banned. I don't want to see that happen to you, Dan, or anybody else. Look at Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's a perfect example. Obi-Wan hates me, but Obi-Wan's never given a timeout because he keeps it clean at least. Oh, you stink, or oh, here we go again, Coffer, or oh, let's golf, narcissist, or stuff like that. But he doesn't curse, doesn't swear.
Yeah, he hates politely, and with a whole array of wild nicknames that I had never considered until Obi-Wan showed up and dropped him into the chat.
Right? Yeah, I mean, it's fairly inventive. Halfway through the second quarter, 7-7. Got Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, Tara Lynn. TL is our producer today. Undercover boss Tom. T. Pike is our technical director. And we've got Bert, Bobo, and Daniel in ops. Daniel, welcome to the team, my friend. 2nd and 10 on the way from the 21.
Yeah, Ravens moving effectively. The Bengals seem to have their number early in that first drive. Penalty gave the Ravens a free first down. They have not looked back since then. So brink of the red zone. That will put them inside it, and that is a first down at the 7-yard line. We got ourselves a goal line watch here. Could be a Lamar scramble. Maybe he'll go back to Mandrews here. As Miles Boykin, the inexpensive Miles Boykin, gets on the board there.
So some of you in the chat, I don't know how to pronounce that, that username. Hoffman's still all about Boston. That's me cleaning it up. Second of the day for Mandrews, by the way. Another touchdown for Mark. He's got 2. 14-7's about to be anyway for Baltimore after the extra point. Yes, Tigalo Kane or whatever it is. I'm still very pro-Boston, very loyal to my Boston teams. Andrew, I love DraftKings. 16-plus months of fun since March 2020. I'm saying it goes back to March 28th. Cry 2 tears in a bucket. Kaufman's a bozo. See, you can insult people nicely, and I mean this with all due respect. Yeah. And that, by the way, was all written there by Cry 2 tears in a bucket. Freak of nature. Lord Silverman says, great energy in the commentary. Luke says, my honest opinion is I think these Madden Sims are getting a little repetitive, but I'm still here because I'd rather make lineups and you guys entertain me. I'd rather, offering some other suggestions as well. That's great. Continue to offer your feedback. We want that.
Yeah. Yeah. And to be fair, like bozo, great word. Like when Cry 2 Tears says it, it comes across playfully, but when producer Tara Lynn says it, it's hurtful. It's mean. She snaps it off like she's twisting the knife with the end of the bozo. It hurts. It's something I talk to my therapist about often.
I can't imagine, like, if bozo hurts so much from Tara Lynn, if she really dug deep.
Yeah.
If she came at you with something that's mainstream hurtful, I mean, it would break me. I don't know what I would do.
That's why I stay on her good side. Tara Lynn asks for something, she gets it. Because I feel like she could cut me to my core in a very, very painful way. And let's face it, I'm too fragile for that.
Again, 14-7 Baltimore, a few minutes to go here in the second quarter. Where are you at in our free roll at the moment?
Well, even though I captained the wrong tight end, and I thought about it too. I had Mandrews, I had Uzama. I was like, yeah, let's go Uzama. I'm doing okay. 40th out of the 142 in there, even with the 0 from Joey Mixon. Although that Gio Bernard, the former Bengal now and current Buccaneer, and that's actually something that comes up in today's post route.
Ooh.
Took a look at the players who added the most value to their quarterback, and that included wide receivers and tight ends mostly, but also took a look at the running backs who punched up their quarterback's rating the most. And Gio Bernard, one of those guys who got 5 sticks across midfield.
You keep adding sticks.
He's got 5 sticks. John Ross the third, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4,
okay,
5, 6.
all right. I don't know how many juniors this guy was going to have.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? You gotta count all the sticks.
So many sticks.
Yeah, they're all right there. You don't even have to worry about the slash line through. If he was truly Johnny's 5 sticks, I guess one of the sticks would be a slash, and then you know it's 5. But still, I'm gonna count it either way. Ooh, Gio here with not a great screen pass, but it still worked out in his favor. Yes. So today's post route looks at the wide receivers who added the most values, the guys who didn't. And Koff, I don't want to spoil it for you, but it turns out the Patriots wideout core pretty grim last season. Poor Damiere Byrd.
You don't say.
Just awful. Yeah, wild, right? Who knew? Yeah, no, it's a great look at guys like Tyler Higbee, Julio Jones, Laviska Shenault. Who really did elevate their passing games, even if they weren't superstars. Of course, Julio is. And the guys who were maybe a little bit worse than expected, Brandon Cooks, looking in your direction. So check that out. Completely free to subscribe over at postroute.substack. .com.
Final couple minutes of this opening half. Again, CDA, AK, TL, Undercover Boss Tom, Bert, Daniel. Daniel's so new he doesn't have a nickname. Could happen. I feel like we got to get to know him a little bit first. Can't just see a name in a Zoom window and all of a sudden bestow it upon him.
Yeah. Like Patrick, he's got to pop in video and just kind of heckle us for a minute. Ooh. See you over there on Twitch, Godlike 101. See you as well, Longstroke. You can come for my job, but I feel like it's not going to end well for you. I'm very qualified.
I figured you were going to say, go ahead, cut for my job. Hope you like working weekends. Oh, man, Lamar, let's go. Let's go. Just barreled into a defender, knocked right down. Sack. Cry 2 tears in a bucket. I read on the internet that Tara Lynn wants to make Chuck Norris cry.
I heard she did. I heard that's why we don't see as much of him anymore. And what was the last truly great Chuck Norris moment? Dodgeball at the end where he shows up as the judge?
Gives the thumbs up.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Conan O'Brien with the Walker Texas Ranger level really did keep him churning out the hits for a while, but even that has been a while.
Bert mentions Expendables. That's true. What was it? I'm trying to remember. Was it 2 or 3? He wasn't in the original. I think it was 2. I think he was in Expendables 2, the one with Van Damme.
You know what I haven't watched in a while? Time Cop. Never a bad day to watch Time Cop.
I've been thinking about that a lot recently.
Yeah.
About just how much I love the movie Time Cop and that I want to watch it again.
That was like
I've probably seen it 20 times.
Yeah.
But it's never, like you said, there's never a bad time to watch Time. In fact, to quote Van Damme within Time Cop, there's never enough time. That awkward scene where he, walks up to hit on his wife standing looking at the clocks at the very beginning, you remember?
Yeah, and then it happens right after he foils a robbery by holding his foot in place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's next level, man. It is next level.
Like, honestly, all the purse snatcher has to do is move slightly to one side and he's fine. He escapes them all, but no.
What he asked the dude what the bottom of his shoe says. I don't even remember what brand it was. What's the bottom of the shoe say? He says it. He goes, read between the lines. He goes, I should get the bleep out of here. Yeah. I love that movie. I love all things Van Damme.
Oh, it's so good. It's
the best Van Damme movie. I mean, there are a lot of good ones. There are a lot of
violence, gratuitous nudity, a whole bunch of Ron Silver as the bad guy just chewing up the scenery.
Well, we were talking about this, not you and I, but me and I don't remember who I was working with for this one, but it was in the last couple of days. We were talking about this on a sim. Was it BK? I guess maybe it was BK. It just movies that really handle the time loop genre well, and Time Cop absolutely does.
Yeah. I mean, not only you get the creative death at the end where you push future you into past you, and then wonderful.
Listen,
wonderful.
Same matter can't occupy the same space.
Yeah.
Melt.
I appreciate the effects there as well, and yeah. And then
I think
we frozen to death. Everything about that just it checks off a lot of boxes in my brain.
I think you and I mean, I'd love to be able to do it together, but unfortunately, we're not in the same area here. But I think we both need to watch Time Cop and have a spirited discussion as to how well it holds up. Yeah. I bet it holds up better than most think it does.
I mean, honestly, we could just fill an entire hour-long sim just discussing the nuances and successes of Time Cop
effortlessly.
Yeah, it would not be a problem.
No. We might not be invited back for another sim.
Oh, that is the one.
But we could do it.
Yeah, that's the one where you guys would be welcome to throw your job application to the hat because DraftKings would be looking for 2 new sim announcers. But we would get it done.
We've got Johnny Five Sticks, as you called him, 3 for 78 with a touchdown. The Mandrews, he's got almost 70 yards with a couple of scores as well. Cry 2 tears in a bucket with a very important question. Do you think Jean-Claude Van Damme bends over to pick things up off the floor, or does he just do the splits down to pick it up?
Oh, he splits the whole way, even in this day and age.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, why
How about time cup where he splits these on the kitchen counter?
Yeah, it's a lot of undue stress on your lower back. Why would you bend over and put your discs at risk when you can just do the splits, teabag your floor, and pick up whatever you need? I see the problem with that now. I understand that I'm exchanging one pain for another. I don't know if that would really be great. I don't know. I feel like it probably depends on what kind of underwear Jean-Claude Van Damme wears on a regular basis, if he's nestled correctly. Anyway.
How about the commercial? Remember the Volvo commercial where he's riding on the trucks and he had Enya going in the background?
Yeah.
As the trucks slowly drift apart. Oh, amazing. Yeah, cry 2 tears in a bucket. When Van Damme does do the splits, he makes continuous eye contact with you.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I still occasionally watch Van Damme live videos on Facebook. Because he does. He frequently, for his, fan page, as we got a fumble, since he's got it, take it back! Back guy touchdown!
Did he get in? He got it!
Touchdown!
Big man touchdown! Carlos Dunlap. No,
Reader.
PJ Reader.
Yeah, we were both thinking Dunlap. Reader.
The high-priced acquisition, big-time free agent signing, came over from the Texans and getting some work done there. That's a 300-pound touchdown right there. I love a good fat guy TD. Look at the field awareness, getting the ball, extending it up over the goal line. Bengals about to tie this one up.
14 all early third quarter. Clint says Jean-Claude versus Steven Seagal. This is just such it's a popular discussion, comes up a lot. It's such a no-brainer to me. I mean, in what universe are you leaning Seagal over Van Damme?
I mean, Seagal has been proven as a fraud. He thought he was impervious to being choked out because of his Aikido background, and that's when Judo Gene LaBelle choked him until he pooped himself. I mean, the dude has just been a fraud his entire life, and now, if you see the demonstrations he's putting on now, it's like just a display of how well younger dudes can flip over and pretend like they were getting hurt by a very, very large Steven Seagal.
I'm trying to remember, isn't there a great story too, though, about Van Damme's bodyguard or whatever? Yeah, it wouldn't be his bouncer, his bodyguard. They were out sometime. This was many, many years ago.
Zito, the former Hell's Angel turned actor, guy was on Oz, just a big jacked Italian dude.
Yeah, his bodyguard beat the hell out of him.
Yeah, just thrashed. Yeah, no, at no bit.
Van Damme wasn't ready to go all hard target in that bar fight.
Seagal is a train wreck, and I feel like Van Damme at the very least could have kept him at range and just pummeled him.
LT the Great. Neither Jean-Claude or Steven Seagal have anything on Danielson. You know what forgive me if this is a controversial take, but in, watching Cobra Kai, which I love, going back, revisiting the Karate Kid movies, are we sure Ralph Macchio can actually fight? Or does he just do the choreography in a believable way?
Yeah, I think he's
there's a difference between doing the choreography and actually knowing karate. And maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I have no idea. But he doesn't look like someone who is got a lot more to offer than the crane kick.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of built for that point karate kind of fighting. If you put him in a real situation, he'd be more or less useless. I mean, he's a little dude. I feel like if you could just grab onto him and fall over, that's gonna really affect his effectiveness. Like, he's not going to be able to do much from the ground, or if you can get in range. I mean, he's literally standing on one leg. A strong breeze could probably knock him over as Lamar picks up a big chunk of yards there, up over 50 yards for him on the day with that carry.
Like old Billy Zapka, seems like he can fight.
Yeah, I agree. He's seen things, you know? He looks tougher. Seagal versus Van Dam is like arguing what's better, trash or garbage.
Can we get Derek banned? Can we put Derek in timeout? I'm kidding, Derek. We wouldn't do that to you. But that take of yours is offensive. I am a passionate Van Dam fan. Cry 2 tears in a bucket. My sister's 60 years old, over 300 pounds, has MS, and I'm absolutely sure she could beat up Ralph Macchio.
Yeah,
that's strong. That's strong.
You gotta get close enough to Ralph Macchio to grab onto him. The dude's a little wisp of a guy. Even now in his older age, as we get, is that another touch? No. Hollywood does not come down with that one.
I mean, I'll say he looks good. Like, we should all be so lucky as to look as youthful at
oh, yeah.
I mean, how old is he? He's got to be in his 50s.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, pretty close, right? So Karate Kid was 84, and he was 14.
He's 59.
Woo!
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
Lamar going to do it himself, and he does.
Get there.
Touchdown, Ravens. So 2 for Mandrews, 1 for LJ. He's responsible. The man behind all 3 of the Ravens scores so far. Baltimore back in the lead in this one.
Like we said off the top, Lamar Jackson owned in 60+% of captain spots in our smaller free roll, 95% owned overall, and no surprise, he will be a fixture in that leading lineup. How about some actual football for you, post-route guy?
Oh.
From Tygal Kane, I apologize. You got to tell me.
Tagalo.
I just don't know how to pronounce it. I need help. Who y'all got winning the AFC North?
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and throw the jinx out there on them. I think the Browns have the most talented roster out there. They have the horses, and their offseason was genuinely great. I love the moves that Cleveland made, really addressing a problem in the secondary, bringing over John Johnson, bringing over Troy Hill at a relative bargain contract, 2 years, $9 million for a guy who can really burn some turf as a slot corner. I liked the low-key veteran moves they did to bring in and address the pass rush. Clowney, which who knows what he's capable of. If he's a bust, who cares? He's still got Myles Garrett. Tack McKinley could really redeem his value there. Malik Jackson is a great older defensive tackle up front. And then you look at what they did in the draft. Their linebackers were not great. So what did Cleveland go out and get? Well, they got Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who slipped all the way to 52nd. That was a great pickup for them. Greg Newsome, another talented cornerback. If these guys can live up to their level of talent, they are a Super Bowl contender. The problem is they are the Browns. They almost never do that. So it really comes down to how jinxed you think Cleveland is. Other than that, I would go, for me, Browns, Ravens, Steelers, Bengals in that order. Bengals going to be a little feistier, but still not a very good team. And the Steelers need to find a way to overcome Ben Roethlisberger's waning arm strength. You'd think a run game would be the way to do that, but no. Not only did they get worse in the up front by losing David DeCastro, they're going to have to rely heavily on Najee Harris, who is going through from playing behind a Cadillac offensive line to playing behind a Geo Metro type offensive line in Pittsburgh. So unless Ben Roethlisberger got some serious stem cell treatment that'll get back his early 20s arm strength, the Steelers are a wild card team at best.
It's funny you went with the order that you did.
Yeah.
Browns, Ravens, Steelers, Bengals, for a couple reasons. One, I agree with you. Two, that is exactly where we stand right now in our Madden 21 simulated football standings. Cleveland at 8-7 coming in to today. Baltimore and Pittsburgh both 7-7. Cincinnati at 5-9. Bert Bobo says, who's Ben's backup now even? None other than Dwayne Haskins.
Well, or
maybe.
We don't even know. Yeah, we don't even know if he's going to make the team. He's got to prove he still loves the game, et cetera, et cetera. Mason Rudolph is still there. Josh Dobbs is still there. So it's kind of a crowded room. Dobbs appreciated more in Pittsburgh than anywhere else, but obviously he's a very solid athlete who is smart enough to have majored in aerospace engineering. Yes, at the University of Tennessee, so it doesn't really count. But still, dude, I feel like can be a fruitful backup in the NFL, even if he got traded back to the Steelers last season. And Rudolph is a guy who, again, his best games at Heinz Field came in college as a visiting quarterback against the Pitt Panthers. But he's been serviceable. He's not the kind of guy who is going to lead you to victories, but he's also not necessarily the guy who's going to take so much off the table that you can't win with him in the lineups. So Haskins has an uphill climb to prove he still belongs in the NFL, and the way he left Washington is a bit concerning. A little bit better developmental plan in Pittsburgh, so we'll see if the Steelers can unlock his potential, because I thought Haskins was going to be pretty good as a pro. Clearly has not gotten there yet.
Just want to acknowledge this because I'm sure it's temporary. I am currently leading the free roll, Christian. First in the free rolls. You want to talk about uphill climbs? You all have an uphill climb to get to the top of this mountain right here.
Yeah.
Late third quarter, so much time for it to fall apart. But first, sitting first, Lamar, captain, Ross, Andrews, Brown, Snead, Boykin. Let's go.
Yeah, and that Boykin catch there is going to help you out quite a bit. I mean, the punt play, the 3K man, having himself a pretty decent day, giving you a return on investment up over 8 points in the flex now. I'm still waiting on Joe Mixon to give me anything. He and CJ are going to be battling it out for babysitter Billy consideration the way things are going right now. Although Hollywood Brown could also be in the mix there. You know who's not in the mix is Lamar Jackson. X Factor lit already up over.
Woo, Mandrews again.
That guy right there.
Call me crazy, but we might see a Lamar passing bonus today. 235 right now, late third.
Look at that. That's the bonus for Mandrews, up over 100 with his 9th catch of the day. So he's at 30 plus as well. That combo, Mandrews and Lamar, a must-have if you want to finish in the money today.
We all having fun, folks? Hit that like button. Let's get to 200 by the end of this sim. Only about 40 to go. I think we can do that with about 400 people watching. Hit that like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. Anywhere else, of course, we greatly appreciate you as well. Twitch.tv/DraftKings, Game Center, DK Playbook, DK Nation, wherever you are. We've got just a scorching hot take. Scorching hot take from Clint Reed in the DraftKings conference room. It says the Ravens are figured out. No way they win more than 7 games.
Yeah, I disagree. I like the boldness there, but I think with this defense intact, and you still have Wink Martindale calling plays on the other side of the ball, I think there's no way that the Ravens slip under 7 wins in the 17-game schedule. I think you can make the case that maybe they'll win 8 or 9. As Lamar is, well, that takes him to the rushing bonus, and it takes us to the end of the third quarter. So Ravens up 7 heading into the last frame and threatening to add more here. Bengals probably going to have to throw the hell out of the ball in the fourth quarter. Not an unfamiliar territory for them. That's what Joe Burrow did throughout his rookie campaign before getting injured in his 10th game. And he's probably going to have to do that a lot this year. Fortunately, the Bengals are well equipped for it. Look at that Lamar number. 235, 2 touchdowns through the air. Could very, very well double bonus his way through this one, and already up over 35 points in the flex if you got him there. If you paid up like Koff did, 18K in the captain spot, but over 50 points there.
Tell you what, as awesome as he's been, though, the Mandrews, 9 for 103, couple of touchdowns, 34 points in the flex in half your lineups. I mean, he's got to be the favorite right now for the Krusty Koff.
I think you got to do it. I mean, basically, a similar flex point production for a guy owned considerably less, a difference maker, because everyone and their brothers got Lamar in the lineup, except for about 5% of you who who keep just wishing and hoping this is going to be the day that fade Lamar pays off. But yeah, Mandrews looking like the guy he was 2 years ago and not last year, a red zone target, a top-notch downfield guy for Lamar Jackson so far. Well, I don't want to discount Hollywood Brown. I said he wasn't having much of a day, but he's still in double digits. He's still been fine, but no player has been a bigger part of that Ravens offensive engine than Mark Andrews.
Dean Murray says, hey, I just realized I have both Lamar and Mandrews. The problem is I only have 4 other players or, maybe not doing so great. Let's see what we get right here. Meager, our pal, calling for a Ricard touchdown at the goal line. I don't think so. How about
Andrews again?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Come on, Andrews, feed that stack. Mark Andrews up over 40 points in the flex, folks. This is a career day for the Mandrews. Let him eat.
I had him in Uzama, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to captain Uzama. Why would I ever get away from this strategy? And Uzama in the captain spot, currently 2.25 points. Mark Andrews in the captain spot, currently about 63. So, you know what? Never listen to me, guys. Never listen to me.
Mark Andrews' previous 2021 Madden Sim high for points came actually in his most recent sim against Green Bay, 28.6. He is throttling that performance here today. Mandrews up over 30 touchdowns. The man is getting it done in a big, big way. 41.8 points in the flex. Are you kidding?
Absolutely wild. Oh, you love to see it.
The kind of day that gets songs written about you. Nelly's going to put Mandrews in an album.
This is a man who's never going to have to pay for his own Old Bay crab in the future. He is a Baltimore legend for this one.
The artist formerly known as Brother Phil says, I don't know about 7 wins, but without their schedule right in front of me, don't think the Ravens are a playoff team, not with some of the other teams in the AFC and what they've done this offseason. Your thoughts, sir?
Ooh, very interesting.
Look, you can cheat. You've got the internet. Feel free to pull up their schedule.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. I think the Ravens had a very good offseason as well, so I think they made the changes necessary to really punch up that offense. Rashad Bateman coming in. I love that. I like Sammy Watkins there as the veteran wideout. Even if he doesn't play a full season because he's always hurt, he still brings a lot of value. And I don't see this being a situation where the Ravens fall off so hard they don't make the playoffs. Now, that said, they have to play a tough schedule. Like we said before, the AFC North kind of stacked right now. And on top of that, you get a division champs schedule. So you got to play Kansas City. You got to play Buffalo. You got to play Green Bay. So there are a lot of difficult games there. Let's go over. I mean, what are the given wins right now? I wouldn't even say at Las Vegas in week 1 is a win because they are opening a brand new stadium. Vegas is risky. I think the Raiders could win that week 1 game. Then they play Kansas City. There's a chance this Ravens team starts off 0-2. Then at Detroit, at Denver, probably a couple of wins there. Tough game against Indianapolis after that. Tough game against the Chargers after that. Then you get Cincinnati. It's possible this team is under 500 when it reaches its week 8 bye. Then you get Minnesota, Miami, Chicago, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Green Bay. Again, a bunch of toss-up type games where the Ravens should win most of those, but they might not because those are all good teams, solid teams that you can see making the playoffs perhaps. So that gives you Cincinnati again in week 16, the Rams in week 17. This is a real tough schedule. And I can understand the let's fade Baltimore sentiment because things are not going to be easy for that team unless Lamar can return to his 2019 form where he led the NFL in passing touchdowns and ran all over the damn place. But he may have some struggles ahead of him.
25-yard line here after the mix and catch. His first 18 yards, 1st and 10 on the way here. 6 minutes to go. Regulation. Baltimore doubling up Cincinnati, 28-14 in virtual Ohio. Christian, Koff, Tara Lynn, undercover boss Tom, Bert, Bobo, and the man affectionately known, I guess, as DC in ops, Daniel. He's new. I'm not sold on DC. DC's too easy. Doesn't mean we won't land there ultimately, but I feel like we need to entertain other things.
And hey, there is the bonus for Johnny. 5 sticks, 4 for 100 and a touchdown through the air. So Bengals giving us some good, what are probably garbage points, let's be honest. Although if they get a touchdown here and a stop, they'll have the opportunity to send this one into extra innings. Looks like Bernard in the backfield and Bernard into the end zone. No, I'm sorry. Yes, that is Gio. I'm sorry. That is Gio Bernard, the RB2, getting the carry out of the shotgun and making this a 1-possession game. So a rough scene for Joe Mixon owners out there. Mixon finally got off the schneid and on the board with a reception earlier in this drive, but it's Bernard who gets the carry near the goal line. Baltimore 28, Bengals 21.
An article Tara Lynn sent us from CBSSports.com, written by our good friend from DraftKings, used to be anyway, Tyler Sullivan. T. Sully, once a part of our content team, is now over at CBS. He writes, this is the article, predicting the MVP of each AFC team. Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen among key stars pivotal to team's 2021 success. So, despite being able to get solid production out of a lot of players, the Ravens have a few stars who will give them a massive lift. Lamar Jackson, the choice for MVP for Baltimore, writes T. Sully. Jackson's only looking up at Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen in the MVP odds heading into next season. He's tied with Tom Brady. While he didn't have quite the same success in 2020 as his record-breaking campaign in 2019, Jackson's still considered to be one of the top quarterbacks that the conference has to offer. That said, his continued development as a passer will be worth watching as we enter the coming season if he can become more prolific in that regard, similar to 2019 when he led the league in passing touchdowns. That will raise his ceiling for Baltimore's Super Bowl chances exponentially. Do you view Baltimore as a realistic Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, absolutely I do. The one problem is that we need Lamar and his Ravens team to get that playoff monkey off their back. They did. He took a step towards it last year by getting that postseason win over the Titans. But, I mean, they immediately laid an egg in Buffalo against a very good Bills team. And that is the big problem that they are facing. They need someone to step up and carry them to sustained playoff success that isn't going to be derailed by upset losses. Lamar has not been great in those games. He hasn't thrown for a ton of yards. And, he does need to prove that he can be a bona fide pocket passer against playoff defenses. That said, I think he can get there. I think I agree with everything Tyler said there. It's not exactly a bold take. Is that more Mandrews there? No, it's not as Willie Snead.
This just not as easy as back in Madden 2020 when Snead had the locks coming out the back of his helmet.
Yeah. So yeah, I believe this team can absolutely be a Super Bowl contender. I do love the moves they made. They restocked that offensive line even after losing Zeus Jr. They got a great edge defender in Odafe Owe, and they did a very good job of addressing the wide receiver position, not only with Rashad Bateman and Sammy Watkins, but getting Tylan Wallace as a kind of a bargain pickup in the 4th round. So big fan of all their moves. Think that this team can absolutely make some waves again. But like we said before, getting into the playoffs against that very difficult schedule is going to be a feat unto itself.
Lamar Jackson killing clock and continuing to run. He's well up over 100 rushing yards. Well shy of the passing bonus. He's sitting at 255. Probably won't get there at this point. 30-yard line for Baltimore, up a touchdown, 3rd and 2 on the way. We got a battle in our free roll too. I'm in second, about a 1/3 of a point behind Amino transfer race. Juice G and I think in the mix among others as well. Jackson up to 125 on the ground now.
And more importantly, keeping the clock going. So barring a turnover, this drive is going to knock the Bengals out of contention in this game. question now is how much time can the Ravens burn, and can they add another touchdown? Can they Bundy Mark Andrews here? Passing for
Oh, he's going to go.
Ooh.
From the 17 to the 2. That's 15 more for Lamar. Cry 2 tears in a bucket. Kaufman, among many reasons that I know you're a professional, is that you interrupt Christian at the correct times to make sure he takes a breath and does not pass out.
It's fair. I mean, it's true. Occasionally I just wake up in the middle of a rant somewhere, don't know where I came from, but I do know that I will finish that rant. And the cough is honorable enough to make sure that I'm not lost in the weeds.
We don't want that.
No.
There is a spirited and somewhat confusing discussion in the chat right now, and has been going on for quite a while, almost the entire half, I think, about whether or not Kevin Durant, whose name hasn't even come up during this sim, is a clutch player, which I don't see how you could possibly argue he's not, but Hawk Corleone is trying to die on that hill, and that's what's going on. We got a handoff. Ingram! Touchdown!
That shakes things up. The good news is if you're waiting on some Bengals to come alive, they're going to have about 2 minutes and 2 timeouts to score some garbage points for you. The bad news is Mark Ingram is, now on the board with the touchdown. Had a few rushing yards, a little bit of production before that, but that turns him from an afterthought to a potential must-own kind of guy today. And sadly, probably ends any chance of Mark Andrews getting Bundy.
It is sad. Just past the 2-minute warning and back into first place, baby.
Oh. Well, we get to see what Joe Burrow can put out there. I'm interested to see where Madden goes with his stats for the upcoming season, because he did show some flashes, but he was also kind of he put up big numbers because he had to throw the hell out of the ball, like Drew Bledsoe early Patriot style, where, yeah, he was on pace to give you more than 270 yards per game, but he was also on pace to throw the ball more than 40 times every time he stepped behind center. And that's not a bad spot for Joe Burrow to be. He can do that. He can give that to you. The question is whether or not his deep ball will catch up to where it was in that breakthrough final season at LSU, as my guy Uzama gets another catch there. Still not loving the fact that I captained Mark Andrews out over him, but maybe this is where he pays off for me.
35-21 Baltimore. About 90 seconds to go. Next sim, I will be back with you. Christian sadly will not. We will miss him. But we will welcome in Zach Thompson. We can sprinkle in a little NBA talk from last night's contest. Game 1 win for the Suns. May have to make the return to the Valley shirt, baby. Hopefully Zach does the same. Steelers, Chiefs, about an hour from now. Now, I know you're upset about the Bucs losing Game 1. We only have about a minute to go. We got our awards to get to, too. You must be happy that Giannis came and went from, probably out to doubtful to questionable to actually having himself a strong fantasy performance and generally speaking, a pretty good game, too. Just, ultimately not enough. Chris Paul went crazy.
Yeah, he was solid, but the problems were kind of what I expected them to be. DeAndre Ayton, it was just kind of feasting in the middle there. He's a throwback post player, and Brook Lopez used to be that, but he was never a great defender in the post, and because of that weakness up front, Calais Campbell going to make things extra difficult for the Bengals now. He got eaten up inside, and that difference was too much to overcome. I do think I love seeing Giannis come back. I don't think he was quite the Giannis of old, but he did put together that positive plus minus in a game where his team lost by double digits. So maybe that's a good sign of things to come. Keep rehabbing that knee, get better, get inside and kind of equalize that interior scoring. That would be a huge win for this Bucs team. And I think we all knew Milwaukee was losing Game 1 no matter what. I saw some positives there. I'm optimistic for the future. I hope this one at least goes 6-7 games so we can truly appreciate a showdown between two very good teams from relatively smaller markets than we're used to.
Any quick takeaways? And when I say quick, I mean quick. We're running out of time. We got to do awards. But just from the match and Aaron Rodgers' continual non-committalness, that's a word I'm inventing here, non-committalness about his future with Green Bay when probed about it?
No, it was pretty much what I expected. I mean, he was trying, he's clearly, he understands the media process, so he's not trying to put any leads out there he's not comfortable with. And I think we're going to see him get a little bit less coy and a little bit more demonstrative as training camp approaches, and he's going to try to put a little bit more pressure on the Packers. But I think he knew that, he knew what was coming last night. He did a good job of avoiding it, even if it wasn't super well played as well. Bengals just going for it and not getting anything there. Ravens going to take over on downs, kneel this one out. It's going to be 35-21 Baltimore road victory here in week 16.
Got a close battle atop the free roll. Got to get obviously
I think we know who the crusty cough player of the game is going to be. Only 2.5 fewer points.
Go ahead. Did you cut out on us? Christian Zemmernet acting up again. Fine the whole way through the sim. And now as we get to award time, man's frozen in time. What do we do? I mean, what does a man do? He's back. There he is.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, I was talking about my player of the game. I don't know.
I had to get a brown bag and briefly hyperventilate.
Yeah, excellent.
To do this alone, but you made it.
I did. I was worried there. It just once per day, my laptop decides it doesn't like this band of my wireless internet and switches me over. So anyway, clear player of the game, got to be Mandrews, 41.8. Game of his life, 1 away from the Bundy. It made Lamar, who did Bundy, 3 through the air, 1 on the ground, make him look a little bit understated. And for that Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award, Joe Mixon, you bum, 1 catch, 18 receiving yards. Didn't even get a carry on the ground, I'm pretty sure. So he's got to go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I always like to look at the worst lineups when it comes to trying to discover those winners. And yeah, Joe Mixon was so bad. Tyler Boyd too. I mean, not as bad as Mixon, but Tyler Boyd just 1 for 7. He was living on the milk carton for quite a while. Oh well. Well, barring any stat adjustments from our friends Bert, Bobo, and Daniel in ops.
You got it? You got the win? You got the dub?
Going to be looking at old number 1 right here. Ashley took the free roll, the nooner. I'm going to grab it here at 2 unless something changes. I hope it doesn't. This what a moment. I mean, what a time to be alive. I have so many people to thank. Mostly Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews, though. It's mostly the 2 of them. T-Pike speech is where Tara Lynn says, go, rap, play the music. Yeah, please read the copy. Thank you. All right. Thanks to TL. Thanks to Undercover Boss Tom. Everybody's going to be back, obviously. And Bert, Daniel, you guys are great. Christian, thank you for – I don't think I could have won this free roll just without your positive spirit being here. You know, who knows? Like, had Kenny been here, I would have been like 100th.
Yeah.
I got entirely different.
The dark clouds, not only from the lack of Wild Weather Wednesday, but the lack of Kenny's haterade, have parted. And now, as a result, we get to see your shining lineup beaming down on the earth and making the flowers grow. So congrats to you.
Blushing. It's spectacular. It's real and it's spectacular. The Steelers and Chiefs are on the way in a little less than an hour. Zach Thompson and I will get into some of the NBA stuff from last night, maybe rock the Valley shirts and celebrate all things, Phoenix Suns. We got to go. All right, coming up, the guys from the No Laying Up podcast. Next, they're going to make sure they break down everything you need to know about this weekend's UFC betting trends on the DK Sportsbook with John Anik. He got his start in Boston radio. He is now the voice of UFC. The rest of the crew will be along as well. Go nowhere. That starts right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the No Laying Up preview show presented, as always, by the DraftKings Sportsbook. I am joined, as always, by my compatriots, Tron, Neil, Randy. Solly is going to be coming to us from an undisclosed location. Gentlemen, how are you guys? Tron looking great in the backyard. Strap Boys looking like they got their team uniform on. Coming off a softball game or something, maybe. I don't really know. Guys, great to see you. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Oh my gosh.
Approaching this as a money round, Randy, and I see that you're on the same page as me, baby, and I like it.
Well, we're in the pouch together this week, so
We are.
Figure we might as well dress alike, and maybe we can be as successful here as we've been lately in the money round.
That's right. That's right.
Let's roll that footage now. Here you'll see Randy and Neil both fulfilling their sentence, which was going to be right. Quote, I will not be in the pouch this week. Is that what it is, boys?
That is it. It's a classic Catholic school punishment. Just drill it home. We got to be better, Randy. We got to be better.
Of course. We're always looking to get better.
That's right. Detention.
Well, thank you guys for fulfilling that. Neil, welcome back to the pouch. Randy, a couple more to be paid, but obviously, how do you eat an elephant? Just one bite at a time, right? We'll just start picking these things off.
Wait, what do you mean?
I thought you have a bunch of pouches to fulfill. We were calling you the big marsupial last week.
You were. I thought the deal was the TikTok dance erased all my pouches, and now I'm serving the one after that.
No.
Yeah. No, that's in writing. I can show you that in the chat for sure.
We can legislate that, offline. Let's get to the golf this week. Fifth major, the John Deere Classic. I know everybody here is excited for that. We've also got the Scottish Open at the Renaissance Club. We've also got the LPGA's going where? Toledo? Is that right?
That's right.
The marathon? Sylvania, Ohio.
Just outside Toledo.
Just outside Toledo. Lots of going on. We've got the match on Tuesday that you certainly can work into your picks. Randy, as a celebration of getting out of the pouch, shout out to our mutual pick last week, Lauren Coughlin, for the top 20. Why don't you kick things off here? Where are we going?
My gosh, I would love to. We're going to start with Euro 2020. That's actually being played in 2021.
It's coming up, Randy.
I'm taking the Spanish side. I am
Wow. Not the lads.
Not the lads. I know the lads have been hoisting pints, but we are taking.
You're saying it's not coming home.
It's not coming home. They're going to be hoisting pints of despair and misery because I see Spain winning 20 nuggies plus 270 on that.
Love that pick.
Let's stay across the pond for the Scottish Open. I got big shot Bob McIntyre, top 20 finish plus 188.
Love that.
We'll put 20 nuggets on there. Total home game for him. Home game's a big theme this week because when we come back to Toledo, Sylvania, I got the mud hen, Danielle Kang. She never loses in Toledo. So I'm just I'm not going to get too greedy. I'm just taking her for a top 10 at plus 150. We're putting 35 nuggies on that. And then let's close it out with we'll take a flyer on Mav McNeely. He played well last week in Detroit. Guy that hits the crap out of the ball and can make a ton of birdies. We'll take him to win at plus 4,000, 15 nuggies there. And then on the match, give me Brady and Mickelson at plus 130, 10 nuggies to win the match.
Tron, what do you got?
Yeah, Randy and I are on the same page a little bit. I'm going over to Scotland first. I got Big Bob McIntyre. He's going to be yelling 4. I got him to win. Plus 4,500, 10 nuggies there to win. And then sticking with the Aberdeen Standard Investment Scottish Open 2021, we're going with Tommy Fleetwood, 20 nuggies there to win. That's plus 2,000. And then coming back stateside.
I believe last time you bet on Tommy Fleetwood, you called it, quote, lighting money on fire. Do you still feel that way?
Version of Ches for me.
Yeah.
Just a weekly investment.
I got Lebiota, as CBS would say last week. That was an inspired play by me. So, I'm feeling it a little bit. I got Zach Johnson and Matt McNeely, both top 10s. And then I've got Austin.
Hopefully no pontoon boats popping off for Zach Johnson.
I mean, I don't know. Well,
hopefully.
What if, I was going to say, I would be fine with losing the bet if the pontoon bandits pop back up. And then lastly, I've got Austin Ernst to win in Toledo, plus 3,300. It's one of those courses. I feel like she's had a couple of good showings here in the past, but hasn't really put 4 rounds together. And I'm betting it happens this week.
Love it. Good stuff. Neil, you keep saying that you have, quote, provocative plays this week, so we're going to save you as the main event. Let's just let that simmer a little bit. I can't wait to hear what you've got going on. As far as what I have going, I'm taking a little bit of what you guys have already said. Mav McNeely, I had him for a top 20 last week. T21, that's tough. You hate to see that. So we're going to run it back. He's been playing some really nice golf, as my associate Randy pointed out. Taking him for a top 10 actually this week at plus 350. Another guy who is a past champion here, Brian Harmon, taking him for a top 10 plus 175. He's like low-key, the second favorite, I think, in the field, which is not a great reflection of your field, but we'll take it. Brian Harmon, top 10 plus 175, 20 nuggets. These are all 20 nugget plays taking a play out of Randy's playbook there. Going over to just outside Toledo, Leona McGuire. I'm going with her to win.
Love that.
Thought about that.
I think there's obviously been a lot of Mo going for Leona. She's plus 2,800. Love that value. 20 nuggies there. Sticking with the LPGA, another player who's been playing really nice, Julia Molinaro for a top 10. I believe she was third last week. Plus 1,200 for a top 10. Love that value. 20 nuggets there. And then I'm going over to the match. Totally random. I don't know why. I feel like I need to have some action on the match to really get up for it, because I'm not really up for it, if we're being totally honest. So I'll go Phil and Tom Brady to be first ones to go one up. That's plus 105. So 20 nuggets there. What the hell? Neil, bring the noise, man. What do you got?
Well, it was tough week to pick Bryson last week. I just didn't see I didn't see that stuff coming. And Ches, you got to look in the starting lineup. And many people would think, I'm going to move away from Ches, but I got news for all of you out there. It's Ches Fest 2021. Here we go. Ches to win.
Ches Boy Summer.
It's a Ches Boy Summer. 20 nuggies on each of these plays. Ches to win, plus 5,500, 20 nuggies. Ches Reavie, top 10, plus 500. Ches Reavie, top 20, plus 275. Ches, top 30, plus 150. And Ches to miss the cut, plus 150. How about that? All of them are 20 nuggies.
Wow.
It's a
That's provocative.
It's a Mike drill. Now, if he hits that 40 to 50 range, we could be in trouble. But that's a risk we're willing to take this week.
I see you provoking some losses this week. I think that's the only thing that's being provoked.
And I didn't go with the top 40 play, which would have been I think plus 50, something in Pouch Dodge Nation that I didn't want to get into, because I respect the game and I'm not a pouch dodger.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Why?
Where's Ches from?
Doubling down. If he gets in the top 10, the kid gets paid big.
Ches Boy Summer, you heard it here first. All right, let's throw it to the DraftKings in an undisclosed location. Guys, we very narrowly dodged another solid win last week. It's getting late early, so fingers crossed he's also going all in on Ches.
We're fine. We're fine.
And we'll see you guys next week.
Hello, checking in from a remote location here in Wyoming. Off week last week, rare 0 for 5. Of course, appreciate Neil protecting me from the pouch. We got 5 plays this week. Brandon Hagee and Hank Lebioda, both going to top 20. I got 10 nuggets on each of those guys. My big play this week is 40 nuggets on Leona McGuire. She's going to top 10. That's plus 250. She's probably going to win the damn thing. But I feel really, really good about that one. Wish I had more nugs, of course. Kevin Streelman is going to win the John Deere Classic, plus 2,800 on that one, 20 nuggets on that. And then lastly, in the Scottish Open, Robert McIntyre, home game for him. He's going to top 10 at the Scottish Open, so 20 more nuggets on that. I'm going to, of course, be billing this hour and not counting this hour as PTO out here on my honeymoon. But thank you, everyone, for holding down the fort while I'm away, and looking forward to being back in the studio next week. Cheers.
What's going on, golf addicts? Welcome to Tour Junkies After Dark, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, and this is our 100th episode of Tour Junkies After Dark. DraftKings has been putting up with us for 100 episodes. A lot of you have not, but DraftKings has. And you know what? At least for 100 episodes of this show, previewing golf tournaments on the PGA Tour and picking winners, we can arrive at this 100th episode right on the heels of 160-1 winner last week at the Rocket Mortgage Classic in Cam Davis. Damn, son, we are happy to be here after that hit just last week, last Monday night, recording this show, 160-1. Cam Davis was laying 160-1 on DraftKings. He was much shorter on some other books, and I told you people that was a good grab. You need to get it. You need to make it happen. The young gun could get it done on the PGA Tour, and he did in dramatic fashion on like the 5th or 6th playoff hole at Detroit Golf Club for the Rocket Mortgage Classic. And I think more wins are to come for Cam Davis. So 160-1, what are you people doing? Betting freaking the NBA or the NFL, and you're parlaying like 5 games to get you like 40-1. Jeez, I mean, just bet on golf. This is why golf is the best sport to sweat and to bet on DraftKings Sportsbook. There's so much that can happen, and this is another week. It's the John Deere Classic in Silvis, Illinois from TPC Deer Run, and this is another week where the long shots have a history of winning this golf tournament, and a lot of different things can happen. We are here to break it down for you, give you a little tidbit of what you need to know. Before we get into that, give the DraftKings channel here a thumbs up, subscribe if you've not already, and comment on this video whether or not you hit the Cam Davis. If you hit the Cam Davis pick, let us know. If you didn't, tell us how stupid you feel. All right. Pat, my co-host, my partner in crime, Pat Perry here on the Tour Junkies. Pat, tell us about the golf course, about TPC Deer Run.
Yeah, so TPC Deer Run is a par 71. It is playing 7,268 yards. We've got a full field event. Low 65 and ties will make the putt. Well, you got to make some putts this week, by the way, because on these bent grass greens, everybody scores. It's like a scoring fest. Everybody makes birdies, whatever. And so you got to get guys this week that are going to score a ton. It is, you look at the stats, strokes gained approach is huge this week. Guys have to hit these greens and then give themselves birdie opportunities, because otherwise you're not going to win. Doesn't matter. The fairways are easy to hit. Everything else is easy about this course. You look at the defending champions from Dylan Fratelli in 2019 at 21 under to Michael Kim the year before that at 27 under, all the way back to Jordan Spieth in 2015 at 20 under. Scoring is the key this week, and that is all you're going to look at. We'll look at a little bit of course history and recent form, but I'm just looking at guys that are checking the box in birdie or better percentage and things like that. So there you go. That's the course breakdown.
Yeah, pretty easy golf course. Every year, this is one of the easiest courses on tour. Tons of birdies. I think the books are going to have this thing around 21 to 22 under as your over-under winning score total. This is just like Pat said, total birdie fest. The weather looks pretty good. Conditions will be soft. Maybe a touch of wind, but it's not going to be that tough. This is going to be, let's just throw darts and who gets hot. Pat mentioned just a few past champions, but when you look at the winning odds, Dylan Fratelli won in 2019 at 90-1. Michael Kim won in 2018 around 300-1. Just went absolutely haywire with his putter.
Yep.
Bryson won his first PGA Tour event here at 50-1. And yeah, Brian Harmon won here in 2014 at 125-1. Jordan Spieth's first PGA Tour event, or first PGA Tour win, I think, was here in 2013 at 40-1. So, a lot of mid-range to long shots have won this golf tournament, and a lot of first-timers have won here, and I think that can definitely be the case this year. It's not a strong field. You got a lot of the big names headed over to Europe to prepare for the Open Championship. You got big names like Rory, JT, John Rahm, Colin Morikawa playing the Scottish Open this year, which you can also bet on DK Sportsbook. And if you want more information on that, we covered that in our Tour Junkies betting show on the Tour Junkies YouTube channel. But, a lot of guys over on playing the Scottish Open, getting prepped up for the Open Championship. Daniel Berger leads the way here on the betting card here for DraftKings Sportsbook at 11-1, followed by Brian Harmon and Sungjae Im at 16-1, Russell Henley at 20-1, Kevin Streelman at 28. Cam Davis, the guy who just won last week at the Rocket Mortgage, and Alex Noren are both at 30-1. That's kind of the top of the betting board here for the John Deere Classic. And Pat, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I just, the only one I think I'm interested in is Kevin Streelman at 28-1. Even Cam Davis. I love Cam Davis. Freaking love him. He just made me a ton of money last week. He just made a ton of our listeners, a ton of our viewers, a ton of money last week. But I think coming off his first PGA Tour victory, where he had to play 5-6 extra playoff holes, now he gets to a golf course that's not really built for him the way the Rocket Mortgage, the way the Detroit Golf Club was built for him. I just don't I see a letdown coming for Cam Davis, and I can't really bet these guys in these shorter range and these shorter numbers other than Kevin Streelman, who's been playing really, really well. This feels like a golf tournament, a golf course that's set up perfect for him. He's an accuracy, ball striking player. Irons are super good right now, very hot right now. Kevin Streelman's irons are. So I think Streelman at 28-1 is as short as I'm going. Other than that, man, I'm going to live in this mid-range on DraftKings Sportsbook because I think that's where the winner's going to come from. What do you think?
See, I do agree. I think the mid-range is the sweet spot here this week. I do think Russell Henley, though, at 20-1 is a good play. I'm a big fan of him here. We obviously know he played extremely well at the U.S. Open a few weeks ago. He's great with his irons. He can get hot with his putter at any time. I like him on bent grass greens. So Russell Henley at 20-1, I think in the shorter area is my favorite play. I do like Streelman as well. And I like Alex Noren at 30-1, a guy that's coming off of another good week just last weekend. So I think those three are really my favorites here. And then I'm with you. I'm totally going mid to long range and really not like super long. I'm like staying in that mid range up to maybe 100 to 125-1. Those are really the guys that I'm looking at this week.
All right, well, get me going a little further down the betting board and tell me who's catching your eye, starting to look into that mid-range.
All right, looking at the mid-range, I'll go at the bottom of the mid-range, and Maverick McNeely is at 45-1. I love him this week. I know he's your boy.
I like it.
I got to steal him from you this week because I think he is a great play at 45-1. So I will go him. And then going up a little bit, I think that Doc Redman at 55-1. He's been sort of up and down. We saw him play well at Congaree a few weeks ago. Is great with his irons. Another good guy, player that I think, like, if he just gets hot with his putter this week, could have a good one. So at 55-1, I like Doc Redman. And then another guy who we've seen play extremely well lately and consistently well is Hank Lebioda. He is at 60-1. Just last week, could have won the tournament, but he didn't. But still, he's improved with a lot of parts of his games that were, one thing about Hank Lebioda that I love is he's always trying to focus on that one part of his game that is just not been that great. And for him, it's been putting. He's doing that much better lately. And so I like Hank Lebioda at 61. So there you go. I got a few others here, but I'll let you chime in now.
Well, thanks for taking two of my favorites. Matt McNeely and Lebioda were definitely a couple names that I'm going to jump on very quickly here. If you can still get them at that number, I think you bet them 45-1 on DraftKings for Matt McNeely and 60-1 for Hank Lebioda. I think especially the Hank Lebioda number is going to get shorter before the week is over or before first ball goes in the air on Thursday. But I like Mav too. I think he's got the winning chops to get it done. He's been close enough, as has Hank, but he's been close enough on Sunday, late on Sunday, and he's felt the pressure of closing the door. He just hadn't quite done it. So I think Matt McNeely and Lebioda are two very solid plays. I would go ahead and jump on those numbers. They're not getting any longer. Other than that, I mean, in this mid-range, I like Pat Perez a little bit at 55-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook. Pat Perez, the putter is really coming around here lately. Perez's putting has really turned up. a few notches here. So, and I think this is going to be a putting contest. I think when it's all said and done, a guy's got to get super, super hot with the flat stick to be able to pull out a victory at 22 under. So I think Perez can do that. Okay record here at the John Deere. Not great. 37th in 2019. That was his last attempt here at the John Deere. But T14 at the Rocket Mortgage, T10th at the Palmetto. He's playing good. He's feeling himself right now, Pat Perez is. And the irons are always pretty solid. 26th in strokes gained approach over the last 24 rounds for Pat Perez. So that's it for me in this kind of mid-tier area. I'll start working up the board here a little bit and give you Beau Hossler at 80-1. Big fan of Beau Hossler right now. I mean, he's coming into this event in solid form. Now, he played here in 2019 and finished T26. He finished T25 at the Rocket Mortgage, T10 at the Travelers, T19 at the Palmetto. The young guy, Beau Hossler, has turned it up. Now, one of the things I think a lot of players start to look at this time of year is, where do I stand in the FedEx Cup standings? And if you're outside the top 125 players in the FedEx Cup standings when the playoffs begin, you don't have full status on the PGA Tour next year. And that's a huge deal to these guys. So if you're just inside of that top 125 or on the outside looking in, I think you start to look at that in the next few events. And Beau Hossler is a guy who's at 144 and he's been making a lot of moves up the board here lately with those good finishes I just told you about. I think this is an event that Beau looks at and says, I need to capitalize on this. And he's probably one of the strongest putters in this entire field. And now the irons are clicking. I think that's a good sign for Beau Hossler at 80-1. So that's it for me before we get into that triple-digit bomb kind of range. Anybody else for you?
A couple other guys here. I do like Beau Hossler. I'm with you there. I like Scott Stallings at 70-1. He's a guy we've seen play pretty well recently. I think this is a good course for him. Tom Lewis, a guy I bet first round leader last week. If it wasn't for freaking Davis Thompson shooting 9 under in the first round, Tom Lewis would have got the first round leaders. Also, you had the first round leader, but Brandon Hagee as well, so they would have tied. But screw that. Whatever. We're not going to get that. If you're going to get Cam Davis, you know what? You're not going to get the first round leader.
Can't hit them all.
Anyway, other than that, I will also go with Patrick Rogers at 80-1, a guy that has finished second here before to Bryson DeChambeau just a few years ago. We've seen him also play fairly well recently as well. So I like Patrick Rogers at 80-1.
All right, talking about some triple-digit bombs, I will go with I'll give you two names here. You just mentioned we almost had a first-round leader bet on Tom Lewis, and my guy Brandon Hagee was who I had. They both finished 7 under. Davis Thompson finished 9 under to steal the first-round leader from our clutches last week. But I'm going to go back to the well here with Brandon Hagee at 150-1 on DK Sportsbook. It's just a long number for a guy who's coming in hot, okay? He finished like 15 or 16 under last week at the Rocket Mortgage, so it was a top 5 or top 10 at least for Brandon Hagee. He does well in these events where he can just go stupid low. Now, I don't think TPC Deer Run is as good a course for him as the as Detroit Golf Club was last week. You have one less par 5 for him to take advantage of. Brandon Hagee hits it a long way. He can eat up those par 5s, but I still think 150-1 is a big number for him. And he's 5.5-1 as a top 20. I really like that number for a bomb top 20. Brandon Hagee could get that done. So I'll go there with him at 150-1. The last pick for me is going to be Satoshi Kodaira at 150-1. Another guy who came out last week, guns blazing on Thursday, contended for first round leader, actually. Satoshi did. So he had a great Thursday, and then he just completely just said, you know what, F it, I'm going to mail it in. On Friday, he was terrible. But he does hit a ton of fairways. The irons have been okay lately, but he's gained a ton of strokes with the flat stick in his last 5 events. He can get really hot with the putter. An 11th at the Wells Fargo, a 13th at the Byron Nelson, a 19th at the Palmetto. So he can get hot. He can get really hot. So if the irons can click a little bit for Satoshi Kodaira, and he is a PGA Tour winner, won the RBC Heritage back in 2018, and he is also on the outside of the FedEx Cup standings at 147, and his PGA Tour status is running out after that RBC Heritage victory. So he needs to move up the FedEx Cup rankings to lock up his tour card for next year. So I'll go Satoshi at 150 to 1. That's it for me.
I love the Satoshi, whatever.
Satoshi?
Sayoshi pick at 151. I think that's a great one. I'll go with Adam Schenk at 100 to 1. He's another guy that I think is, you look at the stats here, great on approach, ball striking. I think Adam Schenk makes a lot of sense at 100 to 1. Now, he'll have to get his first tour win here, but you know what? Like you said, a lot of guys have won their first tour event at the John Deere Classic, so I like Adam Schenk. And then Camilo Villegas at 150 to 1. I think this just feels like a Villegas type course where he could play well. We've seen him play well recently on tour, so I like Villegas at 150 to 1. So that's it for me.
Yeah, and I said you got the Scottish Open going on. If you just really want to go bananas, here's a double for you. And a double is basically a parlay that you could do on DraftKings Sportsbook. You can pick the outright winner for the John Deere and the outright winner for the Scottish Open. If you get it right, if you get both of them right, you parlay it. Daniel Berger is your favorite at the John Deere, and he is clearly the best player, the most consistent player in this field. So, I'm not going to bet him straight up at 11 to 1, but with a double, if I put him with Tyrrell Hatton, who is one of my favorite picks for the Scottish Open, and you parlay those two names, that's 227 to 1 if they both end up winning their events. So you can do that on DraftKings Sportsbook, which is pretty cool. So props to DraftKings Sportsbook for letting you do that. Pat, that's it for us. Our 100th TJ After Dark episode on DraftKings Sportsbook. Hopefully they let us do 100 more. So give it a thumbs up. Give it a comment. Tell us who you think is going to take it down this week for the John Deere or the Scottish Open. And we'll be back next week for the Open Championship. It's going to be a fun show. I'm excited.
Yep.
By the time we get to this episode next week, I will have had a part of my body waxed live on our own show by my wife because I lost a bet. So either my inner thigh or my butt cheek is going to get waxed on the Tour Junkies show on our YouTube channel. So I can't wait for that. But, I lost a bet. I pay my dues. It is what it is. But, hopefully everybody makes a ton of money this week. May your screens be green for the John Deere Classic and the Scottish Open so you can have a much bigger bankroll for the Open Championship next year. The season's final major. It's going to be a good time. See ya.
Oh!
What's going on, golf addicts? Welcome to Tour
How festive
Junkies.
is this? How good is this? A good day to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm John Anik. Welcome to the UFC 264 betting preview presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And man, have we got all hands on deck today as I am joined by the veteran mixed martial arts journalist from The Ringer, Chuck Mendenhall, and a man who really needs no introduction around these parts or any other from the 305, Jorge Gamebred Masvidal. And we got a lot to get into today, boys, so let us get right to it. As many of you know, the trilogy is upon us. UFC 264, Poirier versus McGregor 3. So where are the betting odds right now as we come to you here during the middle of fight week? Dustin Poirier holding as the favorite, minus 130. The comeback on Conor McGregor at plus 108. Chuck, we will begin with you. DraftKings Sportsbook opened this as a pick'em. Some money has come in on Dustin Poirier. Why do you think he's the betting favorite, at least right now?
I think that it's just that he, we saw in January, the last fight, we saw what he was able to do. I think a lot of that has to do with an esoteric stake. So when he fought in 2014, when they first met, it was the Conor McGregor show. It was all downhill momentum for that guy. I felt like everything was a part of the Conor McGregor bubble. This was kind of the perfect setup for him, for Dustin Poirier to go into a situation where there's a couple thousand fans at Fight Island to really focus in, put all that aside and do what he did. And I felt like I'm sure you guys will agree to an extent. I felt like he had a lot of options to him on how he might want to take that fight, and he had McGregor kind of dancing to his tune a little bit. It really comes down to the adjustments that McGregor's going to make. But I think the line is actually just about there. To me, it feels like a coin flip. So.
Well, Jorge, Dustin Poirier is your longtime teammate and friend. What can you tell us about his training camp and ultimately the position that he comes in to this trilogy?
I can tell he's in phenomenal shape, man. I've been in there since the start of the camp, and he came in shape, you know. He wasn't messing around. He knew that third fight was going to happen at some point. So it's not like he went home and gave himself any slack. He came back full six-packed out, in shape.
Right.
He was doing 5 rounds since he got back. You know, I usually see him progress, and he gets in better shape every week. I mean, he came in fight shape already on week 1, and it's just, he's looking phenomenal, man. He's going to hurt somebody.
All right, well, the series is 1-1, and the trilogy, of course, is going to be completed here in a matter of days, and we want to welcome in the 4th member of our broadcast team. He is the Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations for DraftKings, Johnny Avello, certainly a legend around these parts, and I know for me and Chuck, it's been great to get to know you and chop it up with you a little bit. What can you tell us about the handle and the action that has come in on this main event thus far?
Well, first of all, guys, I love the element I'm in. I'm in a sports book where people bet money and win money. It couldn't feel any better. The money that's being bet on this so far is actually coming on McGregor. Although the line move has gone from a pick to -30. That's because most of the money has come in as of late. But as far as bets are concerned, about 55% of the bets are on McGregor, 45% on Poirier. Now, this is one interesting fact, guy, is will the fight end in the first 60 seconds of the first round? I have never seen this since I've been bookmaking. 100% on the money says yes.
Yeah, I believe that. So, Johnny, when you're setting a line for this trilogy fight, obviously Conor McGregor was a much more prohibitive favorite for that second meeting. You opened this a pick'em. Any insight as to why you opened at that number?
Well, let's go back to the first fight back in 2014. We opened McGregor -280. He wins that fight easily. Now we go to the 6 months ago. We open him up, I think it was 280, went up to 330 at close. He loses that fight. So bookmakers have to make adjustments. So we thought a pick'em was the right adjustment for this one. The bettors have told us that the adjustment wasn't enough. So pick him up to 130 so far, Poirier. But I think there's going to be plenty of McGregor money. This fight may even come back.
In my next lifetime, I want to come back as Johnny Avello, but I just got to be John Anik for today. Gamebred, I want to go to you on Dustin Poirier here. What do you think he needs to do to win this fight? I know you have a healthy amount of respect for Conor McGregor, especially early in the fight. What does Dustin have to do to make sure he gets the job done?
I think Conor gets his timing better than anybody, faster than anybody. So if he can't get his timing on the feet right away, he has to do things, move, chop his legs, grapple, wrestle with him. Just take Conor away from that because he's one of the best sprinters. When we're coming off the blocks, man, this guy's a 100-yard sprinter right away. He's in your face right away, landing big shots. I think Dustin's going to be more than ready for it, though. He's faced him twice. They got a lot of strategies going into it. And I think stand-up anyways, since he's dealt with it on those 2 occasions, he knows how quickly he can find his timing. I don't think he's going to catch him by surprise, even on the feet. But I think that is Conor's best strength, is how quickly he can get to where he's good at and stay there.
There is no overstating Poirier's confidence based upon everything he's done in his UFC career with 19 wins, but also the win over Conor McGregor about 6 months or so ago. A lot of people have talked about Conor McGregor in terms of the adjustments. A lot of people feel like he's got to get it done early. What are your thoughts on Conor and ultimately how he chooses to attack in this one?
It's kind of funny how this has happened because it's almost a juxtaposition from the first fight 6 years ago in terms of the psychology here. Conor controlled the narrative. Conor had the psychology behind him, the collective rooting interest, I think. This has gotten strange because I think of the way Poirier showed himself in this last fight. I feel like now the mental side falls to Conor McGregor to react, right? Because he has more to think about. Those calf kicks that were landing and taking his legs out of the action. He also got taken down pretty immediately in that last fight. There's more things for him to do. You can even see it in the gamesmanship going on Twitter a little bit with the first to shoot. Yeah, that whole thing. I feel like there's some mental play, but this time I feel like the mental edge actually goes to Poirier. That stuff fascinates me. And then you look at a trilogy fight and it becomes the broader picture, right? That becomes maybe Poirier's story the whole way. Like it's one of those type of things. So the stakes are pretty crazy in this one. I feel like the legacies, there's going to be a fork in the road one way or another. I think that Poirier has probably established himself somewhere pretty high anyway, but this would just make him, I know you were talking about him being a Hall of Famer at some point. I think that this would just solidify something like that.
All right, so there's only one member of the panel who's required to make a pick today. Gamebred, it's not you, so. That's a good thing. Chuck, who do you have in this main event?
You know,
who I was going to pick.
I think it goes without saying. We confer. I went back and forth on this. This is a tough one, but I think that ultimately, when I look at it, you look at the evidence from 2014 and you look at it in 2020 in January, I see such a difference. And realistically, Conor McGregor's had what? He's had a couple of fights at lightweight. He's had one victory.
Right.
I think these things really matter. Dustin Poirier has been at it. He's been doing this for so long. You can tell that the aura of this fight doesn't affect him in the way that it might have when he was younger. I just can't pick against him. I'm going Dustin Poirier with this one.
All right, looks like Dustin Poirier is the pick to click for Chuck Mendenhall. All right, co-main event, a healthy appetizer for McGregor and Poirier, of course. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, the fourth-ranked welterweight contender, taking on second-ranked Gilbert Durinho Burns. Johnny Avello, I want to open with you here, at least as we look at the number on DraftKings right now. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, minus 155. Gilbert Durinho Burns, plus 125. What can you tell us about those numbers relative to the opening number and where some of the early action is on the co-main event?
A little bit of movement here. We opened the fight a little bit higher. We had this fight at 165 down to 155. 51% of the handle right now on Burns, 49% of the handle on Thompson. So it's my kind of fight. I love it. I love equal action like that, guys. You know, it's a great fight. We got a jiu-jitsu guy against an outstanding striker. Don't sell this one short either. This looks like it could be a main event any other day.
Bookmakers love that two-way action. Jorge, you have shared the octagon with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. I'd imagine he's a difficult guy to fight, to prepare for. You had some success in that fight, obviously, but what makes him such a significant challenge?
He's amazing at keeping it in his distance where not everybody is used to competing in that distance. And he's not fighting the outside. He's fighting like an outside. And, man, he's great at keeping it there the whole time, landing strikes. And a lot of his strikes look like the last strike that he threw, but it's not, you know.
Right.
His side kick blends in really well with his high kick, and his straight punches are followed by kicks. I think he does a really, really good job of just keeping the fight on the outside and never letting you get to your game. I think at 170, Durinho hasn't shown a lot of his grappling skills at 170. He hasn't been able to take guys down and control them. I think he's a little bit undersized. I don't see him having success after the first round. If he was to catch Thompson in the first round and submit him,
right,
I think he could win it. But that's the only way I give him. I'm leaning towards Thompson, heavy landslide, just outworking him every round, stuffing takedowns, and keeping him on the feet and just lighting him up.
Yeah, I mean, Burns definitely has knockout power. You think he needs a floor fight, though, to win? Or
I think on the feet they're, and, you know, crazier things have happened, but I think on the feet they're worlds apart.
Yeah.
As in Thompson understands striking. Durinho just realized that he has a little bit of hand power and he can knock guys down, but he doesn't understand the game completely. He doesn't understand setups or when he's getting set up himself. Thompson has a very firm understanding of that. And to get to his legs, it's not easy, man. The guy is just a nightmare, I think, for wrestlers. That distance that he imposes the whole freaking time, amazing.
Chuck, how do you handicap this co-main event? Gilbert Burns, plus 125. He's the underdog. Despite having the higher ranking, he gets the red corner. How do you handicap this fight?
You know, I agree with Jorge 100%. I think that his best chance of getting it done is early, because if evidence has told us anything, is that Wonderboy Thompson never gets blown out, right? Like, with maybe the outlier being obviously that Pettis fight where he was caught in that, but he doesn't get blown out. And if he kind of forces you very subtly to fight his fight. I know Masvidal knows a lot about this, because you'll see him, his offense in Corbett is retreating. Retreating is part of his offense. He weaponizes his retreat. It's kind of a it's a very difficult type of thing when he's blading and he's throwing those kicks and everything. I think the longer the fight goes on, the more that the other, Burns might have to ratchet up his pressure and want to come back in this fight. But that's kind of playing right into Wonderboy's what he wants to do, because he's so good at countering. So I see this being early for Burns if he can get it done, but the later it goes, I see it for Thompson.
All right, it sounds like the iconic Jorge Masvidal is picking Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, but he is not contractually obligated to make a selection today. You are.
Yep.
So, Chuck, who's the pick to click in the co-main event?
So I'm definitely going to go Wonderboy Thompson. I think this is actually a great fight for him. He's also, is he 38 years old? He's right around 38 years old. I think he's at the last moment, right, where he's really going for his title run. Stays out of harm's way. He knows how to keep guys at distance, as he was mentioned. I just think that he's going to outpoint him. He's okay outpointing him. You know what I mean? I think, and that's some people don't like that type of fight, but it's masterful stuff that he does in there. And I think that's how he's going to get it done, a decision.
I saw you lean in. You got a final thought on Burns Masvidal, or excuse me, Burns Thompson? Are you good?
Yeah, I'd like to fight any of those winners.
I know.
Oh yeah,
definitely like to fight the winner. Final thoughts. If Gilbert, I think, gets overcommitted, I think I can see Thompson with a stoppage, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll
I'd
see
like to
how it
call
plays
that.
out. And of course, DraftKings Sportsbook has all of the propositions that you're looking for, if indeed that is your cup of tea. All right, Johnny Avello, I want to get to you on one final topic today before we put a bow on things. Sugar Sean O'Malley was to face Louis Smolka on pay-per-view this Saturday night. Louis Smolka has been infected by staph, so in steps the New Englander Chris Motino on short notice to make his UFC debut. He's won 2 in a row on the regional scene in New England. Not a lot of film on this guy. So for you as the bookmaker, how do you even go about setting a price when you have a guy in Sean O'Malley who's on the cusp of bantamweight title contention taking on the far lesser known Chris Motino?
Yeah, he's fought some soft competition, so I had 2 darts, John. One of the darts was minus 835, and the other one was minus 1100. So I threw the one, it landed 835. That's the price we landed on. I don't think anybody wants to lay 835, but it sure looks like an easy price for easy money, doesn't it?
So, yeah, I mean, if you don't know, $835 on a straight wager on Sean O'Malley returns you $100. So risk-reward, not a great situation there. What are your thoughts, Chuck, on O'Malley and Motino here in a few days?
If there's a moment of hesitation to take that type of bet, it would obviously be the durability, right, of O'Malley, because we've seen him hurt to the point where on one fight he was able to finish it. He does his post-fight interview on the ground, but he's hurt. And the next one against Chito Vera, he couldn't continue, and it hurt him, and he loses the fight. The durability thing is what always makes you a little bit hesitant on that sort of thing. But take that side of it away. I just think that O'Malley's at a place right now. I don't know a ton about his opponent. Like you said, it's not easy to say, but I think that O'Malley's at a place right now, especially off that last fight, getting his confidence back, everything. He looks really good to me, so I feel like that should be easy money.
Jorge, Sean O'Malley feels like right now his mindset and his skill set are good enough to challenge for the Bantamweight Championship. I don't know where you fall on O'Malley and how high you think his ceiling is, but he's putting a lot on the line here, fighting a newcomer that could take a lot of what he has worked for away. What are your thoughts on what we might see this week?
Athletically, I think the kid is beyond gifted. You know, his timing, his distance, reflexes, his technique, and the little bit of time that he's been in the sport and how he's put it together, I think he's phenomenal there. Like you say, though, durability and dogness in a fighter is like, man, everything, though, especially in longevity and especially in the UFC where, you know, maybe you might fight a newcomer now, but then after that, you're going to be in the gauntlet. You're going to fight number 4, number 3, number 2, and you have to be durable. But I don't think he's going to have to be too durable against this guy. You know, I think, you know, I don't know anything about the other guy.
Yeah.
I'm guessing O'Malley walks over him.
You're right, though. You're right, though, in terms of O'Malley's durability. It's been called into question, and obviously there are a lot of examples of it failing him in the past. And Motino is a dog, right? If you're looking for the dog, I mean, he is a dog, but he is a decided underdog.
And me usually, because I don't believe that nobody's in a fight, that nobody's 10-1 over a guy or something like that.
Right.
So I usually will bet on the other dog for these, even if it's like $100 I'm throwing away. Just, you know.
Yeah.
Why not?
All right, good stuff. Well, McGregor versus Poirier 3, of course, is coming up this weekend, and we want to get you in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. And how about this knockout offer for this weekend? 264-1 odds on a knockout in the first round during Saturday's main event. If this rubber match ends in a first-round knockout, one way or the other, and you're on the right side, your $1 bet will pay you $264. You get the same odds if you back Dustin Poirier or Conor McGregor, but the rub, of course, is you got to get that right. You also have to be a new customer on DraftKings Sportsbook. I can assure you, though, DraftKings safe, secure, and reliable, so you can deposit and withdraw your funds at your convenience. And, of course, if mixed martial arts betting is not for you, why? But, of course, we have other options as well. Great odds and promotions on basketball, hockey, baseball, and so much more. So download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code VEGAS when you sign up to turn $1 into $264 when you bet on a main event fighter to win by first-round knockout. Place your bet and watch the fist fly this weekend. That's code VEGAS to turn $1 into $264 large only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, thank you all for indulging us for this UFC 264 betting preview presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. For Chuck Mindenhall, Jorge Gamebred Masvidal, and Johnny Avello, John Anik saying so long for now. We'll see you next month in advance of UFC 265. Well, how festive.
Well, the Valley Boys are back, and it's good to be with you. Welcome in, Dream Streamers. Hope you enjoyed the first couple sims of this busy day. Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, repping the Suns. This is what we're going to do, Zach. I think we just need to come, be prepared every single day, sims these shirts, because clearly it is bringing good success to our beloved Phoenix Suns.
And they look good in these exact, well, not these exact shirts. Anyway,
they weren't out there in t-shirts? No. Or knockoff bootleg
t-shirts. Or knockoff t-shirts. But they were the same look. And I almost texted you and said to him, I was like, never mind. He's watching. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I thought they looked sharp. They played sharp. We'll talk about that. Got a great sim here, too, between the Steelers and the Chiefs. So that should be a lot of fun as well. Very important for playoffs. And two pretty solid teams that we can talk about whether when we get to week 16 in the real world, if this is going to be a very important playoff implication game at that point as well. I think it very well could be.
This is the early bird special. The Will Coffin professor rock their Valley shirts again. Well, clearly we did.
Yeah.
And, why the heck wouldn't we? He's got D Book, Chris Paul over here off the 32 points. You wouldn't know it if you saw me from the back because, again, knockoff shirt, no NBA logo, no Paul.
And no top.
No top Tetris block. Yeah, it's really odd. It's weird where they decide to cut color corners, but nevertheless they decide to do it. So tell me, and no pressure, my friend. I want you to know I won the last free roll.
Oh, cool.
I won the last free roll. Just a monster build.
Nice.
So you have some pressure to live up to here. I know. It was crazy. I had Lamar in the captain spot.
Okay.
Call me nuts, but 60% of people did. So it came down to the flex, and Mark Andrews for Baltimore had
the
Mandrews had, no joke, no exaggeration, by a mile it felt like, the best day that he has ever had in 2021 Simland. He went for 40 plus in the flex.
Wow.
Three touchdowns. He was an absolute
not
monster.
do that very often. Borderline playable, I would say. You can leave him out. You can put him in, but you can leave him out too. That is Juju with the catch there. He is not in my lineup. I do have as my captain the wide receiver one on the other side of things, Tyreek Hill, the cheetah, the best wide receiver in all of Madden 21 to this point. Very impressive and tends to torch these Steelers. So I have Tyreek as my captain. I do have Mahomes as well, because if Tyreek Hill has a big game, Patrick Mahomes is probably throwing the ball.
Yep.
Then on the other side of things, the side we're watching right now on offense, I have Eric Ebron, Jalen Samuels, and Juice Cup, Deontay Johnson, along with the Chiefs DST. Who do you have?
So I like my lineup, but I'm fearful. I'm fearful that I got greedy. Here's what I did. James Washington is my captain. James Washington, who is only in a quarter of lineups in our smaller contest, 2.7% in the captain spot, not super popular, and I did that, obviously, so that I could pay up elsewhere. So I went all Chiefs in the flex. Very lopsided. All Chiefs. I've got Patrick Mahomes. I've got Tyreek Hill. I made the very difficult decision choosing between Travis Kelce and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I went with Kelce. I feel like I routinely, when the Chiefs are involved, go the wrong way. So I am fearful that CEH is going to be a monster today, and I don't mean you CEH in the chat. I mean CEH here on the virtual field.
Sure.
So Mahomes, Hill, Kelce, and then Sammy Watkins and Demarcus Robinson.
So you've got the entire Chiefs passing attack. I like it.
Yeah,
that's a good call.
This is what I did. And, honestly, when you're doing that, James Washington, you could do worse at captain.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, we've seen Juju with a couple catches. There he is again, hauling that one in. But you could definitely do a whole lot worse than James Washington with the rest of that stack that you listed off. A very interesting build. I think if the Chiefs score 35-plus points, you are in good shape. We'll see if that's what happens. Is that Samuel's very involved out of the backfield as a receiver, hauling that one in. One of the people in my lineup.
Our friend Brian says, Comp, ZT, the Brofessor, on a non-wacky Wednesday. Where the bleep do I sign? Well, Brian, you and everyone else knows you sign with that old like button.
That's true.
It's 200. We appreciate you on YouTube. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. James Conner gets himself out to the 23. Get to the chopper! He picks up 13 on the ground. He was running for it, baby. But.
Yeah.
The non-wacky Wednesday. It has to be acknowledged.
Yes.
Can't be acknowledged
It's,
too
well,
much time.
okay, hold on. It is wacky. I mean, it's always wacky.
It's still
you and I
wacky.
are here.
But wild weather Wednesday, not unlike Skip Perkins, dead.
Very much similarly. R.I.P. Wild Weather Wednesday. It was great while it lasted. We enjoyed the beautiful optics of the falling snow. However, I'm glad it's gone.
Are you?
Yep. I like offense. I like offense. And ever since we had to suffer through the 7-0 Raiders Cardinals slugfest in the mud,
yeah, that was something.
That convinced me that it was time for Wild Weather Wednesday to take a high.
So for the last year, you've been wanting it gone, is what you're saying? Because it's been a long time since we had that sim.
Pretty much. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I wanted it gone. Now, let's be clear. I'm not Emerson, right? Like, I was not out here rallying.
Defiant about it?
Yeah, I wasn't rallying the troops. I wasn't even really outstated it with my opinion here. Like, I was fine with it. It did bring some variety and help break it up. But if you were building lineups, it added more variance. And I'd rather less variance because it means that picks are less weird. When you look back at some of the game logs even, right? And you're like, man, the Packers offense was really bad at home. Well, part of that is because every time they play at home, they play a snow game.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll kind of, I think, balance some of that out and remove some of that unknown, especially when we look back. And that's something, as you know, that I do daily. And really 6 times a day, we look back at the previous matchups and kind of try and see what might happen. It just takes one variable off the table. So I am for it. However, it wasn't like I was, on the warpath against it.
Roethlisberger 45 in the air. 2nd and 12 on the way. Samuels with a catch for the lost yards. 14-yard line halfway through the first. Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, producer Tara Lynn. We've got T-Pike, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, and Bert Bobo, plus Daniel, the newbie, the new guy in the ops squad. Welcome all. Thanks for being with us, DK Sim fam. Appreciate you.
Thanks for hanging out.
Let's see what Roethlisberger does here. Trying to lead his team to the first points of this game as Robbie Nopa says, Professor ZT, what up, foo?
What up? Yeah, so I'm excited. I'm excited that Wild Weather Wednesday is gone. That we are here for just regular, nice, hopefully high scoring, lots of fantasy points for everybody, Sims. The Steelers coming into this one and the Chiefs both come in with identical 7-7 records, which puts them in the playoff hunt, but definitely not in first place in their division. Either team, the Chiefs looking up at the Chargers. The Chiefs looking up at the Chargers, who already won their game in this week. So they need a win to stay one game back. And there's only 2 games left after this. So very big game for them. They cannot afford to lose this if they want to stay in the hunt for the division. That's Ebron, I believe, down to the 1.
That's correct.
On the other side of things, Pittsburgh tied. Well, they would be tied if they win. You're going to take the field goal here. I don't think you're going to beat the Chiefs with field goals, but they're going to do it, get on the board. That does, if they were to win, they would move to 8-7 and join a 3-way tie atop the division with Cleveland and Baltimore, who you just watched in the last sim.
Robbie Noble saying, Adam, I don't say foo like that, LOL, but close. Foo! Cool. What do you say? What do you say, Noble? Oh, he says Foolio. Foo! Foo!
Oh, okay. If you say so.
If you say so. Madison! Madison! Where are you, Madison? That's how I always picture Robbie on Friday and Saturday nights, just walking the streets. Walking downtown Boston looking for producer Madison. Come back to the Sims!
So the Steelers on the board.
I was just waiting for it. So the Steelers.
I didn't know where to go, man. I didn't know where to go.
Oh, you got Tara Lynn dying. You've broken Tara Lynn.
She'll be all right. She also has a Valley shirt. I've been told.
Yeah, that's what she tells the both of us. What, Tara Lynn, I should have asked you this pregame when we were actually talking about it. Do you just have the Valley style? Do you have a particular player? You got a number? You got a name? What are we rocking in support of our Phoenix Suns? I like that we have all invested in this club's future. Usually when people say they've invested in something, they don't mean buying a t-shirt.
Probably not, but it works in this case. We've also been cheering for them for a while. We did not just jump on the bandwagon. We may be bandwagon fans, but we've been on the bandwagon since they were playing the Lakers. Because obviously both of us Celtics loyalty, yeah, we like when the Lakers do it. Sorry, Sherrod. Well, he's in a meeting. We're okay.
She says just cute tee that says Phoenix. She said it's not that cool. She spent all her money in Nantucket. Well, listen.
So it's not the Valley, like the Valley. It just says Phoenix with the sun.
She just bought a picture of it, or just a t-shirt that had a picture of a sun on it, and she's considering it a Phoenix Suns t-shirt. That's what it was. Oh, this is chic. This is stylish.
It's the Suns.
It's the Suns.
It's got a smiley face on it.
I'm wearing a sun on my shirt. Like, cool. How are the Moons doing?
I have no idea how the Kansas City offensive line is doing, but they just let 3 Steelers into the backfield to sack Patrick Mahomes. It looked like the Super Bowl. They just had free run at Mahomes, dropped for an 8-yard loss there. Look at this. Watch this blocking or lack thereof. 1, 2, 3. Yeah,
I want to
not
hear more
good.
about Tara Lynn's
Not good for
Nantucket
Mahomes.
vacation. I don't even have enough money that they let me step foot in Nantucket. They wouldn't let me on the boat.
Nope.
They'd be like, you don't belong here.
Especially if you wore your Valley shirt. They'd be like...
That's right. Is that a Bayside High shirt? No. Different Valley.
Oh, he's going down again. Mahomes.
11-yard loss. Bud Dupree.
On the run from the Steelers defense, which Steelers defense has been very good in these sims. They've really been what held this team together and has helped them to this 500 record. If they win, they'll tie for first. There would be a huge tiebreaker scenario, would be intense. I will let Ops figure that out, because that would be a tie break not only for the division, but then however you break that tie, the 2 remaining 8 and 7 teams would be potentially wild cards, but they'd also be tied with probably Kansas City, Houston. It would be a mess. So I'm glad I don't figure that out. It's going to be a lot of tie, but we've still got a couple weeks left, so we'll see how it all plays out.
Kenny Ducey's bad takes. Cross, go get a free bowl of soup with that shirt. Easy. It may be a knockoff bootleg, but I didn't just find it lying around. I didn't make it myself in my basement. I had to pay not as good money as Zach to buy this shirt.
You get tape, masking tape, and do the design. That'd be pretty cool, actually.
It came with a free stick of gum, like the old baseball cards.
There you go.
And Tara Lynn says hers she got on Amazon Prime for $10. I mean, yeah.
There you go.
It's just a Life is Good shirt with a sun on it. So, I mean, it couldn't have been too expensive.
No, I think those are more than 10. It's just a sun. There's no... Wow. Over the middle. Eric Ebron. Big gainer. Out to midfield. Tackled on the Arrowhead in the middle of Arrowhead Stadium. 23 yards after catch. No one near him in that Kansas City secondary. They do... the Honey Badger is the safety they usually put in coverage. He is excellent at tackling, forcing fumbles. Not great in pass coverage. So sometimes tight ends can have really big games against the Chiefs, which is why I like sliding Ebron in my lineup. And there he is out to midfield. Almost. See what Big Ben's got here. Second possession for the Steelers. They opened with a field goal. And then the Chiefs went backwards. Lots of sacks and punted.
I got to tell you, my James Washington captain pick, not great early.
0?
Mm-mm. That right there. That was just a nice sound. The ice clicking in the glass. Just brings you to a habit. It sounds sophisticated is what it is. You need to, can that be a thing today while you've got that? Can anytime that you say something that is even remotely insightful, and I want you to force it, like force the issue. Like when it actually is probably pretty stupid, but you want to pass it off as insightful, just give the glass a little clink. And I bet you it's going to sound a lot better.
Big Ben off to a great start. 9 of 12, 104 yards.
There it is. See? He's doing awesome today. How dare you guys not roster Big Ben?
As you know, Big Ben, a quarterback you can't build your lineup without. Just like constant.
It works. It just works. I see that our guy BK is in the top 10 in the free roll.
There we go.
What do you want to bet he thought he was doing this sim?
Probably a good chance. Probably a good chance.
Robbie Noble on the rocks. That's right. Zach's hot takes on the rocks.
Chill.
Ebron, 3 for 54 in 1 quarter. I mean, that's all right.
Yeah, on pace for 200 plus yards. All right, we're done. My ice is going to melt. It works.
I can't.
It works with the Valley look too, right?
2 stats are updated.
Thank you. Back to the field. Whew.
Trey Day says Zach V for Valley Thompson. So let's spend just a little time on last night.
We didn't talk about the game yesterday before the game at all. Like
yeah,
we were all lined up. We were like, hey,
we're
gonna get to it in the fourth quarter. Then N'Keal Harry asked for a trade, and we kind of got sidetracked. We started talking about N'Keal Harry, and never got back.
Rightfully so.
Oh yeah.
Because N'Keal Harry went all, you can't fire me, I quit. I'm a Patriot.
Well, you're gonna trade me? Fine, trade me.
You're going to trade me? I didn't want to play here anyway. I want to mention, I didn't actually mention this during the last sim, so may as well now. It doesn't need to be mentioned, but I'm choosing to speed up the process. KOF Classic MLB has returned today.
Nice.
I made it relatively small, 40 entries, and there are just 6 till it fills up, and you have a little less than 3 hours to do so. Plenty of time, but anyone that is interested, clock about 7 o'clock Eastern. Jump on in. 6 slots to go. And while we're promoting things, the Moose Open John Deere Classic free roll. Well, actually, it's not a free roll. It's $1. $90 prize pool. Top prize, $18. 100 entries. Moose has created that, as he's doing weekly now. Very attainable 100 entries, might I add. 42 out of 100 in there right now. Locks in about 15 and a half hours. So you got a lot of time to fill that up, but we can only promote it so many times. So jump on in there.
Make sure you get your lineups in. Fire up the deer.
Yeah, trade day. Valley High, Bayside High's chief rival. That's what I'm saying. All right, so last night,
yes,
Carolyn can go on Amazon, get herself a Zach Morris Bayside jersey.
There you go.
I'm not joking.
They
sell
one?
those. I've seen them, and she can probably. It's like $15, so marginally more than the Sun T-shirt, but she could do it. She says, "I'm going to egg your house tonight." Well, if you're coming over, you may as well come hang out and do the sim. I'm doing the 8 o'clock. I'll put a computer on the porch for you. Clink.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there it is.
Sammy Watkins, your wide receiver with the catch there. One of your many Chiefs receivers.
So the Suns' victory is 118-105 in game 1. Chris Paul just, really long-awaited trip to the finals. Took 16 years, chasing that ring. 32 points, made the most of it.
He was
DeAndre
impressive.
who he could not praise enough after the game, went for 22 and 19. Booker was 27. It was not all perfect for Phoenix.
No.
Dario Saric only lasted 2 minutes before leaving with what turned out to be a torn ACL. He is done, obviously, for the remainder of this year. That news coming out in the last couple hours. So that is, not to be understated, that's a big loss for Phoenix, no doubt about it. Now, is it so dismantling that I think it's going to cost them a championship? I really don't, but it is significant, for their bench. They had to really lean, obviously, on Craig, on Johnson, on Payne, and those guys did perfectly fine, Johnson and Payne in particular. Kaminsky.
Yeah, I mean, the Torrey Craig revenge tour continues, right?
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile,
he's just taking names. Nuggets got him. Coming for the Bucks next.
Meanwhile, for the Bucks, though, it really was. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Giannis Antetokounmpo going from, it doesn't look like he's going to play, to doubtful, to questionable, to pregame warmups, to getting in there, and he a massive output. 20 points, 17 rebounds, wound up being not only a very good performance in his 35 minutes, limited playing time, but he was really a pretty excellent fantasy play last night as well.
Yeah,
I did not expect to play him. I opted to captain him in our showdown contest.
Really?
I did so to be contrarian. I wasn't thinking it was going to pay off for me, and I wound up winning our contest. But I did it just to be contrarian. I figured, no one, this guy's not going to be rostered all that much. Certainly isn't going to be, captained. But I figured, I could build my lineup the way most people are going to, or I could just, whatever, it's $1, $2, whatever the contest was. I'll take a shot. If Giannis thinks he's good enough to play, let's see if he's good enough to play. And I captained him, and it worked out. And he was, he was solid. So, that has to be. If you're the Bucks, you lost by 13. But to get what you got out of Giannis in game one, you had to leave that loss feeling relatively good about yourselves.
That's one way to look at it. I don't
choosing to look at it. Touchdown.
Touchdown. Sammy Watkins. Nice. Hey. What was that? 50+ yards in the air? How long was that touchdown pass? 54 yards. And that was not like catch and run. He threw it 54 yards. Watkins able to haul it in. Look at that. And the Chiefs have the lead, just like that. That's how fast they come at you. Feels very Chiefs-like, actually, where they kind of struggle, and then bam, they're ahead. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely look at it that way. The other way you could look at it is, well, Giannis didn't play bad. Giannis was not the problem, and they still didn't seem like they had the answers for what the Suns were doing on offense.
Sure.
That pick and roll, I mean, and the way they do it on both sides with the guys in the corners, and I mean, it is very hard for Milwaukee to defend, and it looked like they're going to have to change how they attack that pick and roll. Like Brook Lopez and Bobby Portis, they're going to have to do something different, or they're going to have to try different people in that defensive role, or else Chris Paul and Devin Booker are just going to hit those mid-range shots all series long. It didn't feel like an outlier to me in the fact that, the Suns just hit a ton of threes, or the Suns had a monster game from, and I'm using this because he didn't do anything, but like Dario Saric went off for 25 points, and it was the Dario Saric game. What you going to do? But they can't count on that. That felt very much repeatable to me from the Suns' perspective. Like that was a pretty typical game for them offensively. I mean, Chris Paul played great, but don't you expect him to continue to do that? It didn't feel to me like there were any major outliers on the Phoenix side that I think will not be able to repeat what they did. I said on the second game I was on yesterday when Rossi and I talked about it a little bit, I think Jay Crowder is a huge piece in this series, a huge key. His defense on Giannis, I think it's even more important now. He's going to play a ton of minutes with Saric out. Not that Saric was really going to slow Giannis down anyway, but I mean, we're going to see a lot of Crowder and a lot of Craig and even more Ayton in the middle without Saric. Because they don't really have, I mean, is Frank Kaminsky their other big?
I don't even need the rest of the question. Nope.
I mean, like, there is no.
Frank Kaminsky can only be taken so serious. Look, even without Saric, because he played 2 minutes, effectively he didn't play last night. Kaminsky played 4 minutes.
Right. So, I mean, he may get a few minutes, but he's not really going to be important. He's not going to play a significant role.
Correct.
It's going to be Ayton and then a lot of Crowder and Craig and small ball. What, though, that the Bucks do can attack that shortcoming? Like with the depth issue for the Suns up front, specifically that they have DeAndre Ayton and I mean, do you have to put Brook Lopez on the block to attack that? Like they did with Giannis out? Because Giannis doesn't play a post game usually. Right? Like we're talking X's and O's.
Right.
That's not normally where he's most comfortable. So do you think they have to put him down low and try and run through him? Maybe get Ayton in foul trouble? Like run through him down low though, instead of running through him with the ball in his hand. And can they do that?
I don't know ultimately. Yeah, I don't know ultimately what the approach is going to be. It's interesting. I just think that you try as best you can, not to sound cliche or cheeky or whatever, but you try as best you can to replicate what happened last night. You kind of let Giannis get his to a certain degree, make him shoot a little bit. It's not like he was living on the outside. He only took a couple of 3-pointers. He didn't take that many shots. Only took about a dozen shots. You sent him to the line a bunch. So whatever, give him a little bit of contact inside, test that knee out a little bit. That's okay. Aggravate him. I mean, it's just a part of sports. And from that point in time, you kind of, to a certain degree, make Middleton and Holiday beat you. Middleton had a very good game. Holiday was off. Holiday did not shoot well. He was 4 of 14, couldn't make a shot from the outside, didn't drive his way to the line a lot. Middleton, worth noting, he took 26 shots, not a single free throw. He was living on the outside, mid-range and beyond. So, you know what everyone is going to give you on the Bucks, generally speaking. I think if you're Phoenix, your approach pretty much has to be not leave Giannis alone. You're going to defend him, but it's not like you got to double team or triple team him. Let Giannis be Giannis to whatever degree he is feeling healthy enough to do so, because even though he had a good game last night, we know he's not near 100%. I mean, he even said, talking last night, when he went down, he thought he was done. Like he was thinking surgery on that knee, let alone coming back and playing in game one. So from there, you just kind of, you leave it up to your other guys who were good enough, obviously, to, get past the Hawks and survive without him. But Phoenix, a whole different animal. I mean, the Suns are just, to me, a much better team than the Hawks, much more balanced, much deeper. And I just think, I'm not a, as the saying
deeper
goes,
thing is huge.
I'm not a Suns in 4 guy. I in fact, I said Suns in 6, as did you yesterday. But you watch what you did yesterday, and what we all saw. I still don't think it's going to be a Phoenix sweep, but could you draw me into Suns in 5? Yeah, you could. You certainly could. Clink.
There it is. Yeah, I agree. I think the lack of depth showed up quite a bit for the Bucks, and that was with Giannis playing. If you take Giannis out, if he does miss a game, or if he is even more limited than we saw, then that depth is just even more of an issue. They kind of miss Dante DiVincenzo, don't they? I know he's been out for a while, but I think they miss him in the rotation, because you end up with a lot of Connaughton and Forbes. Really? Not great.
Not great. No, definitely not great.
And although DiVincenzo's not, I'm not saying he's like all-star material or anything, but he's definitely a upgrade from those guys, in my opinion.
Just looking.
Because look at Jeff Teague played 10 minutes.
Right.
Jeff Teague played 10 minutes.
10. Forbes, like you said, a dozen. It's, Connaughton obviously was their 6th man and got more run than,
than Brook Lopez did.
Even Brook
Lopez
Lopez
only played 23 minutes, yeah. So, their 5 on the floor for most of the time was Tucker, Giannis, Middleton, Holiday, and Connaughton, which,
if last night's any indication, they're more or less 6-on-6, 7-on-7. You know, it's like neither team is going deep with this rotation at all.
No.
Which is very typical, obviously, of this time of year, but all the more so with the injuries that come into play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now with Saric out for the Suns, he's really their one major injury. The rest of them are all playing, right? Like Chris Paul had an injury, but he's playing. Booker, Ayton, Booker had the nose issue, obviously, but again, he's playing. And I think they both looked pretty close to 100%.
Lindenbaum saying the problem with Drew, or is Drew and Middleton, can be inefficient AF when Giannis is in. Mahomes overthrowing just a little bit there in the end zone.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
who can
Giannis
be inefficient? I missed it.
there.
Drew and
Middleton.
Yeah.
But Giannis isn't going to be playing 40 minutes a game. He's just not. You know, the knee's not going to allow him to, unless something
I
changes.
don't think so.
Unless he somehow gets dramatically better. So those guys are going to have time without Giannis on the floor. Now, maybe if you're Budenholzer, you stagger your lineup a little bit more. Give those guys a little bit more run without Giannis. Do it that way. Not that you want Giannis out there with, you know, one other starter and three reserves, but you might do that some of the time. Just
you
open
could.
up the
He
floor
didn't.
a little
He
bit
didn't
for
do that
Middleton
very
and
much.
Holiday.
Right. Yeah, those guys do actually improve their efficiency with more spacing and Giannis off.
Right. 7-3 KC lead, and you guys miss the weather. You should miss the weather. Similar production right now. Final seconds of this opening half.
Gonna get a field goal.
So that was that. That was the Suns game one win.
I mean, Jay Crowder was very important in the game, even though he went 0 for 8. I mean, I think you're going to get more from him going forward than you got last night. 1 point. I mean, we expect him to be better than that, right? Not that he's important either, as far as like overall. Not that he's their key scorer, but I think he'll have a better game moving forward. Booker didn't shoot the ball especially well either.
I mean, look, you want Crowder to give you 8 to 12 points.
Yeah, you're not looking for him to go off, and you're looking for him to defend Giannis. He's your primary defender on Giannis. At least most of the plays where I was tracking, I didn't count them or anything. It seemed like it was Crowder on Giannis most of the time.
Hughes says, "Get the brooms out, man. Sweep that trash."
And we know that worked last year when Crowder was with the Heat, right? Like that, he was part of the Heat team that knocked the Bucks out last year.
Listen, man, everyone talks about Chris Paul and rightfully so.
Yeah.
And this is, I'm not the first to say this. People talk about this too. It's, you know, you find it on social media, but not nearly as often because he's not nearly the name and the star and the contract and all of that. But very similarly, at this, you know, base level, winning follows Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder impacts winning in the same way Chris Paul does. In fact, you could argue Crowder more so, at least in this respect. Deeper playoff runs than Chris Paul. Incomplete pass on the Hail Mary. Now, I'm not sitting here saying Jay Crowder's a better player than Chris Paul or anything like that. But
no, good. I'm glad.
Look at Jay Crowder's history over the last handful of years and the deep playoff runs, even as compared to a Chris Paul. Chris Paul makes teams, and this year notwithstanding, obviously, just in the past, Chris Paul makes teams exponentially better in the regular season. You know, he shows up, teams do better. Teams get to the playoffs if they like. He took, not the same by any means, but he took the worst team in the year, of the year this year, Oklahoma City, to the playoffs last year. That team, very much rebuilding right now, but went to the playoffs with Chris Paul last year. He goes to Phoenix, and they were good. You know, we know how the bubble Suns and all that.
But they didn't make the playoffs.
But they didn't make the playoffs. Now they're on the cusp of a championship that we both believe clearly and have believed for a while that they're going to win.
Yep.
Jay Crowder, man, multiple trips to the finals. Got to the finals last year with Miami. He's been to the conference finals multiple times with Boston. You know, playoffs, other years as well, elsewhere since. Utah included. Like the guy just Winning follows Jay Crowder.
There you go.
Impact success.
Yeah, and in a very different way, obviously, not ball dominant, does
Correct.
all the little things, does defense, those kinds of contributions. But it's true. He has been a big part of the Suns' run. And I think his role, whether he's giving you 10 to 12 points a night or not, his role is going to continue to be even more important now that Saric is out. I do think we'll see him at center when they have to go away from Ayton. And the foul trouble scares me a little bit with Ayton just because he's had some issues with that before. And if he gets in foul trouble, they're going to have to go super small and deal with it. And then does Brook Lopez kill them? I don't know. I mean, I kind of doubt it, but maybe. Who knew Brook Lopez was going to be such a
I can't believe what I'm
key-
hearing from Kaufman. Okay, not easy. There's no bandwagon here. We got these shirts weeks ago. We weren't waiting. We were waiting for the finals to wear them.
Exactly.
We've been telling you this was going to happen for weeks. Weeks. Crowder. 14. Playoffs. 15. Playoffs. 16. Playoffs. 17. Playoffs. Conference finals. 18. Playoffs. Second round. 19. Playoffs. 20. Playoffs. Finals. 21. Playoffs. Finals.
And if he and JJ Redick ever played on the same team, they'd be a lock.
Right?
Wasn't it Redick who had been to the playoffs like 10 straight seasons or something and then missed with the Pelicans?
Yeah,
he had a nice run there as well.
Something crazy like that.
But Crowder and Redick, who cares who's around him? You can't miss the playoffs with those two guys. I'm kidding everybody.
I didn't say Crowder's having more of an impact than CP3. In fact, I was careful to not say that. Not what I said.
It's true.
I said that winning follows Jay Crowder historically in terms of deep playoff runs more so than it does Chris Paul. I'm not talking about this year specifically.
Yeah, and Chris Paul has been hampered from those deep playoff runs mostly, I would say, due to injury, right? Like he usually gets into the playoffs and then gets hurt.
Rossi's fat cat. Zach, don't let Koff show up. Get a sweet DVD shelf in your room, too.
Okay.
Trade day. Someone sent Koff his shirt from a T-shirt gun. Doesn't even have the Nike check. It does look like it came out of a T-shirt gun.
Cool.
Columbia champs. Yes, I am bootlegging my shirts. That is true.
The fact that there's nothing on the back, though, like that, nobody would have ever known that on these Sims if you hadn't made that. Like, nope, never ran up. Like the Nike thing, okay. Like the fact that the colors are a little off, maybe. The fact that there's no top tier valley, okay, yeah. But yeah.
I bring it up because it bothers me, though.
Yeah, I hear you.
I want the people to know. OM Godlike 101 says, I would hire Adam full-time. Aw, you. Where do you work? 10-3, as undercover boss Tom says this game has massive Wild Weather Wednesday vibes. Ain't that the truth?
A little bit, yep. Big Ben trying to fire up his troops over there. And a little cutscene there. We are in the third quarter. Only touchdown of the game. A very long bomb touchdown pass from Mahomes to Sammy Watkins. 54 yards. All of it in the air. Mahomes does have the X Factor illuminated, which means he can throw even farther than normal. His bazooka X Factor. Instead, he's going to check it down on that one. Go back to, I believe that's Watkins with the catch, right? Number 14. Another catch
correct.
for him.
I do love the insinuation that I would screen this shirt myself at home. What is something that you, if you had the ability to screen a T-shirt for yourself, what would it be? Because I could tell you right now, like if I just had a little T-shirt printing press or whatever we call these things off by 10 feet away from me, I'd absolutely show up to the 8 o'clock sim wearing a shirt with Glash's face on it.
I would not. I'm not sure exactly, but it wouldn't be that one.
Bert, The exact same shirt Koff has on right now. That's what I would pick. I'll mail it to you.
That exact shirt.
This exact, yeah, right off my back. This shirt.
Not one just like it. That one.
Mm-hmm.
Game worn jersey, people. Put them in a trading card.
If you guys, you know what, this is fun. We like to engage with the chat, but we haven't really asked the chat questions in a while. If you could put anything on a t-shirt that is Dream Stream related, so I'm narrowing it down, I'm not just saying anything. Fumble, and KC just failing. Bud Dupree with the fumble recovery and hit ball midway through this third quarter.
Tyreek Hill makes the catch over the middle, takes the big hit, and puts the ball on the deck. So Hill with the fumble, at least as of right now. We'll see if they review this. We've seen a lot of these overturned. I could not tell on that replay whether he was down before the ball came out. It doesn't look like we're going to get a replay review. So the call stands. Pittsburgh ball.
Like Tara Lynn already with a submission says, Koff is a bozo. That's what her t-shirt would say. If you guys and gals could put anything on a t-shirt, front, back, whatever, that is Dream Stream related, a picture, a saying, whatever it may be, what would it be? I'd love to hear from the chat. I want to hear from you guys. Jared says, my t-shirt, Ducey stack with pictures of bunk beds.
All right.
Bird asking if Ducey's race car bed is an option. T Pike, we should
Glash
get
catching
Peloton
snow.
on a t-shirt.
Glash catching snow. That was a good one.
Yeah,
Good
that
moment.
was a nice moment. That would be that goes back to the old like DraftKings NFTs idea.
Yeah, there you go.
NFTs. Like if I get the Glash licking the air going for virtual snow NFT, I'd pay top dollar for that one.
There you go. Just Moose Air with the logo.
Robbie
That'd be
Noble
cool.
shirt would say Madison. It'd just be her. He doesn't even know what she looks like because it's not like she was ever on camera. So it would just be like the black Zoom box on the back that just says, you know, Madison in white writing.
There you go. Could do the Krusty Koff logo.
Must be the printing press.
Oh, yep, there they are.
Hang on, guys. Let me address that. Hello?
Yeah, Glashine. That's Glash.
We don't make those yet. I'm sorry. No. Glash is gonna have to shave his eyebrows again to get a picture. Yeah, I think he's willing to though.
I would think so. Sack there by the Chiefs defense.
All right, so what do we have? What are the K-Nut says my shirt says Koff sucks. Meager says that's life shirt would be cool. Tyler, is that Mostert? A throwback Glashine. I like
There
that.
you go.
Picture of Lamarca, says Brian C, saying, I thought I was on tomorrow night's Madden After Dark.
Wait, this is tomorrow night's Madden After Dark.
Isn't it though? Tony says, Koff.
I survived triple overtime.
3 for $15. Seems like you went cheap just in case the Suns didn't make it. No, I went cheap because I'm cheap. I was confident the Suns were going to make it.
Has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Phoenix. Again,
Nothing.
at least my shirt has the valley. It's not just a picture of a sun.
It's just a smiley face, guys. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Honestly. I like nice weather.
What else do we have? Congo Cab, my shirt's a picture of Lamarca actually outside. Guys, he's never left that room.
Rare. I was going to say that's a rare sighting.
LT the Great. Shirt is, if you don't know a Kaufman movie recommendation, you're not a True Sim Fam member. LOL.
Ooh, I lose.
Just barely missed safety territory.
We had one yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Mahomes up to 205 to go with his one touchdown.
Oh, I like
Sorry, what
this.
was that?
If you want to lose money, listen to Kenny. Trade day, cough face on Garth from Wayne's World when they're playing street hockey, yelling game on.
There you go. That's a good one.
I got to talk to someone. Is it just my belief? Probably is. That if we could put some Dreamstream related shirts in the DK store, some of us maniacs would buy some of those.
I think that would be the case. I mean, I would be very interested for sure.
I think we should do it.
All right. Well, you talk to people.
Tara Lynn says yes.
Tara Lynn says they'll listen to you.
That's the nicest thing Tara Lynn's ever said to me.
It is.
Oh, yeah, there you go, Brian. Rossi flying over the city of Boston yelling, "Caw-caw, caw-caw, I'm a vulture." With a little thought bubble.
Yep.
Daryl says, my shirt would say, if it wasn't for Sims, I may have lost my mind, and that's a fact. LOL. Appreciate that.
Yep.
How about I lived through a pandemic and all I got was this stupid t-shirt?
I did 1,000 Sims through a pandemic.
Yeah, no.
And all I got.
And all I got was this Dreamstream t-shirt.
1,000 Sims later, I've won enough dimes to buy this t-shirt. Into the end zone with that punt too, so no safety apparently forthcoming, but you never know.
Appreciate the buy stream shout out. Absolutely. Buzzword, all caps, says must be. That would be a popular one, definitely.
Yep.
Brian says Kaufman and Gene saying, quote, time for bed.
A lot of good ones. A lot of good ideas.
David, my shirt would say sim buffering. How about who knocked out the Emmernet?
Brought to you by the Emmernet.
Choker. Kaufman, courtesy of Alana. One block shy of a full logo.
Nice. I told you Glash was giving me a hard time about these shirts. Like before the Suns finished the Lakers, he was convinced that we had cursed them.
Yeah.
And I was like, we've had them for rounds. Like this is not. But he was convinced that they were never going to make the finals since we said that we would wear these on the stream when they made the finals. He's like, well, why didn't you wait till they did? And I was like, well, because when you order something, it doesn't just like magically appear at your door. It takes some time.
Right.
You need to order and then get it and then have it to wear for the finals. You can't just. But I don't know if you ever got it.
Yeah, I mean, I like in my.
We don't really screen print them.
Yeah, it's like I'm just going to screen print a bunch more and mail them out to the folks. No, in my case, because again, bootleg, so it took me probably a little longer than it took you going to like Target. You know, I went through eBay, so I ordered mine. I want to say it took something like 2 weeks to ship.
Yep.
And then it shipped and arrived like the day after I went on vacation. So it was another week before I even saw it, you know, upon getting home. Then a couple more days before we did a sim. So yeah, I mean, I've made the effort at least to get this shirt when they were in like the very beginning of round 2.
Right. Yep. Same. It was right around the same time. And then it said when it processed whatever, the estimated delivery date was the first game of the playoffs or first game of the finals. And I was like, seriously, that's a long way out. But then it came in much earlier. But yeah, I was a little worried, but no worries. Got here in time.
Clink.
No worries necessary.
5 for 85
it
for Sammy Watkins. Oh, is it just water now? Is it all melted?
It's gone.
Refill
time.
How you doing in the contest? I can tell you Jimbo and BK. BK's tied for first.
Way to go, BK!
Get after it, BK. Rooting for you and Jimbo, man.
Yeah. 40th. I am at 40th. Where are you?
37th, so we're in the same vicinity. If anyone's wondering BK's lineup, by the way, he did go CEH, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, pardon me, in the captain spot. Patrick Mahomes, Juju Smith-Schuster, Eric Ebron, Sammy Watkins, who's been huge. I almost captained him, but I didn't have room, so I flexed him. He's got about 20 points in that spot. And Chiefs DST with 10.
Sammy Watkins has been the play of the day to this point. does have the only score in this non-wild weather Wednesday, but still feels like it game.
Congo Cab, going back to what you were saying about Glash, says, I couldn't believe Glash was yelling at you, Zach. It was very unprofessional. And he includes LOL. But I'm gonna,
LOL. Yeah, I'm much more on the LOL side of it. I was just, it was very, like he was telling me I should return it. And I was like, but I like the shirt. Like, it's not my team, so I'm not worried about, whoa, we had a fumble, but recovered by the Chiefs. I would be more worried if it was my team. Like, if the Celtics, and I bought a shirt, and I was, bought the NBA Finals shirt or NBA Champions shirt before it happens, yeah, then I'm worried about jinxing them. But it's not my top all the time team. I like the shirt.
Right. And to that point, like,
so if my loss is I got a nice shirt, I'm good.
May I remind everyone?
See, there you go. I could do it with my ring. Did that work? I did that.
Yeah, that was
by
pretty
accident.
good. Yeah,
Worked,
like on the glass. Sometimes I just buy shirts that I like, especially when they are sports related. I mean, do we not remember? And I know it's been a while. I don't expect you to remember everything. But that closet full of movie and TV themed sports jerseys that I have, I just bought another one that hasn't arrived yet, and I'm going to wear it as soon as it does. I bought a Benchwarmers.
Nice.
The movie The Benchwarmers. I was like, yeah. I watched it the other night. I'd seen it 1,000 times, but I love that movie. I'll be the first to admit it's not very good, but I love it. It makes me laugh. I watched it the other night. I'm like, I don't have a Benchwarmers jersey yet. I'm going to get one. So,
is it on its way?
It's on its way.
You're not worried you jinx them?
Yeah, they might not beat the kids next time.
Next time you watch the movie, they're gonna lose because of you. It's gonna be your fault.
Gonna be on me. You know what though? I also decide. I don't know if I had Halloween in the back of my mind or like I'm just gonna I don't know, do something for the sim or something. There had to be some subconscious reason that I did this. But not only did I get a jersey, I decided to order a Benchwarmers hat.
Oh, there you go.
And the hat, and it was like, am I really going to wear these together like a uniform? Probably not. But wearing them independently, sure. So the hat comes in the mail, though, and I have to return it to Amazon because it was not what was pictured. And that was disappointing. Really?
Gotcha.
Yeah, got to send it back. So I guess the hat, that dream died on the vine. But I'm hoping that the jersey is
as
elite.
Promised.
Next level stuff.
Tyreek Hill with the catch, holds on to it that time after fumbling earlier and fumbling on that punt just moments ago, but was tackled 5 yards short of the first down. So the Steelers going to get the ball back with another chance to tie, but that one I think they did get down, at the 2. Are you ready for a safety?
I'm ready for safety. I'm ready for 200 likes. Can we get
there? I'm ready for some points, however they come. 98-yard touchdown would be pretty cool. I think that'd be fun.
If you had to choose between a 98-yard touchdown and a safety right now, what would it be?
98-yard touchdown, no question.
I want the safety. Give me the safety. We see big touchdowns all the time. Safety. I
will say there is no 98-yard touchdown dance. There is a safety dance. So,
yes.
I mean, if we're just going based on that, you win.
I mean, when there's a safety dance, guys, you can dance when you want to, and you can leave your friends behind. When there's a 98-yard touchdown, it's just one person running alone. It's lonely.
And look, do they check the Jumbotron?
2nd and 7. Big Ben completes it. I think we're out of safety range. I mean, not definitively, but probably, especially since 3rd and 3 coming.
Bert says that if your friends don't dance.
Yeah, I mean, then they don't dance. And they're no friends of mine.
Exactly.
Well, guys, I was supposed to have the 6 o'clock sim, and I switched with Glash, so I'm coming back at 8. Glash is going to have 6 and 10. He was very, he did me a solid. So let him know that I'm eternally grateful for him making the swap. I know how much he likes to do consecutive sims and not break them up, but I have given him a dinner break, albeit a little bit late dinner. I've given him a dinner break. I hope he's okay with that. But you guys should bring up this whole yelling at Zach thing. I mean, that's
it's
not right.
Okay.
It's not.
It wasn't a big deal. He apologized already. It's fine.
He apologized already.
He apologized because the Suns won, and then he was like, "You were right. You were right. They were fine." Because I think his concern was that they were going to lose. My response to that was, "Okay, so I have a cool shirt that I like." Okay. If the Suns win, Valley-oop is still the signature play, right?
Yeah.
I mean, for
absolutely.
sure. And Ayton probably the breakout star.
I'm trying to remember. So, well, Ayton definitely the breakout star for sure. I mean, like I said, just Chris Paul effusive in his praise.
Right.
DeAndre Ayton.
And it's going to be remembered as the CP3 championship for sure, and the year everybody got hurt.
Yeah, even though Ayton probably the MVP of that team.
Especially now that if he wasn't there, they would have to play you at center. Yes.
Yeah, also true. But
we were just talking straight value. Like, take him off the team, what happens? If you take him off the team, they don't have a center. Like, literally. Frank Kaminsky is playing 30-plus minutes for them. Which is, yeah, that's perfect summary. Yikes.
So the Valley-oop play, I'm not looking at it, I'm just trying to remember. So had they lost that game, it would have been 1-1 with the Clippers, right? They went up.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Play. Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's the signature play. I mean, that's what people, in terms of a singular moment, because like you said, it will be the Chris Paul championship. But in terms of the singular,
right. I'm saying like it'll
be remembered as the Valley-oop will be the play of the postseason for Phoenix for sure.
I would think so.
Should be.
I mean, I think the Durant on the line is probably close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As far as most memorable moment, but if the Suns win the championship, even though, to your point, yeah, I mean, it didn't even finish a series. It didn't even advance the team. It just kept them from being in a 1-1 tie with the Clippers.
Right. Prevented a best-of-5 situation.
Right. And DeMarcus Cousins just being clueless was funny. Anyway, to me, like, what? They can do that? They can't do that. Wait, they can. Yep.
Jordan. 10-3.
You knew that rule,
Keep
right?
the bad weather on. What's that?
You knew that rule, right? Like, I mean, I knew that rule.
Yeah.
I was shocked he did not know that rule. Like, how do you play in the NBA and not know that rule? Like, there were multiple people, and I'm not just trying to pick on.
Not all the commentators even knew the rule.
Exactly. Like, it was no. That is not. No, you cannot have offensive goaltending. It doesn't exist.
Right. No, it was odd.
Delay of game. Speaking of odd.
Brian says, I'm sorry, did you just say Valley-oop? Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it
Yeah, that's not me. Like, sorry. You can hate on that, you can love that. It's not me either way. That's just what
I love it. I wish I came up with it.
Yeah, same. But either way, I mean, it's not my fault. That's what everybody called it. That was the out of bounds play. Jay Crowder, Koff already said in this sim that he's better than Chris Paul. Throws that pass.
DeMarcus Robinson.
DeMarcus Robinson catches it for a touchdown. No, Jay Crowder threw the pass to DeAndre Ayton. But after a Devin Booker screen, that was the same play where he got hit in the face.
A flippin' perfect pass, might I add.
It was very impressive.
That angle, you watch that thing from a zillion.
You watch the thing from, right, and if you watch it from, there was somebody filming it from that corner, right. Where it basically right behind Crowder. That was impressive. That was a Patrick Mahomes-like pass to tie it back to the touchdown we just saw, which put the Chiefs up 17-3. And put this one away. That will put the Chiefs one game behind the Chargers with 2 games to play and definitely increase their playoff percentages as far as winning a wild card, because that will move them above 500. The Steelers in some trouble as they drop below 500 with a loss here, and they will be behind both the Browns and the Ravens in the AFC North by a game. Still 2 games left, so
let's see. That Robinson touchdown could move me into the top 10. But
Okay.
BK is still tied with Jimbo for our lead currently.
Let's go, BK. I'm 21 now, so it did help me, but not a ton. I have Deontay Johnson, who still has 0. What does Washington have for you?
Oh, he's been awful. 1 for 7.
Not great.
Not good.
Nope.
Oh yeah. I'm top 6 now.
There you go.
Come on.
So you won the NBA last night. You won the free roll last time, and you're in top 10 here?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. On a roll. And there's the Chiefs sack.
So Jordan says, how about trying to help Glash in his WNBA contest, Koff? 25 total spots. It's about halfway full. If it doesn't fill, it won't run, to quote you, Koff. Thanks. I didn't even know the contest existed, to be perfectly honest. Let me go into the leagues.
But there, we just did help him. There you go.
Yeah, but let me look. The DK SimFam Friends League.
Yep.
Let's see. Say 25. WNBA Wednesday by Glash. It locks in less than 3 hours. It's $1.
Mm-hmm. How many spots?
Winner take all.
Whoa, hello.
Old Glashy made it winner take all, huh? All right.
Glash or go home.
All right, Glash.
Glash or go home. Maybe that's what I should. Maybe I'll put that on a t-shirt. Glash or go home.
Glash or go home. $22.50, the top prize for that one.
Oh, picked off by my Chiefs defense. Go. Oh boy. There's the flotilla. He's got a touchdown.
That might. I think BK has the.
Oh, there we go.
He might have
BK and I
DST.
On the same page with that DST. We do both have the DST, so that will probably help him more than the same amount that it helps me, but move him much higher. Pick 6.
Oh, that's definitely going to move those guys back into first for sure.
Do they have the same exact lineup?
They do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it can't be a solo victory, but you know what? 2-way tie out of 146. That's okay. And I don't know if I'm going to text him. I don't know if he's ever won a free roll, but
that also bumps me up to 11 and you to 13. So passing you at the last minute at this point,
jerk.
But there's still a minute 10 left. So I'm not counting anything yet.
I'm going to text BK. You're about to win free roll. Let's see what he says.
Until I catch up. Just kidding. That'd be very funny though if that happened. Jimbo and BK
tunes in.
Yeah, tunes in just in time to watch himself fall first. Maybe he'll buy a jersey.
Hawk, are you serious? Hawk says, wait, are we in a Madden season?
Yep.
Week 17.
No. Week
Almost.
16. Almost. Yeah.
BK says, nice. I went to see if Glash had a contest this morning. I decided to just put a lineup in on all of yours. Figured I'd do all 6 today.
Nice. Well, he's doing well.
What a moment in time.
What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive, exactly.
And there is James Washington. Just for you. Special order.
Dan asking for a link to Glash's WNBA contest. Unfortunately, in YouTube, you can't post links, but here's what I can tell you, Dan. Just go into the DK SimFam Friends League and look around for the Glash Wednesday night WNBA contest or whatever the thing's called, and you'll see it. He puts his name in his contest, and you will know it's his. Again, 25 people. And yeah, fill that thing up. Just $1 to enter. Winner take all. Love you. WNBA love for tonight. No. Are you in? Are you going to jump in?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm headed to the Little League field after this, and will not have time to check any lineups. Yeah.
I get it.
No, late breaking news has cost me too many times lately. When I'm at the Little League field and find out, oh, that game got rained out. Never. Then. Although obviously that's not an issue with WNBA, I realize that.
Our dude Meiselman. Maddie, Shirag hanging out in the building. He's over at DK. He wanted the fancy.
Nice.
What it was. Shirag said, I want to be HD for this show. I want to look
looking just slide.
I mean, I did my hair. I shaved.
He's ready to go.
I put on a polo. You think I need that crummy home laptop cam? I'm going into the studio, baby. I'm going into the pod space.
There we go.
These guys are on the
Valley
way.
T-shirt.
Little hoop cock. Yeah, I don't
Can
see
you print him a Valley shirt?
Are these guys trying to be unbiased? Come on, pro Suns, baby. We're out here rocking the Valley shirts. Maybe these guys will hop into Glash's WNBA contest for tonight.
Yeah, there you go.
Based on
That's the end of this one. Virtual Mike Tomlin not happy either. He's throwing things. 24-3, Chiefs with the win in this one.
Hey, round of applause for BK. I mean, you too,
BK.
but I don't know if BK's ever experienced a win in Simland. So he's not here to give a victory speech, but more power to him. There he is. He's in the chat. Heard a rumor I may win this thing.
There we go, buddy. Write out your victory speech and post accordingly. The Krusty Koff player of the game for this one, Sammy Watkins, 89 yards, 5 catches, and the long touchdown. The defense also coming up huge for the Chiefs with 19 fantasy points, 19.9 in the flex for Watkins, 19 for the defense. Those are your two big difference makers. I had the defense, but not Watkins. Koff had Watkins, but not the defense. We ended up with the exact same score somehow, even though our lineups are absolutely nothing alike. But we're tied for 12th in our smaller friends. Yeah.
That'll happen.
Happens every once in a while.
Here's what's up for the back half of your Dream Stream day. You will have Washington and the Cowboys. I created the contest because I was doing that sim. Plans changed. It will be Glash with Christian. So make sure you tune in for those guys a little less than an hour from now. I will be back at 8. So there's a contest there for that. Tom Carroll, Tom Ace will be with me. Broncos, Raiders. So BK's Broncos on the docket for prime time. And then he will... Brandon will be along here to celebrate his victory, seemingly, at 10 o'clock tonight. So
there you go.
He's got a radio show this afternoon out there, in Denver, but maybe he can prepare a victory speech to share with Glash later on for the Dolphins and Saints game and just, put a cap on what is a banner day. Zach, you and I won't be together tomorrow, unfortunately, on game day, no less. You will be with Rossi for a sim Bucks Jets at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
But just know that right here, I'm with you.
There we go. All right.
Rooting on our
right where the last Tetris block should be.
Yeah, right where the missing Tetris block is.
Okay.
Bootleg shirt is where you are in my heart.
Perfect.
The Nike check that is missing as well. Thanks to Tara Lynn. Thanks to Undercover Boss Tom. Thanks to Bert, Bobo, Daniel. Everybody involved.
One quick housekeeping note. Not my kid award. We didn't give it out. Deontay Johnson, no catches, easy award. There you go.
This was a place for positivity. So
But we got to give it out. Can't leave the blank in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, that's a good point. That was apparently what happened at the Nooner today because, they were too busy talking about dogs and completely ignored the awards. BK says he will give his victory speech on Madden After Dark. So I may have to tune in for that as well. He also likes the Valley shirts, hates them as jerseys, but they're cool as shirts. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Shrog and Meiselman are on the way. The Slate NBA talk. Let's treat it like radio, Shrog. What's coming up on your program?
What's coming up on my program? The program. Take questions from the chat, and then I'll throw crazy lobs at Matt, and he won't know what's coming at him.
He'll valley-oop them in.
Valley-oop them in, exactly. And this is a pro Suns stream right here. Don't get it twisted. Matt and I have been on the Suns bandwagon since the second the Lakers were eliminated. So I'm all for CP3. This is just me envisioning what CP3 and Kobe would have looked like in a different reality.
You don't have shirts.
I can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm loyal to my Lake show, so I can't buy other teams, NBA professional teams gear. So that's my
All right, get after it, you guys. Have fun. Stay with these fellas. Get in the chat. Look for advice. Sharag and Matt, they'll give you all the insights that you need to know. I'll see you in a few hours. Zach, see you, buddy.
See ya.
All right.
I actually do have one of those shirts in the next room, so for next time.
Yes! Fire it up.
Hey, man, I think we might have to do it. I might have to get it then. If CP3 wins it, I might have to consider it. But I need to.
My younger brother's a big Suns fan, so he's got that one, and there's one other. I think he's got the Suns NBA Jam one that they made. I don't know if you've seen that, where it's I think it's Paul and Ayton together, like they're in the old video game on a T-shirt. Maybe I'll break that one out for next show.
Yeah. Next Wednesday, you can bring that out and be like, this is what it means for CP3 to win the MVP. And all the fun that you made on it.
Yep. This is we can talk about that first, right? Like, he's going to win MVP if the Suns win this series. There's really just for narrative reasons, right? Like, I'm having trouble imagining how they don't give it to him if the Suns win.
It would probably have to take Booker having an incredible remaining part of the series. I mean, he drew a bunch of fouls in that first half, and he's the one that kind of kept Milwaukee at bay, and then CP3 took over in that third quarter. But I think if Booker has those explosion games, then it's possible. But I think that the way that the team's being orchestrated right now, it's going to be CP3.
I guess it also depends who Drew Holiday sticks on defense, because he guarded Booker for much of the game. And especially after Booker got off to the hot start, I think they just wanted Holiday on him. As great as Paul is, Booker's better at scoring. So it kind of makes sense. But maybe Holiday switches because Paul had such a good game. Either way, I wouldn't expect to see much of this Bobby Portis switching on to Chris Paul matchup that we saw for much of the third quarter. I have no idea what was going on there. Portis wound up on Paul for like 4 straight possessions and obviously got torched every time. It was madness. I don't know what the Bucks were doing there.
And then also keep in mind that when he got switched over to Booker, or when Brook Lopez got switched over also, it was just like a big man switch fest. It was like, what are you doing? What is your adjustment? You were in the game in the first half, and then your adjustment was to give the guards the easy path. I didn't understand it.
So the big storyline for the series is the health of Giannis. Do you think he looked – I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, he obviously put up some big numbers, and he was one of the highest scoring fantasy players in the game. He didn't seem injured, but he also didn't seem that aggressive. Do you agree with that at all? He kind of was just there, but maybe another game under his belt, he'll look a little better.
I think the way that I perceived it was that he didn't have the burst. Yeah, he made that chase down block to kind of save it in that first half, and you were like, oh wow. And then even they were calling it, oh, this reminds him of LeBron back in the day when he did a Golden State. Like, it was a great chase down block, so it showed that the burst is still there. But then there was also another play in the first half, early on in the game even, where he got blocked by Jay Crowder on a double team. Like, Jay and somebody else came down on a double team, and he couldn't get the lift. And normally he's the leading scorer in the paint, so that's just for him, up and dunk. But he wasn't even able to get the lift, and he got blocked. So I think it's just one of those things where he's probably in a good deal amount of pain. And when the pain is like high, when he's trying to put pressure down and trying to like build momentum, it's more difficult. But when he's already in stride and he's able to do it, like when he had that early crossover and you're like in the first half, it was like, oh, he broke him to the left and got the easy dunk. It's like when he has that move or a burst to make with his legs, then it's fine. But if he has to build the pressure and move like kind of like laterally like that, I don't think that's fully there from that perspective.
And that doesn't mean he won't have some great moves where he does that throughout the series. It's just, I think the consistency won't be there. It reminds me a lot of what we saw with Embiid throughout the Hawks series, where he had I think it was game 5. He had the monster first quarter and then just kind of faded throughout the game. And I just don't know that
in the second half. I think I remember.
Yeah, he had, I think those were the same game. There were a couple of games that fit that script though, where he was very good in the first half and the second half was just as bad as we've ever seen him look. And I think it's just the same kind of thing. The injuries are pretty similar. We don't have an official diagnosis for what Giannis is dealing with. Yeah. I mean, maybe he has a partially torn meniscus also, but either way, we have some kind of ligament strain, most likely. Maybe there's like a partial tear, but at the very least, there's a knee injury where ligaments are not perfectly set the way they normally are. And I think what we'll see is Giannis will look really good for parts of the series, and then also just, like you said, it probably is hurting him, and he just can't be the player that he normally is, at least not for the entire game. Yeah. So I think we will see these parts where he kind of just defers to Middleton and to Holiday and takes a backseat on offense. I don't think that he would be able to be a massive defensive factor every possession like he normally would be. When Giannis is healthy, there probably isn't a better player to have on the court from a defensive perspective, because his length and aggressiveness and quickness and everything, it covers up for other guys' weaknesses. So if Bobby Portis gets beat off the dribble, let's say, Giannis is there to help out. And Brook Lopez is a really good rim protector, but Giannis moves in a way that other guys just don't. So if Giannis is playing in this inconsistent way, it's going to be tough for the Bucks to be able to do much. I mean, they probably get a game. I still think they may win one at home, but
yeah,
the Suns look really good, and Giannis didn't really look like himself.
Well, you have to keep in mind, Giannis can guard 1 through 5, so that's what makes him extremely valuable. So if you put him out there on Ayton, you know that there's a chance for him to hold up. But now it's like, hey, maybe we want to shade him, only use him as an offside defender, helping out on somebody that may be cutting or something like that, and not forcing him to just kind of brute up.
Yeah, I think that's right. And just to mention Ayton, like the way that Ayton is defending throughout the playoffs has been unbelievable, but he's now being tasked with guarding Giannis.
Yeah.
And he did a pretty good job. I mean, 20 points against it's whatever, but just like the quality of shots was difficult. It wasn't like Giannis was just getting the rim with ease. Just the way that Ayton has developed as a defensive player, or just as a basketball player in general, it's pretty incredible. And I said a few weeks ago when we were on here that I thought that DeAndre Ayton was the most important player on the Suns, maybe not their best. That's Chris Paul. I think I may just amend that entirely. Like, I think he is the best player on this team.
Interesting. I mean, I would say Booker is, just from a pure scoring perspective and ability to handle the rock and hit the three. Like, you don't have a 3-point jump shot with Ayton. So, but I understand on the defensive end, having that anchor is what makes and breaks a championship.
Yeah, you need it, especially this team without the backups there to help out. And especially Dario Saric has a torn ACL, we found out today. So Ayton probably gets a couple more minutes. But even if the backups at each position for this team were equivalent, I just think the amount of things that Ayton does to impact a basketball game, like Booker is, I won't say one-dimensional, because he's actually a really good passer too. And I think he's an above average rebounder for a guard. And obviously he's a great scorer. But DeAndre Ayton is just so efficient offensively, and his defense, I think Booker's an average defender and Ayton is turning into a really, really good defender. So I think that just kind of puts him over the top.
Sweet. So before we jump into it, shout out to Sean Preston in the chat. Guru, what's up? Robbie Noble, everybody else, make sure to get your questions in right now so that we can get it in from the chat as well. I want to jump into kind of looking at series props. I found those to be very interesting, because there's actually some value here potentially in team to win game 2 and team to win the series. What do you make of that at minus? Oh, well, that's down. But Suns to win game 2 and Suns to win the series at minus 140. Is there any value? Because if you look at this game line, we're sitting at minus 225 for the money line, but you can get Suns to win the series and to win game 2 at minus 140.
Yeah, I think that this seems really good on the surface. I worry about these kinds of bets because there's two fairly likely things that could happen. The Suns lose this game and win the series. They just don't have a great game. Giannis plays well. They lose game 2, but they still win the series, or vice versa. The other way around is much less likely, I think. If the Suns take game 2, they would then be, 5-1 favorites at that point to win the series, but it's not 100%. So it's not like you're a lock to win the series at that point. And the reason I don't love this that much is the way these playoffs have gone, we still have to worry that players get hurt. So, and just weird stuff happens. I do feel like of these 4 bets, that's the way to go. Like, I think the Suns are still undervalued on the series line, even as pretty big favorites. And I think the game 2 line is probably fair. The thing that makes it tough is I think there's going to be a lot of variance to the series because, like we were talking about, Giannis's health is going to waver. I think that we have a pretty clear picture of what this is going to be like throughout the series, where it's just unpredictable game to game, how well he's going to play. And maybe it's just, he has 2 good quarters and 2 bad quarters in every game, and he's a factor, but not a major factor. But it's also possible he has a couple bad games and a couple great games, and we don't know when those are going to be. It's just so hard to know how healthy he is. So I still think the Suns are very likely to win the series, but I would not be shocked if Milwaukee wins game 2.
Okay. But that's going to have to take a bigger kind of scenario here from Drew Holiday then, right? Who steps up, or what are the adjustments then if you think that there's a chance or the likelihood that the Bucks can win game 2? Who needs to make the changes?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think it depends if we get the Bucks playing well because of Giannis, or we get the Bucks winning because the Suns just don't play well. From a showdown perspective, this series is really tough right now from the pricing. So going into, just to kind of recap game 1 here, going into game 1, we had Cameron Johnson priced at 2,800, and we had Dario Saric at 2K. Now we have Noah Saric, and Cam Johnson got a massive price bump to the point where I think he may almost be unplayable.
Yeah,
like
he can't
6K,
play that 1,000. No way.
I mean, maybe now he's a contrarian option, and maybe that's the reason to play him. Like Crowder or Bridges gets in foul trouble, he gets extra minutes. But like, this is too expensive. He 2,800 was far too cheap, and 6,000 is too much, and his fair price is probably somewhere in the middle. So we actually saw Cam Johnson as by far the most owned value play from last game. He was over 50%, and he actually got over 5% ownership in the captain slot.
Yeah.
And the reason that happens is because if you look, you look at the screen here, the players that you want to get in your lineup, they're all expensive, and there's basically 3 studs on each team. So in order to afford them, one of the routes that we've seen people take throughout this playoffs is play a cheap guy in the captain slot and then fit 5 of the studs around him.
Yeah.
So now I don't know how you do that, because who's the cheap player that you like here? You got to keep scrolling, right? Like it's not very appealing anymore.
I'm not going over
So Bryn Forbes actually hit the optimal lineup. There were, I think it was 120 lineups tied for first, 119 in the millionaire contest last night.
Yeah.
Bryn Forbes actually made it into the winning lineup with 7 3/4 fantasy points.
Yep.
Because with the way that the slate broke down, well, one, Sarge got hurt and he was a pretty popular value play, so he had like 1 fantasy point. You needed to play all these studs, so in order to fit them, you just needed the best scoring cheap guy, and that happened to be Bryn Forbes with less than 8 fantasy points. Teague, I think had 6. So it might be the case that throughout this series, winning showdown lineups they find the least bad cheap player, and that could be Frank Kaminsky now, who I think he played 4 minutes last game.
He has to play
like
at
7 minutes.
Yeah, I was saying
he's just not going to play a lot.
Well, I mean, Ayton played 40 minutes or 41 minutes or something like that. I remember seeing that. He played like 41 minutes, 39. Okay, 40 rounded up.
Yeah, and the Suns actually played a couple minutes there with no center in the game. I think when Lopez was off the court, there might have been a time where Lopez and Giannis were both off the court. So with Bobby Portis at center, you don't have to worry about having too much size in the game. I think Crowder played center for like 3 minutes. So yeah, the idea that Frank Kaminsky is just going to play like 15 minutes now, I think is foolish. He probably will get a little bit more playing time than he got last game. He's the minimum though. But the real hard thing, because sure, you can jam in a couple of these cheap guys and maybe you take a shot on like Torrey Craig or Bryn Forbes or Jeff Teague or whoever guys who are in the rotation. The hard thing is differentiating between Holiday and Middleton, differentiating between Paul and Booker. Like, these guys are all around the same price. So I don't know. You tell me, like, how do you figure out which of them plays better than the other?
I was leaning towards Booker going into game 1. I've been trying to take a different approach and look at how the series have been breaking down and who the players that have gone off in the previous games and trying to fade them instead, because I feel like that's kind of what the popular play is going to be. So if CP3 goes off in one game, then I'm going to be off CP3 because there's going to be a chance for an adjustment. Obviously, it was a new series, so CP3 closed the Clippers out and then started hot in the finals too. So that kind of changed a little bit, but Booker came out really hot. So I thought into the way it started, I was like, okay, this is Booker that's going to get it. So I just feel like, and then I leveraged, okay, the previous series, game 1, yeah, CP3 was out, but there's just this kind of tactic where I just try to play a player or pick when I'm debating the 2 of the expensive options from the guard position, just debate the one that performed worse in the previous game because the team will make the adjustment to that for the one that played well.
Yeah, and what we've seen is not only do teams make adjustments, DFS players also make adjustments and will tend to want to roster the guy who was just the better player in the previous game more. It's tough for a game one. Like Booker and Paul came in with roughly the same ownership, both overall and at captain. Ayton was a hair lower than them. Middleton was like around the same. Holiday was around the same. What was weird about game one, though, is Giannis was only 35% owned because I think there was a lot of concern about whether or not he would be healthy. And I think also some people probably just made their lineups before the news broke and just didn't adjust. So it'll be interesting to see who the most popular guy is because they're all around the same price. Like I think Giannis gets a pretty big ownership spike from last game, maybe 65, 70, 75%. Paul was the leading scorer. And one of the things that was crazy is the amount of points separating the top few lineups was so small because everyone scored around the same. So like I think it was Chris Middleton beat Booker by 1/4 of a point.
Yeah.
And that difference, that 1-for-1 separated the best lineup from the third best lineup. There was actually a lineup in between those that just had Paul and Giannis flipped at captain. So I think I'm getting that right. Something like that. There were 3 lineups within 1/4 of a point that spanned like 700 spots in the standings because everyone did about the same thing.
Yeah, there's only so many variations in a showdown that plays well. Like you can have a bunch of lineups, but the ones that actually get to the top are few and far between.
Yeah, and it'll be especially congested when the value guy that people like does well. So Cam Johnson was owned in the 50s in percent ownership, and he was the value play that you needed. So if someone else had beat him there, like he didn't play well and Torrey Craig or Abdul Nader played well instead, then you would have had more unique lineups and less ties for first. But because Cam Johnson was the value play and did well, there were just so many combinations that had him that were up there. But to your point about like playing the guy who wasn't as good in game one, I think that has to be Drew Holiday because he was the worst of, let's call it the big 6 from the 2 teams.
Yeah, pretty much.
He was the worst of those guys. And I think his ownership has to be the one that comes in the lowest for game 2.
So if we look at Holiday, I wouldn't put him in the captain spot, obviously, but 8,800. And then if you play Giannis and then debate between Booker and Paul, and we say Booker because Paul had the better game, then you're left with, you have to make a decision between Ayton or Middleton. I already have 2 bucks here. Let me go with a Suns player. So we go Ayton. Now we're left with, do we go cheap in the captain spot and then play that value? If you go for Frank Kaminsky in that value, that opens it up and it leaves you a chance for Cam Johnson in the captain spot, which is not happening like that.
Yeah.
Like, just look how that kind of broke down. Like just the thought process of it. If we went cheap, played Giannis because he's Giannis and Booker and Ayton, and then ran that Frank Kaminsky value, you're stuck with Cam Johnson or Jay Crowder in the captain spot. That's not happening. That's definitely not happening.
Yeah,
so,
it's just not. It's not a lineup that would project well. Like it's hard to expect Cam Johnson to have that big of a game when the Suns are healthy. So,
and they're not healthy. I mean, really they lost Arch, but how many fantasy points? Yeah, he can shoot 100% from 3, but that's pretty much all he's doing. Yeah, he had a deflection here or there, but that's pretty much what he's doing. I think the play is spending up at captain.
Well, I don't think you're crazy to put Holiday in the captain spot because I think his ownership there will just be a couple of percentage points. And then you can play chalkier players in the other spots because you're already so unique playing a captain that other people don't want to play. But I think you just have to get a little bit weird on these showdowns where there are so many lineups, especially in these big contests. And both teams are running pretty tight rotations where there just aren't a lot of players to choose from. One of the routes you can play, like maybe the Suns blow them out in game 2 and you get games where you get like Frank Kaminsky playing extra minutes in the 4th because they have a big lead, or you get Nader or Craig or Cameron Payne even playing with the second unit and maybe they just play really well. So he earns himself some extra minutes and, they don't want to force Chris Paul to play if they're up by a bunch. Maybe Giannis re-injures his knee and then Bobby Portis becomes the guy again. His price was really high for game 1, but it basically got cut in half. Yeah, it's much lower now. So like that's palatable. I think Portis at low ownership in game 1 was still not a great idea because he was just so expensive and basically needed Giannis to not be there for him to do well. But now he's cheap enough that could work. So I think you kind of just pick your game script that isn't, just both teams play well and the game's close. Because if that happens, it's just really hard to make a good lineup. You kind of pick a different game script. Maybe the Suns blow them out. Maybe something happens to Giannis. Maybe something happens to somebody else who isn't dealing with an injury right now. We know from last year, the craziest showdown of the year was a game where Goran Dragic got hurt for Miami and Kendrick Nunn, who like nobody had, ended up playing the whole game pretty much. That's the kind of stuff where it's like, if you were on the right side of that situation, that's how you win a lot of money in a showdown contest.
Well, I mean, you could have seen that similar situation in the Lakers series with the Suns, with Campaign coming out of nowhere and Chris Paul getting hurt in that series. So it's like, okay, there are opportunities like that.
Yeah, and some of my favorite ways to do this is you don't necessarily need it to be one specific player that something happens to for a contrarian player to work out. So like the situation where Campaign plays really well and puts up a ton of fantasy points, that could happen if something happens to either Paul or Booker. He would benefit from either of them either getting in an injury or in foul trouble. Like that's a scenario too that could happen. So a player who has multiple paths to finding their way into a really good game where people aren't playing them. I think if you have multiple routes for it to work, those are the players I'm more excited about. So like Portis could get big minutes if Lopez is in foul trouble, or Giannis. Torrey Craig and Abdul Nader, like they both could pass up Cameron Johnson or Crowder or Bridges, like if a couple of those guys get in foul trouble or something happens to them. So yeah, like this is more interesting to me than playing what might be a popular Frank Kaminsky, who may play 7 minutes. Like I just don't. I can't imagine that he will be that popular of a captain pick just because his ceiling is so low. But then again, there's no other way to fit all the studs in your lineup. So I'm a little worried that people are going to do this for game 2 and just play Frank in the captain spot for his 5 points.
Well, remember earlier this season, earlier in the playoffs when Boogie was that hype play in the captain spot because he was 1K. But with Boogie, he's literally out there to just go score the basketball at all times, no matter what it is, just go score. And I don't think Frank Kaminsky has the same role coming into that at that same salary. Like that's what I remember playing Cousins at 1,000 and 1,500 in the captain spot because of the fact that you knew if Cousins got even 12 minutes, he had a shot at 20, 25 fantasy points.
Yeah, the scenario where Frank Kaminsky puts up a lot of fantasy points is either something goes wrong with Ayton, so he gets a lot of minutes, or it's a blowout. Like if he just gets 12 minutes, he doesn't do enough where that is enough for like you're expecting big things from him. The more close comparison to Boogie is like when Boban first emerged as a key factor for the Mavericks earlier in the playoffs against the Clippers. Boban is a fantasy machine, maybe even more so than Cousins. I don't think we can say even close to the same thing about Frank Kaminsky.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when Boban got that, now he was replacing the starting lineup. That was also another good call. So it's been interesting so far. Let's jump into some questions. Question from Twitch coming in. How many games do you predict that this series will go? So series score, series total games. Let's go with total games here.
I don't think you're going to get a hot take out of me on this one because I just think there's a lot of uncertainty here because of Giannis. If we knew he was perfectly healthy, I probably would have said Suns in 7 before the series. If we knew he was out, I would have said Suns in 4 or 5. So maybe it happens in 6, maybe it happens in 5. Maybe Giannis just gets his act together, his knee feels good, and the Bucks win the series. I don't think that's that likely though. So if you told me it's 4, 5, or 6, maybe even 7, I think all those are on the table. So I just don't really feel great about any of these situations. Maybe you have a stronger opinion on it than I do.
I don't believe that it's going 7. I think the series is a wrap and the Suns win, but I felt that way from the start. I've wanted them to win, but I just don't think Coach Bud has it in him to make the correct adjustments. Yes, Giannis is the best player, but Giannis isn't at the top of his game. I wish that he wasn't hurt, but everybody's been hurt in this entire playoff, so can't really say that about anybody. But something to consider here. Is there any value at taking shots at multiple ones of these, say game 5 or game 6, doesn't make any sense if you look at it from that perspective. If you look at potentially placing one of these and you just eliminate a sweep, or you eliminate going to max games and you sit and you middle it, and yes, you're not making your maximum return, but is there a way to play it in that regard? Because it is a plus money that is over, obviously, plus 100 at plus 200, plus 230 for all the different ones.
So if you're making multiple bets, then the odds of the full project of making a combination of bets obviously is going to go a lot lower. I think at that point, you just bet the series spread line, like Suns minus 1.5 games. If you're confident the Suns win and that it doesn't go 7, you still have to lay odds on the minus 1.5. Maybe we don't have that line available right now. The last I saw, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of minus 120 to minus 150 that the Suns would cover the series line of 1.5 games. So win either 4-0, 4-1, or 4-2. There were small favorites to do that following game 1. So like that seems better to me than trying to find your exact outcome, unless you have a particular insight in an exact outcome. I don't know why they wouldn't win in 4, but they would win in 5. One thing we've seen throughout this playoffs is home court advantage has just not, it hasn't been that big of a deal. The Suns closed out the Western Conference Finals on the road. I think, I don't really know what it is. Maybe, we had a theory that limited crowds was creating less home court advantage at the beginning of COVID. That's not really a relevant point anymore because stadiums are full capacity. But I don't know. Basketball is just not. I don't think the NBA in particular is a sport where home court is a huge deal. Like the college sports, it matters more. Maybe there are other pro sports where it matters more. Maybe it's just like they're so used to traveling at this stage of the playoffs. Like maybe home court advantage matters more in round 1 than it does in the NBA finals. I'm not really sure. This is all just speculation, but the idea that the Suns would win in 5 because they would be able to wrap it up at home, like Suns in 6 seems perfectly reasonable to me also.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think the home court advantage has definitely changed. And I saw interviews from players that saying, yes, the crowd did definitely make a difference for them, but it wasn't to the point of where it was the biggest difficulty was overcoming a deficit. So if you're down 15, 20 points on the road, it is much more difficult to do that than it is at home, because at least at home, you have your crowd pumping, going. Whereas on the road, the crowd is just going wild. The other team is throwing in dunks, forcing you to call timeouts. You're down 15, 20. It feels like you're down 1 million because you have to fight the crowd back in that way. But I think that's where I noticed in some interviews that I saw that players mentioned really the only it being a big deficit is where they had difficulty coming down from. But then we've seen it in the past where teams come back on the road just because they are hyped to silence the crowd. Like that also plays into, because if you come back and you silence the crowd after coming back from 20, the crowd is just, they're shocked. And this whole entire gym is silent in a playoff game. And you're just like, we got this.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing too. Like the Hawks did it to Philly twice in their series on the road with huge comebacks. I guess it's just like, if you're trying to assess the intangible impact of something on sports, home court advantage is probably as well established of an intangible as there is, but even so, it's still an intangible. Like we know what the effect is on average, but we don't know case by case when home court advantage matters more, when it doesn't matter. Like there clearly are games where you watch a team play and it's like the crowd's not into it, they're not into it, and the home court advantage basically didn't do them any good. And then that same team will play the same opponent the next night or 2 nights later, and it's the complete opposite environment. So maybe the crowd is reacting to the game, maybe the game is reacting to the crowd, or some combination of both. Like it's not something you can know in advance, is basically the point. Like you can tell after the fact what happened, but beforehand it's like, yeah. So I don't know that we can say, okay, so the Suns are going to win again game 2 because of the home court, and then they're going to split on the road because that's the most likely outcome. The games will both be close, and then they'll win in 5. Like I think that is probably what most people think at this point. And maybe that happens. Maybe that's the most likely outcome, but there are other outcomes that are at least similarly likely, where maybe they're only slight underdogs to that outcome. So like if the Bucks do force this series to go 6 or 7, that, like, I don't know why that wouldn't happen, but Either way, I do think the Suns are going to win. Maybe that's my bias, but they clearly looked really good in game one.
I mean, it all comes down to Giannis and his pain tolerance and his lift. If he's able to play like himself, he gives the Bucks a chance to definitely compete for a championship. And we saw that they were in it. They were in it in the first half and then just were unable to hold on to the rope. So every team's going to make a run. Basketball is a game of runs. So I think that there's still definitely a chance where the Bucks make something of this, but it just comes down to the coaching to me. I think Monty is a much better coach than Bud, and Monty will make the adjustments, and having Chris Paul out there to help with the adjustments if they need to make any on the fly, I think that's kind of the reason why we can just feel more comfortable with the Suns.
Yeah, I think Monty Williams has the best assistant coach in the NBA with Chris Paul there. I almost think you could describe it as reverse, where Monty Williams is the assistant and Chris Paul runs that
Right.
team. I don't know exactly how the dynamics work, but clearly there's an element to that veteran leadership where normally I would say like this is an overstated thing, but Chris Paul has been around for so long, and also just like the nature that he plays the game. He is the leader on the court, possession by possession. He's not just like in the locker room getting guys going and then they're out there and he's just another player. I mean, he's running the offense, and you can see it in Devin Booker too, like that he's adopted a lot of the ways that Paul plays, and you can see Cameron Payne has clearly been influenced. Like he was a total no-name before this year and has completely like had this breakout year, and you'd have to think that Chris Paul has a lot to do with that. As I mean, it's really cliche to call him the mentor, but I think that there is something there. And the Bucks, like, they have great players, and I'm sure that Giannis is somewhat of a leader, and Middleton and Holiday, and like those guys are veterans too.
Yeah.
But I think what the Suns have is a little different. So I don't know if I just want to put it on the coaches. I think you're right though, that there is a different dynamic with like the two teams being able to overcome difficult stretches in a game.
Yeah. Another question coming in, is there a good move on the money line? So we did go over this earlier, and the thoughts were if you are feeling confident in the Suns for game 2, it's a little bit more difficult to take minus 225, and there might be a little bit of value in taking Suns to win game 2 and Suns to win the series at minus 140. That was my hypothesis. Obviously, Matt felt differently and said that there's a lot of outs, a lot of different ways that things can change here. But if you believe that the Suns are going to win game 2, I believe that they're going to win game 2. It's going to be much closer. I think it's going to come down to the last few possessions. This time, it's not going to be just a kind of blowout scenario. But I'm more confident in the Suns taking game 2, and then the crowd pushing the Bucks to a game 3 win. That's kind of where I feel that they're going to come home. That crowd played really well. And what's crazy about the crowd now is with Giannis playing, the countdown is back. So now it's down 1, 2, 3, 4. The crowd's going crazy on those free throw line. He misses it. The crowd goes even more wild. Then the energy gets zapped into the offense because now they're getting a defensive rebound and pushing it. So it's like, I think that there is something to play, and then taking that completely out for game 3 and game 4 because they're at home, and kind of rallying on the backs of a city that has not really seen a championship in a long time from the basketball perspective. Yes, they have other sports that have played well, but from a basketball perspective, it's been since 1974. Am I right about that?
It's about, I don't know exactly. That sounds pretty close. If it's
Oscar Robertson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Those were the 2 star players when Bucks won the last championship. So it's been a minute, and I believe the crowd is going to come hype for it.
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with anything you just said. Like, I agree with basically all of that in principle. I think there's just one thing we've learned from the playoffs this year is just how random sports can be. And basketball tends to give you the most reliable outcomes of any sport, just in general. Like player statistics, if there's a guy who averages 25 points a game, usually scores between 20 and 30 points. Like players don't deviate from their normal production that much usually. Like other sports, baseball, a guy can go 0 for 4, or he can hit 3 home runs. There's a much wider range of outcomes for players, but we've seen in this year's playoffs, just crazy things have happened time and time again. Teams that we thought were done came back and won games. Like we saw the Mavericks go up 2-0 on the road in LA against the Clippers. That was maybe the most surprising thing that's happened. Although The Clippers then beating the Jazz in Utah
without Kawhi
Leonard.
Yeah,
where Terrence
that
Mann
was
just
crazy to me.
Yeah, Terrence Mann turned into a better version of Kawhi Leonard for one game, and then went back to being regular Terrence Mann, who's like a decent player. So I just don't think we should be that confident in any of our takes. I feel that when we analyze this series, there's a lot of good points to make and things to sort through, but still, there's a lot of randomness in sports, and especially this year for whatever reason with all the injuries, and even in the games where there aren't, like Terrence Mann scoring close to 40 points. There's just a lot of weird stuff happening. So I just don't want to lock into this is what should happen. It's just, I'm still thinking of it more in probabilistic terms because anything can happen.
Hey man, anything is possible, like KG said, right?
Yep. Every single star player in the NBA getting hurt in the same playoffs, you would think there's an upper limit on how many of those can happen. But here we are, it's basically what has been the case this year.
Yeah. Let's get into the player props. Do you feel that there's any value to any of these player props that are available on the DraftKings Sportsbook?
So I thought that Chris Middleton would have a down game in game one, just with Giannis taking on more of the workload. 25.5 points for Middleton is a high number if Giannis is himself. And especially the Suns are a brutal matchup for anybody, especially on the road. But we also don't know how healthy Giannis is. So the 26.5 we see there for Giannis, that's lower than normal for him. He's usually around 28 or 29.
Yep.
So I just think there's a lot of variance here. If I had to pick one, I think Middleton is probably a little overvalued if we think that Giannis is closer to himself in game two. But then if you don't think Giannis is closer to himself in game two, then betting his under may make some sense. So I just, basically what I'm saying is I think the under hits on one of these two guys. I don't know which it is, and it'll kind of depend on health, like we've been saying, but this is just a really difficult situation. And at the same time, I wouldn't want to parlay these outcomes either, even if we could. There's a negative correlation between the two players is essentially what I'm describing, is that if one guy's great, the other guy probably won't be as good. And I think Drew Holiday will play better in game two, but I still don't know that I think he scores 20 actual points. So I think it's just really hard to know. I think that this section where you're betting on a player to do something more extraordinary at higher odds, I think that makes more sense for this series just because of the uncertainty going on.
So did anything stand out to you? I just tried to scroll through this and try to find the ones that I was looking for, was trying to take advantage of the Saric injury, but due to the fact that he's not a main cog in the offense, nor does he make a big substantial defensive have a substantial defensive presence, it's difficult to find anything there. So I was thinking of attacking him or attacking on the 3-point line. But what's been interesting is that the Bucks were a weak team. You could attack them and beat them from the 3-point line during the regular season, but they've shored that up now in the playoffs. So that's changed it a little bit. And the Suns, whereas they were a fast team per se, but their defense is what they kept teams in check. So I was trying to figure out ways to attack that. And there's one here where Giannis, Booker, and CP3 to make 2 threes each. That's no. I'm not looking at betting Giannis to hit.
There's a reason you're getting pretty large odds on that, because that's not a thing that ordinarily happens.
So where is a player special that has some potential here to take advantage of potential injury, take advantage of someone playing really well? Is there a player special that stood out to you?
Honestly, the first one there where Giannis and Booker score a bunch of points, I almost certainly won't happen, but I think the probability could be enough. It's basically anywhere where you're getting one guy on each team, because the idea that Booker and Paul will both score 30, let's say, they're taking away from each other anytime one of them scores. So I'm just not very interested in those kinds of bets unless the odds are really, really high, which I just don't think they're high enough.
Yeah.
So basically, you want one guy from each team to have a big game. Or you just look into the alternate props, the individual lines, and just bet an alternate total on someone's points or points, rebounds, assists, something like that. Like I think ordinarily, if I can clarify it, if Giannis scores, let's say 28 points on average, maybe there's a 20% chance that he gets to 35, and there's a 20% chance that he only gets like 18.
Yeah.
I think that the percentage chances on both of those extremes is higher right now because we just don't know if he's healthy or not. So it's more like the distribution is wider. There's a higher likelihood that something weird happens. So like if you could bet Giannis under 20 points at like 2-1 odds or whatever, something like that. Those are the bets that seem to make more sense to me. So the alternate combos too that we were just looking at, like, don't get too crazy with those. Like every single player in the game is not making 3-3-pointers. That stuff doesn't really happen. But like Booker and Middleton both scoring 30 or something, like those are much more reasonable bets to make.
Yeah. Well, coming up next, we have Washington at the Cowboys with Glash and Christian. And that's really about it. It's been an exciting NBA season and two very unpredictable finalists here. I thought the Bucks had a shot. Definitely Drew Holiday. I've always respected him as a player, and I thought he was great. And by the Bucks going all in and getting him, they set themselves up for this scenario, and I thought they were a likely chance to be here in the finals because of that. But the Suns making that Chris Paul move, unpredictable the way that things have shook out. But if you look back on it, both teams made a move for a point guard to get to this point. So it makes a lot of sense to me. And that's just how I look at how the series shook out. It's the executives made the right moves.
Yeah, and the thing that's been sad for the Bucks, like I've said it a bunch of times over the last month or so, Dante DiVincenzo being here would have made this a different series. I'm just sick of watching PJ Tucker play. It would have been a great thing to have DiVincenzo out there instead of him, just to make this a more competitive series. But if you're someone who's rooting for the Suns, it's definitely a good thing that Tucker is now in the starting lineup instead of DiVincenzo, who I think is a really solid player.
For sure. Thanks for hanging out with me. We will be back on Monday with Julian, and then we'll see how this series shakes out. Game 3 is on Sunday, so maybe we'll have something to talk about on Wednesday when we're coming out. But thanks for hanging out on Twitch. Thanks for hanging out on YouTube, Twitter, wherever you're at. Appreciate all the questions. It's been real. Until Monday, good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the late slate on the DraftKings Dream Stream. The football team taking on the Dallas Cowboys. Brendan Glasheen filling in for Adam Kaufman because Koff has to be a parent. That's too bad. Christian D'Andrea was scheduled to be here the whole time. What's up?
This whole time. Now I'm happy. I got my fill of cough earlier. Now I get some Glash. You're looking a little tan, a little sunny, maybe from that trip to the Cape. We saw all the pictures. You're living your best life. And now, in celebration of that, we get to call a Dwayne Haskins game together because the universe has smiled upon us, my friend. And the only good thing here, Glash, is it's not Dwayne Haskins in a wind game. It's not Dwayne Haskins in a rain game. It's not Dwayne Haskins in a snow game. It's just regular Dwayne Haskins because Wild Weather Wednesday, until further notice, has been PPD'd, maybe CCD'd, who knows? But all the complaints, all the worrying, all the comments worked, and we are a weatherless Wednesday for the first time in Lord knows how long. And Flash, how did you celebrate, i.e. how does your lineup look in a game where, well, we wouldn't have had weather anyway because they're in Dallas.
True. Yeah, it's funny because both games I'll do tonight are both indoors with New Orleans from Madden After Dark. And who are we kidding? People will still find a way to complain. If you mean it. Amari Cooper is my captain. I've got Zeke, Dak, the Cowboys defense, J.D. McKissick, and Peyton Barber.
Ooh, Cowboys D. And the Peyton, I love the Peyton Barber punt play. He always seems to find like one or two snaps, and he occasionally gets that power back roll near the goal line. I had to reconfigure my lineup a few times because I realized I had too much money left over, and I bought the dip. On Scary Terry McLaurin down to 7,600 in the flex. That's a pretty reasonable captain price at 11.4. He is my go-to guy. I got Zeke in there. I got McKissick Cakes. I got Gallup. I got Steven Sims, who was my original captain, and that left me just enough money to throw Greg the Leg in there to cap things off. So I don't know what I'm hoping for today. Maybe passing touchdowns, sure, but like a spread passing effect, so I don't have to feel bad about not getting Dak in there, not getting the current Steelers' fourth string quarterback Dwayne Haskins in there. We'll see if I'm riding the bus of regret in just a few months. CJ Obi-Wan, first time playing Fortnite. Some nerd called Brendan Glasheen. What's up, Twitch? Good to see you guys. Good to see you, Herb, Cena, Rowdy, Jay Mata. Good to see you.
This would be Sunday Night Football in real life, the day after Christmas. Washington and Dallas. And actually, these two teams are pretty neck and neck right now in the standings in the NFC East in our simulated 2021 schedule. Dallas is 6-8. And the football team, I'm just trying to give them a little bit of hope. They're 4-10 in the basement of the division.
4-10 was still in the playoff race in the NFC East last year, so let's not suggest anything's outside the realm of the possibility for that ongoing dumpster fire. But hey, next year in the real world, we talked about this a little bit before the stream. This game, very good chance of staying in its prime time spot and not getting flexed out, because this could determine the winner of the NFC East next season. Your two favorites. You got the powerful, punishing defense of the football team taking on the explosive offenses. Holy moly, what a catch there by Gallup. The toe tap to stay in bounds and a 39-yard gain for him. But yes, it's kind of like a unstoppable force, immovable object type thing they got going on, because you know that Dallas offense is going to be putting up a ton of points and not stopping anyone. Dallas challenges. Okay.
Yeah, I thought maybe only 1 foot cut down here.
Yeah, but I think that does look like it will get overturned. I think the ticker just had the challenging team incorrect there. Clearly, Dallas wouldn't try to overturn their own 39-yard reception. So this must be from Washington.
What do we got?
Come back. No, it stays.
Stays. Call stands.
All right. Interesting. Anyway, big play for Gallup. Got it in my lineup. A little bit trick or treaty there. Sean Preston, hello. Boss man faded Zeke. And Problem Kid Gaming checking in from Hawaii. Glad to hear it.
Love that.
Sounds nice.
Dak Prescott, 8.4% in the captain, about 60% owned. Zeke is 22.4 in the captain spot, 73% owned. And then Amari Cooper, 17% in the captain spot, 52% owned overall. So those are some big numbers for those guys. Gallup owned in 35.7% of lineups. So a big catch to get you started if you rostered the wideout 2. I read the post route this morning on the wide receivers. Some surprising names in terms of guys that elevate their quarterbacks.
Yeah, I was very intrigued by it. And if you did get the email and you're like, why don't these charts make any sense? Because Substack ripped out every other image. So you missed a few of those. But yeah, it was a breakdown of every team's top targets in terms of the passer rating when targeted, right? So you get the guys who makes their quarterbacks better, who makes their quarterbacks a little bit worse. And obviously, guys you'd expect to be there are great. Devontae Adams is awesome. Julio Jones is awesome. Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, awesome. But there are guys who really did a great job either of being safety valves or finding the end zone or just being a complete and utter mensch for a beleaguered quarterback that you wouldn't expect. Tyler Higbee was a huge difference maker for Jared Goff last season, and he's going to be a great safety valve for Matthew Stafford next season. Laviska Shenault, the rookie down in Jacksonville, thanks to his strong hands, versatility, and run after catch ability, a definite weapon. And Robert Tonyan, Big Bobby Funyuns, one of the best playmakers out there when it comes to making his quarterback look good, making him look better, in part because he finds the end zone at a kind of unsustainable rate. But a guy, Aaron Rodgers, is kind of lucky to have. What a great find out of Indiana State for Green Bay. And if he can even perform at 80% of that pace, the Packers are going to have a perennial Pro Bowl tight end in their lineup. Whether that's Aaron Rodgers thrown to him or Jordan Love, we don't know yet.
3rd and goal. There's Cooper. Touchdown.
Wow. So Gallup does the heavy lifting and Cooper crosses over the goal line. A dynamite opening drive there from the Cowboys. Now that man right there, Dwayne Haskins, is going to have to find a way to counterpunch.
Let's go. We have Robert and Daniel tonight, 2 members of the ops team on this sim. Producer Michael and Daniel, our technical director. Good deal.
I was there before you. Coop at captain faded Zeke worked out pretty well there. CJ saying Boston's going to get hit by that storm coming up. We're getting hit by a storm right now in Wisconsin. Gosh, it's going to force me to mow the lawn later. But some much needed rain here in the Midwest, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, we might get something here in Boston pretty soon. Today. Never mind Friday.
Yeah, I know. I got buddies who are still like planning a golf outing Friday morning. Like they've already planned to take off work and like they have their tee times and like just know they're like, oh, whatever. If it rains, we'll just walk the course instead. That sounds miserable to me. Just absolutely awful.
All right, there we go. By the way, quick plug. I know I'm doing it, but made a WNBA contest for tonight. It locks at 7. There are 15 slots out of 25 entries right now, so only 10 more to fill the contest. If you're in, 3-game slate tonight in the W. Check it out.
Yeah, I might have to go ahead and snag some insights from my guy Matt Ellentuck over on Twitter, former SB Nation WNBA guy, now a freelancer, but very few people out there know the W better than that guy. Maybe I'm talking to one of them right now, the voice of the Connecticut Sun. But yeah, WNBA, man, a lot of great action, obviously. A league that's been picking up steam, and honestly, a league that's ripe for expansion because right now the talent pool there are so many good players, and there are a lot of good players that honestly don't have jobs right now, Glash, because the WNBA is still a small fledgling league. So hopefully the growth will be there, and the W will be able to sustain some more teams, because right now it's tale as old as time. The U.S. have been kind of bleeding female players to overseas because leagues in Russia and Turkey, they pay better. But now a lot of these women are having to go overseas without any choice because there's just no room for them in the 12-team WNBA.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Matt. I follow him on Twitter. He does a good job, and he's looking for a job. I always see him looking, basically throwing it out there that he's unemployed. So I hope it works out for him.
It's absolutely wild to me that no one has brought him on full time. That dude is talented, and he is a great, insightful writer, and cannot stand for Matt Ellen talk any harder. The dude's awesome.
Good deal. I hope to meet him at a game at some point down the road. DJ Wheat, I went heavy on this game for classic, looking good so far. Assuming you may have stacked up on the Cowboys here. Haskins over the middle, complete, and Sims escapes. Touchdown.
Oh, the guy I took out of my captain spot because I was like, I can afford McLaurin. Well, I feel foolish, but at least I got him in the roster somewhere. As the football team punching right back. We got ourselves a 7-7 ball game, extra point pending. A good start to this one.
Sean Callahan, I'm pretty sure we've been over this with you. If you're in the DK SimFam Friends League, it's right at the top of the league. It says WNBA Wednesday. That's the title of the contest by BJ Glashy. So jump on in if your heart desires. Because I made it for 20 once. I think I created it this afternoon, and folks were like, oh, I didn't get in. So I was like, all right, 25. But if it, see, now that I'm filling in for Koff, I feel like I'm allowed to do this. If it doesn't fill, it doesn't run. So it's my way around it. John Horn, who really cares about the WNBA, really? Well, John, if you don't care about it, fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
All good.
It's like going into a chat and saying that you don't like the announcers and you're muting. You can just mute it. You don't have, you can give us some constructive criticism. You can tell us what you don't like about the WNBA, but we don't have to just throw negativity out there. We're keeping the energy level up in the sim. Also, WNBA popularity rising. We've seen a rising tide in television rating for women's sports. The audience is there. The audience is growing, and it's just a part of kind of bringing these underdeveloped sports to light. It was a big deal when ESPN decided not to broadcast a bunch of those Women's College World Series softball games and the NCAA tournament games. There was an outcry over it, and then guess what? They put the games on ESPN, and they produced pretty strong ratings. So there is an audience there. There is a growing market of people who want to see more women's sports, and it's been a market segment that's been growing for quite a while.
What also folks got to remember, they're in their 25th season. They need time to grow. And all these other sports, even the ones that are all males, if that's how you look at it, well, just keep that in mind. The WNBA has only been around 25 years. Everything else has been around for 50 years. So.
It's like looking at the MLS, how the MLS had its share of fits and starts and had its share of teams relocate and fold, and then eventually it rode the rising tide of world soccer to become maybe not the fourth major in the U.S., but definitely at least strong enough to give the NHL a run for its money when it comes to getting those eyeballs and delivering those television contracts. And I think you can make the case that the only issue right now is that women's basketball doesn't necessarily have the same kind of global appeal that can be that rising tide, especially when you consider the weird choices by the U.S. women's national team and some of the talent they have neglected. And it's a very political process, it seems, when it comes to picking an Olympic team on the women's side. And that has been a bit frustrating because it would be so easy to pull 12 marketable stars into that group, and yet it seems to be something the Olympic team fails to do on a regular basis. As Bert behind the scenes points out, Gallup already into the bonus. The only thing he's missing is that touchdown that Amari Cooper snipe from him. But if this stands, Glash, Michael Gallup 400 receiving yards. I am hopeful he can get there.
What is our record for? Someone's hit 300 receiving yards in a sim before, I think.
I believe that's correct.
But it's been a long time since someone's done anything close to that. By the way, Sims with the touchdown, his ownership, 33.8% owned overall. Cooper has the first one. Cowboys are at the 36. Sean says, taking you down tonight. Love it. Love that you're in it. Obi-Wan, it's true. That's it. Just giving you guys the info. Just keep it in mind. Take with it what you will. Gallup again. So Prescott has 124. Gallup has 111 of that 124.
That's wild. You love to see it if you have Gallup in your lineup. Already today, Gallup up over 19 points. And this is a guy who, a bit trick-or-treaty, but hasn't scored 19 in his last 9 sims. That he's already set a career high over the past 2 weeks, which is very nice to see. Not a career high, obviously. You get the point. This is a bit uncommon for him as we reach the end of the first quarter. And hey, speaking of wide receivers who bring extra value, who raise up their quarterbacks, Gallup was one of the 2 most valuable wideouts for the Cowboys. If you want to learn who the other one is, check it out today in our post-route newsletter, free to subscribe, or you can just click through and read it for yourself. Postroute.substack.com. I know a whole bunch of you have already signed up, and I am so grateful. So is Sarah. So is Ryan Van Bibber, my other 2 colleagues. DK Sinfam, you guys have come out in spades to support us, and I cannot tell you how much that means to all of us. So thank you so much for subscribing.
Not much out of the running backs to this point. Zeke 4 for 5. McKissick 3 for 26. Gallup's eating, which means Prescott is on track for the bonus as well. Sims 1 for 33 and a score. Cooper has 1 catch, 5 yards and a score. Gallup 5 for 111. One quarter.
And it all started with that amazing toe-tapping catch along the sideline, which was challenged and upheld, but no one really knows from who or what side. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? The important thing here is, Glash, the Cowboys are rolling behind Michael Gallup. They'll get there.
That's great. Yeah, Christian. Yeah, you trying to set me up for more fame over on Twitch.
No, I feel like at this point they got to come up with new ways to stump you with the names. I feel like at this point you know at least to look out for that. Any names that start with Mike should be at least something that you have. Yeah, your spider sense should be tingling. Am I going to say something that gets me immediately clipped and shared online? Although, to be fair, earlier today, Koff and I had a long conversation about what kind of underwear Jean-Claude Van Damme wears, because he does all those splits and you want to make sure everything is taken care of and packaged well. So even if you did throw that name out there, it would not be the most awkward thing that we've spoken about today.
Hit that like button for us if you don't mind, if you haven't done so already. About 300 of you watching on this Wednesday. No weather. Even though we're in Dallas, it wouldn't happen anyway. Actually, the late slate has no games that could even have weather, because is it Alliance Bank Stadium in Vegas?
Yes, I don't know. I always get it confused. I think it's Alliant. No, but I'm thinking the Alliant Energy Center here in Allegiant. Allegiant is what it is.
Allegiant. I'm thinking of Alliance Bank in Syracuse, where the AAA Syracuse Mets play. My bad.
Yeah, it's Allegiant. Yeah, because you got me thinking about Alliant Energy, which is our local electricity place up here, and they have their own center in Madison, which is where the hockey team used to play, and now they have the CrossFit Games every summer, which is I don't want to say it's worth going to as a spectator, but it's definitely interesting to see up close. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in all at once. You are watching hundreds of people work out to the point of vomiting all at once. It's really cool at first, then you realize there are like 4 heats as Zeke into the end zone for the touchdowns. To the fade, Zeke crowd not getting paid off on that one as he crashes forward to put himself into double digits on the day. Already 5 catches for him, only 13 receiving yards.
He was 81% owned in the what's this contest Koff made? Happy Hour. The Christians contract calls for only games with Koff free roll. Well, that is factually incorrect, considering who's here now. So, yeah, the late slate tonight, maybe it's kind of because that just worked out really well when you think about it, because we're streaming the 2021 schedule and just how it plays out. The final 3 games of what normally would be Wild Weather Wednesday are all indoor venues. So, that's interesting. Dallas, Vegas, and then tonight, Madden After Dark is in New Orleans. Zeke Elliott in the showdown, the $250 showdown contest, 73% owned, 22.4 in the captain spot. So far, so good. I mean, 2 touchdowns. You played Gallup, even Zeke in the late classic. Feeling okay. Feeling pretty good.
Dude, I'm reading up on Allegiant Air now, and it's not something we have near me. I guess the closest it comes is Grand Rapids, Michigan, but it's kind of wild. They have the money to sponsor the naming rights of an NFL stadium. That's kind of like, it seems like they are basically Frontier Airlines, but maybe slightly nicer. I don't know. They seem like they're pretty small. This is a big deal for them. Well, man, they made some decent profits recently. 2018, 161 million in profits. I guess that covers like the first decade of your naming rights in Vegas.
Here's McKissick up over 30 yards. 18 slots now. Well, seven more entries required for this WNBA contest. God, this is annoying. Having to come on here and promote it over and over and over again.
You mean the cough? The classic Kaufman?
Yeah, should have just made it for 20. It's going to be 20 from now on. Get on in there. We'll have fun. It's only $1. What else do I have to say to convince you?
Come on.
Pretty sure the number, if it's 20 or less, it will just resize. But if it's a contest that has 20 or more potential participants, it does not run if it does not fill. So, that's my second time saying that. Got a bad feeling I might say it again. Looking at the chat, let's see. Joe needs some short dump passes to Zeke.
I mean, that's all he's been getting so far, really. Oh, McKissick cakes. Oh, hold on to that block, Sims. It could have been a breakaway touchdown. Instead, merely a big gainer and a first down as he is trending towards the bonus, which is not something you'd often hear about J.D. McKissick. Not quite a runner to the same level he is a receiver. 110 targets last season, only 85 rush attempts. And that'll probably change a little bit as he is no longer going to be catching passes from checkdown master Alex Smith, and instead this Washington football team will turn the reins over to a bit more prolific deep thrower in Ryan Fitzpatrick.
So, what was it? Last Friday, before the holiday, I did the noon sim with Jason Rossi. And news broke during our sim that the Cowboys are going to be on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, as is tradition.
What do you think of that? Like, is that going to knock them down a peg? Like, if you already had your doubts, typically it's not really helpful. I guess it's not that detrimental either, but I don't know. With that team and that ownership group and just all the noise, Jerry's going to eat it all up. But yeah. I don't know if it's the best thing for that team.
I mean, it's their third time.
It's been a long time though since.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I'm actually not sure what their record was before, and obviously things are a little bit different now. But I mean, when you go into the Cowboys, you know the spotlight's going to be on you. You're in an absolutely football mad state. You are playing for a team that was once dubbed America's team, even if it's been a long time since they had that kind of popularity. You know what's expected of you. You know you're going to be under the microscope there anyway. So I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference for this Cowboy team. They're going to be the same team, big time offense. I'd be concerned had they not worked things out with Dak, but no, I think these guys are going to be pretty much the same, no matter if anyone's looking or not. It's going to be all offense and defense trying to put things together. And maybe if the cameras have a detrimental effect on the rookies, just because they have so many young defensive guys they need to come out and play, is, oh my God, Haskins, escape pressure, then throws it to no one as we're about to get ourselves a Dustin Hopkins field goal attempt here.
I mean, look, so the year they were on in 2008, they went 9-7, missed the playoffs. The year in 2002, they were on, went 5-11, missed the playoffs. I don't think those are really, it's not really data to why I feel this way. I think it's more so the timing with Dak Prescott. I think Dak, you can say what you want about him as a quarterback. I think he's got a great head on his shoulders. The contract he got was probably because he just really handles the room well. He's a grown up. He's just an adult. Hopefully he comes back from that injury and plays at a high level. So he can handle it. I don't know. I just feel it puts a little added pressure on him. And I'm not saying he can't handle that, but man, like a lot of eyeballs on the Cowboys. It might, honestly, maybe just for their fan base, because Hard Knocks is not set up to make you look bad. Like, they might just hype them up now and go, oh, we get more eyeballs on the Dallas Cowboys operation. McCarthy's got it figured out. Dak looks great. Zeke is we're going to hear this year. Zeke is as motivated as ever. I don't know. And then all of a sudden, okay, they're 9-7. Like, they might make the playoffs, they might not.
Yeah, it's going to be a hype machine. I mean, the best thing about Hard Knocks at this point is that it's not really going to show you any real insight, but it's going to give you a few new memes for the season. It's going to be Rex Ryan telling his crew to go get a snack, things like that. So it'll be fine. I don't know. I actually got to see Dak up close in Omaha while his Mississippi State Bulldogs just absolutely thrashed my Commodores for a College World Series.
You look like you had a great time still.
It was, I mean, Omaha is a fun city. Like, I don't know, I've never been there for more than a few days, so I imagine at some point, like, you're going to run out of things to do, but, like, I love Omaha. It's a really cool place to go, very walkable downtown, a lot of good food places, a lot of cool local breweries. And, I mean, listen, we got to see some very bad baseball, but still got to meet up with some old buddies from grad school I hadn't seen in a while, and that was what was worth it. If I was down there by myself, I would have been miserable just watching Vandy get little brothered for 2 straight games. But instead, I had some buddies, had a good time, got to play a little golf. Solid day.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I would go to a College World Series game with you after seeing your experience.
Yeah.
We've got about 90 seconds left in the half. Zeke to the outside. There's a timeout. Hopkins kicks a field goal. If you're just joining us, Steven Sims has the touchdown for Washington. And for Dallas, Amari Cooper and Zeke Elliott have scored. Giraffe King says they will still suck. Tiger, though, is excited. Tiger's been waiting for years. It's their turn again. It's true. I never knew this. Rossi said this to me. If you don't make the playoffs, the next season you are in the pool of teams that could be on it. So if you make the postseason, you don't have to be on it. I never knew that.
Yeah, I think it's something like the pool. There are other considerations as well, where like every year the pool is like only 5 teams deep. I forget what the other ones. So yeah, 5 teams. So the agreement is since 2014, not required to be included if they have a first-year head coach, B, have made the playoffs in the last 2 seasons, or C, have appeared in the show the past 10 years. So this year's candidates were the Arizona Cardinals, which would have been pretty interesting. I think I would have liked to see the Cardinals up there. The Denver Broncos, which you get the Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock drama. The New York Giants, which, okay, Dave Gettleman trying to keep his job in vain. The Carolina Panthers, which Matt Rule could be cool. And then Dallas Cowboys. And obviously they went with America's team.
Makes sense. The Dak story is huge, no question. 2nd and 6, Haskins. It's a tight window, but we got to catch. McKissick.
Probably going to take this down. Oh, there's the timeout there. 21 seconds. Very limited chance there's going to be another play after this if it gets stopped in the on the field rather than getting out of bounds. So we'll have to wait and see here.
Gary says they got to hype up Zeke and try to justify giving him that ridiculous contract.
Oh, they already knew they messed up with that one. Don't pay running backs to. Oh no. Well, that will do it here in Dallas as Awuzie on the corner blitz just goes ahead and eats Dwayne Haskins' lunch, barring a surprising hurry up to the line. We're going to go into halftime. Dallas 14, Washington 10. Cowboys touchdowns belong to Amari Cooper through the air, Zeke Elliott on the ground. Washington got a Dustin Hopkins 39-yard field goal and a 33-yard strike to Steven Sims.
Good deal. Cool Hair Live is in first place in our free roll at the moment. Gallup captained. So Gallup had nothing in the second quarter.
He can have nothing the rest of this game, and he's still going to be having a pretty good day. Let's be honest. 5 for 111 and a touchdown. Not bad.
Elliott, Prescott, McKissick, Hopkins, and the Cowboys defense, the leading build for our contest. And then in the public showdown, a 4-way tie for first. Gallup captained. Zeke, McKissick, McLaurin, Sims, and Hopkins. Earlier today, there is a Stanley Cup final game tonight, Game 5 between Montreal and Tampa. Today on the Sweat, Jeff Ulrich, AJ Schultz, they joined, they came together, and they were asked the question, can Tampa close things out tonight?
The Lightning can wrap things up in Game 5 at home. They're plus 120 on the puck line. Is it too risky to lay that minus 1.5 tonight?
No, I really don't feel like it is. I feel like when you're looking at the money lines and stuff tonight, I mean, this is where I'm looking, especially. I know we mentioned in the last show, you can take the -1 on the alternate puck line. It's sitting around minus 150 or so, but I would rather just take the plus money here at minus 1.5. I really do feel like if we get in a late game scenario here in the third period and Tampa is just searching for like that extra goal, they're going to get it. And then you're probably going to have an extended empty net period possibility too, if it's a 1-goal lead. So there's too many factors here for me not to like this. I just like the traditional money line there at plus 120 for sure.
AJ, you feel like this isn't a risky move at all?
I do feel like there's a little bit of risk. Jeff may have convinced me though, but I'll stick with what I was originally going to say is that I just don't think it's enough value at plus 125 to give up a whole goal and a half. I think for this one, I just don't like any of the lines here. I'm going to ultimately avoid any of the game bets in this one. But if you really want to get in on the action, the one I probably like the most, I think, is the 60-minute line and taking the Lightning at minus 140. You're not giving up a ton of juice in that. You get them just outright to win. It's way better than the straight money line at minus 235 here. And I just don't see this game going to overtime. So I like giving up the juice a little bit because that goal and a half just scares me when you're not getting a ton of value out of it.
Okay, welcome back. The Sweat airs weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time on the DraftKings Dream Stream. You can get advice heading into the day of sports. Yesterday was a very sporty day. Today, of course, hockey, baseball, golf, NBA Finals. Check it out. Runs for an hour, leads right into the first Madden Sim. Join on in on the fun. The chat is open at 11 a.m. So if you guys all like interacting, hanging out, have at it at 11 o'clock. So, okay, let's get the second half rolling. Dallas up by 4, 14-10. Great work, everybody. The WNBA contest filled with 25 minutes to spare.
Well done.
Love it.
Done.
Jim from softball. I'm not sure what the problem is, but thanks for being here. Rowdy Dorito with the news. Thank you. Christian, Glash, producer Michael. We've got Daniel on the 1s and 2s tonight. Robert and Daniel. So 2 Daniels. Robert and Daniel from Ops. Good to have you with us. The rest of the night looks like this on this non-wild weather Wednesday. Broncos Raiders at 8. Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops join you. And then Madden After Dark, the Dolphins are at the Saints. I will come back and join Brandon Cristal. Bossman played both tight ends in his lineup. Not looking great.
Sprinkler not getting it done today. Losing perhaps his Madden All-Star status. He's been a bit hit or miss. And as much as I would love to have captained the Sprinkler and avoided this thing, he's been on a relative, for him, a heater. About 20.4 points in his last 2 games combined. But yeah, this was a guy who once upon a time, Glash, felt like he could go for 20 any given day. And those have been few and far between as McKissick cakes up to 69 yards already. Nice.
Where are you in the contest?
I'm
4th.
I'm 4th. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Scary Terry within my captain spot. Kind of him and Greg the Leg are the weak links, but Zeke, McKissick, Gallup, and Sims, there's almost nowhere for me to go but down right now.
3rd and 3, Haskins, accurate to Inman, but not enough for the first.
Terrible decision-making there, that low awareness rating coming into play. But, hey, Inman, welcome to the party, pal. He's on the board, 1 catch, 2 yards.
So, story time, but I tell brief stories, unlike others. I'll get to the chase. Went to the Encore Casino today in Boston area with my parents and my brother. We went this morning. It was a nice little family date. And then we had lunch after. And I only bring that up because the Tater Hater has entered the building on YouTube. Happy regular weather Wednesday, Sim fam. Tater Hater, you're going to be mad at me, but I have to inform you. Your boy Glasheen here had steak and cheese tater tots for an appetizer today with the family.
That's a hearty appetizer. I feel like you can do a full meal out of that. They do sour cream on there too, or what?
Yeah, this 4 cheese spread was involved. Oh my God, it was insanely amazing. So it was delicious. There's 4 of us. We all split it together, so we all had just a tad. But I was thinking today, as I took a bite, I'm like, oh, there's maybe only one person on this earth that will be disappointed, and that would be Tater Hater. Tater Hater adds that Freeze Pops will simply be known as Tommy Pops.
Fair.
Good point.
I mean, if anything else, just simplify the nickname. Take a whole syllable out of there.
Murray or Murray. You're in. Oh, nice. You're in the WNBA contest. I just pulled up to see who else is in it. Christian didn't get in. I thought for sure you were one of those people.
I was not. I see. I need my insight from my guy.
That's fair.
Didn't jump in. I held off. I mean, this would just be me throwing in the lineup to make a donation.
So it's me, Viper, Meager, DFS Queenie, Bonzo, Cena, Fishy, Rob Ran, Robbie Noble, Mark Mantelli's in there. There is Gallup with the catch.
That was Cooper that time. Gallup did have one earlier to keep him going.
Greg Coffin's in there. Tony Pagano, Terry, D Money. Okay. Some of you I don't know. Raider for life. Okay, Raiders for life. Nice to see you in there. Good deal. No, I know. I don't memorize all of your usernames and know how to pair them up. What was that activity we used to have to do when you had like tests in middle school?
Flashcards?
No. Remember when you had to like you had a list on one side, a list on the other, and then you look at one and you match it.
You just draw the line.
Yeah. What the heck is that called? You know what I'm talking about? Like, God, that's annoying.
I didn't know there was a special name for it. I thought it was just like I thought it was matching things.
Oh, you might be right. Maybe just matching. Yeah, matching. Okay. All right. Matching. Middle school.
Who talking? No, tot special too. Y'all are making me want some tater tots now. I'm sure to Tater haters' chagrin. He must be devastated with his tot love right now. But tater tots, a superior potato product. They're right behind waffle fries with the skin on, like you get at Chick-fil-A, basically. Although a good hash brown, oh man, a good Waffle House smothered, covered, and topped hash brown. Oh, man, that's something awesome. That I can do.
Rob Brand, it's called matching. LOL.
Yeah.
You know, it takes me a second, as you all know at this point. Thank you all for the help. That is a long field goal for Greg the Leg.
Putting it through from 53, so a 5-pointer there to go with his 2 extra points. He's up at 7 for the day, just like that.
It's called third grade matching. I don't know. Can you say? I'm not going to say it. I don't know if you can say it.
It doesn't matter. He didn't spell it right anyway.
Right. Yeah. He forgot a letter.
Yeah. So you can throw in, like, you could say it the way he's saying it, because he's just kind of half throwing out his like half of a jam company. DraftKings potato patch fries at Kennywood, God tier carnival food, just amazing. Some of the best fries I've ever had, because they cut them right in front of you, right? They got the big potato death machine, right, where they put the potato in lengthwise and they just smash it down, goes right into a bath, so you get all that starch. Because if you just slice up a potato and you try to fry it, it never comes out right. You got to wash the starch off so you get that kind of crispy outside. So not only are you getting a brand new fresh potato, it's been properly cleaned, it's ready to go. They fry it right in front of you and they put whatever toppings you want. Personally, I'm a nacho cheese bacon, maybe a little bit gravy kind of guy, so like a bootleg poutine, but outstanding. Potato patch fries at Kennywood, worth the trip every time. Might be worth dropping $40, $50 on a ticket, whatever it is, just to go in and get the fries. Although I highly recommend the Thunderbolt and Flash. As far as I know, Kennywood, the only amusement park in the world with a roller coaster based on an NFL team. They have it's like the Steel Curtain or something like that. It's a legit Steelers themed roller coaster.
Wow. Amazing how that bounced off of Must Be's comment. Well, Must Be, it's ironic you're bringing up third grade. Maybe you should put that word on the spelling list to improve. Green Teas, did you know? Glash, can I cheer you up with some Deucey Rant Twitch clips? Oh, no, I'm in a great mood. I kind of lost my voice from over the weekend. It's slowly coming back. So, please, bear with me, Sim fam. CJ71, I think Glash lost some of his soul when he saw Fast 9. That is kind of true. Cough did not crush my heart. Fast 9 was like the start of a great stretch because I saw some friends.
Yeah.
Friends from college I hadn't seen in a couple years, and I joke, but I really mean it. Like, usually the summer of a Fast and Furious movie, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a good summer, Really let me down. So yeah, family. So I don't know what it is, but first time playing Fortnite, I think Koff took advantage of Glash at the movies. He has been a different Glash since.
So what snacks did you smuggle into the theater with you for this movie?
Nothing. Koff brought
Did Koff bring enough to share with the class? Did he? So you got like a Skittle is what I'm hearing?
You could say that. You could say that Koff brought one little small box of M&Ms and only offered some to me once, whereas I offered several handfuls of popcorn. Just saying.
I mean, I feel like it's a fair exchange rate, though. M&Ms are a much more valuable snack food than popcorn. Popcorn is very light, so I feel like if you were exchanging between countries, the exchange rate would be like, I'm going to say like 5 M&Ms, maybe 3 M&Ms per handful of popcorn. It's a different currency. I think I understand where Koff's coming from on this
one. Tater Hater, can someone tell me if ZT has been wearing his Sun shirt? Yeah, Koff and ZT wore them on a sim the other day. The Valley. Daniel, our technical director, says that buddy rant Glash had still gets me. We've played that a few times on radio replay on The Sims. Retease Did You Know has like a database now. And just, oh, you want that one? Here it is. Oh, you want that? Found it.
Yep. A wonderful asset and a true hero among the DK Sim fan community. Retease, did you know? Feel free to clip that, put it in your audio resume. Do what you need to. Put it right alongside Glash, completely missing the joke behind very fake prospects' names.
J-Man 1717. I like 1 M&M for 1 popcorn piece. Even trade.
No, absolutely not. Are you kidding me?
How about like 5?
So 5 pieces of popcorn for 1 M&M. Oh, yeah, okay. I feel like that's in line with my exchange rate, where a handful is equal to about 3 M&Ms. A handful of popcorn, 15 pieces of popcorn, I think within reason.
Jordan Warren, they wore the shirts again today. Now it's just annoying. I've said what I said about the shirts. Good for them. I don't know. I don't really get it. Like you pop on Zoom. You know what? What am I saying? Christian, there was a time for like months. I would take the color of your headband and go, oh, let's reach down here. Yep. Put on the same headband. So I am being a hypocrite.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of hurts coming from you to hear you say those things. Like you don't have your heart in the stream anymore. Like you're big timing us now that you're a voice of the WNBA. And frankly, I appreciate the SimFam community's ability to check you lest you wreck yourself. So it's good. It's good. We got to humble you, bring you down to your roots again. Let the SimFam know that we still care about you and we don't want to see you get too big for us and leave us behind.
Here, so I'll stop. I apologize. Hey, Gallup's at 151 on 8 catches.
Which is pretty good. Zeke having a decent day too. McKissick outplaying him though. 17-9 in the flex, 73 rush yards, but also 6 catches, 46 yards. Dude has been pretty useful in both facets of the game. Here in Simland, the only real running back that gets any kind of sustained looks for Washington. So makes sense why he's so expensive. But maybe for your sake, Lash, we had a little Peyton Barber later on, really ruin other people's lineups, give him that snipe shot towards the end near the goal line.
Be great. You're still very much in this thing in 5th place.
I got a shot. Not a great one. I don't love my opportunity. I need Scary Terry to come through here. You know, a 44-yard touchdown pass to the man with the star underneath him towards the bottom of the screen would really be helpful here. Instead, Haskins is going to take a sack after waiting way too long.
Look at all this time. Oh!
Ooh, never mind. That was like an actual football play. Who was McKissick?
McKissick.
Of course it's McKissick.
It's his 7th catch.
Yeah, that puts him up around 70, maybe 80 yards on the day. So he has got an outside shot at the double bonus here, the way he's been playing. Let's see if he gets the call again here, or if maybe we see a little sprinkler, it's going to be McKissick cakes, and
it's all setting up for Barber. It's all setting up for Barber. That'd be awesome.
He had a little lane there. Looks like if he had just charged forward, they might have crashed into the end zone instead. Put a little juke in, got stopped. Productive down, but let's see if he gets the call again. No, it's going to be a pass play. And oh boy. It was the sprinkler on the target list, but did not put it on the numbers there. A classic Madden Dwayne Haskins throw. A classic regular season Dwayne Haskins throw, for being honest.
Retease, did you know Crust bought the plain wrap candies to save some money on his knockoff Fell shirt?
Wide open. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. What? That was Logan Thomas. You got to go for it, right? Go for it. Come on.
You got it.
Don't take the 3.
Oh, yeah. Don't.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Tight ends have been the call the last 2 downs. It has not paid off, and this time it's going.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Looking for the sprinkler and finding no one. So 2 bad Haskins passes and a Logan Thomas drop leaves this drive without a payoff. Cowboys take over in safety range. Going to expect to see a lot of Zeke here, and he gets a little bit of space there. Picks up 2 on first.
First time playing Fortnite. Well, the defense won, Brendan, you stupid idiot. Boss man says this just smells. Well, good start for the Washington D. 2nd and 8. Here's Dak to Gallup. Okay, so we'll see what they can do here. If they can get the stop, give the ball right back to them. Have you been doing a lot of 6 o'clock sims? Is that the deal?
Yeah, I've been on 6 a lot lately. I think Drew has been switching things up a little bit, trying to get me in prime time a little bit more. Get me out to my adoring public. Is that a Dalton Schultz appearance there?
Yes, sir.
So big 3rd down conversion. Cowboys going to keep this drive going. Any kind of score from them likely ices the game out, but we'll see if we get there. Yeah, no, a lot of 6s, a few 10s lately. But I've been off the early afternoon sims, which I typically used to rule with an iron fist. Is really exploring the space, seeing what's up, getting a few extra Tommy Freeze pops and Brandon Cristal appearances out there, and occasionally, if I'm lucky, maybe even Moose.
When does the first, which team starts its training camp first of all? Any idea?
Oh, I actually do not know. Let's see.
I feel like some teams are going to start early next week. I got to believe that, right?
NFL training camp dates. What PFN has to say. That's not All right, so the Cowboys and Steelers, since they play the Hall of Fame game, they can be in camp in 2 weeks exactly, July 21st.
Okay.
Buccaneers open their training camp July 24th because they have a Thursday night game, so they can begin their season 3 days before everyone else. And then everyone else begins their training camp on Tuesday, July 27th. So
wow, so it's a bit away. I thought it was sooner. Yeah, you're right. So 29 clubs will report on July 27th. Wow. Okay.
And that's when the Aaron Rodgers discourse will screech up to unbearable and then last there for about a month until we figure out what the hell's going on there. And then we get
Gallup.
How do you feel about the Hall of Fame game? Because I always get like briefly excited about it, then I'm like, oh, right, I don't care about this. This is still a preseason game. I'm excited football's back, but the only interesting thing the Hall of Fame game has done for us lately is have it canceled because the field paint was hard as concrete.
It doesn't signify any importance to me where I feel like, oh, football's back. It doesn't do it for me.
Yeah.
Week 1, regular preseason, I feel like it's back. So I just find it to be way too early.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly. It just, feel the same way there.
It just feels forced all the way around.
Yeah, or like you're out, maybe having dinner, maybe having a few drinks, and like in the background, it's like, oh man, is that what? Are we playing CFL football right now? No, that's NFL preseason, so it's not even as exciting.
Right.
As NFL football, which is an unfair dig at the CFL. CFL is awesome. That's an exciting game. You get the forward motion before the snap, a lot of moving parts, 3 downs, the rouge, the closer goalpost. Dude, CFL is awesome to watch. One of my regrets is that I've yet to go up and watch a game live and go see the Red Blacks play or perhaps the Alouettes. Or, man, a lot of options. A lot of good options in the CFL.
Mike Johnson, someone make Gallup limp. 3rd and 2, big play here. They got it.
This is gonna end badly for the football team. They might not even get any garbage time snaps off. So if you, like me, have Scary Terry in the captain spot, or maybe waiting on more McKissick or some Steven Sims, you're going to be left wanting. Maybe you're hoping Logan Thomas gets his shot at redemption after dropping that touchdown pass. Seems less and less likely by the snap here. But, Flash, I think we already know who the Krusty Cough postroute.substack.com player of the game is going to be. I don't know how you could give it to anyone other than the man with 10 catches, 179 yards, Michael Gallup. Get that man atop the MVP chart for this one. And then we've got a few different babysitter Billy candidates. We'll have to see how this game finishes off first. But you guys have been a bit anonymous today.
Inman, 1 catch, 2 yards. Blake Jarwin, Rossi's favorite player. 2 for 6.
CeeDee Lamb, a bagel so far, wearing the 00 goggles.
I
mean, even Amari Cooper, only 2 catches, although 1 was for a touchdown. So tough to really.
Sprinkler has nothing.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
Sprinkler, 41% owned, about double the rate of CeeDee Lamb. He's probably going to have to go to him as we are. We go kneel down, carry, kneel down perhaps here. Washington has no way to stop the clock. They are going to lose this game. The only question is if we see a garbage time handoff or if Dallas will instead sit on the clock here as Zeke. Turns out he's going to have himself a pretty decent day after all that. 20 plus for him. Here comes 1 kneel down. So bad news if you're Waiting on Dak Prescott points. He's going to give you a -0.2, maybe -0.3 here by losing 1 yard on each of these.
Yeah, the chat chiming in quite a bit about the sprinkler. The chat not thrilled about the sprinkler. Okay.
Let's go ahead and babysitter Billy him. He put on the zero goggles, and he saw this game pass him by.
All right, good deal. That's your ball game. D-Rod was asking what the standings are. This win for Dallas puts them at 7 and 8, tied for second with the New York Giants now in the NFC East. Philadelphia atop the division at 9 and 7. Washington now 4 and 11. This is Week 16 Sunday Night Football. So with 2 weeks to go, New York and Dallas pretty much have to win out, but Philadelphia controls its own destiny.
And Washington cooked. That's 4 and 11 for them now. It's Madden not optimistic about their chances, but they do upgrade from Dwayne Haskins in real life. So not a reflection on the future. At least I don't think so. So Krusty Cough goes to Michael Gallup for his 30-plus points in the flex. The babysitter Billy will be the sprinkler himself. Once a must-have here in Simland, and since then, not doing much, as we got to see the one meaningful play Amari Cooper had. Only 2 catches, but he did have a touchdown, escaping that babysitter Billy fate.
All right, hit that like on the way out if you enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for being here with us. Christian is back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern with Koff for Jags Patriots. So, good stuff, my man. I'll be back later on tonight at 10 o'clock. Kaufman has you next with Freeze Pops, Broncos, Raiders. I'll be here with Brandon Crystal for Dolphins, Saints, Madden After Dark. Real quick, Captain Blood.
Nice.
One of our own. Bert came in 3rd. Bonzo came in 4th. Christian, 6th place. Good deal. Okay. And of course, those winning lineups in the $250 free showdown, Gallup was a must play. 10-way tie for first. Okay. Thanks to producer Michael, Daniel, our technical director, Robert, Bert, and Daniel as well from the ops team. So thanks, guys. Coming up here on the DraftKings Dream Stream, John Anik is he's sitting down with Jorge, Chuck Mindenhall, DraftKings Sportsbook Director Johnny Avello. They're breaking down UFC 264. There's more to follow that as well. Andrew Brandt joins Ross Tucker. They'll talk NIL deals for college recruiting. Aaron Rodgers, his latest comments on his status with the Packers when he was on his little golf cart yesterday at the match. And no, there are no NFL opt-outs this season. They'll also get into Trevor Lawrence and his rookie contract. Enjoy.
Well, how festive is this? How good is this? A good day to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm John Anik. Welcome to the UFC 264 betting preview presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And man, have we got all hands on deck today as I am joined by the veteran mixed martial arts journalist from The Ringer, Chuck Mindenhall, and a man who really needs no introduction around these parts or any other from the 305, Jorge Gamebred Masvidal. And we got a lot to get into today, boys, so let us get right to it. As many of you know, the trilogy is upon us, UFC 264, Poirier versus McGregor 3. So where are the betting odds right now as we come to you here during the middle of fight week? Dustin Poirier holding as the favorite, -130. The comeback on Conor McGregor at +108. Chuck, we will begin with you. DraftKings Sportsbook opened this as a pick'em. Some money has come in on Dustin Poirier. Why do you think he's the betting favorite, at least right now?
I think that it's just that we saw in January, the last fight, we saw what he was able to do. I think a lot of that has to do with an esoteric stake. So when he fought in 2014, when they first met, it was the Conor McGregor show. It was all downhill momentum for that guy. I felt like everything was a part of the Conor McGregor bubble. This was kind of the perfect setup for him, for Dustin Poirier to go into a situation where there's a couple thousand fans at Fight Island to really focus in, put all that aside, and do what he did. And I felt like, I'm sure you guys will agree to an extent, I felt like he had a lot of options to him on how he might want to take that fight. And he had McGregor kind of dancing to his tune a little bit. It really comes down to the adjustments that McGregor's going to make. But I think the line is actually just about there. To me, it feels like a coin flip. So
Well, Jorge, Dustin Poirier is your longtime teammate and friend. What can you tell us about his training camp and ultimately the position that he comes in to this trilogy?
I can tell you he's in phenomenal shape, man. I've been in there since the start of the camp, and he came in shape, you know. He wasn't messing around. He knew that third fight was going to happen at some point. So it's not like he went home and gave himself any slack. He came back full six-packed out, in shape.
Right.
He was doing 5 rounds since he got back. You know, I usually see him progress, and he gets in better shape every week. I mean, he came in fight shape already on week 1, and it's just, he's looking phenomenal, man. He's going to hurt somebody.
All right, well, the series is 1-1, and the trilogy, of course, is going to be completed here in a matter of days, and we want to welcome in the 4th member of our broadcast team. He is the Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations for DraftKings, Johnny Avello, certainly a legend around these parts, and I know for me and Chuck, it's been great to get to know you and chop it up with you a little bit. What can you tell us about the handle and the action that has come in on this main event thus far?
Well, first of all, guys, I love the element I'm in. I'm in a sports book where people bet money and win money. It couldn't feel any better. The money that's being bet on this so far is actually coming on McGregor. Although the line move has gone from a pick to -30, that's because most of the money has come in as of late. But as far as bets are concerned, about 55% of the bets are on McGregor, 45% on Poirier. Now, this is one interesting fact, guy, is will the fight end in the first 60 seconds of the first round? I have never seen this since I've been bookmaking. 100% on the money says yes.
Yeah, I believe that. So, Johnny, when you're setting a line for this trilogy fight, obviously Conor McGregor was a much more prohibitive favorite for that second meeting. You opened this a pick'em. Any insight as to why you opened at that number?
Well, let's go back to the first fight back in 14. We opened McGregor -280. He wins that fight easily. Now we go to the 6 months ago. We opened him up, I think it was 280, went up to 330 at close. He loses that fight. So bookmakers have to make adjustments. So we thought a pick'em was the right adjustment for this one. The bettors have told us that the adjustment wasn't enough. So pick him up to 130 so far, Poirier. But I think there's going to be plenty of McGregor money. This fight may even come back.
In my next lifetime, I want to come back as Johnny Avello, but I just got to be John Anik for today. Game Bread, I want to go to you on Dustin Poirier here. What do you think he needs to do to win this fight? I know you have a healthy amount of respect for Conor McGregor, especially early in the fight. What does Dustin have to do to make sure he gets the job done?
I think Conor gets his timing better than anybody, faster than anybody. So if he can't get his timing on the feet right away, he has to do things, move, chop his legs, grapple, wrestle with him. Just take Conor away from that because he's one of the best sprinters. When we're coming off the blocks, man, this guy's a 100-yard sprinter right away. He's in your face right away, landing big shots. I think Dustin's going to be more than ready for it, though. He's faced him twice. They got a lot of strategies going into it. And I think stand-up anyways, since he's dealt with it on those 2 occasions, he knows how quickly he can find his timing. I don't think he's going to catch him by surprise, even on the feet. But I think that is Conor's best strength, is how quickly he can get to where he's good at and stay there.
There is no overstating Poirier's confidence based upon everything he's done in his UFC career with 19 wins, but also the win over Conor McGregor about 6 months or so ago. A lot of people have talked about Conor McGregor in terms of the adjustments. A lot of people feel like he's got to get it done early. What are your thoughts on Conor and ultimately how he chooses to attack in this one?
It's kind of funny how this has happened because it's almost a juxtaposition from the first fight 6 years ago in terms of the psychology here. Conor controlled the narrative. Conor had the psychology behind him, the collective rooting interest, I think. This has gotten strange because I think of the way Poirier showed himself in this last fight. I feel like now the mental side falls to Conor McGregor to react, right? Because he has more to think about. Those calf kicks that were landing and taking his legs out of the action. He also got taken down pretty immediately in that last fight. There's more things for him to do. You can even see it in the gamesmanship going on Twitter a little bit with the first to shoot. Yeah, that whole thing. I feel like there's some mental play, but this time I feel like the mental edge actually goes to Poirier. That stuff fascinates me. And and then you look at a trilogy fight and it becomes the broader picture, right? That becomes maybe Poirier's story the whole way. Like it's one of those type of things. So the stakes are pretty crazy in this one. I feel like the legacies, there's going to be a fork in the road one way or another. I think that Poirier has probably established himself somewhere pretty high anyway, but this would just make him, I know you were talking about him being a Hall of Famer at some point. I think that this would just solidify something like that.
All right, so there's only one member of the panel who's required to make a pick today. Game Bread, it's not you, so that's a good thing. Chuck, who do you have in this main event?
Going.
I was going to pick.
I think it goes without saying. We confer. I went back and forth on this. This is a tough one, but I think that ultimately, when I look at it, you look at the evidence from 2014 and you look at it in 2020 in January. I see such a difference. And realistically, Conor McGregor's had what? He's had a couple of fights at lightweight. He's had one victory.
Right.
I think these things really matter. Dustin Poirier has been at it. He's been doing this for so long. You can tell that the aura of this fight doesn't affect him in the way that it might have when he was younger. I just can't pick against him. I'm going Dustin Poirier with this one.
All right, looks like Dustin Poirier is the pick to click for Chuck Mindenhall. All right, co-main event, a healthy appetizer for McGregor and Poirier, of course. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, the 4th-ranked welterweight contender, taking on 2nd-ranked Gilbert Durinho Burns. Johnny Avello, I want to open with you here, at least as we look at the number on DraftKings right now. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, -155. Gilbert Durinho Burns, +125. What can you tell us about those numbers relative to the opening number and where some of the early action is on the co-main event?
A little bit of movement here. We opened the fight a little bit higher. We had this fight at 165 down to 155. 51% of the handle right now on Burns, 49% of the handle on Thompson. So it's my kind of fight. I love it. I love equal action like that, guys. You know, it's a great fight. We got a jiu-jitsu guy against a outstanding striker. Don't sell this one short either. This looks like it could be a main event any other day.
Bookmakers love that two-way action. Jorge, you have shared the octagon with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. I'd imagine he's a difficult guy to fight, to prepare for. You had some success in that fight, obviously, but what makes him such a significant challenge?
He's amazing at keeping it in his distance, where not everybody is used to competing in that distance. And he's not fighting the outside. He's fighting like an outside. And, man, he's great at keeping it there the whole time, landing strikes. And a lot of his strikes look like the last strike that he threw, but it's not, you know.
Right.
His side kick blends in really well with his high kick, and his straight punches are followed by kicks. I think he does a really, really good job of just keeping the fight on the outside and never letting you get to your game. I think at 170, Durinho hasn't shown a lot of his grappling skills at 170. He hasn't been able to take guys down and control them. I think he's a little bit undersized. I don't see him having success after the first round. If he was to catch Thompson in the first round and submit him,
right,
I think he could win it. But that's the only way I give him. I'm leaning towards Thompson, heavy landslide, just outworking him every round, stuffing takedowns, and keeping him on the feet and just lighting him up.
Yeah, I mean, Burns definitely has knockout power. You think he needs a floor fight, though, to win? Or
I think on the feet they're, and, you know, crazier things have happened, but I think on the feet they're worlds apart.
Yeah.
As in Thompson understands striking. Durinho just realized that he has a little bit of hand power and he can knock guys down, but he doesn't understand the game completely. He doesn't understand setups or when he's getting set up himself. Thompson has a very firm understanding of that. And to get to his legs, it's not easy, man. The guy is just a nightmare, I think, for wrestlers. That distance that he imposes the whole freaking time, amazing.
Chuck, how do you handicap this co-main event? Gilbert Burns +125. He's the underdog. Despite having the higher ranking, he gets the red corner. How do you handicap this fight?
You know, I agree with Jorge 100%. I think that his best chance of getting it done is early, because if evidence has told us anything, it's that Wonderboy Thompson never gets blown out, right? Like, with maybe the outlier being obviously that Pettis fight where he was caught in that, but he doesn't get blown out. And he kind of forces you very subtly to fight his fight. I know Masvidal knows a lot about this, because you'll see his offense incorporated retreating. Retreating is part of his offense. He weaponizes his retreat. It's kind of it's a very difficult type of thing when he's blading and he's throwing those kicks and everything. I think the longer the fight goes on, the more that the other, Burns might have to ratchet up his pressure and want to come back in this fight. But that's kind of playing right into Wonderboy's what he wants to do, because he's so good at countering. So I see this being early for Burns if he can get it done, but the later it goes, I see it for Thompson.
All right, it sounds like the iconic Jorge Masvidal is picking Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, but he is not contractually obligated to make a selection today. You are. Yep. So, Chuck, who's the pick to click in the co-main event?
So I'm definitely going to go Wonderboy Thompson. I think this is actually a great fight for him. He's also, was he 38 years old? He's right around 38 years old. I think he's at the last moment, right, where he's really going for his title run. He stays out of harm's way. He knows how to keep guys at distance, as he was mentioned. I just think that he's going to outpoint him. He's okay outpointing him. You know what I mean? I think, and that's some people don't like that type of fight, but it's masterful stuff that he does in there. And I think that that's how he's going to get it done, a decision.
I saw you lean in. You got a final thought on Burns Masvidal, or excuse me, Burns Thompson? Are you good?
Yeah, I'd like to fight any of those winners.
I know.
Oh yeah,
I'd definitely like to fight the winner. Final thoughts. If Gilbert, I think, gets overcommitted, I think I can see Thompson with a stoppage, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. And, of course, DraftKings Sportsbook has all of the propositions that you're looking for, if indeed that is your cup of tea. All right, Johnny Avello, I want to get to you on one final topic today before we put a bow on things. Sugar Sean O'Malley was to face Louis Smolka on pay-per-view this Saturday night. Louis Smolka has been infected by staph. So in steps the New Englander Chris Motino on short notice to make his UFC debut. He's won 2 in a row on the regional scene in New England. Not a lot of film on this guy. So for you as the bookmaker, how do you even go about setting a price when you have a guy in Sean O'Malley who's on the cusp of bantamweight title contention taking on the far lesser known Chris Motino?
Yeah, he's fought some soft competition, so I had 2 darts, John. One of the darts was minus 835, and the other one was minus 1100. So I threw the one, it landed 835. That's the price we landed on. I don't think anybody wants to lay 835, but it sure looks like an easy price for easy money, doesn't it?
So, yeah, I mean, if you don't know, $835 on a straight wager on Sean O'Malley returns you $100. So risk-reward, not a great situation there. What are your thoughts, Chuck, on O'Malley and Motino here in a few days?
If there's a moment of hesitation to take that type of bet, it would obviously be the durability, right, of O'Malley, because we've seen him hurt to the point where on one fight he was able to finish it. He does his post-fight interview on the ground, but he's hurt. And the next one against Chito Vera, he couldn't continue, and it hurt him, and he loses the fight. The durability thing is what always makes you a little bit hesitant on that sort of thing. But take that side of it away. I just think that O'Malley's at a place right now. I don't know a ton about his opponent. Like you said, it's not easy to him. But I think that O'Malley's at a place right now, especially off that last fight, getting his confidence back, everything. He looks really good to me. So I feel like that should be easy money.
Jorge, Sean O'Malley feels like right now his mindset and his skill set are good enough to challenge for the Bantamweight Championship. I don't know where you fall on O'Malley and how high you think his ceiling is, but he's putting a lot on the line here, fighting a newcomer that could take a lot of what he has worked for away. What are your thoughts on what we might see this week?
Athletically, I think the kid is beyond gifted. You know, his timing, his distance, reflexes, his technique, and the little bit of time that he's been in the sport and how he's put it together, I think he's phenomenal there. Like you say, though, durability and dogness on a fighter is like, man, everything, though, especially in longevity and especially in the UFC where, you know, maybe you might fight a newcomer now, but then after that, you're going to be in the gauntlet. You're going to fight number 4, number 3, number 2, and you have to be durable. But I don't think he's going to have to be too durable against this guy. You know, I think, you know, I don't know anything about the other guy. I'm guessing O'Malley walks over him.
You're
something
right,
like
though.
that,
You're
you know?
right, though, in terms of O'Malley's durability. It's been called into question, and obviously there are a lot of examples of it failing him in the past. And Motino is a dog, right? If you're looking for the dog, I mean, he is a dog, but he is a decided underdog.
And me usually, because I don't believe that nobody's in a fight, that nobody's 10-1 over a guy or something like that.
Right.
I usually will bet on the other dog for these,
Right.
even if it's like $100 I'm throwing away. Just, you know.
Yeah.
Why not?
All right, good stuff. Well, McGregor versus Poirier 3, of course, is coming up this weekend, and we want to get you in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. And how about this knockout offer for this weekend? 264 to 1 odds on a knockout in the first round during Saturday's main event. If this rubber match ends in a first round knockout, one way or the other, and you're on the right side, your $1 bet will pay you $264. You get the same odds if you back Dustin Poirier or Conor McGregor, but the rub, of course, is you got to get that right. You also have to be a new customer on DraftKings Sportsbook. I can assure you, though, DraftKings safe, secure, and reliable, so you can deposit and withdraw your funds at your convenience. And, of course, if mixed martial arts betting is not for you, why? But of course, we have other options as well. Great odds and promotions on basketball, hockey, baseball, and so much more. So download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code VEGAS when you sign up to turn $1 into $264 when you bet on a main event fighter to win by first-round knockout. Place your bet and watch the fist fly this weekend. That's code VEGAS to turn $1 into $264 large only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, thank you all for indulging us for this UFC 264 betting preview presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. For Chuck Mindenhall, Jorge Gamebred Masvidal, and Johnny Avello, John Anik saying so long for now. We'll see you next month in advance of UFC 265.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday with the wise one, Andrew Brandt, the former Packers executive and longtime agent. Now he's consulting for Gary Vayner's sports agency. No one knows more about the business of football about the legal side of football, quite frankly. We'll get into that with this NIL stuff, than the great Andrew Brandt. We are, of course, presented by DraftKings. Love me some DraftKings. Love me their offer for UFC 264. Are you kidding me? 264 to 1 odds that you get a knockout in the first round. I'm in. Let's do it. Give me that knockout. Why would you not put $1 in and go for the knockout? Anyway, I love it. I love that on Friday we will be able to have a spread the word winner via social media at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. I love those of you that take advantage of any of our sponsors on the sponsors tab over at rosstucker.com, especially those of you that are looking to get into the best ball draft with me and Joe Dolan over on the Fantasy Feast. We will record that today, and I will announce a couple more winners on today's Fantasy Feast podcast. So make sure you check that out. And then our YouTube is growing. Our YouTube views are growing. And you get to see me wearing a turquoise, I believe that's what color this is, turquoise shirt with a different beachy background behind me. So that's why you got to go to YouTube, or at least check out the highlights on YouTube or at Ross Tucker Pod. Lots of news actually to get to today for the first week of July. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, I talk to him just about every week. We do take some weeks off here and there, which, by the way, is all the more reason to subscribe and listen to the Business of Sports podcast. You did something really cool, Andrew, that I've seen a lot of feedback on. People like that. People like learning more about you and your background. What was the genesis of that episode this week?
Morning, Ross. I liked answering questions that sort of come in a lot to me. You know, it wasn't here's what Joe in Seattle sent in. It was just kind of the most common questions. And it's nice to get personal sometimes on the podcast, as you and I sometimes get personal. So the most popular ones are, you know, what about my routines, fitness and morning routines? I talked about sort of my day and trying to guard my mornings, and sort of reflective time in the morning and reactive time in the afternoon is kind of what I go for. And then I answered questions that I always get about getting into the sports business. So many young people want to do that. It's just the way to sort of advise young people, as I do all the time. People have questions about being an agent, being a team executive, some stories from Green Bay. It's all in there. So this week's Business of Sports pod is a really special one, I think, where I get personal and talk about my life stuff more than business stuff.
So I know we've often talked about the different phases of your career and your life, and it really is fascinating, from professional tennis player for a while to the agent business to NFL Europe to Packers executive to now all the media and teaching stuff. Is there I mean, obviously we've talked about your age. You're the world's best looking and most in shape 60-year-old that I know. Is there a dream job that, like, if somebody snapped their fingers, that you would stop what you're doing now and do?
It's hard to think of. You know, I do answer that in the podcast too. When I go back for team, you know, my life is better now.
That's a good point, right? It's a good point. Like,
I'm certainly not making the money I made at the Packers. Let's be clear. But if you do a job for money, I know young people have to, but if you do a job for money, it ends up costing you at the end. It really does. You know, I think, Ross, my answer is always never say never, but it's hard to think of. I've floated the idea when players came to me 2 times. As you know, I've shared this with you and the podcast, that about considering the role that DeMaurice Smith has, the head of the NFLPA Players Association. And I decided not to do that too, because I think that was more, you know, that would have, in the lead up, it would have been tough. You know, it would have been tough dealing with campaigning against an incumbent and factions. And I just didn't want that for my life too. But yeah, what's lucky for me, Ross, is things keep coming up sort of beyond my staples of podcast and column and newsletter and my day job at Villanova. You know, I got an expert witness thing going right now. I've got a consulting thing going right now. So that's where I am.
Yeah, I can see you being like the head of the NCAA.
Yeah, well, now it's a busy time for that. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably was like, that's the thing. Those are high stress jobs. So you have to decide that you really, well, you seem like an anti-stress guy, not really a high stress guy.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of thoughts go through when my son's now out of the house, you know, empty nester that I am. So life's life's an open road for me right now.
Speaking of the NCAA, you know, we don't get into NCAA topics that much here because most of what we do is the NFL. But I feel like there's a lot of spillover with this NIL, which for those of you that are not familiar, it's name, image, and likeness. And college players can, for the first time, make money off of their name, image, and likeness. I guess the first question I have, Andrew, is knowing that the NFLPA said that NFLPA agents are allowed to do this. I mean, is it fair to say that if you're an NFL agent and you want to stay in business, you better be in on the NIL and getting after these kids when they're freshmen in college and getting them deals? Otherwise, other people are going to get the relationships and you're going to be out of luck. Is that fair?
Yeah, listen, we didn't talk last week, Ross. It's a seminal moment for college athletics. It's not, let's be clear, it's not pay for play. So no college athletes are going to be paid by their schools, but they're going to be paid by third-party endorsers. For the first time in the 115-year history of the NCAA, this is going to be allowed. Is this pay for play? No. Does it lead to that eventually? I think so. So this is the biggest crack in amateurism that we've ever had. And as of last week, you and I didn't talk again, but you saw these twins from Fresno State, basketball players, women get a deal. You saw the quarterback at Miami get a deal. Now we have a deal with the entire team at Miami to promote some MMA gym, get $6,000 a year for each player. So it's happening. Now, the agent side is something that coaches have to get used to. They've always been taboo around college coaches because they're always trying to take their players to the pros. That's gone. Agents will be around. Now, the guidelines from all the states and the NCAA say that NIL agents shall not be the agents pursuing them for professional sports. Good luck enforcing that. Because as you just said, every NFLPA agent is going to try to get in, partly to get NIL income, but I think primarily to get their hooks in for the pros. Now, how are you going to enforce that? Oh my God, that they're sort of not really NIL agents? I just don't see it being enforced. So agents are going to be coming out of the woodwork and already are for the NIL side because everyone wants to be an agent, and you can't be an agent walking in to represent pro athletes. There's too many barriers. But you can to represent NIL. If you're in a local market, you're going to do the grunt work and hunt down the furniture store and hunt down the gas station, hunt down everyone to see if they'll give some running back a deal in the college. You can do that now. So I think we'll see a proliferation of agents. Villanova has me to kind of screen the agents, give them advice, look over contracts. I hope that all these schools have someone like that because that's going to be very important.
Do you think it leads to more kids actually staying in school? I guess I'm thinking about like the 3-year starting quarterback who's not considered a great draft prospect. I'm thinking like Sam Ehlinger from Texas, Ian Book from Notre Dame, where they're kind of like a 6th, 7th round pick and might not even make the team, might be practice squad. I don't know. I mean, if you're the starting quarterback for 3 or 4 years at Notre Dame or Texas or some of these schools, you might be able to have a pretty good income.
I think it's already happened. You know, we're in the NBA draft time where players can still take their name out. And I think I saw one player did that. where he used NIL as the reason. He wasn't going to be a top draft pick maybe next year. I see that, Ross. I also see that, I don't know if Ellinger's the right example, but I see players that are maybe in the past desperate to get some money for their family, and they go and they're either undrafted or they're 6th or 7th round picks. That's what I see as the cohort that's really affected by this. So instead of desperately trying to make some money, $50,000 bonus as a 7th round pick, then they can stay and maybe not 50,000, but 20,000 in NIL, go the next year, be a 4th or 5th or 3rd round pick. I can see that happening. Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm still confused on some of the rules because, number one, it was supposed to not be an enticement to get a kid to come to school. But when the MMA gym guy says, I'm giving $6,000 a year to every Miami guy, how is that not an enticement to get the kids to come to school? And I also read, Andrew, where it has to be commensurate with, the value they're providing. Well, not all 85 Miami football players are worth that money to promote the gym. I mean, the starters are, but these kids that have never played a second, never will, how do you say that they're worth the value that they're getting?
This is the fair market value thing is really, it's like what I said about NIL agents. Who's going to enforce that? Who's going to enforce that? Who's to say a gym's promotion at 6,000 is too much for a backup player? I don't know. And you're absolutely right. What Miami did is the first line of whoever the coach is, I don't even know, in their recruiting pitch to next year. That's it. And I've heard about deals. I can't name the school because it was given to me in confidence. They're going to have the top 5 football players in their choosing come over to the flagship radio station every week, do a 10-minute segment every week, and get $25,000. And they're going to hold a $50,000 spot for the quarterback. So that's recruiting next year. New group. So it's absolutely going to be used in recruiting, and I don't know how they enforce it. The whole thing, Ross, is the NCAA kind of threw up their hands. Based on the Alston case we talked about, based on getting slammed in that decision, you handle it, schools. So now the schools are handling it. And I think the only restrictions, as I've seen it, are you can't do tobacco, alcohol, gambling, sex. But pretty much everything else is off limits, and I don't know how you do valuation. I really don't.
A couple of things I wanted to ask you about. I think I'm contractually obligated to ask you an Aaron Rodgers question every single week. He was in the match last night with DeChambeau against Brady and Mickelson. Did well. He made some putts. They won. He was asked whether or not he'll be the quarterback for the Packers opening day. He said, we'll see. I guess my initial reaction, Andrew, was if he's so opposed to ever playing for them again, like everybody says, I guess I kind of feel like he wouldn't say, we'll see. I kind of feel like he'd say, no, I'm not. So I read that as, yes, he will, but you know him better than I do.
Yeah, thanks for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he's on. Yeah, I watched last night a little bit of it. I saw that part. To me, it's always been the same since day one. The Packers aren't trading him, and he can't trade himself. So life is about options, and he's got 2 options: play or don't play. And I think he'll play. And that means he'll play for the Packers because there are no other options if he wants to play. I think he'll play somewhere else in 2022. But this is where we are. And I guess if you had to ask me, Ross, I just think he'll make some noise at training camp and there'll be some kind of acquiescence by the Packers. I don't know if that's financial, if that's adjusting his contract next year so it's easier to get out. But I think something will happen where they kiss and make up because he's not going to retire. it's not going to happen. So that's how I see it.
So one of the things I wanted to ask you about, I thought was interesting, there were no opt-outs.
Yeah.
No opt-outs, Andrew, which I guess I'm a little surprised just in the sense that if you are someone that's considered high risk, you get 350 grand locked in. You don't have to pay it back. I don't know if you're a guy that is on the bubble, I don't know, 350 to make sure you get 350, you don't have to make the team. I don't know. I guess I thought a guy or two would consider that.
Yeah. I guess I'm not surprised. I mean, everyone wants to play, the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, like they live to play. We still don't know the answer to the vaccination thing, Ross, which is really, I mean, are these guys going to be kept out of their rooms during meetings that choose not to get vaccinated? Like I saw Sam Darnold, Kirk Cousins refuse to answer the questions. Does that mean if they're not, Kirk Cousins can't go in the meeting room with the Minnesota Vikings quarterbacks? That's something we have to find out because that's going to be a competitive disadvantage, I would think.
The last two things I want to get to with you are both contract things. Trevor Lawrence signed his contract, $36 million fully guaranteed over the next 4 years. But man, if he stinks, that's a lot of money. If he's good, boy, is that a deal. I mean, that's less than what guys make. That's a lot less than what guys make per year now at that position.
Go back 11 years, the redoing of rookie contracts by the NFL and NFLPA. And all that coverage I did about the CBA, that's the one thing that was easiest to agree on because the owners are embarrassed by those big deals and the veteran players didn't want these rookies making what they made. So the Sam Bradfords and Jamarcus Russells of the world will be no longer, and here we are. So I pointed out on Twitter, as a lot of people have, Sam Bradford $78 million as a rookie, Trevor Lawrence $36 million as a rookie, and we're 11 years later. So, yeah, $9 a year. $9 a year for a starting quarterback is peanuts. It's where we are. I mean, obviously, they're going to readjust it if he's a good player after year 3. But, on that front, Ross, diverting a little bit, we have not seen extensions yet for that group. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield. So, that's something to watch before training camp. Are those guys going to get deals? Or are teams cowed by the Goff and Wentz situations and want to wait another year? That's something we're going to watch.
Next week as well is the franchise tag deadline. We'll probably talk about it next week because it's 8 days from today. So a week from today, when we usually talk on Wednesdays, will be the day before it. It's a weird year for the franchise tag, Andrew, with the cap coming down.
Yeah, I mean, deadlines spur action, as you know, and we'll see if there are any deals made. But this is a tough year. The cap is down big time, and I think teams may hold their powder, and do this, what I call date rather than marry these players. So that's where we are. The franchise, I think like a lot of things, June 1 releases, as we progress with the cap and everything else, teams just don't do those things as much. It's going to be an interesting time in the NFL right now. Players are off, but the business is going to heat up.
Check him out on social media, always at Andrew Brandt. That's how you get everything Andrew Brandt content. You also need to sign up for the Sunday 7, the newsletter that's growing by leaps and bounds every week. Andrew tweets out that link that you can check it out. Awesome stuff that he does. What a great idea for people to have some awesome Sunday morning reading. A lot of people don't get the Sunday paper anymore. Now they just get the Sunday Andrew Brandt newsletter, which is awesome. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Ross.
Thank you also, Warby Parker. New sponsor alert. Get excited. You know why? I am not good at picking out glasses, especially for me, sunglasses. I'm just not. So Warby Parker, thank you. Because I don't love going to one of those stores where it's so expensive and whatever. Warby Parker has this home try-on kit. It is perfect. My wife and I went through and we looked at the 5 I wanted to try on. They send them to you. They send them right to you. And then while we were standing there, I tried on all 5 and we decided, boom, Barkley wide. Like Charles Barkley, that's the one we like the best. Because it's hard to pick them off the internet unless you actually try them on and see how they look on your head. And I got a big dome. Love the home try-on kit. Love that I was able to pick up a couple of Barkley sunglasses, Barkley wide, for the rest of the summer because I actually just broke a pair of my old sunglasses. So thank you, Warby Parker. You should try Warby Parker's free home try-on program. Order 5 pairs of glasses to try at home for free for 5 days. No obligation to buy, ships free, and includes a prepaid return shipping label. Try 5 pairs of glasses at home for free at warbyparker.com/Ross. And I'll tell you guys right now, the first Warby Parker try-on that someone does and emails me today, you're in the best ball draft with me and Joe Dolan. Boom, that easy. warbyparker.com/Ross. Just sign up for the free try-at-home kit. Forward it to me, ross@rosstucker.com. You're in the best ball draft.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Let's start with some quarterback news. As you and Andrew just talked about, Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones signed their rookie contracts. And Aaron Rodgers said that we're just going to have to wait and see whether or not he is the Packers' opening day quarterback.
Right. So first of all, for Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones, we talked about Trevor Lawrence, Andrew and I did. You know, Trevor Lawrence is very cost effective, as we discussed. But Mac Jones is really cost effective. That's what jumped out to me. I mean, the number 1 pick, yeah. But you get a guy later than that, Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. Wow. Those guys are an absolute gold mine if they end up being a good player. And I already said what I thought, Bri, about Rodgers. He's playing for the Packers game 1. Put it down. I would be stunned if Aaron Rodgers, I think he would be much more hard-lining it. And no, I'm not playing for the Packers. I'm done with them. If there was a chance he wouldn't play for them. He's being way too, we'll just have to see. I don't know. Yeah, he's playing for them.
Tuck's Takes.
In other news, Niners released linebacker Nate Jerry, Patriots wide receiver N'Keal Harry formally asked for a trade, and the NFL, no COVID opt-outs for the 2021 season.
Right, so Nate Gary, man, I don't know what happened there. A year ago, the Eagles felt pretty good about him, and he was their best linebacker. Now he can't even get to training camp with the 49ers. Not a good look for Nate Gary. As for N'Keal Harry, I'm going to ask Greg Cosell about him on Friday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast because I'm curious, or tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to do it tomorrow or Friday yet, but I'm just curious about what Greg thinks about him. I can tell you right now, he's got guaranteed salaries for the next 2 years. I'm sure the Patriots want to trade him. I'm sure that's why they went out and got Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne. I bet you that they'd be happy to trade him. And as for the no COVID opt-outs, we kind of already talked about that. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I thought maybe a couple of guys that are deemed high risk would take the $350 to not have to play football and beat up their bodies this year.
Tuck's Takes.
Last 2 items include the United States Defense Secretary allowing Navy cornerback Cameron Kinley to go to Bucs training camp, and the East-West Shrine Game making some big moves, which you and Emery talked about yesterday on the College Draft podcast.
Right. So happy for Cameron Kinley that he gets this opportunity. To be the class president at Navy as a football player is very impressive. You guys know how I feel about any member of our armed forces. So thank you, Cameron, for your eventual service and good luck with the Bucks. East-West Shrine game, I think get a little bit more info on this, Bri. It looks like their practices will be Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Then, those will be the 3 main practices. So that all the scouts can then fly to Mobile from there Monday night and then be at the Senior Bowl for their practices Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So it's going to be a heck of a week for those guys, but I think they'll be able to do it. And I think one of you is going to get announced as another contestant for the best ball draft. All you have to do is do the free home try-on kit for Warby Parker. I'm not even asking you to spend money at all. Just do the free home try-on kit. Why would you not? And then the first one I get, you are in the best ball draft. Let's do an email, Brian.
Ever wanted to ask an NFL player a question? Well, here's your chance. It's time to Ask Ross.
The email address, ross@rosstucker.com. I absolutely love your emails. I love anytime we get a chance to read and respond to your emails. If you ever rate and review the show, that counts. Take advantage of any sponsors, that counts. Become a patron, that counts. And then send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. What do you got, Brian?
Hey, Ross, been a fan of yours since you were back on SiriusXM. I would love when you and Booger would argue a topic, a player, or a team decision. I'm a Raider fan since I saw Bo Jackson play and love the team ever since. Colton Miller, the first Raider, first-round draft pick to sign a second contract with the team since Darren McFadden. Now, I'm no expert, but that seems pretty terrible. As of right now, I'm not sure if I see another Gruden draft pick signing a second contract. Maybe the exception of Josh Jacobs. That's only if he can stay healthy, and I'd love to hear your take on this. Secondly, my daughter Sammy plays for Coach Kelly's Green Goblins in Paxtonia, the Pink Puppies. I have no idea what I'm reading here, by the way. The Pink Puppies played really well last night against us, and I'm planning on being a head coach next year. Any advice you can pass along for a potential rookie head coach? And finally, Ross, if you can give my best friend Dennis Sarakinis a shout out. He loves your show as well. He lives in New Jersey, and we haven't seen each other in 2 years. Thank you very much. That is from Matt Brindley.
Shout out, Dennis Sarakinis. By the way, if he lives in New Jersey, Matt, and he's your best friend, make it happen. Life's too short. Meet in Philly, meet in Allentown. I don't know. Make it happen. Life's too short to not see. Look, I get it. There are periods where I go a couple years without seeing my best friends. But make it happen, Matt and Dennis. That's number one. Number two, advice for a potential rookie head coach. Yes, I would say try to get an assistant coach that has some experience. That would be ideal. And I would also say your number one goal is to make sure the girls have fun and want to play again the next year. That's your number one goal, is to foster a joy for the sport, in my mind. That's your number one objective. At least it is for me. By the way, Matt, and this goes for anybody, if you guys are a fan or a listener and we're at the same place, please come say hi. I've been spending a lot of time at the beach this summer on a lot of the weekends, not all of them, but a lot of the weekends. And I've had people come up to me, and I love that. I think it's great. I don't get a chance to meet very many fans. So I think it's awesome. Don't do what a guy did the other night where you just come up behind me and take a couple like stalker pictures, like paparazzi. We were at the ice cream place, and some guy, I didn't even see it, but my wife and one of the young ladies that was with us said some guy came up and just was like taking pictures of me from behind. First of all, my bald spot's behind me, so don't take pictures of me from behind. Secondly, just say hi. Let's do a picture together. It's way better than whatever that was. So please, if you see me, say hello. I'm a friendly guy, I promise. And it's funny, Matt, because I literally talked about your question with Emery on yesterday's college draft podcast, because we went through the 2018 draft and we were talking about the fact that Colton Miller has gotten better. I don't know if he's great, but he's gotten better. And I mentioned to Emery your email about him being the first one to get a second contract since McFadden. That is terrible. It's awful, in fact. And they've not drafted well at all. And even I thought you guys should check out yesterday's Even Money podcast because Eric Eager from PFF actually likes the over for the Raiders win total. But he said he thinks that Gruden's a great coach and a terrible grocery shopper, which sounds about right to me. Definitely check that out. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, and HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, everyone? Welcome into a little prime time action here on the Dream Stream. Madden Sim coming your way, the 5th of the day on this busy Dream Stream Wednesday, a non-Wild Weather Wednesday. I know it's dead. Like Skip Perkins, it is dead and not coming back. He's Tom Carroll, Tom Ace on for the fraud shift, the one and done. I am Adam Kaufman back with you for number 3 of the day. Really, I feel like Tom. This is what he normally does. How are you, man?
Yeah, that's my weekend grind right there. I'm glad you're feeling the pain right now. Happy to have you back, buddy. How's vacation?
It was good. Yeah, I guess that's true. I've already done a half dozen, whatever it's been, half dozen sims since
You feel like you've been back for a week already.
I really do, but I've not worked with you, so it's true. Other than text or whatever, we haven't really been in touch the last couple of weeks. It was good. It was a nice time. We went to Maine for a week. It was fun.
Nice.
The weather was very New England. It was insanely hot. Dry heat, like get burned first day out in the sun kind of weather the first half of the week, and second half of the week was rainy and 60 degrees. So it was very, just like I said, very New England. I'm not complaining. We had a nice time. I will always take the heat over just about anything else. Like, I don't want the rain and cold. I certainly don't want the snow. I'll take a 95 degree dry heat day over most of those things. It is not my ideal weather. I mean, I think most of us probably want, unless you're a snow bunny or something, most of us probably want the Aruba weather, right? Just like 80 and not a cloud in the sky and blue and comfortable. That's the ideal. But that, you gotta, again, be in Aruba or like San Diego to have that all the time.
Or in St. Louis over 4th of July weekend. We had perfect weather. It was amazing. It's completely out of the ordinary for this region to have that weather over the weekend. But it was incredible here. My parents were visiting. They were here this time last summer.
Nice.
Because
they get one last visit in, huh?
Yep, exactly. They knew this is their last shot. So, and they were amazed at how it was like 20 degrees cooler than it was when they were here last summer. So we had a great weather weekend. I saw all the people in New England were like, what the hell? Of course. It happened Memorial Day weekend. It's happening this time too. I do feel bad. You want your holiday weekends to have good weather. But sounds like you had a nice trip. Rest the pipes a little bit?
Yeah, I did. So obviously, like Sean Preston in the chat, I don't know if he's with us right now, but has been joking for the last few weeks that I had that really kind of annoying cold, as we came to call it, the nagging cough, which I basically am. That's a tough go when your last name, nickname associates with a sickness. But I had that nagging cough situation, as I nag all of you so often, and just the involuntary coughs. It couldn't. So I go on vacation, gone. Like, I don't think I coughed once on vacation. Just totally gone. Got some rest, watched a bunch of movies, time in the sun, and then I come back, and what just happened. First day or two, I was fine in terms of, on the air and nothing. And maybe it's just because when I was away, I wasn't talking hours at a time. I don't know what the hell it is. But what I can tell you is I'm starting to get concerned that there's like mold and mildew in the house.
I was just going to say, are you allergic to something?
I mean, I've lived here for a couple of years, and this has really just come about. And it's not like, I haven't been home all that often. Like, all I've been is home during the better part of the last year and a half. Wasn't a problem. And then get that first post-COVID sickness, and the cough sticks around, the mold, the whatever sticks around, and now it's not what it was before my trip, but it's back, and I don't like it. I'm unhappy. I've had a day. I mean, I've been, on the Sims half the day, which has been awesome. The frustrating or whatever areas of my day have had nothing to do with the Sims. The Sims have been kind of a break from reality. I was supposed to do the 6. I created the contest for the 6 because that was the plan. And Glash, if he's out there, maybe he's taking a dinner break. I know he did the 6, obviously. He traded with me. He was supposed to do the 8. I just want to put it out there into the world. He did me a solid. Brendan Glasheen did me a huge solid. Trading between the 6 and the 8 was a big help. And I am not forever, but like at least momentarily indebted to him. And I greatly appreciate it. So
you
enjoy
now
him
owe
for Madden
him
After Dark in a couple hours.
So you owe him one, or is this the make good for his horrible showing from the movie? Like, are you now even?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. I'm sure you can hear my lunatic dog in the background, by the way. It's just the like, hey Chloe, just come on down, just come on the air. Why not? Just join us. She is floors away, by the way. That's how big the compound is. She is floors away, and you can still hear it the way you can hear it.
Yeah, she's going nuts, huh?
Yeah, she's going crazy. So what's your lineup looking like? And then we can get back to the hijinks. This prime time,
let's
I
see.
created the contest because Glash hadn't done it, so I made one. I was just planning on joining his, but he obviously creates his a little later in the day than I do. So it's the prime time, the Koff flip sims with Glash. So hi, free roll with still much respect to all of you in the Sim fam. 124 entries, very cool.
Yeah, that's a big number there for these free rolls. Cortland Sutton in the captain spot. Then I went with the Hamler in the flex. Renfro, Ruggs, Waller, Williams. So randomly kind of a Raiders stack. Both of these teams are kind of hit or miss for me, so I don't know. I don't feel great about it. I gotta be honest. I could see this being a, finish 111th type of lineup.
I'm with you, man. I do not feel good at all about my lineup as Drew Lock in the hands of the Hamler right there, who is in my build, as well as about 50% of you, at least of the smaller free roll that we have right here. I went with balance. I wanted to do something I don't do often. I wanted to go with as many guys, and it might even be all of them. Let me see. Let me check on the Hamler, and I'll know for sure. No, so it's not, because Hamler's averaging 9 points a sim. I wanted to go with as many guys that were averaging in the vicinity of 10 plus without going for a star per se. So here's what I have. Tyrell Williams, who is, as I recall, a new Detroit Lion after not playing last year, recovering from that shoulder injury. He's the captain. Cortland Sutton, Hank Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant, and the Hamler.
All right, we got some crossover here.
That's my flex. Well, I mean, it's a showdown, man. I mean, that's inevitable. Melvo Gordo lost 4 right there in his first rush. I did, however, I'm on a, dare I say, a good run here, Tommy, because the 2 o'clock, I won the free roll.
Whoa.
The 4 o'clock, I finished top 10.
Wow.
So now we got to see what happens with the 8.
That's a hell of a run.
Let's see. Let's see what happens. In fact, the 4 o'clock, just to give the man a little plug, he's coming up from Madden After Dark with Glash. The 4 o'clock, he wasn't even there. He wasn't even on the sim. Brandon Cristal won the free roll.
Oh, there you go. I love that. Getting some reps, getting his 10,000 hours in, just building free roll lineups. I do it every now and then. Keeps you honest.
He texted me.
Good to get some practice in.
He said, what the hell? I'm just going to do all 6 today. So he did all, even though he's only doing 1 broadcast, he did all 6 free rolls. Field goal's good. Who's got McManus?
I always think about putting McManus in my lineup and then don't.
Fair.
I'm like, oh yeah, McManus, he's a good kicker. Then I don't do it.
I don't go out of my way to roster the kickers, even the best ones.
Yeah, you're not a big kicker guy.
I'm not anti-kicker. In fact,
yeah, it feels anti-kicker, Koff.
Dare I say, Tommy, when I go big, I go bold. Or when I go bold, I go big, or whatever the expression.
Yeah, it makes sense both ways.
But when I roster a kicker, I tend to stack the kickers.
Ah,
so
you go like, Rossi.
I'm in on no, Rossi's all tough. Rossi says stack them kickers and then doesn't.
Ooh.
No. I'm not picking a fight. I love Rossi.
Ah, yes, pick a fight.
But the man very rarely actually stacks them kickers.
It has to be a very specific kicker lineup for him to stack the kickers.
Tell you what he doesn't do, and I mean most of us don't, is captain a kicker. Now that's a bold strategy. You want to be bold? That's when like the Chiefs and Bucks are playing and you're just trying to save in the captain spot. Let's captain the kicker.
I've captained the kicker in my day. I can't sit here and tell you I haven't done that. Didn't win, didn't come close, but I've done it.
Jordan says, smash the like button, webcams chat. It's the least you can do. Appreciate all you. Boston Joe. Sounds like Koff's a Rossi kicker hater to me. Classic. It's true. Smash that like, folks. We do appreciate it. Let's get to around 250. That'd be great. Hit the subscribe button as well if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow. That'd be awesome.
So, Koff, today's date is 7/7, July 7th.
Yeah.
So, in honor of that, this week, Great Dane Nation, we did our top 7 number 7s in NFL history.
I like that.
Yeah, there you go.
What'd you land on?
So number 1 actually has a tie into this game. John Elway, the greatest number 7 in NFL history. And I got to be honest with you, going through the list of number 7s and Pro Football Reference, sorry, I blanked on that for a second. They have a really cool tool where you can just lists every player to ever wear a number.
Oh, nice.
And you can organize it by AV. And
did
Elway was number 1.
Forgive me if you said this. Did you limit it specifically to football or all-time number 7s?
Yes, this is NFL specific.
Okay. John Elway number 1. I've never. I've never. It doesn't surprise me because those websites are so great.
It's very nice.
Resources, but I've never searched for all right, everyone to wear number 7. I've done it for individual teams, like like the Celtics had a guy, and who are all the players that have worn number 9? But I've never done that for just the league straight up, and then basically ordered it by the best performance. That's pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
so I thought that was a really cool tool, and I got to be honest, when doing that. Initially, I thought it was going to be a more impressive group of guys because 7 is typically a quarterback number. It's kind of a popular number for dudes. Really not the greatest group to choose from. Like, I thought I was going to have a hard time figuring out who gets in the 7. And in reality, I kind of had a hard time finding 7 I felt really confident in.
Okay.
So
Elway at number 1.
So we went Elway number 1. We went with my man Morton Anderson number 2.
Sure.
That's why we go with the number 7.
Is there
list?
He's not listening, as far as I know. So is Darren Waller get to the 8 car?
He's still sad about Denmark's loss from earlier today.
Is there bias in putting him number 2, or because he is a Hall of Famer and obviously an all-time great? Did you feel confident about that?
So I feel confident having him towards the top of the list. I will say that there is bias involved in him being number 2, and he probably should be number 3 or 4. But my biases, my personal bias, I don't really know. He's number 2.
You know what? All the above.
You're gonna hear my bias come into play here pretty quickly. Number 3 for me was Michael Vick. Just an iconic player at that number. When I think 7, I think Vic, so that's why I have him here at 3. But here's the first time the bias comes into play. Number 4, Doug Flutie. Yep. Wore number 7 with his comeback with the Bills.
Did Doug Flutie, because obviously he played for so many different teams and in multiple leagues, he was CFL legend, obviously. Was he number 7 throughout, or did he wear a bunch of different
numbers? No. He wore 2 early in his NFL career. He was 22 at BC. I think he wore 22 and 2 in the CFL on multiple teams. I think he was 5 with the. I think it was 5 with the Pats when he came back the second time around, or maybe he was 2 again. But he was only 7 with the Bills and the Chargers.
There's such an easy way to find this out.
Yeah, go Pro Football Reference
page. He wore 2 for the Bears. He wore 2 for the Patriots the first go round. He wore 7 for the Bills. He wore 7 for the Chargers, and he wore 2 upon his return to the Pats.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. He got his number back with the Pats. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so that's Flutie. I'm a huge BC fan. And again, it's not like there's a million number 7s to choose from here. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to give love to my man Flutie. It's a good story. And these other guys, there's really only one guy that I definitely disrespected here. We'll get to it. Number 5, Joe Theismann. Theismann.
John Preston listed in the chat Joe Theismann.
Yeah, Joe Theismann is one of those guys that when he walks in the room, he's one of the coolest guys in the room right away.
Yeah, I've interviewed him before out of the Super Bowl, and I mean, he just couldn't have been more gracious with his time, and was just a really nice guy in general.
Yeah, so I had to get Theismann on there. Number 6, Boomer Esiason.
Okay.
Was an NFL MVP, great player for the Bengals, so he gets in there. Number 7 probably should be number 2 on my list, Ben Roethlisberger. I'm a Pats fan.
Big Ben in the chat, wondering when we're going to hear that name.
Roethlisberger should be number 2, but as a Pats fan, I don't like the Steelers. So
okay,
I'm trying to show some objectivity,
you're but personal bias, which is fine.
100%. And I say this on the podcast. Look, if I had it my way, I wouldn't even have him on the list, but I'm trying to show some objectivity, and I put him on there. So I feel like I've showed enough respect to Big Ben by putting him on.
Touchdown, Josh Jacobs, who I came very close to rostering. I feel like he always shows up when I'm around for a Raiders game. Jacobs with the score. Or no, pardon me, that was Jalen Richard, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jalen Richard with the score. And
yeah, Jalen Richard, not Josh Jacobs.
This is how it works with the Raiders running backs. When you have one in your lineup, the other one always does well. Something. Yeah, so I just avoided both, and of course, one of them scores. So, yeah, my biases have Big Ben in 7th, Flutie in 4th, and Anderson in 2nd. I'm sure an objective party that doesn't have connections or fandom would have the list looking a little differently. A lot of people throwing Jaws, Ron Jaworski on here in the chat. Burt Jones was great back in the day with the Colts. He was a number 7, but I feel confident with my 7. I feel really good. I don't feel like I've really, truly snubbed anyone. Here, I'll pull up this list again.
Brian giving me the LOL cough. I've had a day, Brian.
I mean, you messed up a couple of Raiders running backs.
Where did you put Ron Jaworski, Jaws?
Jaws did not make the list.
We didn't make your list.
No, only got 7 spots.
7 at 7.
I honestly, if I had to bump anyone, it's gonna be Flutie, but I'm not gonna bump Flutie. Yeah, well, I'd love to bump Roethlisberger.
20 seconds down for it. Richard, not Jacobs, by the way.
So Burt Jones, Ken O'Brien, who's a good quarterback for the Jets for a long time. Steve Berline, another dude. Kaepernick. Don Majkowski, I should say. Good quarterback for the Packers for a while.
Biz will call him for the Steve Berline snub.
Steve Berline, yep. He's definitely someone that I saw the name of and said, Steve Berline, but didn't ever consider putting him in my top 7. Craig Morton, who's good with the Broncos.
Craig Morton Anderson?
No, different spelling of Morton.
Oh, okay.
Byron Leftwich.
Might even be a different spelling of Anderson.
It is. So, yeah, that's the list, guys. Go check it out. Great Dane Nation, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's a fun conversation. Devin Jack throwing Randall Cunningham in there. I feel like Randall Cunningham didn't make the cut for me, and I thought about it because I saw his name, and I said, I think of him as a 12 with the Eagles. I don't think of him as a 7, which I believe he wore with the Vikings. So
7-3 Raiders. You had joked earlier about finishing 111th out of 124. I am sitting in where you are out of 124 right now.
2 different pronunciations being thrown out on YouTube for Majkowski or Wojciechowski.
JP Lossman, the disrespect, says Jordan.
Terry Bittinger does not like my list on YouTube. Yeah, look, I get it. It's a completely biased list. He says it's trash.
Lists are supposed to incite debate.
It's my list.
Idea. It is your you are not. And here's the other thing too. There are 2 different ways. Well, there are probably a zillion different ways, but the way I'm framing this, there are 2 different ways to put together a list, right, of that kind. You can put it together and say, this is the definitive list. Your best number 7s in NFL history, your top 7 sevens. This is the list, and if you disagree with this list, you're wrong. That's one way to do it, and a lot of the time articles are written that way. Bleacher Report or wherever else. Then there's the other way to do it, which is how you did, which is, this is my list. This is my list of 7.
My list.
My admitted bias-filled list. And if you don't like it, good. Go make your own list because this is my list. Those are the two different ways to do it. Like, my list would be different than your list. I know that just listening. But your list isn't bad. You want to know why? I'll tell you why.
It's mine.
It's your list. That's why. It's your list.
My list.
My favorite number,
I think it's fun.
25, and now you've got me wanting to look at the best all-time number 25s in NFL history.
Do it.
Check
it out.
How do I do it?
Okay, so you just go to Google and you type in NFL 25 Pro Football Reference.
NFL 25 Pro Football Reference.
Oh, that
brings me to
didn't come
Super
up as
Bowl
easier.
25.
Yeah, no, that didn't work the way it did for number 7. So now I'm just going to do Pro Football Reference number 25. All players to wear number 25. No, not for the Seahawks. I want NFL.
I got it. Oh, yeah, you're right. Dang it.
Why wouldn't NFL be the first search
Wait,
result?
I could just all teams. All teams.
Yeah, go to all teams and then just switch. Just type in 25. That's easier.
All right, so then you go AV, which is approximate value.
Yes.
So it says, if I were to give you, I'll give you. I don't know if I'll just read as many as I feel like reading. How about that?
I got to be honest. I'm on the list, so I already ruined it for myself.
So number 1, folks. I don't know if anyone wants to take any guesses. Raiders interception, by the way, and deep in their own territory. We're in safety range, folks. Give us a safety. I need a safety. Let's go. Let's go.
I thought we were gonna get it.
Hank Ruggs.
It's a fascinating list.
Terry says, Freeze Pops, I'm a Steeler fan. Starts with Ben. No way Vicar Flutie deserved to be ahead of Ben. Well, again, 2 things. Tommy said his list. And also, he even admitted, he's like, look, Ben should probably be number 2 on this list.
Yes. If I'm going completely
I'm not
unbiased.
because it's my list.
Right. If I'm going unbiased, Roethlisberger is number 2, and I think probably Jaws or Kaepernick bumps Flutie off the top 7. If I'm going unbiased. Burt Jones in the mix as well.
So, all right. Here's if anyone, I mean, maybe you guys are just going to cheat and look, or maybe you don't care enough, or maybe you want to guess. Maybe you don't want to do that either. Dean Murray says, by the way, number 25 just got that interception. You see?
True.
In a way, it's like we've spoken into existence. So number 1, and just scanning the list, I don't disagree with this at all. Number 1, best ever to wear the number 25, according to Pro Football Reference's average value, Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman, very deserving, but not far behind Fred Biletnikoff. And then you have LaShawn McCoy, not a huge fan of his. Chris Harris Jr., a Bronco, how fitting.
Haven Moses.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm not much of an NFL historian, so dude who played from 68 to 81, Haven Morris, does not stand out. Or Moses does not stand out to me. Eric Davis, certainly. Jamal Charles, we got another running back in there. And then you just kind of have everybody else as far as I'm concerned. But let's see. See if anybody really random. By no means the best. Gio Bernard. Reggie Tongue, which is just a cool name.
Yeah, anytime you can have a name after a body part, that's a good time.
That dude just got tongued on the field. Boom. That's when you get just, I don't know, like laid out and just like you just, it's beyond repair. You can't come back from it. That's
just
what happened.
Absolutely tongued.
Yeah, he got tongued on the field. Who else? Nick Ferguson, Tank Williams. I wish you could combine those two and it was Tank Ferguson. That would be better. Yeah, I mean, we definitely hit the biggies, which were Sherman, Biletnikoff, McCoy, Harris, Davis, Charles, and whoever Mr. Moses part in our roster here.
I'm curious what the best number in NFL history is. Like, what has the highest AV for a number? You have to just imagine that 12 is way up there with Brady and Rodgers having both worn it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, without looking at it, I'm sure 55 is really high up there. Ton of really good running linebackers have worn that number with Seau and
Michael is submitting
Derek
32
Brooks.
as a guess.
32, yep. Ton of really good running backs have worn that
Well,
number.
let's
I'm
see.
sure there's been good safeties and
I'm
DBs
going to
have
pull it
been
up.
worn.
I am going to cheat. I am going to look. Let's look at 32. I'll start there first because I'm closest to it. 32, right at the top of the list, Marcus Allen. Franco Harris is behind him, as well as Edgerrin James. And then you have Jim Brown, who obviously just, if he'd play longer, he'd be at the top. But Marcus Allen is your winner there. O.J. Simpson's on that list. Ricky Waters, Eric Weddle.
That's an impressive number.
My dude, Devin McCourty. All right, let's check out 12.
32 is a good contender. You know, the more I'm thinking about it,
my goodness,
the lower numbers might be tough because just less people excel at the position. But yeah, let's see what 12 has.
Here's my question for you. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Okay, Tyrell Williams threatening for a touchdown right there. How far behind Tom Brady would you say Aaron Rodgers is? Because obviously Tom Brady's number 1, Aaron Rodgers is number 2, and pretty considerably over Terry Bradshaw. How far behind Brady would you say Rodgers' match winner is? Also, you know what? I'll even keep going. I will tell you Aaron Rodgers is a 202.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, if you could give me Rodgers' number. Is Brady like 260?
Brady is 301.
He's got to be the highest ever.
301 and still going, baby.
That's amazing.
A couple people asking about 80 and 88. I bet those are pretty good ones for sure.
For sure.
Let's start with 80. Raiders looking for a tud. Can they get it? Minute to go, opening half, 7-3. You said Wild Weather Wednesday was done. We sure they're not playing in the wind? Incomplete. All right, number 80. Top of the list. Any guesses, anybody?
Were you going to go through the rest of the 12s before we moved on, though?
I can go back, but real quick because I have it in front of me. All right, I think we all know because we all should know. Number 80, this individual is in first by more than 100.
Yeah, it's Jerry Rice.
It's Jerry Rice. 251 for Jerry Rice. So considerably higher than Aaron Rodgers as well. You have James Lofton at 140. Chris Carter 130.
Played forever.
Isaac Bruce, Rod Smith. Irving Fryer, he was a Patriot.
Yeah, it's the greatest receiver number ever, no doubt about it.
So
I'm sure 88's good too.
I'll check that in a sec. Going back to 12.
Mike Bizzle must have done some research. He says 80 has 12 Hall of Famers.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
So Brady, Rodgers, then you have Terry Bradshaw 140. Again, Brady 301, Rodgers 202. It's 10-3 now. Raiders in front after the field goal. Bob Greasy, Bob Grease is 138. Jim Kelly 132.
Yep.
John Brody.
12's very, very strong.
John Brody is not a guy a lot of people think of. He hasn't played since 73. Roger Staubach at 127. Joe Namath, 115. You can scan down. You got the likes of Andrew Luck, Rich Gannon, Randall Cunningham, Ken
12's extremely impressive.
So let's check 88. Let's check 88. This is not what I was planning to do today, but I like it. All right.
It's a fascinating little snapshot of the league when you do stuff like this.
88 has a really strong top 4.
Can I try and guess who number 1 for 88 is? Because I've closed out. I'm no longer cheating.
Yeah, we got a really strong top 4 for 88. If you, Michael, Daniel, Cobra K, Tate Knobs, anybody would like to guess, go right ahead.
So 88, my 2 guesses for number 1 would either be Marvin Harrison or Tony Gonzalez.
Which one do you want to go with? I will tell you it is one of those 2.
I'm going to go with Marvin Harrison.
You are correct. 161. Okay. However, Tony Gonzalez is not number 2.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Tony Gonzalez is number 3 at 146. So who is behind them at 157?
Is it?
I will tell you, he has not played in a long time.
Is it Michael Irvin?
No, he's number 4 at 126. I would be shocked if you got this one. There's no chance I would. I promise you that.
No. Ozzie Newsome?
This individual is a Hall of Famer. He's a 9-time Pro Bowler, 6-time All-Pro, 1-time Super Bowl champ, and an MVP. Member of the All-70s decade team. And he was a Defensive Player of the Year in 1971. He played defensive tackle.
Oh, Alan Page?
Good for you.
There you go. As soon as you said that, it got... I'm sorry, say that again, Koff?
Played for Minnesota and Chicago.
Yeah, he is arguably the best player in Vikings history.
Fresh on your mind from doing your
Mount Rushmore?
Mount
Yeah,
Rushmore?
Absolutely.
Jordan says,
okay, yeah, that's a really strong top 4.
Jordan says, guess who is the greatest number 6 of all time? He says
Baker Mayfield.
only in our hearts.
Who is the greatest number 6 of all? No one's jumping out to me at 6.
Oh my goodness gracious! I just looked.
Is it bad?
I'll tell you what. It might be Baker by the time he's done. But,
okay, so is it a kicker?
It is not. It's a quarterback. But the number is 109, and he is retired.
Okay. What decade?
And not only that, he is more than double the next number 6, who's Bubby Brister. I don't want to give you the decade. Let me give you something else.
Okay.
I mean, I could give you something really easy that would give it away, but I don't want to give it away. Okay. There's a really popular meme involving him where he's smoking a cigarette.
Oh, is it Jay Cutler?
Jay Cutler.
Jay Cutler. Someone threw Mark Sanchez out in the chat here, and I was like, it can't be Mark Sanchez. But Mark Sanchez is probably pretty high on the list if Jay Cutler's number 1.
It says better not be Cutler. Sorry. Mark Sanchez is 28.
Okay. Where's Thomas Morstead, the punter?
Morstead is 32. Baker is also 32.
Wow, I'm surprised Baker's not higher. It's a bad list. 6, bad number.
6 is a tough number. We may have, I don't think we've stumbled upon the worst number, but it's got to be one of them.
I have to imagine that 1 is not a very good number. Because outside of Cam Newton, like, who was really great that wore number 1? It's usually reserved for a kicker or a punter.
I'll tell you. Number 1. Oh, you know what? You got a few pretty good ones. Cam is number 2 at 138.
Oh, Warren Moon wore number 1, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
163. And Gary Anderson is behind the two of them.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good too.
Yeah. Sean says Kaufman number 1 is Mark Mosley in there, and he ain't too nice a person. Mark Mosley.
Yeah, the chat was ready to pounce on the Warren Moon thing. Completely blanked on Warren Moon. Warren Moon may be the most underrated quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, I'll side with that. I'll definitely side with that. All right, we're going to jump into a video in a second, but first want to tell you, Derek Carr, 122 passing, Locke, 117, a pick as well. Neither one pacing for a bonus right now. Jalen, don't call me, Josh Jacobs, Richard has a touchdown, 3 for 12, only touchdown in this game. 3 for 21 for Jacobs, though. He's your leading rusher. Just doesn't have the TD, so who cares? 4 for 8, Melvo Gordo. Jerry Jeudy, even with a rushing attempt, lost a yard. We'll look at the pass catchers, but I can promise you, nothing crazy. Hank Ruggs, 5 for 47. He is your leading receiver, both yards and receptions. Several others with 3 catches, 2 catches, but no one has exceeded 40 yards. So, earlier today on The Sweat, perhaps you've heard of it, comes your way weekdays, YouTube and Twitch, 11 a.m. to noon Eastern time. You should watch it. A lot of good content on there. And you get to see many of these familiar faces that appear on the Dream Stream throughout the day, doing Madden Sims and so much more as well. Earlier today, after Phoenix's Game 1 win in the NBA Finals, which was glorious. Go Valley. The guys discussed how long the series could last. 5 games probably. And preview tomorrow night's Game 2 matchup between the Bucks and the Suns. Fellas,
All right, well, the props on how long this series will go does seem to favor a 6-game series, minus 137. Nick, does that seem right to you, or do you like another number?
Man, after what we saw last night, I just Giannis needs to look a lot better. Obviously, I think based on the expectations going into last night, he looked fine, but they need more from him. Health-wise, obviously, he needs to be a little bit more aggressive for me to feel better about Milwaukee's chances to extend this to 6. I think it sounds like we're all in agreement that they're in big trouble heading into Game 2 tomorrow. The series is pretty likely to be 0-2 heading back to Milwaukee for Game 3 on Sunday. And then, Milwaukee's in essentially a must-win situation for Game 3. And that one, to me, would probably also be a toss-up. So, on the DK Sportsbook, you can get Suns in 5 at plus 275. I don't hate that. But Suns in 6 at plus 425, pretty solid value as well. I think Suns in 5 or Suns in 6 is where I'm leaning right now.
Jules, where are you leaning?
Yeah, so I mean the prop, I guess, is over 5.5 games at minus 137. So just will this go to 6 or 7 to cash you? I would lean yes. Like as bad as that was last night, like the Bucks should still be able to get a couple of games here and make this a series. But if we're all so confident in the Suns, I think maybe a way to just bet the series is Suns minus a game and a half at minus 160-ish, minus 167. So you get the Suns in 4, 5, or 6 games. Only way you don't win it is if it goes to 7 or Milwaukee comes all the way back. I think that's my favorite series bet over just betting on the amount of games in the series.
All right, Kenny, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I would take the over 5.5 games at minus 137. I think it's a pretty good price on the Bucks to win a couple. Look, here's the thing about the Phoenix Suns. We did just gloat, right? We did just wax poetic about how good this team is. But it's easy to forget because of the last 2 games, right? How bad this team was against the Clippers. I know the Clippers are a much better team. They have a much better coach than the Milwaukee Bucks, but they fell victim to just kind of falling into that lull, right? They went up 1-0 with Devin Booker, just leading the way. He had a great game. That was the big reason they won Game 1. And then Game 2, they got lucky with those missed free throws. They managed to hold on. And then with the 2-0 lead, they just kind of sat back and they lost Game 3. They played a terrible Game 4, one of the worst games we've seen from both teams, really all postseason. And then they managed to pull it out here. Game 5, in Game 6, they really just played a great game. So the last 2 games, Game 6 and Game 1 of this NBA Finals, they've been great. But before that, leading up to that point, they were pretty bad. So I think that they could fall into the same sort of lull. I mean, it's very easy to see, another bad night for Chris Paul on the horizon, or like a GOAT night for Giannis. So I think that the Bucks here will probably get a couple games in this series. They could even get one on the road. And I think that the over 5.5 is a pretty decent bet. I'm not ready to say Suns in 4 like everyone in Phoenix. I'm ready for what are they going to do when the Suns lose a game? Are they going to start doing this in the crowd? We saw a lot of these, but I don't know.
So just like that, you got to watch, Kenneth and Felix for the last 3 minutes. I spent the last 3 minutes entirely talking to our crew, and now we're back. We get to go back. And I remind you to go back if you forget later in the day, or if you want to be right on time and do it live. The Sweat comes your way 11 a.m. to noon every single day, Monday through Friday. It is a glorious program. I'm a big fan. Love it very much. Occasionally host it. And it's on YouTube, Twitch, everywhere else that you should hope to find us. Even a replay during the day. But I'm not going to encourage the replay because I want you to see the real thing live. I want you to be in the chat, interacting with the people. Enjoy
Smashing the like button.
Smashing the like button. Arguing over who had the first like and who's first in the chat. That's what I want. Be there. Watching Jesse, Emerson, me, any of the commentators, obviously, the analysts, we're trained monkeys just teeing them up for questions. But you get Moose, you get Reed, you get Lamarca, you get Ducey, you get Felix, you get Bukes, you get Garion, you get the RotoWire guys. You get so much. I mean, there's so much. So you should watch it.
Just a bunch of smart dudes.
Just a bunch of smart dudes. You know what else? Second half of the game's coming on the way.
Wow.
Virtual Vegas, which I am told from our guy Michael, who is our producer, that it's awesome.
The new stadium or Virtual Vegas in general?
No, the stadium. I mean, Virtual Vegas, I think we all know is awesome. He knows the real life Vegas is awesome, and the real life stadium is awesome.
I miss Vegas.
And we're all going to go hang out with him there, whether he likes it or not.
I need to get back to Vegas. It's been too long.
Rickavelli Lane, I see you, and I love you. Thank you. Boston Joe, absolutely. Let us not leave out Tara Lynn, no doubt. Derek says, love the 10-minute halftime shows. Great. Yeah, I guess, between us reviewing the stats and the sweat clip, it probably was pretty close to that.
Sean Preston asking, Tom, is your left ear higher than your right? Yeah, got to be honest, just noticed on camera my glasses looked super crooked, and I adjusted them. I don't know what's going on with that. It's the first time I've ever noticed my glasses be that crooked. Maybe, Sean, maybe.
So
this is a very good question.
10-3, Vegas in front of Denver here. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike Daniel, our technical director, and Cobra K Tate in ops. And let's see if we can get ourselves a little bit of offense here to begin half number 2.
Yeah, honestly, slow half for me this far. Not doing great in the contest. I'm in 78th out of 124. And this always happens to me. When there's a lack of offense, I'm never the person that benefits because I'm always way too chicken to roster both defenses or both kickers. Like I'm always going to opt to have the receivers and running backs and tight ends that all average in that 10-point range. I don't trust myself to ever pick both defenses on the right day. So these low-scoring games are not games that I finish high in the contest for. So definitely looking for more here in the second half. But when you have the Raiders and the Broncos as the two teams that are playing each other, a classic AFC West battle, you cannot expect to have a game with a ton of offense. These are two teams that have very inconsistent offenses and two very inconsistent quarterbacks. And two teams that probably would really, really want Aaron Rodgers if he was actually going to become available.
Look, I know we said there's no Wild Weather Wednesday anymore, and there isn't. I'm not lying to you. But maybe we could all just, to get ourselves in the right headspace, we can pretend this game is in the wind. and that's why it's 10-3. Just
in indoor Vegas.
That's right.
Where there's no wind, even if it was outdoors. When's the last time you went to Vegas, Koff?
You know what? I know exactly when, because I've only been there one time. Only one time in my life, and that was 2011. Went with my dad for... He had to go for work, and he was like, you want to go to Vegas? And I said, oh, I've never been there before. Sure, let's go. And here's what I can tell you. It wasn't... I had a great time. But it wasn't the... Like, when you're... When you're a guy in a relationship in your 20s, and your dad's going for work, and you're just kind of tagging along to, like, walk the strip and go to some shows and see what's what, get a lay of the land. It's not the Vegas, baby, Vegas, whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas kind of Vegas experience that you hear about. It was memorable, but it wasn't a memorable, like in that way. Like it wasn't so memorable that I forgot it. You know what I mean? It wasn't that kind of memorable.
I understand.
But it was a very good time.
What happened in Vegas didn't have to stay in Vegas.
No, what happened in Vegas, I can give you every detail about. That's maybe the way I should have phrased it. You know those "what happened in Vegas stays in Vegas" kinds of stories? Well,
not my trip.
My Vegas trip, I could tell you everything about.
I could afford a GoPro and I'd be completely okay.
And nothing would offend you. It was it was fun. We one of the coolest things, for a sports nerd like me, was excuse me. I'm not like, I like DFS. I like sitting at a sports book, that sort of thing, but like hanging out around the casino and like playing all the games and craps and blackjack and poker and whatever. Like that's not my scene. Never has been. I don't even like to like go with buddies to a casino and like stand around a table and watch them do it. It's like it's not for me.
Not your scene.
Not my scene, which is fine, to each their own. And it's not my dad's either. So that's not really what we did. We weren't in casinos all that much. We went. There was somewhere along the strip, one of the hotels, I don't remember which one, had, this will surprise nobody, by the way, had it was one of the places that oh shoot, why am I blanking? That Pete Rose was posting up at. And obviously he's, he lives in Vegas, or at least did at the time, and he's always doing that. So go to one of his, shops, one of the sports memorabilia stores, and he's charging for autographs and all that stuff, pictures, and I came very close to having him get a signed bat, and I was like, what am I going to do with this other than I guess just display it? And I don't remember what it cost, but it was.
And you're like, Pete Rose,
I deemed it too much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But what we did, we stumbled upon. My dad is a huge boxing fan. Never really directly translated to me. I mean, I like watching Tyson or Holyfield or Pacquiao and guys like that, as De La Hoya as I was growing up. But I was never a hardcore boxing fan. I guess there really aren't too many of them out there right now with MMA and all of that. But we went to this collectibles place, and three boxers, old-time boxers, I think two of which have passed away at this point, were doing the signing, and it was, oh God, it was Leon Spinks was one of them, and I have it right over here. I'm going to tell you, hang on.
Ooh, Kareem, I like that question. I'm going to ask that in a second.
It was Leon Spinks, Ernie Shavers, and Ken Norton. And so I had them all sign. Obviously, I had to buy them, but I had them all sign boxing gloves, and had them, shipped home, and I put them in display cases and stuff. And so it's just a cool. We took my dad and we took a picture with them and did the corny, everybody put up their fists. And it was just a fun memory from my trip to Vegas. That is a very long answer to your "Hey Goff, ever been to Vegas?" question.
Yeah, but hey, I expect nothing less from you, buddy.
Don't you guys know we have time to fill? It's just a running clock.
Someone on here, I kind of lost who said it, but they said that they went to Vegas for 9 days.
Oh,
9 days in Vegas is way too long. I would just have no money left if I went to Vegas for 9 days.
Yeah, that was Mike Bizzle said overload. So I obviously can't speak to this. We went for, I want to say, maybe 4 days, something like that.
That's probably the limit, I'd say.
Right, and that's especially if you're like out and party, and it's like bachelor party or casinos or whatever, whatever kind of trip. But a lot of people say, and again, I can't speak to it personally for a variety of reasons, but a lot of people say like anything over like 4 days in Vegas, 5 days in Vegas is just way too much. Like the perfect amount is 3 days, is I feel like what you hear from most people who frequent Vegas.
I'm curious, Michael, how many days, what's the limit of days you would put on Vegas? And is there like a crazy stretch that you were there for?
Yeah, he says 3.
Yeah, three's the magic number. I have friends that work for Turner that had to stay out there for like the entirety of Summer League. And by the end of it, they were just so burnt out. Because when you're in Vegas for that long, you feel a pressure to go out and experience Vegas, especially when it's not your like permanent home. And then by the end of it, they're just like, they're all completely broke.
Portland Sutton touchdown.
It's my captain.
Evening things up. There you go. He's in my lineup in the flex. I wasn't so bold as the captain, Mr. Sutton.
Oh, Michael lived in Vegas. Okay, there you go.
I
thought he was a Vegas expert because he's a West Coast guy.
Yeah, there you go. Herb says, went to a bachelor party in Vegas, saw a boxing match. It was Macho Camacho's son. Dude rode in on a camel. That had to be a thing. Lindenbaum says, I saw Mike Tyson's final Vegas fight. Wasn't very good. Only semi-memorable thing was how it ended when he clocked the guy a full second after the bell and was disqualified. Bad Boys of Pop.
That's cool.
Koff, I remember that. Pete Rose was charging in the hundreds. There was no line, so I just waved at him and kind of felt bad. That was kind of the scene when I was there too with him, man. I even tried to. I wanted to get something because I was like, man, it's still like, I know he's just disgraced by baseball, and I'm not here to discuss whether you agree or disagree with that, but it's still Pete Rose. Like, the dude is still a baseball legend on the field. What he achieved on the field is unmatched, will never be matched. And me being someone who, like, I don't have this vast memorabilia collection or anything, but for someone who appreciates memorabilia, I was like, man, it's still Pete Rose. Like, I don't know. I kind of like him to sign something while I'm here. You know, he's right there.
Yeah.
I'm talking to him. He's right. He's a foot
in front
away
of my
from
face.
Me. He's right in front of me. And I didn't. It just Bad Boys of Pop. You nailed it. It didn't feel worth the expense. Now, maybe looking back, you know, me being 10 years older, I could better justify that money now than I would have then. But you know, after all, I have all these DVDs behind me. But you know, I didn't do it.
Pete Rose, one of my all-time favorite nicknames, Charlie Hustle.
Charlie Hustle.
It's a great nickname.
Producer Mike, I remember going to a Super Bowl party in Vegas and James Brown showed up. Ow! DJ Wheat, completely unrelated, that's okay. Sports related. Shohei Ohtani will hit 60 homers plus and win 10 plus games. Listen, man, I tweeted about this last night. I've tweeted about it what feels like 1,000 times. I hope above hope, truly. And I'm not out in LA. I have some friends out there. But I hope, if any of you in the chat are out there in Los Angeles, or you're Angels fans or whatever, I hope above hope that. Right, look at this. Look at this. Go, 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 go. Darren Waller, touchdown to close out the third quarter. And from distance, man, 68-yard score.
In my lineup, what's up? Waller's a boomer bust guy here. So, very happy to see that before the end of this quarter here. We need more big plays in this game. We have been deprived of big plays in this sim.
We have.
Give me that.
We have. No doubt about it. Vegas in front, making a touchdown lead. I'll save my Shohei Ohtani point for when we begin the fourth, because we'll go over some stats in a second.
I agree with what Michael just said in Slack, by the way. I do not think he should participate in the home run derby. Dumb decision.
Whether or not it's a good decision, I mean, history will probably bear out that it's not the best one, but I'm excited that he's in it. I'm looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, if I'm the Angels, I would have jumped in front of that with the fury of 1,000.
He's like, he's going to pitch in the game. He's going to hit in the game. He's in the derby. Let's go. Let's get all the Ohtani you can handle.
I don't know. For a franchise that has never really capitalized outside of their World Series, been able to capitalize on all the talent that has played for them, this feels like a turning point moment for me. Like we're going to look back on Ohtani overexerting himself All-Star Weekend and be like, yep, there it is again, the Angels not being able to get it done with all the talent they have on their roster.
Cobra K Tate Knopf says baseball desperately needs him to be in it. Well, I certainly agree with that. However, baseball doesn't ultimately make that decision, as Tate certainly knows. But, yeah, I mean, it will draw eyeballs, no doubt about it.
You know what baseball would rather have is Mike Trout and Ohtani playing deep into the postseason.
Or in the postseason. Never mind deep.
Right.
Never mind deep.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's true. We'll look at some of the numbers here. 213, a touchdown for Carr. Lock, 154, score on a pick. DJ Wheat with a fun story. He says, true story. I caught a home run ball with my son in my arms. Had to throw the ball back to Trout. Inning later, Trout threw me a ball back. That's awesome.
That's cool.
That's very cool.
I've never caught a home run ball, never caught a foul ball.
Melvo Gordo, 7 for 22, 6 for 24 for Jacobs. Touchdown for Richard, 3 for 12. Meager says, can we acknowledge how apparently impeaching Mayor Greg Coffin was the best thing to happen to Simland, because the very next day, Wild Weather Wednesday, gone. Yeah, you just needed someone of real power in there in his place, Meager. 5 for 44, touchdown for Sutton. Ruggs, 5 for 47. Waller, with that big catch, is now 5 for 99 to score. So 1 away from the bonus. We'll see if he can get there. 17-10. Raiders in front right now.
Where are you in the free roll, my friend?
Yeah, I was going to tell you. Pretty similar to where I was last time I told you. 116 is where I'm hanging out.
I'm in 81st.
Is in front. You're 81st, so
you're
also in the back half. Not so great, but
okay. You know what? Just jumped up to 57th.
Oh, all right. Well, must have just gotten those Sutton points.
That's right, and he's in my captain spot. So
yeah, BK is in 23rd.
BK is killing it, man.
Just having a day. BK have a day.
There you go, BK.
Daryl, credit Sutton for his TD. I think you got it, man. I think it's there.
And BK's on Madden After Dark, correct?
There is, an hour from now, with one Brendan Glasheen, who I hope you will all tell that I appreciate him greatly. Help me out in a big way. Ran into a little childcare snafu earlier. Had to flip the 6 and the 8. Glash said, let me put on my cape. I will get to the rescue. That's what Glash said.
But as we've determined, you don't now owe him. He is now even with you for ruining the movie day.
He didn't ruin the movie day.
Yeah, it was ruined. F- day for both of you.
He made the movie day unnecessarily stressful, though. I can tell you that. That should have been a very relaxing trip to the movies. That part ruined, to your point.
Mike Bizzle
trying to tie this up. Go ahead.
Mike Bizzle says he's with me. He's never caught a ball yet. Came close. My buddy caught a screenshot. Oh, okay, so that I was like screenshot like on a phone, but now I understand. Like it hit the screen. Yeah, no, I've been to a million baseball games. It's just never happened. My brother's caught a bunch of foul balls, and we sit next to each other at pretty much every baseball game we've been at together. So he's just more aggressive than me. That's what it is. We've gone up for the same ball. He just comes down with it.
Apparently.
I remember when we were kids at McCoy Stadium down in Pawtucket, he went up for a foul ball, dove across our row, and just knocked a cup of wine out of this lady's hand, who clearly snuck wine into the stadium, spilled an enormous amount of red wine all over this lady. But he got the foul ball. I think it was, I want to say it was a John Olerud foul ball.
No kidding.
Very excited for it, yeah.
Mr. Olerud with the helmet. Mad Monk Exclusives copyright. Or are you letting your kids babysit Glash? Or is Glash babysitting your kids? What are you doing? Glash.
Would you ever let them do that?
Would I let them watch Glash?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd let them keep an eye on Glash. Sure.
Now, would you allow Glash to keep an eye on them?
If it were for a brief period during the day where they could just play games outside, sure. If he were responsible for feeding them or putting them to bed or my 3-year-old for a nap, no. He's not ready for that yet.
It's fair.
He's not ready.
Fair.
So my, just real quick, DJ Wheat or anyone else, all I was going to say was this about Shohei Ohtani. I mean, he is the best thing to happen to baseball since the steroid era. I truly hope that Angels fans, the people of Los Angeles, appreciate what they are getting to see on a daily basis. And I know that, anyone can have the MLB package. If you want to watch them every day, you can watch them every day. It's not like, it was decades ago with technology. And he's all over social media and everyone's aware now. It's not like when Griffey was in Seattle and you had to be a Griffey fan to follow Griffey. You had to make an effort to follow Griffey. It's not that way now. If Ohtani does anything, you're going to know about it that second on social media, obviously, and you're going to see the clip 10 seconds later. So there's obviously an immediacy to the coverage, and that's good. That's a good thing. But I hope that people on the West Coast, I hope that people in LA, which is not a passionate baseball market, we know it, and look, Angels fans,
especially
Dodgers,
not for the Angels, right?
Yeah, but even Dodgers fans, like you've got a passionate core fan base, but like there are a lot of fair weather fans.
It's not like the Lakers. The Lakers are the Kings out there.
Sure. Not to be confused with the Kings, right? The LA Kings, obviously, on the ice, who are it's
correct,
a different beast, but
different sport.
I hope that fans appreciate what they are seeing and getting to see from Shohei Ohtani on a daily basis, because this dude is obviously he's a generational talent. Obviously he's like nothing we've ever seen before. I mean, people want to compare him to Babe Ruth. He's better than Babe Ruth. He is better than Babe Ruth because Babe Ruth didn't do this. Babe Ruth wasn't out there hitting and pitching all the time. He was a he was a pitcher who became a hitter. He wasn't doing both. The way that you got to think about how difficult, and we don't know, but just think about it. You got to think about how difficult it must be on a daily basis to be a Major League Baseball player, whether you're a hitter, whether you're a pitcher, to prepare for your craft, going over video, going through all the different reps and drills and practices and meetings, and he's doing it for both. He's doing it as a hitter, outfielder, pitcher. He's doing all of it. He's doing it across the board. And he's young and he's insanely talented, and he's not going to do this forever. For people saying, like, obviously this is, how often do you expect him to lead the majors in home runs, which he's doing? Maybe he won't do it by the end of the year. He's not going to do this forever. But is he going to hit 60 homers this year? I highly doubt that. But could he hit 50? Sure. Will he hit 40? Almost guarantee it. And he's going to win 10+ games. He definitely is. He definitely is. Just picked up a win last night against the Red Sox. Pitching 7 innings and 2-run ball and driving in a run with a double at the plate. It is absurd what we are getting to watch with this guy. And look, DJ, I'm not coming after you. This is really like Angels fan, not even Angels fans. It's like West Coast in general. He is just getting wasted out there. He is getting wasted out there in the same way that Griffey, for much of his career, got wasted in Seattle, obviously. And oh, by the way, Shohei Ohtani is not only one of the greatest players that we are getting to watch right now, and perhaps the MVP of the league right now, because again, hitter and pitcher. Like, is he the best hitter? I heard Alex Score say this the other day. Is he the best hitter? No. Is he the best pitcher? No. But he does both. And he does both very, very well.
Yeah.
Very, very well. So he might be the MVP of the American League. He might be. And we're not even talking about Mike Trout, who is one of the best baseball players ever. Ever. He is one of the best baseball players ever. Like, we're talking about Shohei Ohtani as being a generational talent. Mike Trout is one of the greatest the game has ever seen. And he is just
full stop.
He is marketed so poorly because we just don't know anything about the dude other than he likes weather and appears in the occasional Subway commercial. Because he doesn't want it to market it. He doesn't want to be around any of it. But man, yeah, and an Eagles fan. But man, like this dude, both of them, they're so good. And it just goes to show how tough it is to win in baseball, because they have two of the best players in the game. And I know Trout's hurt, but they have two of the best players in the game and can't win anything. Can't even make it to the playoffs. And it's frustrating. I want to see that team. I mean, obviously,
it's bad for baseball.
Yeah, I'm a diehard Red Sox fan, but just as a fan, as a sports fan, I want to see the Angels go on a run. I want to see the Angels do something. I want to see those guys in prime time. Please, that'd be great.
Yeah, and so this is why you should be rooting against Ohtani participating in the home run derby.
Probably, yeah.
Like, I just, everything you just said, echo it times a million. It's incredible that he's doing what he's doing, both pitching and hitting, especially when we look at pitchers in the National League across the board being awful at hitting for like 40 years. Like, when's the last time a pitcher was any good at hitting, really good, you know? And I know he's more of a hitter that pitches than a pitcher that hits, but the fact that he's doing both at such a high level is crazy. Like, if he does this for like the next 3 or 4 years, why shouldn't that guy be the MVP every year? Who's more valuable than a guy that can pick up 10 wins and hit 40 bombs?
Right. Seriously.
I mean, that's the definition of MVP.
Not to mention, what would that dude make in free agency?
Insane. Totally insane.
And he's what, 27, 28?
Yeah. And he's a hell of an athlete. Like, you look at that dude, he's a specimen.
There was a video floating around on social media a couple days ago. Shohei Ohtani, back when he was playing, in Japan, hitting a ball through the roof in the Tokyo Dome. He hit the ball so high it went through the roof. It like put a hole in the roof. That's how strong that
he's
dude.
An absolute freak of nature, man. Mike Bizzle saying that DeGrom is batting 400. I did not realize Jacob DeGrom is batting 400, if that is actually the case. I know that DeGrom has been... I know that whenever DeGrom makes a start, I always see tweets like, and DeGrom helping out his own...
helping his own
cause
yeah.
here, you know? I always see those tweets, but I haven't bothered to go check what his batting average is.
I'm going to look at Jacob DeGrom's hitting stats. We all know the dude is an unreal sub-1 ERA
generational pitcher.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he might be the greatest thing we've seen since Pedro. But let's look at his hitting numbers, huh? He is a 200 career hitter. Just perspective, okay? Because of what we're saying about Shohei Ohtani. Jacob DeGrom is a 200 career hitter. 205 to be exact. But yes, this year, in 31 at-bats, he is batting 387.
Wow. That's awesome. No wonder LaMarca is just absolutely in love with this guy. I mean, he probably already should have been. Touchdown. Denver.
61-yard score. More big plays. More big plays.
Give him to me. Not in my lineup, so not all that pumped about it.
John says, never in my life have I referred to another man as a specimen. Well, you should.
He is one.
Because it fits. I mean, did you call Randy Johnson the big unit?
You know, Randy Johnson was a specimen.
Yeah.
Guy was like 8 feet tall.
Tall drink of water, that Randy Johnson.
Love the big unit.
A big unit.
He's
huge.
A big unit right there, an enormous unit.
"20-second touchdown for Judy. 24-17 game, just past the 2-minute warning. Well, that's going to help me a little bit because I have Judy, but not nearly enough. Oh my goodness gracious.
Are you in last?
No, I'm at 109. BK is in third.
Wow, this guy is just cleaning up today.
He's in third, less than a point away from the win. Can he get there? All right, what does he need? He has Waller captain, who obviously has a touchdown, 6 for 132. Sutton, Ruggs, Judy, Jacobs, and the Hamler. That's his lineup. So
it's a hell of a lineup right there.
I mean, if Carr did anything of note, or Waller rather, in the captain spot, that would probably be enough. And the Raiders do have the ball, so we'll see, because the two people in front of them have Carr and Locke captained respectively. Anyone that... He has Jacobs, and no one in front of him has Jacobs. That's another one. Let's see what we get. You got to think Jacobs going to get an opportunity. There's one.
I am rooting for BK, because he is my friend.
I can't imagine any of us, I know I haven't, has ever won multiple times in one day. So let's go.
Definitely not me. I've only won once ever. Who are we thinking for these awards here? I know we're focused on BK, but
well, I gotta say, Darren Waller jumps out at me as the Krusty Cuff Award winner. Maybe you disagree.
No, that was how I was going to roll as well. So I'm glad we're on the same page there.
Yeah. You could certainly make a case for Jerry Jeudy though, but I think Waller is pretty deserving.
I think Waller stands out.
I could probably look at my lineup for a submission for the for the babysitter Billy. But
what about Williams on Vegas? 50% ownership, only 3
Tyrell
points.
Williams, that's exactly.
Yeah.
1 for 20.
Yikes.
Who we got? Oh, Ruggs! Spun out of the way of the tackle. Can he go? He's down to 3 and a timeout.
He wants the wooden nickel.
This is huge. BK's got Ruggs. This is big. But not only that, it sets up nicely for a potential Jacobs touchdown here.
Oh, man.
Oh,
this is exciting. We're making Simland history, possibly.
All right, BK jumps into second. First and goal. Don't kneel down. Don't you dare kneel down. Hand it. Oh, no. Oh, that's crushing.
That's so disappointing.
I'm going to text him.
That runs counter to anything John Gruden would do in real life. Gruden would put the points on the board.
Oh, wait a minute. It just occurred to me. The person in front of him has Carr in the captain spot. Another kneel down here might give it a BK.
Okay.
Oh, whoa, this is nuts. Second and goal. Oh, they're going to hand it off to Jacobs now. Jacobs, is it Jacobs or Richard? Jacobs, right? I think that's going to be enough.
Wow. Simland history being made here, folks.
Imagine winning 2 times in one day and not being on the call for either of them. BK's in first. He's in for. I just texted him. I said, "You're going to win again."
No, Carr's going to kneel. So is that going to help him?
That's going to help him, yeah. But he's already in first.
Wow. So there you go. By the way, Mike Bizzle saying if Glash goes 3 straight Madden After Darks without a buzzword, I'm giving up on you guys.
Has he not done the buzzword?
I was not aware of that. Glash, what are you doing, bro?
Oh wait, Tate says Carr's yards from his long pass aren't in yet. Well, come on, Tate. Let's go, bro.
All right, so we're going to have to wait and see here.
Well, if that's the case, then that's going to do him in because that's going to put Carr into the bonus and everything, and it's going to knock BK, who's only got about a half-point lead.
Jordan Warren saying, I had no clue Nolan Ryan never won a Cy Young Award. Wow, it's pretty crazy. Guy pitched forever. One of the best pitchers ever. Find that hard to believe, but I believe you, Jordan Warren.
How many times was he a top 3 vote getter? Let me look.
It's gotta be in the double digits, right? I mean, he played forever. He played in like 4 decades, didn't he?
Top 2, top 3, top 4, top 5. He never won it, which, obviously, as Jordan said. So, yeah, he was a handful of top 5 finishes. That's nuts. I mean,
Mike Bizzle is correct. Glash did lose his voice.
He lost his voice?
He did over the week. He had a nice weekend on the Cape with his pals. So he's recovering. He's given the vocal cords a rest. I'll give him a pass.
Okay. All right. We'll attempt to give him a pass then. Oh, no. BK's dropping to third.
Hey, it's an extremely impressive day of free rolls for BK, though, nonetheless.
I'm texting him. Damn, late scoring change or scoring addition. Well, we'll just call it a change. Got ya. Bummer. Oh well. Man, all right. So let's just review let's look at this real quick. So you want to stick with Waller in the captain spot, or rather, Waller. Excuse me, Waller overall. Pardon me, as the overall Krustikov Award winner, and then Williams you went with for the babysitter Billy.
That's right.
Okay. So you joked earlier, my line, I was probably going to finish 111, thought of 124. I finished 110.
All right, let's see. I finished in 86th. So still bad, not as bad as I thought it would be.
Better than me. Definitely better than me. All right. Well, been a day, folks. It's really been a day, but you're not going anywhere. You're not done yet. Nuh-uh. Madden After Dark in about 45 minutes. BK, who said, he claimed earlier that he was going to give a victory speech after winning earlier today. He said he was going to do that during Madden After Dark. So the opportunity is in front of him, obviously. I hope he does. I hope he delivers. I hope he actually wrote and scripted something because I would love to hear it. I'm sure it will be great. He'll be with Glash, who evidently, doesn't want to do Madden After Dark buzzwords anymore. So
He's recovering still.
Glass did me a solid today. I'll be nice to him. I won't pick on him. Dolphins Saints coming your way. Tommy, look at you. Nothing tomorrow. You're not coming back till Friday.
Friday, Madden After Dark, and then I got a couple on the weekend. I was originally scheduled for all 6 on Sunday, so you're only going to get me 4 times on Sunday instead.
Is that all?
That's a win for you guys, I guess.
Yeah, I took one of those away from you because I looked at it and I went, oh my God.
Yeah, six is a lot. It'll happen one day. I've advocated for it. I just want to be able to say I did it. I've already done, I think, 5, so might as well do 6 at some point.
I've done, I think, 5. If you've done 5, you know you've done.
It's 4 or 5. I'd have to go.
I think it's 4. 5 would jump out at you.
Yeah, pretty probably.
You would have a distinct memory of having done 5.
I honestly, the weekends are a blur for me at this point.
I will be here with you for the 6 and the 8 tomorrow with Christian and Lamarca, respectively. I look forward to it. But those are the awards. Those are all the good stuff. And just looking at you guys in the chat, nothing crazy, nothing new. You can get us to 250 likes. That'd be awesome. We're at 244. Get there before Madden After Dark. Pardon me. See, Sean, you're doing it to me again. Appreciate all of you for hanging out. Coming up on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Pat Mayo and Awesemo.com's Ben Rassa will give their favorite DK picks for this week's PGA Tour stop, the John Deere Classic at TPC Deer Run. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Daniel. Thanks to Cobra K, Tate and Ops. Tom Ace with the fraud shift. And he's more than going to make up for it this weekend, though. I can promise you that. After an off day tomorrow, I'll be back tomorrow. As mentioned, enjoy Madden After Dark in about 45. Tommy, we'll see you, buddy.
See you, Cuff.
Ben Raza is on the line. This is a fun tournament.
Oh, yeah. This is we didn't get this last year, and I don't know if it's just a difference in field. I don't remember the field being this outrageous. This is one that stands amongst the worst fields of the year.
Could you imagine if Daniel Berger wasn't playing?
No, not really, because that would force everybody to take a price hike, and then we'd have, I mean, some of these guys have never been in the ranges that they're at, but we are lucky that Berger is here because that would be a really extreme situation.
Is there any specific skill set you're trying to target here, or just, hey, who can make a lot of putts? That's who's going to win?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an easy course. It's a birdie fest. We got some, I mean, we could take some things from last week, even though it didn't play quite as easy as I thought it would, but this probably will. I don't know exactly. I think it's more, just stacking up similar to what we do in hard fields, looking for some correlation, but there's no doubt streaks, bonuses, all that stuff is going to be firmly in play this week.
So how does that affect your approach? Like, is this a good stars and scrubs week, considering the stars are actually secret scrubs?
So yeah, that's always the weird question, because you're like, it's like, what are you paying up for? But on the flip side of that, the difference to me between, the high 6s and some of the guys in like the 8s at times is not, it's a few good weeks here and there. It's such equally distributed top 10 equity, top 20 equity, win equity in some regards. I think you can mix and match. I will say though, even though it doesn't feel like it, you're getting more stability, of course, up top, just because the field depth is non-existent this week.
All right, well, let's jump into the 10Ks and the 11Ks, I suppose. Berger is the most expensive. He's $11,000. Sungjae is $10,700. Harmon is $10,400. He's won here before. And last week's winner, the Aussie, Cam Davis, is $10,100. Just looking at it, like, although you say there's stability at the top, but there's also not that huge of a gap between like the upper 6s and mid 8s. Why am I just not playing Berger in every lineup?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's normally you see that more with like a DJ type of player where it's like, oh my God, this guy's soaked up all the win equity. I don't extremely think that with Berger, but it's all relative to the field, and he's playing good golf. We haven't seen him a ton, but I feel pretty comfortable playing him and figuring out the rest. I mean, Sungjae, Harmon. I actually kind of like Cam Davis. I know people don't like to play people off wins, but I'll probably stick on him and hope that he can just keep this putter rolling.
Yeah, I just look at it like, is Sungjae going to put it all together? He came pretty close last week. Like, the irons have been good for a few weeks now. Maybe he is the look. I just don't think I can get to Herman at 10-4. And Davis, not that I dislike Davis or don't want to play him because he's coming off a win. Just, I think that there are better guys behind him, to be perfectly honest with you.
No, I mean, that's the thing. So when you look at the pricing, somebody has to fill the top tier, and Berger's, to me, basically the only guy that it's not like he's 11,000 in normal fields, because he's not, but he is towards the top in much stronger fields. And some of these other guys, I mean, Cam Davis, just to speak to the other side, I mean, he's coming off a win, but we don't see him even close to guys, like Berger in some regards. So I get it. It's just, it's such a weird lineup construction. I always think this is always one of my first questions to you. Do you see any way where you double up with two of these guys? Because I don't think anyone's going to do that.
I don't know, because I'm looking at the projected ownership right now. If everyone wants to go and check out the projected ownership, I do try to make my guesses in the newsletter on Wednesday evening, but fantasynational.com/Mayo will get you 20% off, and you can find all of that information up there as it adapts in real time to the more and more lineups that people end up generating. The more accurate the info is going to be when we get a larger sample size. Like right now on a Tuesday morning, only 2,000 lineups have been generated. When we check back on Wednesday evening and it's like 40,000, then you're going to have a better sample of what's going on in terms of the ownership projections. But, I do want to let you know, too, that if you use the /Mayo at the end of Fantasy National, you get 20% off. If you haven't done it yet, wait till Wednesday and get the weekly. Then you get John Deere Classic and the British Open, which you would probably want to do. Get that 2 for 1. I mean, you can go Tuesday to Tuesday, just you wouldn't have it on Wednesday. So you want to go Wednesday to Wednesday to make sure you're there for lock for the British Open along with the John Deere Classic. FantasyNational.com/Mayo. No, I don't think that anyone's really going to do it. Like, looking at the ownership, no one's playing Cam Davis, like you said. That's at least the early lean on people. But Berger's not overwhelming chalk either. Like, I figured, like, maybe people are scared off that Bryson busted last week, but I would have expected Berger to be like 40% owned. And he's going to be like 20.
Yeah, if he is in fact 20% owned, that would be pretty easy for me to get over. If he's 30% owned, now we're getting into a situation, that's pretty hefty number. It's not to say that I won't have exposure, because I will, but I'll probably look to mix some of those lineups up. Maybe I will attach Cam Davis to him. Then you can build pretty freely. You still have north of 7K. And again, in a field like this, similar to what we saw last week, I mean, you're going to have random people from the 6K range, the 7, like anyone could win this type of event. It's so wide open.
Well, if you were to double up, would it be Berger Davis or would you go Berger Sungjae?
It would be Berger Davis for me, just because I think that directly leverages it. And I'm going to need, not that it makes a huge difference, but I certainly want the extra $600.
Well, let's drop down into the 9s, because I think that's the build that people are going to look at the most. Either start with one of the 10Ks and drop to either Henley or Streelman, or just start their teams with Henley and Streelman. That's where the ownership is congregating at the moment. Henley is 9.9, then it's Streelman, Norman, your guy, Aaron Wise, who is $9,200. That sounds like fun. See, woo! $9,100. And then Seamus Power, $9,000, who's actually legitimately riding a heater at this point.
He's been fantastic. Never seen him at 9,000 before, but it's justified. I mean, what can you say? He's just playing amazing golf. He still has no pitcher, the mystery man. But yeah, just every time he gets a start, he's taking advantage. The irons have been fantastic. I don't mind him at all. Henley makes a ton of sense. I think he'll be very popular. I think a lot of people, I think, will go Berger Henley and work from there. That's going to be a popular, 1-2 combo. You got to like Aaron Wise, though, don't you?
Oh, no. I mean, that I'm playing Kevin Na and Si Woo. Those are my guys. And no one's playing guys. And no one is playing them.
Kevin Na is the type. I mean, we talk about this all the time. He's really not doing much. He gained a ton of strokes putting at Travelers. But when he puts it together, he's the type of guy that can absolutely dominate an easy course, can go really low, he closes the door. It's just you're incurring a lot of risk there, as you normally are. But it's not to say that someone like Aaron Wise isn't risky, because he is. He just seemingly, I thought he found the putter, and then nope, back to the beginning. at Travelers, just lost 5 strokes putting once again.
Yeah, looking at in just the modeling over the past 24 rounds, he comes out 5th in this field. Power is 9th, Streelman is 8th, Streelman is 3rd, Henley is 8th. I think this is just going to be a week where I look at the projected ownership and I see Henley and Streelman, and even Power to a certain extent, and be like, you know what? I lose most weeks anyway. I might as well just go down with the ship and just play the guys no one else is playing, because I don't have a feel for this event at all.
Does that include Noren?
I think I might play Noren. I'm feeling
me
Noren.
too. I'm feeling Noren too. Playing pretty good golf. We know he can putt. I don't normally think of him as someone who is like a massive scorer, but I'll tell you what, he's really turned a corner with that lately. He's become a lot more volatile, and he's made a lot more birdies than you would think if you're still remembering him more from like the grinded out, really good Euro player.
Yeah, he's 12th in birdies or better gained in this field, and when you just sort him by like easy courses, he just pops to the very top of the list. You're like, oh, okay. So he's a birdie fest guy now. He would just go win on the Corn Ferry Tour if he was to drop down.
Maybe you should do that. I wanted to bet him. I just couldn't get a number that I really liked. He was like 28, 30 to 1. I was hoping for better than that.
I do feel, and a lot of it is putting related to his woes recently, but I just don't understand the Siwoo betting odds. I don't understand the Siwoo DraftKings pricing. Like normally when you get to a course that would fit him really well, which I think that this does, he gets these like weird odds where, and maybe it's because the field is so weak that like when he goes to Heritage and there's like real guys at the Heritage, and although he hasn't won that tournament before, he has come second and he's known as the Pete Dye specialist. He's like 28 to 1, but in this field, he's 35 to 1. Like that seems like a good number for Siwoo for a guy who actually wins tournaments.
Yeah, he does. I mean, that's honestly just putting into context. That's what I'm saying. Like Noren is a more, they have him at shorter odds than Siwoo. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Guys like Henley and Streelman are in the low 20s. Like 35 on Siwoo seems much better than those guys, even though I have no problem with those guys. I'm with you in that regard. It seems like they're pricing him for a field that's much different than the one he's going up against here.
That's how I feel about Kevin Na as well. You can grab him at 45 or even 50 in some spots. And maybe it's to protect themselves from the top 5s and the top 10s, unless they wanted to, because I mean, I'm sure they just punch it into the algorithm and the top 5 odds are just going to be reflective of what the outright odds are. And guys like Streelman and Henley and Harmon all have a much better chance of coming inside the top 5 than Na or Siwoo. But Na and Siwoo just have a better chance of winning the event.
No doubt. Yeah, I mean, that's where the boom bust comes in. Like sometimes they don't have it and they're not in contention to make the cut, but they also take down more tournaments than it seems like they should. The odds are just weird though. Yeah, I mean, Seamus is another one. He's like, I see 33 to 1 to win. Like, why is he? I like Seamus a lot and he's playing really well, but it's still a massive leap. The other guy won the Players, and Seamus, I don't even know if he has status on the tour.
Looking at the ownership in the 9s, like I mentioned, it's going to be everyone's congregating to the same spots. There's only so many expensive guys that you can play, so that actually does make some sense. But Henley looks like he could push like over 30% this week, and maybe that will dial itself back over the next 36 hours or so. Streelman over 20%, Power pushing 25%, like Harmon's going to push 20%, like more than Berger and Sungjae. And then you have Noren, who could get up there too, although you get to a breaking point with it where they all can't be 20%. So Noren's probably going to end up at like 15 to 18, something like that. Then you have Siwoo and Na in the single digits. And then you have Wise, who I think everyone just kind of feels like me about Wise. Like, yeah, I could see playing him, but I'm not going to play him.
No, I don't feel like that at all. I see playing him and I will play him, and then bad things will probably happen. I still think, the game is trending in the right direction. Tita Green, he's been fantastic, and he really was showing form. It's just ironic. I don't know what the word is. He seems to play better in really difficult, not even courses, but fields. Like he top 10 at Wells Fargo, top 20 at the PGA, top 10 at Memorial. But he was bad at the Byron Nelson, bad at the Travelers, bad at Valera. Like it seems when he's amongst lesser competition, for some reason he can't put it together, and that really doesn't make a lot of sense.
He's like one of those high-end NCAA basketball teams that plays to the competition.
Seriously, I don't get it, but I still believe in if he's lower owned, and over at Awesemo, that's where we have him projected well as the lowest owned of the 9K range.
Oh yeah. I will throw out Kevin Na being way lesser owned.
You think? See,
Yeah.
Kevin Na though, he's just, I don't know, in these birdie fests, like his ability to just turn it on is going to be interesting. But I do agree, when you look at the form, he is someone that the public probably won't gravitate towards too much.
No, Kevin Na has missed. Well, he's only missed 2 of his. He's gone made cut, miscut, made cut, miscut, made cut, miscut. So classic Kevin Na type stuff. But when it comes to the public and people in general seeing that price on Kevin Na, everyone has played Kevin Na in a tournament where he's randomly withdrawn or he shot 21 over or something stupid like that. That when it comes to investing 9,500 into Kevin Na, it's a lot different than investing 6,800 into Kevin Na.
I'm interested to see if the people that do that, if they're starting with Kevin Na or they're trying to use him kind of as an add-on to a Berger or a Harmon type.
I think that I will construct lineups in 2 separate ways. Like I probably won't go 100% Berger, but I'll probably go like 70% Berger. So that means I'll have a lot of Berger, Na, Berger, Noren, Berger, Siwoo teams. And then I'll probably build a few that are Na, Noren, Siwoo at the top and make those my 3 big guys. Because I don't love the 8s at all.
No, I mean the 8s, like I said, that's where you look, and in a couple different tweaks, these guys in the 8s could be in the 6s. Like I really don't know what to do with that, and it makes it difficult because again, it's like you have to make sure you're allocating the opportunity cost of paying up to get something. Like just getting a guy in the 8s because he's in the 8s may not really help you.
Let's talk about these guys in the $8,000 range. Again, ownership is gravitating towards some of exactly the same people who are generally the people who played really well last week. So Troy Merritt looks like he's going to be around 20%. Hank Libiota is going to be above 20%. Johnny Vegas, for whatever reason, is going to be like 15%. And Lucas Glover is going to be somewhat popular as well. That leaves McNeely and Kazires garnering ownership too. So that as the pivots, that leaves McNeely, Zach Johnson, Ryan Moore, Doc Redman, and Munoz and Gim. Those guys are sort of devoid of ownership. I'm playing Doug Gim. I really want to play Libiota, and I might anyway, but he just, an $8,400 Hammer and Hank Libiota at 23% ownership. I just can't see that working out well for anyone.
No, it doesn't seem. I mean, that's the type of guy. I know it's a different field, but like I was playing Hank Libiota as a lot of people were in like the mid 6s like 2 weeks ago.
Is that fair to compare? Because the field is completely different. Obviously, the reason that we were playing him when he was $6,400 because he was showing form. He was looking really good. It seemed like he was underpriced. Now that he's overpriced, does being overpriced really matter in a field like this?
So it does. I totally get what you're saying there. I'd say this. It doesn't matter a ton to me, but the problem is if you're overpriced, normally the reason that you're still interesting is because it creates an ownership pivot. If you're overpriced and popular, then it's a little difficult. It's not like you can't get there. It's just, it's hard to justify it because even if you get it right and your margins are much thinner, you're not separating a ton. So I get it. And in a field like this, I say this a lot with these weak fields, your number 1 golfer to your 6th golfer, it's not correlated in terms of placement points nearly as much. Like your bottom end guys could be the guys that do the heavy lifting. But I think I would rather try to 5 pivots, whether it's Redman, dare I say Zach Johnson, the man himself.
I was going to say Zach Johnson, $8,500. No one's used him, and it's not like he's playing poorly.
No, he's not. And I mean, we know his history here absolutely is synonymous with this course, and he was good at Travelers. If that putter connects, I don't think it's unreasonable to play Zach Johnson.
Should we be playing Maverick McNeely, who all of a sudden is Rory McIlroy off the tee?
I don't really understand I don't get his game really at all because he gets crazy hot with the putter. His irons are pretty bad, but now, yeah, you're not joking. I mean, his off the tee game has been absolutely ridiculous the past couple weeks, and he's pairing it up with putting. He's in the Bryson method, and you keep doing that, good things are going to happen.
I don't mind going back to McNeely here. The key is to always play him at courses with smaller greens. The average green size at TPC Deer runs like 5,100 square feet, very reminiscent of last week. And like you said, he gets so hot with the putter when he gets going that he is kind of a perfect guy to go to. And I'm kind of surprised. Maybe it's the price bump that are keeping everyone off him. Everyone just wants Lee Biota at this point. But I think when we look at actual skills and who is a better golfer, I think it's McNeely over Lee Biota, to tell you the truth. And a $400 difference isn't really killing me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. I think it's McNeely pretty clearly. I'd rather play him than Kazire. I think I'd probably rather play Lucas Glover than all of them. I know I'm worried he's got to make his fair share of putts, but I can live with that. His putter's actually been, not that it's ever electric, but it hasn't been a detriment in recent weeks. He just needs to clean up the ball striking.
Yeah. Will he do that, though, I guess is the real question.
I don't know. But again, when I'm looking at chalk Troy Merritt, who I like Troy Merritt in life. I'm not
Troy Merritt is your guy. He is
my guy.
I assumed you were going to win all of the Bucks last week if he won.
No, I needed. That would have helped. I was rooting for Neiman and Merritt and not Cam Davis. So we saw how that went. But yeah, Troy Merritt's been absolutely fantastic. He's a super putter. He's striking it much better. Easy course. All of it checks out. I still think that, again, you have I don't know. Maybe I overrate how good Maverick is. But to me, Maverick's a kind of a solid player, and he's young enough where we still don't know exactly how good he is.
There's just so much downside with McNeely because he misses so many cuts. It's a lot like Max Homa in a weird. He's like the minor league Max Homa. So do I, but he can miss his fair share of cuts when the putter doesn't work.
Oh, there's no doubt. I love guys that when you incur extra miscut equity, but when you get them right, when you get Maverick right, the chances that he grabs you some placement points are so high, and I love that about him.
Should we just be playing Troy Merritt? Why isn't he $10,000?
If he was $10,000, that would be extra special. But listen, there's no arguing with the form. He's doing everything right. It's just, again, that concept of, is it a chasing element? Where is he? Yeah, he's 45 to 1. He's in that same bucket of guys. I wanted to look at him in the betting market. Plus upwards of plus 500 for a top 10 in some spots. But I think when push comes to shove, I'd rather play McNeely or Glover right now, and even Zach Johnson.
How about my boy Gim? It was the first week ever. Well, he didn't lose off the tee. He was a net neutral off the tee and lost on approach. He's only actually ever lost off the tee and with his irons 3 times in his career, which is kind of shocking. He doesn't seem to have the irons going like he did earlier in the year, though.
No, but I never really understand that. I'm not saying it always happens, but he looked very crisp around the green and the putter was fine. If he can is he one of those guys right now where it's all almost there and he just needs to connect the dots? If he can sync up these good irons and a neutral putter per se, maybe he can go nuts on a course like this where it's just open season.
Maybe. I'm going to play him because I play him every single week, but that is not really, I play terrible players every single week. So that really should be an endorsement of him. You have that little mini range there with Moore, Redmond, and Munoz that no one wants a part of anymore after everyone wanted a part of 2 of those guys last week.
Ryan Moore in theory makes sense. I just can't do it. I've tried this year and it's not working. He's done absolutely nothing. I don't think I could go there. I think Redmond would be probably my favorite of the bunch just because to me he's almost, in the random number generator of what you're going to get week to week. He goes nuts, then he disappears. I don't think it's crazy to think that he just has one of these, first round leader type outputs and has a big week.
I was surprised to see him currently trending in the single digits in ownership because I really had no interest. But then I look at the numbers. They tell me he's quite good, especially lately. And from all the key proximity ranges, essentially 175 and in, he's excellent. If you make him hit a really long iron, not so much the best. So if he can continue to make some putts, which he didn't last week, maybe it's a nice rebound spot for him in the low part of this region. 7Ks. I like Stanley at 79. This seems like the ultimate Kyle Stanley course. Like, where's Griot?
I know. Well, Griot, he needs to be in timeout. He's been not great. So Stanley's one of the few guys to me that feels underpriced. Like, I don't know. I know he's not playing fantastic, but he's striking it really well. And like we see him in the low sevens at like the Memorial. I figured Stanley would be like with Glover and Zach Johnson. To me, this is a pretty easy spot. I'm willing to just buy here. Pedigree's making cuts. He's done nothing with the putter. Anything you get with the putter this week is a bonus.
So other than that, like I'm looking at, I mean, if we're going to play Zach Johnson, do we have to play Steve Stricker? Because I'm pro playing Steve Stricker this week. Like he's won here he's won here 3 times, and it's not like he's bad. And this is still perfect for him. It's just hit your pitching wedge and make putts.
Yeah, he does do that well. I don't want, this is what's wrong with this tournament. Like, why can't he just be focused on whatever the captain does at the, the Ryder Cup or whatever? Just, I don't have time for 7,700 Steve Stricker, but I get it. I always, in my mind, and maybe you could tell me if this is crazy, I always feel like Steve Stricker doesn't get streaks, doesn't get bonuses. He just has like 2 birdies, 1 bogey every round.
I feel like that's the case, but I actually have no idea. I think we just project that onto him because
I think that's made up.
Yeah, like we do that. It's like with Jim Furyk. It's like, oh yeah, Jim Furyk never makes a birdie. Like the guy shot a 58 before, so
yeah.
What happened to Furyk, by the way? He no longer plays? Like, why isn't he in this field?
He's resting. That's what Steve Stricker should do. Just relax. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't mind it. I thought the guy we were going to bring up
was Perez.
What is going on with, well, I like Perez. I was going to say, what happened to Bo Hostler? All of a sudden, he's like found it.
I mean, that's it. Feinberg is the guy to talk to about this. I mean, he's chipping and putting, and he's driving it well for the first time in ages. And every once and again, he's going to hit his irons well. He's done that. He did it really well at Palmetto. He didn't really do it at all last week or at Travelers, but he was good enough off the tee and basically playing the Bryson method. But we know that he's a really good putter. He's just not one of the guys. I'd rather play Denny McCarthy.
Is he even here?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll be surprised when we get to him. I didn't know he was here. The other guy who, and he's not playing well at all, but like I look at HV3, who is in the mid sevens in a lot of tournaments. I don't know what is going on with him. It's just been really, really poor form. He shows flashes with the irons, but nothing is sustainable.
Yeah, I'm out on HV3 for the moment. Like, when was the last time he was good?
It's been quite a while at Heritage.
He was second at Heritage. He has 2 top 20s this year, 1 at Heritage, 1 at Honda. That's it. Actually, no, that's not true. He was 13th in Phoenix.
Still not going to get it done.
Not for this price. Like, he should be like $6,800. Maybe not in this field, but just generally. And he's not.
You got him down there.
But like there's like the other guys. Like, I'm going to play Norlander at 73. I think Piercy's in a nice rebound spot after a really terrible opening round last week. I like Stallings. And these guys aren't that different from the guys at the very top. I'm with you on Perez, though. He's just making a ton of birdies right now.
Yeah, he's rolling it well. Perez is someone that I've kind of like, I talk about this a lot, like where I macro buy on a guy. I really liked him at Travelers, didn't work out, held on at Rocket Mortgage, worked out, gained a ton of strokes putting, but that's okay. You know what? He's someone he can get hot with the putter. I'm not going to fault the guy for that. He needs to shore up the ball striking a little. I'm going to bounce back with Ches. I thought that was a pretty bad miscut last week. Really had no business missing that cut. The putter is killing him, and it probably will continue, and that worries me a little bit, but I think Ches is in a pretty good spot this week.
He was my first bet of the week. I looked at the board. He's down to 55-1 right now, but I saw him. He opened at 75. I was like, yeah, he's way better than 75-1 in this field. Like, there's no reason that he shouldn't be 40-1 with the rest of the guys.
Yeah, agree with that. Yep.
So yeah, he will probably be my highest weighted player in the $7,000 range. Like, when we make our play the best plays lineup, I think that Ches has to be in it.
That's going to be an interesting lineup. Play the best plays here. EVR is not even playing. That's a boost for us all. God, I want to say Patrick Rogers, but I can't.
Hey, he came second here once, and you're going to hear a lot of people parrot that over the course of the week.
Yeah, I remember that. That was an awesome week, him and Bryson. But Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I would rather go to some of the guys that you've mentioned in terms of like recent form. Oh, bad miscut, and I'm not worried about that. Your boy Luke List.
Oh yeah, I'm off Luke List. I want to be on Matthew Neesmith, but I just can't get there. The guy misses way too many cuts for someone who he projects out now. Like when you put him in the model, he projects out like old Luke List. You're like, oh, this guy should be great. He's not.
Yeah, and then like old Luke List, it rarely works out like that. I don't even have a good case to make here. I assume this guy's going to be very low owned. And I keep trying to do this, and it really hasn't been doing a ton. Do you have any interest in CT Pan?
No, I don't. Why do you have interest in CT Pan?
I don't know. There's something about this guy that it feels like 1 week it's tee to green, and I'm like, okay, this is positive. Then, at Travelers, he finally putted well, and he paired it with garbage off the tee. When he gets going, I kind of like it. I feel like this is a decent spot, like 4% ownership, but it doesn't really seem like too often you're getting top end equity. That's the thing that kills me. I don't know how often he can make a cut, of course, but is he crashing the top 10 party? That's where I think it's problematic.
I think you're best off if you want to drop down like Stanley, Shez are probably my two guys in the sevens that I really like. Then I drop down to the very low end outside of like the random spatterings of a Scott Piercy or Scott Stallings or Norlander, that kind of thing. And then like Kadira and Denny McCarthy are both $7,000. Like I'll just take
with you on Kadira.
Well, Kadira lost the ability to drive and hit irons in the past two events, but he's still gaining like 8 strokes putting an event.
Yeah, that'll help you. That can mask a lot. So what about Nick Taylor?
I get sucked into Nick Taylor way too often, and he's just never good. Except for the weeks I don't play him, then he somehow wins.
Well, are you going to play him this week?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to
might hop on then. Yeah, I don't know. He's been quietly, like, not the form hasn't been immaculate by any stretch. Ball striking's been okay, though. Again, another one of those, you're talking large field GPPs. Him and CT Pan probably in my pool.
Yeah, I'm just going to, McCarthy has been outrageously bad for a while now. So that's somewhat concerning. I think I'm going to play Rafa at 69 too. Just this seems like a course where he would play really well. It was like historic Rafa, and maybe it's different than like historic Norin, but when Rafa was good, like get him from 150 and in and just hit some like lob wedges, and that was his game.
It was. I just don't know if like he's in the bucket now where I truly wonder, is he even like remotely similar to, I know he's not nearly as good, but what happened? Can't even make a cut.
Still handsome though.
Definitely a handsome devil, and he's got that going for him, but I don't know. Him and Benny On is there, who
I saw Ben On was 125 to 1, and he should be 125. Yeah, no, just like I saw him at 125 to 1. I was like, man, remember when we used to bet this guy every week? Not that he won, but we used to feel good about it.
Oh yeah, I remember doing that frequently. Would be the word. He can't putt. It makes it difficult. But again, I mean, there are so many names here when you look at like Shank and Sloan. I don't think these guys are that different from some of the guys we've already talked about. Like, this is where lineup construction becomes so important.
It's just really hard to go into the sixes. Like I have Scott Brown highlighted right now. Don't feel good about that. There was someone at the very bottom who I didn't mind. Josh Teeter, the Teats, $6,300 coming off a good week. Like if people are going to pay an extra $2,000 for guys that were good last week, I'll just pay $6,300 for a guy who was really good last week.
What about JJ Spawn?
That's a tricky one for me because
I like JJ Spawn this week a little bit.
I feel like I play him a lot and he's just never good. It feels like he's good for half of a round. You're like, oh my God, it's happening for Spawn. Then he'll make a cut and finish last of everyone who made the cut.
That seems like something that would happen. But for that 9-hole stretch, you're feeling pretty good.
You feel like you got the nuts at that point.
Yeah, you're like, this is going well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at guys like Josh Teeter is a name that he didn't catch my eye per se, mostly because, and talk about getting sucked in. You remember when Kevin Tway was good?
It's funny. He was on TV on Sunday. I was like, Kevin Tway, here we go. And he had like this ridiculous up and down. I think it was on number 1, made the putt. And I was like, okay, maybe we can play some Tway next week. Then like I went and looked at his numbers. He was so awful. He just made every putt.
Yeah, he's just someone when I think of like, okay, crazy score, he used to be very, very good. It's been bad for a while though, you're right.
That's like there's a couple guys like that in this field. Like Adam Long and Ted Potter, in my mind, should be really good here, but they just have not been good at all.
Yeah, Adam Long is someone, he's just an anomaly in all regards for me, because when he won, I was just like, you'll never see this guy again. And then he's almost won like multiple other events, but in between those, it's strings of like dozens of miscuts.
Are you playing your guy Mito Pereira this week?
No.
Hopping on the bandwagon?
Can't do it. What happened to, where's John Pock?
I like John Pock, but he is not playing.
You see this guy, you see Luke Glover? It sounds like Lucas Glover's alias down here.
No, there's a guy named Trip Kinney. Do you know, I found this out. Do you know what Trip is short for?
No, Trippy? What? No, I have no idea.
See, I never, because there's so many like golfers that have the name Trip, or like it's more common in golf than anywhere else in life. Trip is actually short for the third of someone. Like they're the third, they're Trip.
What?
Yeah. Like Harold Varner III could be named Trip Varner.
So it's your first name just becomes the third?
It doesn't. That's just what people call you.
Okay, yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, it blew my mind when I found that out. I was like, oh, this just sounds like some name that people call people in Arkansas or something. But no.
I've never heard that in my life. That's something.
Yeah.
Trip.
Yeah. So if your son's name is Ben Raza and then his son's name is Ben Raza, you'd be Trip Raza.
Trip Raza the third.
No, just Trip. You either say Ben Raza the third or Trip Raza.
It.
That's going to be the new rule?
The new rule, Trip Raza the third. Man, there's, what about Will Gordon? I meant that he was on my list of people to ask you about.
Oh yeah, hard pass. I never play him. I'd rather play Big Willie style. Trip Mac, or Willie Mac the third.
All right. Hello. Welcome. Madden After Dark. I shouldn't say welcome. Some of you have been here all day, all night. So welcome back is the better way of putting it. BK and Glash, Brendan and Brandon to wrap up your night on the we broke the news last night. It's now been 24 hours for everyone to process the horrid news of no weather.
Well, and clearly it worked out for me. So I'm not sure if you've heard, but I won the free roll 2 contests ago and was winning the entire last sim that Koff and Tommy Freeze Pops were doing and finished in 3rd. So what happened was this morning I was up early doing my updates and was like, oh, let me see if Glash went ahead and made a contest last night, like you often do the night before you're going to call some sims. You hadn't, but Koff had made a bunch. So I was like, all right, let me just get in all of these. And so I entered 3 of them. I guess I missed Emerson's because he hadn't made his yet. But the 3 that Koff made, I entered. And then I entered a 4th one because he just flip-flopped or whatever and just did another one. So in back-to-back, I don't know what I did earlier in the day, but I finished 1st and 3rd. So I'm on what they call in the biz a bit of a hot streak.
Wow. First in the 8 o'clock one?
Yeah. First in this, whatever, I don't know the time zones. First in the one 2 sims ago, 3rd in the one that just happened. So first in the 6, 3rd in the 8.
Wait, but no, the top one is ours.
Oh, well, here, then let's do recent. Fine, recent. First, see another first plus 132nd mixed in there.
Okay.
So, another first, sorry.
Gotcha.
So here's what I did on the day. I did 60th with ours last night, 43rd, 1st, 132, 3rd. So I guess the hot streak's been up and down. It's hot and cold. But still, a 1st and a 3rd in 2 of the last 3 sims. That feels like a hot streak around these parts. I guess the chat can weigh in and tell me if they agree or disagree that qualifies as a hot streak.
Pat chimes in. Pat on YouTube, winning the entire last sim. You were literally in 1st for 1 play.
I'm not the one that said I was in 1st. I got a text from Koff. But being in 1st for 1 play in the 4th quarter is still being in 1st. And I guess I was just in 1st for this one, too.
Unreal, man.
When's the last time you posted a 1st and a 3rd? I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying. Anyone. I'm opening that to everyone in the chat. When's your last 1st and 3rd finish?
When we first started doing these free rolls, I came in one of the first weeks we started BK. I came in dead last.
Sure, I think I've done that.
So
did you come in dead last yesterday? Oh no, Tom Pike.
Right, yeah. Who is not here tonight? We've got Daniel, producer Michael, and Tate from Ops. The 8 o'clock game.
Dead last out of how many people?
Oh, 200. That's we were filling these things.
Sure.
Dead last on an 8 o'clock game, then did Madden After Dark, and got 1st.
That is a redemption story if ever there was one in sports. They could have made it 30 for 30.
The chat is my witness. I think some of you that are still watching these sims may remember that night. It was a Wild Weather Wednesday.
Well,
you
so
never forget your 1st.
Sure. When I won the 4 o'clock, Koff threw it out there, and I jumped in the chat right before I went on air on KOA here. He said, he's like, I don't know, did BK ever won one? I won a few. And I said, the chat can back me up. And I was like, oh, yeah, I've won a couple.
Freeze Pops was the dude who took forever.
Yeah, his offer was very long until just a couple of weeks ago, I think.
Yep.
He finally got off the proverbial schneid.
Well, the best part was when he won, everyone was watching Bucks-Nets Game 7, and it was Madden After Dark, and we're like, okay, go away. We're watching the end of this game. Like, we don't care. So, kind of a bad night for him to win.
Mike Bizzle said I came here for Vegas talk with BK. I don't have any Vegas talk teed up for you. Apologies.
Yeah, producer Michael was there. I'll never forget it. It was the one I won was Panthers Patriots in the snow. It's a good time.
You have Matt Lacoste on the roster? No, the one you won, I did the game with you. That was the game Cam Newton had 5 touchdowns, right?
No.
Oh, you said when you first started. Yeah. It was Wild Weather Wednesday. Let me ask you this. What does your lineup look like for this contest?
I didn't play a quarterback. I put Matt Breida in the captain spot. I have Michael.
I already dropped to 8th.
Michael Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders, Jared Cook, Gesicki, and Will Lutz.
Our lineups look similar in that I also have Matt Breida in the captain spot, and I have Michael Thomas. Then it differs. I have Alvin Kamara, Traquan Smith, Jakeem Grant, which are going to be very hit or miss, and then the Saints D, only 12.3% owned in our free contest. But we know that Tua will hold on to the ball a little bit, might be prone to video game Tua turns the ball over more than real life.
True. Jordan Warren says BK and Glash hosted the first sim that I won a free roll, but I didn't get a chance to see the sim. Hopefully y'all bring some more good luck.
You can always go back on YouTube and watch it for a limited period of time. Herb Dog says, if BK is first at any point during the contest, you count it. Certainly early I'll count it, but if I was in first late and I wasn't tracking it, I was chasing down my little ones and eating dinner and coming home from doing a radio show. I don't know Wyckoff would have texted me that I was in first that late. He's like, "Oh, you're almost in first." Or scoring update. Is my mic cutting it out to you, Flash? Because somebody in the chat said it is.
It sounds fine right now.
Okay.
BK hangs banners in his basement in first
Absolutely.
for 5 minutes.
I've got the it's like those teams that never make the World Series, so they're like division playoff banners. The Rockies have those. Wild card banner. Made it to the one game wild card.
Tua steps up and throws, completes to Breida.
Yeah, Breida. Fantasy points for us.
Not enough for the first down though. Maybe they'll kick this. Maybe they'll go for it.
Herb Dog, I know you're giving me a hard time. I don't know if anybody's picked up on this. I'm not very sensitive.
They will go for it. Okay.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Virtual Brian Flores.
5 wide on the road. There you go. They got it.
Nicely done. Tua, high percentage. Right across the middle. That wasn't my man Jakeem Grant, was it?
It was Jakeem.
Yes, it was. Look at that. I'm looking like a Jakeemius genius. I know it's not good at all. I got to recommend this podcast, which I already have. The Flying Coach podcast with Sean McVay and Peter Schrager. They have Kyle Shanahan on this week. And I'm only 30 minutes into it, and it is awesome. It's exactly what I thought it would be. You know, I've known Kyle through a bunch of friends since he was in college, and he's just an authentic dude, and he stays true to himself, and you can hear that in his conversation with Sean and Peter, two guys he knows really well, especially Sean, because they worked together for 4 years. Kyle hired Sean after Gruden got let go. That was right when the Shanahans got to Washington, and they hired Sean to be quality control, and the rest is history. But that staff had Matt LaFleur on it. It had Mike LaFleur at one point, and it had Mike McDaniel, who's now the offensive coordinator for Kyle in San Francisco. And obviously Sean as well. So yeah, go listen to that. Flying Coach.
So there was a clip. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet, but I saw it on Twitter, like a clip of, did Shanahan shed light on, what the heck was it?
I saw somebody retweet the clip, so I'll tell you what it was, because I know who retweeted it. One of the reporters here in town wrote something like great insight or something.
Yeah, there was a specific play from a Super Bowl that they discussed, and I'm forgetting what.
So Peter Schrager's tweet was, I'm not sure we've ever heard Kyle go through the final minutes and play calling decisions of the Falcons Super Bowl loss to the Patriots. He does here. They discusses Seattle's decision to throw and not run with Marshawn and Malcolm Butler at INT. But what I want to ask Kyle, and maybe I'll either email this in, or ask Sean rather, maybe I'll either email it in or call into their call-in line, because I think they have 2 more episodes left. Did you ever see the story where Brian Hoyer thought he knew what the Rams were running, and he let the McCourty twins know, and they brought Brian Flores into it, and basically they were running a lot of the same stuff that Kyle Shanahan was running. So when Hoyer was playing for Shanahan in San Fran, McVay had kept a lot of these same concepts, and then on the Amazon behind the scenes documentary show, whatever that was called, their version of Hard Knocks that followed the Rams that one season.
Yep.
It was the same stuff. So I kind of want to ask Sean about that and get his response, because he's talked about it over a few episodes, like needing to change things up and this and that. But I've never heard him address that Hoyer assertion, and it's pretty easy to find on Sports Illustrated. I'll find the article and I'll post it in the chat here real quick. But it's going to be cool, because I haven't gotten to that part yet, to hear Kyle talk about those final minutes of the Super Bowl when they blew their 28-3 lead, or second half. And then I'd love to hear Sean talk about, it's one thing to be critical of Pete Carroll and Darrell Bevell, but I'd like to hear him, defend that assertion that Hoyer said they were doing the same stuff, that they didn't change it up enough.
Did you retweet this clip?
I have not, but it's on Peter Schrager's. Here's the SI story. This is...
Found it, okay.
The headline says, McCourties tell all about Super Bowl 53, from Flores' plays to Hoyer's crucial role. So I am posting it in the chat now to our friends.
Oh, perfect. And then I guess something else McVay dives into, Seattle's decision not to throw and not run with Marshawn.
Well, right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm fine with Sean being critical of that, and I'd love to know, or analyzing that. You can ask Coffin, he can tell us a story, or he can tell the story next time he and I are on. We sat with Scott Zolak at Super Bowl in Atlanta, and he explained that Belichick, when they were doing the, that coaches film study that Zolak does with Belichick, that before they taped, Belichick pulled up the play, and in that exact same formation in the first half, Seattle ran a toss sweep to Marshawn. They were stacked with the three receivers on the right. They ran a toss sweep to Marshawn. And Hightower, somebody blew it up 7 yards in the backfield. So same formation. Fast forward ahead, and the Seahawks are set to run that play out of that same formation, figuring the Patriots are going to overload on the toss sweep to Marshawn. Malcolm Butler being aware of the other plays they run off that formation, particularly that slant. He jumps it, and the rest is truly Super Bowl history. But that's how Zolak explained. Belichick literally pulled up the play from the middle to the end of the second quarter, and I'm sure any of us could go pull up that game and try to find it.
Yep.
But that Marshawn, I bet we could just get it even from the game log. A toss sweep to Marshawn, totally blown up. So Pete Carroll and Darrell Bevell trying to outthink Belichick, and Belichick and Malcolm Butler were Flores, and I guess everybody else on the defensive side of the ball were all about it and ready for it, just based on how they overplayed it in the first, which is pretty next level, I guess, that it actually worked. And then they didn't run the sweep, and we're just going to block it better this time, because we have Marshawn, and we're on the 1 yard line.
Amazing.
It is fun when you get, I don't spend a lot of time on that level of minutia until it gets kind of thrown in my face, like that story I just posted from SI, where it gets broken down, or Zolak explained it to DA and Koff and I and a couple other friends of ours. And it was really fascinating, because Zolak was just having dinner at the bar by himself. We got him to come sit with us, and then he kind of talked us through the whole thing. It was awesome.
Oh, I was going to say, because he had to call the game on the radio, so you ran into him during the week.
Yeah, it was during the week. It was like on a Wednesday.
Gotcha.
In fact, it was definitely a Wednesday. Because then we went to Jay Glazer's event, and Koff posted a picture of us at the red carpet.
Fancy.
And it was one of the highlights of DA's broadcasting career, because he had never met Bob Papa, and as a lifelong Giants fan, I introduced him to Bob Papa because we used to work together at Sirius, and I'm like, oh, have you ever met DA, David Amendola? He goes, nope, but I feel like I know you from those NFL Network Top 10 shows.
Nice.
Like, there really should be called NFL Network Top 10 with David Amendola, because DA is the star of many of those. I'm in a couple, lucky enough to be in a few. DA's in all of them, all the time.
It's 3-0 Miami. New Orleans, they've been punting. Breida just caught his second ball. Must be, I see you in the chat. Yeah, still a lot of work to be done on the Moose Open John Deere Classic. I love how Tate is the one. Tate's not the only guy, but there are a lot of not many, a handful of op team members that will hop in the chat and just be like, I see you, I got you, I am getting your scores updated, I promise. Tate says, calm down, people yelling at me. Well, see, Tate, now they're going to say, it's your job, man. It's your job. To which I would say, look, you don't think he's like, what do you think he's doing? You know? He's here, he's got you.
He's not hanging out, he's not just watching the hockey game. Right, I got
intermission anyway right now. 2 of 7 of 9, 96 yards. Kind of on track for a bonus. Breida, 4 for 19. Nothing from Alvin Kamara. Like the Saints offense was pitiful. Sanders has 1 catch for 8 yards. 2 for 15, Wilson. Parker, 2 for 44. Breida, 2 for 24. Jakeem Grant, 1 for 13. Scott says, what's up? What's up, Scott? Good to have you with us, everybody. Thanks for staying up late. Reed tease, did you know? Maybe we can get some Deucey takes during this break? Like what? First place has Kamara, says Mike Bizzle. Is that so?
I think it's Kamara, and here's why. Because he was on some NASCAR promo, because he's an ambassador for them now. And he said, hey, it's Alvin Kamara.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I had been saying Kamara. Let me see if I can find it.
Sure, yeah. I always thought I had it wrong. That I would say Kamara, but it was Kamara.
I used to always say Kamara because that's what I thought it was, and then I heard this. Let me see if I can find it.
Adam Kaufman has joined the party / discussion / production.
Hey, Koff, I was just telling the story about our impromptu dinner with Scott Zolak and him explaining the Malcolm Butler interception play and how the Patriots had sniffed it out in the first half on a toss sweep, and that's what was kind of a reverse setup. So, Koff, feel free to acknowledge that. Here, let me see if I can hear Kamara talking. Kamara.
Koff says he misses you all already. Koff, you're back tomorrow and not Friday. You can say bye to everyone tomorrow. But thanks for being here. That's a catch over the middle to the 2, Jakeem Grant.
All right, do you want to hear Alvin Kamara say his name?
Yeah.
Okay, it's courtesy of our friends at NASCAR and Alvin Kamara's Instagram and Twitter post. Okay, so here.
I'm Alvin Kamara for NASCAR.
There it is.
That sound like you.
Kamara.
Can we do it one more time? One more time?
Yep.
Yeah, one more time.
I'm Alvin Kamara for NASCAR.
Kamara.
Boom.
There you go.
Done.
Right from Alvin Kamara's mouth. That's a touchdown. Easy money. Tua should have captained him. Stupid.
What a time that was, says Koff. Zoe, as usual, couldn't sit still.
No, but I'm trying to find the play, and I'm not having as easy as a time. I think I need to actually pull up the game pass.
I'm having a hard time believing that Zoe was just eating dinner by himself.
Corner of the bar, hanging out, and not only that, it was a place called Cuts right there in Atlanta, right in downtown near where all the media hotels were. I saw Zoe a year or two, I guess it's something at the Miami Super Bowl. I'm like, hey, Zoe, Brandon Cristal from Denver, you know, we had dinner. He goes, oh, yeah, what was that? That steakhouse was great. He's like, I went there 3 times. Was it? I was like, and I look it up. I'm like, Cuts. He's like, yeah, Cuts. So you can have a hard time believing that, but he was definitely just, I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't meeting people, but he was sitting at the corner of the bar just having himself a dinner.
I mean, in your case, like, you and Koff don't work together, so you guys probably had plans to meet up.
No, yeah, we all. This is who was at dinner. It was Koff, me, Adam Beasley, Da, an older writer from Miami that works with Bees that I can't remember his name, and then Doug Gottlieb's sister. because Doug had pawned his sister Wendy off on me because he had to go meet with someone. He wouldn't tell me who he was meeting with. He might have told her, and they were staying at our same hotel. We were all in the same media hotel, and Wendy didn't have anything to do, and I've known her forever, so she came and sat there with us for about half the dinner, maybe less. You can ask Coffin. We're all just talking crap, and this is maybe even before Zolak came over, and then she just bounces because she's like, this is stupid. It's just media nerds talking about other media stuff. But Doug, so that's who was with us, and then Zoe came over and joined us. I don't know if DA went and grabbed him or Koff, or he just, he saw us on the way in and whatever it was. But yeah, that was the crew.
Wow. Tua rushing touchdown, by the way. Tua's ownership in the free contest, 34% low, 5.8% in the captain. Looking at the leaderboard, Amino first place in our contest, and then in the free DraftKings showdown, $250 prize pool, two-way tie for first. We're in the second. That's caught by Kamara out of the backfield. Wendy hated everything about that dinner, says Koff.
100%. So we got this a $2,000 invisible fence to keep my dogs in, and we just got a text from our neighbors saying that our dogs are in the soccer field a quarter mile away. I think the charge on the collar needs to be turned up a little bit.
Wait a second. You spent $2,000 on an invisible fence that clearly doesn't
So the
work.
guy was out here yesterday, put it in the ground. I watched him do it. It took him like 4 hours. And we did some training. We'd already done some other training with these flags. And they're like, yeah, when we come out, keep working with them. Don't let them roam free. But I'm sure somebody opened the door. And even though they both had their collars on, clearly it wasn't enough of a deterrent with 30 seconds of whatever vibration they were getting on their neck. So it feels like money well spent.
All right, 3rd and 12. Kamara is in the slot off to the right. Thomas up top. Breeze going over the middle. Inside the 40 to Manny Sanders. 4th and 2. 36-yard line. Dolphins went for it in this spot. Koff is very peppy right now. The dogs are living their lives a quarter mile at a time.
Okay.
Koff, I can't tell you how much now, and BK and I discussed this last night a little bit when he sent you the 8-pack of DVDs. It's also, before I continue, just really way too much Fast and Furious talk on this Dream stream, but I'm here for it, selfishly. I think the Twitch chat might be onto something. I'm not in a bad mood, but I'm a little let down since we saw that movie. I gotta say, I was really excited, and then the pandemic happened, so they had to move it a whole year, and all the build up, and it stunk. You know what I mean? And I've said
so
that.
Do you bounce back with Black Widow? Is that gonna make you feel better?
No. Doesn't ring the same for me. Anytime there's a summer with a Fast and Furious movie, I feel like it's always up there as a great summer. It's not the case. I feel kind of obligated to go see the movie again, Fast 9, with Sarah, because Sarah gets a kick out of watching me watch the movie, like a loser, just to see my facial reactions. And I don't know, a little bummed out. Tate, what would have kept those dogs in your yard? Family. See, that cheered me up. That's funny.
I'm going to talk to this lady that's at our doorbell because I think my wife and 14-year-old went to look for the dogs. Well, I'm going to turn my mic off and talk to her on the Ring doorbell.
Okay. Good luck. From the 17, Breeze delivers to Cook. 12-yard gain to the 5. D-Rod says, if you don't want to be let down, watch Troy, King Arthur, 300, Gladiator, Hercules. Let's see, this can't be fixed. Well, it can. I just got to get over it. First and goal, there's a flag. What we gonna get? Holding? Roughing the passer.
Passer.
Wow.
So
Take the touchdown. Okay, they're going to take the score, right? Yep, they decline it.
So it's Traquan. He's on my roster.
Yep, Traquan Smith with the score. See, New Orleans is on the board. Traquan
So
Smith.
I think I found the play because they were in shotgun on that final play, right? I know spending a lot of time on it. Before the interception. Yeah, shotgun. Wilson intended to watch it. So I found the play in the first quarter.
Traquan Smith, by the way, in the $250 contest, 30.7% owned, 5.4% in the captain.
49. Sorry. Michael's first.
D-Rod says that is the fakest white laugh I have ever heard. Are you talking about what Tate said? I thought that was funny.
I thought Tate was funny.
I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah. Very thematic.
It's a very genuine laugh. D-Rod. Maybe you're just jealous that Tate can make me laugh and you can't. I don't know. Coming up on a minute left in the first half. And see, and Daniel's now sharing, we talked about this, you mentioned this yesterday too, BK, all these memes that are coming out. Now it's like, oh, I think a lot of people saw the movie and now are just like, that was not very good. So we're just gonna make fun of them even more than ever.
Yeah, I don't know. They're laughing all the way to the bank. Coffin, I did this 2 days ago. Do you want to see what their box office number's at now?
Sure.
Let's do that.
D-Rod, super jelly. I can feel it through the screen. Oh, there's my fake laugh again. Sorry.
Apparently, when you type boxofficemojo.com, you can't get there. But if you Google it, it'll then take you there. So, it has certainly calmed down now it's been open 2 full weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks exactly tomorrow. So, today's the 14th day. Domestically, $125 million. Worldwide, $503 million. 731,300.
Wow.
503-731-300 through 2 weeks. As Daniel told us in our chat behind the scenes, highest grossing movie since 2019. Well, I said he responded to your question, Dan.
What was my question? Now I'm lost. What question? I never asked you a question. Third and 4 for Tua and the Finns. Oh, missed him. Now they're going to have to punt. Love Pat's intensity talking to Tua from the chat. Congo Cab has a comment for you about the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, what is it?
Did you see when you play in Denver this year, 22 of your players get fatigued quick because of the air? Denver, one of the teams with home field advantage ability.
That's a true Madden thing, or that's a rumor? Because a lot of people put stuff out there that turn out not to be true. About lots of things. I thought I found the play, and then I can't find it.
Oh, I see. About why Fast and Furious sucked. No, I'm just saying, like, I'm just let down. That's all. Just let down. Kind of. Now, will I go watch the last movie? Of course I will, because I'm a sucker and I'm too invested. Beat on walk. I do not think John Cena was actually pretty good. I liked him.
Yeah, John Cena was fine.
I liked that whole angle. That was probably my favorite part. Other than that, didn't like it. Yeah, Pat says, yeah, we saw. Pat says, no questions, please. At least he said, please. We've got about 300 of you watching. Many of you here have probably already hit that like button. We're on our way to 300 likes. Let's get a nice, clean number for no weather on Wild Weather Wednesday. In response to that, of course, three of the 6 games today are all indoors. Allegiant Stadium in Vegas. We were in Dallas at 6 o'clock. And then of course, the, what do you call it? This game in New Orleans. We'll get back to your comments in the chat, Twitch, and YouTube. Look at some stats, the leaderboard. First, Len Hochberg is here. He's going to give his picks to win this week's PGA event, the John Deere Classic. And Moose has a contest. You should go fill it. Let's watch the clip. Get some advice.
Yeah, the John Deere Classic, it's so wide open. There's only 5 guys in the top 50 in the field. We often see, back in the early 2000s, 2010s, we saw Stricker, we saw Zach Johnson, we saw a little bit of chalk, if you will. I think it's been a little bit, different since then. Dylan Fratelli 2 years ago. But I'm going to go kind of chalky, $9,900. Russell Henley, he's played great his last 2 times out. He was leading the U.S. Open for much of the week. He was in the mix at the Travelers. He faded on Sunday in both tournaments, ended up just with top 20s. When we last saw him on Sunday at the John Deere, he shot 61. He can go super low. He's 4th on tour in strokes gained approach. He's an okay putter. He's even 18th in scrambling. He's really trending in the right direction, and you can avoid the 5-figure guys. Russell Henley at 9,900.
All right. Enjoy the sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Many of you like to hop in the chat and just banter, typically while watching a sim, but get started an hour early before the first Madden sim at 11 a.m. Eastern time weekdays on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Watch for advice, make fun of the analysts, make fun of the host. Do whatever makes you happy. Of course, just try to be a little polite, a little bit nice.
Do you think Marshawn Lynch will be regarded as one of the best running backs of all time? Like when you talk about great running backs, will he come up in the conversation?
Probably not.
I wouldn't think so either.
Maybe
certainly really, really effective. He's definitely not going to be in a Hall of Fame conversation. Not in a.
I mean, he might come up for all-time singular great plays or moments, right? That moment against New Orleans when Seattle was 6-10 as a wild card team, or division. No, they were a division winner that year.
Yeah.
You don't think so either?
No. I mean, I think he's regarded as someone who's really good, but you have to kind of remind people about him, kind of thing.
Okay. Anyone beg to differ? Thoughts on Marshawn Lynch and where he ranks all time? Kaufman, no, the joke was or else, meaning if it doesn't fill, contest doesn't happen. Doesn't play. Just trying to fill in the blank for your famous quote. Jimmy B, what's up? Good to have you with us here. Pat, I know you're here now, but encouraging you to keep the conversation going tomorrow, too.
When are we ever going to find out why Malcolm Butler was benched in the Super Bowl?
It's crazy how that hasn't leaked, huh?
Very crazy.
Something tells me, though, because you talk to people, it must mean, I feel like something bad happened. And
I would think you don't usually bench a guy because things are going great. Like, oh, he's been a model citizen. He's been great in practice. He's ready to go. He's one of our defensive leaders. So let's bench him. That'll really throw everyone off.
Choker had a question/comment. Choker, we haven't done the Friday night game night in a while, to be quite honest, because stuff's opened back up. You know, we actually have plans now to like see people for a while.
All-time cruise, depending on the weekend. You got any Connecticut Sun games coming up here soon?
Friday night, Atlanta Dream.
Here's your game night.
Come to town.
Here's your game night.
Yeah, no kidding, right? It's actually the last game.
Oh, here was the play. Maybe.
Last game for a month and a half because the Olympic break is coming up.
Oh, right. Who are you excited to see in the Olympics other than Simone Biles?
I got to be honest, I really haven't even put some thought into it.
Well, you can't name any swimmers other than Katie Ledecky. So there's that. Simone Biles obviously is going to have a chance to be an even bigger star. Basketball's basketball. I'm excited to watch U.S. soccer women because
that's true.
In the Olympics,
I watch them.
They've been great everywhere else. I'll watch the men's under 23 team too. You know, the Olympics are a weird tournament because the women, they just play their national teams. The men can have 3 players over the age of 23. So when Argentina won the gold 15 years ago, however long, Messi was under 23 like twice. Messi was under 23 and was the best player in the tournament. And then I don't know if he played after he was over 23. But in general, for whatever reason, you have all these kids under 23 and then 3 guys over 23 that are allowed. I don't really get it. But track, I can't name anybody. Sha'Carri Richardson, she's not there. I can't name any of the male sprinters, at least without checking, double checking some of the names. No Usain Bolt, obviously. I'm just saying, I'll watch stuff when it's on. NFL training camps start days after. The opening ceremonies are the 23rd. All the training camps start that following Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm going to be invested in the NFL. Sorry.
Yeah, you're gonna want to see this Patriots quarterback battle. How quickly can Mac Jones supplant Cam Newton? And other fun quarterback storylines, like where's Aaron Rodgers going to play? Who's going to, I'm obviously keeping my eyes on the Broncos quarterback battle every day. So it's going to be, what can the Bucs do with all 22 starters and then a couple of their top reserves like Antonio Brown?
I was a Christian at 6. The Bucs actually have the earliest start date to training camp, only by a couple days.
Because they're playing in the Hall of Fame game?
No, actually. That's why I thought it was interesting. Obviously, Dallas is in it. I think Pittsburgh's in it, too.
Dallas and Pittsburgh. So they should have the earliest. They should start earlier.
I know. I read an article earlier. Tampa's starting earlier than everyone else.
How's that possible? Because they don't have a new coach. That doesn't sound right.
They've got a start date of the 24th.
Okay.
I'll find the right.
The Cowboys and Steelers are probably starting the 22nd because it's 2 weeks before that first game. Pittsburgh and the Cowboys start the 21st. Dude.
Oh, and then Tampa. My bad.
It says below are the training camp locations for all 32 teams. This is from CBS NFL. Every team will start July 27th or later, or report the 27th. It says July 27th.
Right. So, my bad. 29 of the 32. And yes, you're right. It would be Pittsburgh, Dallas that would start the 21st, and then Tampa 24th.
How does Tampa get to start the 24th?
They play opening night.
Oh, yeah, right. Tampa, and who are they playing?
And Dallas.
Who are they playing?
Dallas.
Oh, they play Dallas, so Dallas will have already started. So there you
Right.
go. Okay.
I think
they missed this.
Yeah.
But I thought it was based on when your first preseason game is, not when your first regular season game is. But at this point, I
It's
guess
not.
they
Yeah.
just made it. They made it the way they made it. Okay, I get it.
Hank says, I'm in 4th in Classic. Let's go. Hope it hangs on for you, Hank. Alvin Kamara just scored.
Kamara.
What did I say, Kamara again? Damn, that's going to take a while to get used to.
Yeah, for sure. It's like the San Diego Chargers. That happened here with Nolan Arenado. Literally told broadcasters they could call him Arenado or Arenado. He didn't care. And then, they have the DIA airport train. Like when you get on, it's like, do-do-do-do-do. Please buckle your seatbelt. And they're like, hey, it's Nolan Arenado. Welcome to Denver, home of the Rockies. And they'll have, hey, it's Peyton Manning. Welcome to Denver, home of the right. So it rotates or whatever. But he was like, hey, it's Nolan Arenado. I'm like, well, if he calls himself Arenado, it sounds stupid to then say Arenado. Just like now that we know Kamara calls himself Kamara, I think we sound dumb calling him Kamara.
Right. No, it's fair. It's definitely fair.
But my all-time favorite, so the story goes, is you remember longtime NBA big man Nene or Nene?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
He told the two Nuggets announcers, Chris Marlowe, former Team USA volleyball captain, by the way, voice of the Nuggets on TV. He told him that it was Nene or Nene. Then he told Scott Hastings, the color analyst, it was the other thing. He's like, no, it's Nene. He's like, no, it's Nene. Like he gave them different names.
So many examples of that.
I'm sure. But when you hear the guy say it, then I think you have to go with that version.
Totally fair.
I guess instead of watching this Patriots Seahawks Super Bowl, I should put the hockey game back. I'm just watching every play of the Super Bowl for no reason.
Ago says, hey guys, welcome to the stream. Smash the like with your nose. I dare you.
Also, one more Olympic thing real quick. Everything's going to be on tape delay unless it's live during the day. So primetime will be tape delayed for you on the East Coast and tape delayed for us. When they hold swimming and gymnastics and all that. We will know the results well in advance. Tokyo's 13 hours ahead of the East Coast, 15 hours ahead of Ohio.
Big boy, score! Yeah! Great block.
I've got that Saints D. Let me see where that's going to thrust me into. I was in 6th, then 41st. Now let's see where I get to thanks to my Saints D.
It's a great block after the pickup. Whichever defender was the blocker there, that was good. That was nicely done.
All right, I have another concerned neighbor, so I'm going to talk to her on the Ring doorbell now. This has got to be freaking these people out.
All right, extra point for Lutz coming up. Saints D, 14.5% owned, 2.1% in the captain spot. It's their 8th touchdown in these simulations. The Madden 21 era, that is. They've built an 11-point lead. Mike Bizzle says that Meowster was for ratings. Maybe at the time. I just hate cats. I really do. It actually makes me nervous and my gut drop, the thought of having one in my house. But you can call me a fraud for it. It's fair. Pat says, as a Raiders fan, I want to see Mariota get off the bench. Congo Cab's here. Have it up with him. I think he's right. Derek Carr's fine. I think Congo Cab inflates the value of Derek Carr, but as he probably should, he's a Raiders fan. I can't blame him. Speaking of the Raiders, our own Reed T. Fowler, there's a pretty cool photo of him with Kenyon Drake. Guess he ran into him in Hawaii. Reed was home. He was on a vacation. Seems like he just ran into him. Mike Bizzle, that's true. I did talk about a cat that I met and I liked. But that doesn't change my overall thought process. on the animal. Sorry. Leading lineup in the $250 free contest has the Saints defense.
I got a dog update. Nice neighbor was able to usher them back into the yard, where I'm guessing they felt the charge as they came back into the yard of some sort. And then they were just at the back door here, 10 feet from where I'm broadcasting. So I let them in and let my wife know. She, of course, is less than pleased that after spending the $2,000, they were able to just walk out the yard, no problem.
CJ71, what you're saying on Twitch is absolutely true. It doesn't bother me. Well, I don't really care, I guess is my point. Congo Cab. Pat said it. Pat is up in the chat, says, as a Raiders fan, I want to see Mariota get off the bench. So it's
Do you want to see Derek Carr play golf, though? Because he's part of that celebrity golf in Tahoe right now. He's one of the many celebs playing this weekend. I do not think Mariota will. I think it's Mariota. I do not think he will supplant Derek Carr. Do you want to check if it's Mariota or Mariota? Because I've heard both forever and never had it corrected. Let me see if I can find him saying it himself.
Yeah, it'd be a fun little game. What's the Pro Football Reference? Pro Football Reference has Mariota.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the Mar.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was Mariota.
Mike Bizzle, what is the buzzword? It's not happening. The voice still needs recovery.
Here he is with the Titans, I think, pronouncing his name.
I am taking a buzzword. What's a good name?
Break. A hiatus.
There it is. Buzzword break. Yep. I need it. I'm sorry. I can't do this. I can't do it to myself. I'm sorry. I can't. I'll look you all in the eye. I apologize. I've been drinking tea, like, not as I probably should be drinking more tea, but there's a lot of caffeine. But I've been drinking a couple cups of tea a night. I gotta wait. I gotta wait till next week.
All right.
And then BK, we'll do all-time buzzwords next week.
Okay. Well, so here's Marcus at a press conference in Tennessee explaining it. Oh, hang on. There's some stupid ad. But he goes through the different iterations and Roger Goodell blowing it. Let's see. Oh, well, that's a different video. All right. Hang on. And so this is from a press conference, thus we can use it pretty easily.